Qiao Lingxiang. Here is a voucher for 200 pounds of rice your eldest daughter is now mine. In a modestly decorated living room, a man in his 40s was presenting a dowry to Ho Monrong. With a haggard appearance, Ho Monrong sat across from him, a dining table separating them. She averted her gaze, focusing on the rice voucher on the table, her dry lips pressed together in silence. The room was dimly lit. As energy was scarce if there was any ambient light, it was preferable to forego artificial illumination. In the faint glow, noticing Ho Monrong's silence, the man extended his large hand, leaning forward to rest his palm on the voucher. He raised his gaze, an air of smug indifference in his eyes, as he remarked, "You must understand, we are living in apocalyptic times. Such resources are invaluable. With this 200 pounds of rice, I could procure 17 or 18 women outside. I offer you this much solely out of consideration for your eldest daughter." He seemed rather confident that, for this financially struggling family, the allure of the rice voucher was irresistible. Ho Monrong, appearing to be of similar age to the man, felt her cracked lips tremble slightly. If to emphasize her point, she murmured softly, "My eldest daughter is only 18, she is still in school." Her expression revealed a strong sense of reluctance. She's not a child anymore. If your youngest daughter weren't so overweight, suitors would already be knocking at your door. The man spoke with a glint of mockery in his eyes, referring to the two daughters of the Qiao family, one, an ethereal beauty at 18, adored by all the other, a 16-year-old. Resembling a wretched sow, plump and unattractive in the extreme. These two sisters, if not for their own claims of sisterhood, would hardly be believed to be related. The man, known as Brother Bo, wore a sardonic smile as he slapped the rice vouchers on the table. "Qiao, sister-in-law, I have come today with a betrothal gift out of respect for Brother Qiao. You are well aware of the current circumstances. Life is difficult for everyone. Sometimes one must recognize the times we live in," he stated, his tone assertive and laced with a palpable threat that caused Ho Monrong to furrow her brows. Perhaps Brother Bo was pressing her too hard. Ho Monrong's gaunt face appeared particularly sorrowful in the dim light. Lowering her voice with a hint of agitation, she replied, "You ought to refer to me as sister-in-law and call my husband brother." Though they were of a similar age and standing, this man shamelessly approached her, claiming intentions to marry her eldest daughter. A swell of anger rose within Ho Monrong, yet she felt compelled to tread carefully, wary of offending this unpredictable man. Thus her words were veiled, not daring to be too explicit, fearing that Brother Bo might take advantage of Qiao Pengfei's absence to impose upon her and her daughters. A fierce expression radiated from Boja's face as he sat silently, observing Ho Monrong. With a cold chuckle, he was about to speak when the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from the entrance. The voice of Qiao Lingxiang, the notably plump second daughter of the Qiao family, drifted in through the slightly ajar door. "You may marry my second daughter after all. She is unwanted. Take her with you this evening." Confident that Boj would refuse, Ho Monrong deliberately employed such rhetoric to deflect him. It was not that she disrespected Boj. Should he wish to marry her daughter, she would acquiesce. Thus he might as well wed Qiao Lingxiang. As the door swung open, Qiao Lingxiang, who had managed to maintain an impressively rotund figure in these times, paused at her mother's words, unsure whether to enter. It seemed the adults were engaged in a matter of great significance, and she felt it prudent to refrain from asserting her presence. Unbeknownst to her, her considerable stature alone commanded attention, rendering her presence felt even in silence. In the living room, Boj, infuriated yet amused, did not spare a glance at the hefty figure outside. Rising, he declared, "Do not attempt to placate me with such remarks. My interest lies in your eldest daughter, Qiao Sa. I shall grant you 3 days to deliberate. In 3 days, I will return a claimer." With that, Boj seized the rice vouchers from the table and turned to exit. Standing at the threshold, Qiao Lingxiang, clad in a purple 5XL hoodie, her short hair slightly curled, lowered her head as Boj emerged, inadvertently showcasing her 3 chins as she stepped aside to let him pass. The Ogu cast a disdainful glance at Qiao Lingxiang, suddenly halting before lowering his head to inquire, "Pray tell, did your mother feed you pig fee? How have you become so portly?" His words dripped with malice and thick sarcasm, prompting Qiao Lingxiang, who stood outside the door, to jerk her head up in surprise. A wave of revulsion washed over her as she retorted, "What business is it of yours? TSK. Not only are you unattractive, but you also relish in causing trouble." Bo Gu shook his head at her. He had intended to slap this sow, but recalling that he was there to court the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, he thought it unwise to lay a hand on the second daughter before securing his prize. With a cold snicker, he whistled and, without uttering another word, strode out towards the emergency stairwell. In these times, energy supplies were critically strained. All elevators in the high-rises had ceased operation, compelling everyone, regardless of their floor, to ascend and descend the stairs. Once Bo Gu had departed, Qiao Lingxiang, feeling dejected, stepped inside. She stood at the entrance, gazing into the dimly lit room where her mother sat alone at the dining table. Summoning her courage, she timidly called out, "Mom?" and then inquired, "What was that person here for? Did you not hear me?" Ho Monrong suddenly erupted, slamming her hands upon the table as she rose, her eyes ablaze with anger as she shouted at Qiao Lingxiang. The remarkably corpulent Qiao Lingxiang stood dumbfounded, frozen in place. Had she uttered something inappropriate? Or perhaps asked a question that was deemed out of line? Or had she committed some unpardonable act? She had done nothing at all. Why then did her mother unleash such fury upon her? Qiao Lingxiang gazed at her mother, who resembled an enraged lioness, and spoke candidly. Chapter 2. Not indifferent. Are you still arguing? Ho Monrong's frustration escalated as she berated her young daughter, her temper reaching a boiling point. She felt on the verge of losing her composure, yet dared not vent her anger in front of Boj. At this inopportune moment, her daughter chose to question incessantly. Amidst Ho Monrong's tirade, the obedient Qiao Lingxiang gradually came to realize an unsettling truth. It was not that she had spoken out of turn or asked inappropriate questions. Thus, she lowered her gaze, fixating on the gaping hole in her oversized sneakers, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Although she had always excelled in the art of endurance, deep within, she felt a profound ache. Terms like sow, dinosaur, and pig feed rolled off their tongues with alarming familiarity, seemingly devoid of any concern. They had never contemplated how such words resonated with her. She too was sensitive, acutely aware of the disdain, mockery, and ridicule directed at her. It was not that she was indifferent. Rather, even her sensitivity felt futile. Tears cascaded down Qiao Lingxiang's cheeks. Yet her round physique and plump visage rendered her sobs particularly ungraceful, eliciting further disdain. Ho Monrong's ire intensified as she stormed directly in front of Qiao Lingxiang. Her fury palpable as she demanded, "I am not asking for food." With a rumbling stomach, Qiao Lingxiang softly explained that many presume the overweight indulge excessively. Yet they fail to understand the existence of a predisposition to gain weight. She had not truly experienced fullness for a long time. Yet she possessed a physique that gained weight merely from drinking water. Even if she abstained from consuming a single grain of rice for several days and subsisted solely on water, she could still gain a few pounds, which seemed almost miraculous. This was something Ho Monrong was acutely aware of. Given the current dire living conditions, her family could hardly afford to indulge Qiao Lingxiang in lavish feasting. Her remarks were merely a reflection of her frustration towards that Bo Gu, leaving her at a loss for how to express her pent-up emotions. After all, it is often said that a generous heart leads to a plump physique. Although Qiao Lingxiang was indeed overweight and rather unattractive, with a round face and large ears that did not endear her to others, she was fortunate to possess a kind disposition. No matter how harshly Ho Monrong scolded her, Qiao Lingxiang would not take it to heart. At least, this was Ho Monrong's belief. Once Ho Monrong's tirade subsided, Qiao Lingxiang quietly retrieved a piece of paper from her pocket and, feeling somewhat disheartened, handed it to Ho Monrong. "What is this?" she inquired, frowning. "You wish to be a day student?" "Why?" The document was a notification for off-campus study. The school requires this to be signed from now on. Students who do not submit energy vouchers will have to attend as day students. Qiao Lingxiang was still in the third year of junior high, and since last year, the world had been unraveling. Various media outlets proclaimed that the apocalypse had arrived, citing a scarcity of resources and the emergence of mutated creatures in the outskirts. Such reports had incited widespread anxiety among the populace. Many students her age had dropped out of school, yet Qiao Lingxiang's father, Qiao Pengfei, still hoped that his daughters could complete their education. The more challenging the societal environment became, the more the urban management system required individuals with higher academic qualifications. Qiao Pengfei possesses a long-term vision. Thus, He prefers to undertake missions in search of energy stones for financial gain rather than consenting to his two daughters dropping out of school. Nevertheless, the situation at the school regarding energy supply is also quite precarious. With winter approaching, the consumption of water and electricity for student accommodations is set to escalate. Currently, essential resources such as water, electricity, rice, and flour are all accessible only through vouchers, and supplies are meticulously rationed. Even with money, acquiring these necessities is not guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Homon Rome, who had been suppressing her frustration, felt it surge forth once more. She tossed the notification for boarding back at Qiao Lingxiang, exclaiming in anger. Observing Qiao Lingxiang's silence, Homon Rome shouted at her directly. Qiao Lingxiang, holding the notification in her hand, felt as though her heart had been weighed down by a leaden weight. She wished to express that the school's stance was unwavering. Students who failed to submit energy vouchers were mandated to board, and arguing with the institution would yield no results. The prevailing circumstances made it evident that the school was struggling to survive, seemingly eager to alleviate some burdens, with the underperforming students being the first to be encouraged to withdraw. If Qiao Lingxiang failed to submit her energy voucher, there was a genuine possibility of expulsion from the school. However, witnessing Homon Rome's demeanor, she understood that any reasoning would be futile. Her mother always believed that life would gradually improve, and that the city administrators would devise means to restore people's lives to their former standards. To Homon Rome, the school's demands appeared utterly unreasonable, reminiscent of the compulsory education system prior to the apocalypse, where families in hardship often refrained from paying miscellaneous school fees. Did the school truly intend to prevent students from receiving an education? Yet, in this society, everyone is laboriously striving to maintain their existence, and the school is no exception. With her head bowed low, Qiao Lingxiang's portly figure appeared decidedly unappealing. She spoke with great difficulty, her voice barely above a whisper. Chapter 3, Qiao Yuelon. Homon Rome's parental authority was not to be trifled with. She interrupted Qiao Lingxiang, standing firmly at the threshold, pointing a finger at her and commanding, "Do not make me repeat myself. I will retrieve some autumn clothes." Qiao Lingxiang replied, feeling averse to Homon Rome's imposing demeanor. She had lost all desire to communicate with her mother, as Homon Rome never truly listened to her. Clenching the notification letter tightly in her chubby fingers, Qiao Lingxiang had grown accustomed to facing her mother's domineering presence. Furthermore, the gaping wound in her heart left her in a state of confusion, having received the notification. The school had effectively informed her that starting tomorrow, she could no longer reside on campus. If Homon Rome forbade her from staying at home, she was at a loss as to where she might go. Upon hearing that Qiao Lingxiang intended to fetch her autumn garments, Homon Rome stepped aside to allow her plump daughter to enter the house and head to her room to gather her clothes. During this time, Homon Rome remained in the living room, her gaze fixed upon her daughter's ample silhouette as she obediently sorted through her belongings in the bedroom. Gradually, the anger that had surged within her began to subside. Perhaps she recognized that her earlier reaction had been somewhat excessive, for Qiao Lingxiang had merely stood there, doing nothing but calling out to her twice. For a moment, Homon Rome felt a pang of guilt within her, yet she could not restrain herself from reprimanding Qiao Lingxiang. It seemed as though she was burdened with a myriad of grievances regarding life. With Qiao Pengfei absent from home, her eldest daughter, merely 18, was being pursued by someone named Boj, who had audaciously come to their doorstep, declaring that Qiao Yuelon was to be his from that moment forth. The temptation of a 200 gene rice voucher was undeniably alluring, but if Homon Rome were to acquiesce, how could she possibly explain her decision to her husband upon his return? In the bedroom, Qiao Lingxiang silently organized her autumn attire, choosing not to respond to her mother's tirade. Past experiences had taught her that at such moments, Homon Rome's ire was far from quelled. Any attempt at conversation could provoke another outburst. Their lives had been relatively comfortable before the apocalypse. Her father was a professor at a university in Xiangqing, and her mother held an executive position at a clothing factory. Although her figure was ample, making it challenging to find suitable clothing, factory-customized pieces in sizes 5XL or 6XL could still fill an entire wardrobe. As she listened to Homon Rome's words from outside, feeling a slight shortness of breath, she packed her autumn clothes into a large suitcase, preparing to retrieve a few books. Just then, the sound of the door lock turning echoed, and after a few seconds, the door at the entrance of the living room swung open. A bright, cheerful voice rang out, announcing the arrival of Qiao Yuelon. Instantly, Homon Rome ceased her admonishments, turning her gaze towards the slender figure of her eldest daughter, who stood at the threshold. She donned a fitted high school uniform shirt, a pleated short skirt, and knee-high socks, while a black leather backpack rested upon her shoulders. Her skin was delicate and fair. Cascading long hair graced her shoulders with the ends naturally curling. With a petite face showcasing striking features, she stood at the entrance, placing her backpack onto the shoe cabinet, and playfully exclaimed, "Mom, is there anything to eat? I'm so tired." Ho Monrong barely furrowed her brow, but eventually turned towards the kitchen, bringing out a few steamed buns for her eldest daughter, placing them on the dining table, and retorted, "Indeed, Mom, you are truly clever." Qiao Yuan removed her shoes and entered the living room, stretching languidly before embracing Ho Monrong with a playful tone. Although Ho Monrong wished to reprimand her, she succumbed to Qiao Yuan's charm and could only lightly tap her eldest daughter, chuckling, as she pushed her aside in search of her phone. Dinosaur was the nickname of Qiao Lingxiang, a title whose origin remained a mystery. It had been bestowed upon her since childhood and persisted into her adulthood. Initially, Qiao Lingxiang despised being called by this name, for those who uttered it often wore amused expressions, as if they alone found the moniker amusing. Such laughter made Qiao Lingxiang feel quite uncomfortable. Nonetheless, most perceived it merely as a fitting nickname. As time passed and the nickname spread to both home and school, when everyone began to address her as such, Qiao Lingxiang found herself powerless to reject it. She grew increasingly silent. Her mouth positioned on her face, yet her inclination to converse dwindled. Consequently, the outside world perceived her as indifferent, capable of jesting about anything. This was a condition she felt powerless to alter, which plunged Qiao Lingxiang into a state of melancholy. Due to her obesity, even slight movement left her breathless. With her short hair cut to ear length, the ends bore a natural wave inherited from her genes, yet this wave did little to enhance her appearance. Rather, it accentuated the roundness of her face. Qiao Lingxiang endeavored to steady her breathing as she sat on the floor organizing her books, the flesh around her abdomen folding into 3 or 4 creases. She raised her gaze to her sister, who leaned against the doorframe, her stomach aching with hunger. Despite her lack of enthusiasm, she obediently called out, "Sister." Leaning against the doorframe, Qiao Yuan delicately held a steamed bun. With graceful finesse, she tore off a small piece and placed it in her crimson lips, all the while smiling at Qiao Lingxiang. "You, my dear, resemble a simpleton when others strike. You merely step forward, which is quite unappealing." Chapter 4. Do not feel distressed. Where can one find such a dull individual? She truly lacks social grace. At that moment, they heard Ho Monrong's voice echoing from the living room. "Lan, come here. Your mother wishes to speak with you." "Oh, coming," Qiao Yuan replied, turning around to casually discard the half-eaten bun onto the dining table. She settled beside the sofa and turned her attention to Ho Monrong, inquiring, "What is it?" Ho Monrong cast a glance at Qiao Lingxiang's room, placing several energy vouchers into her eldest daughter's hands. Sitting in her room, Qiao Lingxiang paused in her task of organizing books upon hearing her mother's gesture towards her sister. She seemed to lose all vitality. Slowly leaning against the foot of her bed, bowing her head, she wore a sardonic smile, raising her plump hand to rub her moist eyes. It was of no consequence. She had long anticipated such an outcome. It mattered not. She should not feel disheartened. It was inconsequential. "Mother, why is this?" "If one desires better meals, one must purchase meal tickets. These tickets are issued by the school, and money cannot buy them. Energy vouchers are required instead." A hint of distress flickered across Ho Monrong's face as she lowered her voice to speak to Qiao Yuan. Upon hearing the name Bogu, Qiao Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. From a young age, she had been a beauty. Even her anger was captivating. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. She declared, "Let him come. I wish to see what he can do to me. After all, we live in a society governed by law. Let him come." How utterly shameless. The exchange between the two women echoed clearly into Qiao Lingxiang's bedroom. Ho Monrong's act of giving energy vouchers to Qiao Yuan did not take into account whether Qiao Lingxiang would overhear. She believed that even if her younger daughter listened, it was of little concern. After all, Qiao Lingxiang had always been good-natured, and throughout her life, no matter how unfair the adults were, she remained indifferent to such matters. That child was foolish and understood nothing at all. Indeed, Qiao Lingxiang quietly remained in her bedroom, as if sheltered within her own little world, neither causing a stir nor making a sound. The school proclaimed that the top 5 students would receive exemptions for energy vouchers, as the city's management system sought to cultivate exceptional talent, ensuring that the brilliant minds within the school were afforded ample space to thrive. Conversely, those deemed less capable, like Qiao Lingxiang, would not receive the same investment of resources from the institution. Qiao Yuelon had always excelled academically, embodying the archetype of a favored daughter. Throughout her life, she had basked in the glow of accolades. Not only was she beautiful, but her academic achievements and diverse talents were also remarkable. Such individuals were precisely the kind of talent the city's management system aimed to nurture. However, Homonrong harbored fears that her eldest daughter might inadvertently slip out of the top 5 rankings. Consequently, she provided Qiao Yuelon with several energy vouchers for unforeseen circumstances. This precaution was justifiable, as she believed Qiao Yuelon would be safer at school than at home, given the uncertain times ahead. If the environment failed to improve, she was apprehensive about what Bo Gu might do upon his next visit. Her concerns were not unfounded. Qiao Lingxiang understood her mother's intentions and bore no resentment towards the energy vouchers given to her sister. In her small bedroom, the plump girl sat quietly at the foot of her bed, listening to the voices of her mother and sister conversing in the living room. Qiao Yuelon was visibly upset. Yet after venting her frustration, she obediently took the energy vouchers and a few large buns from home before departing. Once her sister departed, Qiao Lingxiang slowly rose from the floor, a hint of timidity evident in her demeanor. Standing at the threshold of her bedroom, she gazed into the dimly lit living room where her mother sat upon the sofa. With a flicker of faint hope, she softly inquired one last time, "Mom, may I refrain from attending school? They shall no longer permit boarding starting tomorrow." Hearing this, Homonrong, who had been preoccupied with concerns over what Bo Gu might do to her eldest daughter, felt a surge of irritation. She abruptly stood from the sofa, pointing an accusatory finger at Qiao Lingxiang, exclaiming, "There are only 5 energy vouchers in our household, all of which have been allocated to your elder sister. It is not that I am unwilling to provide energy vouchers for you, my dear, but you must possess some merit to warrant them." Observing the distress etched on Qiao Lingxiang's face, Homonrong struggled to suppress her inner turmoil and gently advised, "You must attend school. I shall find a way regarding the energy vouchers. Remaining at home serves no purpose. At least the school offers sustenance, whereas our home is nearly devoid of food." Weary and overwhelmed, Homonrong simply wished for her younger daughter to be a tad more obedient, to heed her words to the best of her ability. Meanwhile, Qiao Lingxiang, standing at the door, effortlessly blocked the entrance to her bedroom, despair reflected in her eyes. She opened her mouth, lowered her head, revealing her triple chin, her heart heavy as ash. "Mom, if you proceed in this manner, the teachers will expel me from school." Chapter 5. Sin Homonrong's actions would only exacerbate the already hostile environment that Qiao Lingxiang faced among her classmates, who would regard her with peculiar disdain. Should the other students learn of this, they too would cast mocking glances in her direction. Because no parents of students would behave in such a manner, other parents either strive to earn energy vouchers for their children to stay in school, or simply allow their children to commute. Alternatively, those who cannot afford the energy vouchers may resort to allowing their children to drop out. Homonrong neither provides Qiao Lingxiang with energy vouchers nor permits her to commute from home, insisting instead that she attend school to reason with her. Whom is she truly making things difficult for? It is her own daughter. Clinging stubbornly to this situation, in the grand scheme of things, only serves to heighten Qiao Lingxiang's sense of shame as she becomes increasingly ostracized. There comes a moment when Qiao Lingxiang yearns to vocalize her thoughts. Yet before she can utter a word, Homonrong forcefully silences her. As a mother, Homonrong bluntly addresses her youngest daughter. Qiao Lingxiang gazes at her mother's self-assured demeanor, swallowing her final words slowly. Throughout her life, Qiao Lingxiang has grown accustomed to the notion that no matter how much she is ridiculed, her mother remains indifferent. Thus, what significance does it hold to speak up now? Silently, she turns away, retrieving her already packed suitcase and exiting the bedroom. In her ears, the sound of Homonrong's admonitions resumes, chastising her for lacking understanding of her parents, for not valuing sibling bonds, for stating that her sister is currently in a difficult situation, and for a multitude of other grievances. It is as though Qiao Lingxiang has committed some unspeakable crime, with all accusations pointing to her perceived immaturity, her supposed lack of generosity, and her failure to empathize with her parents and sister. In her distress, she asks, "Mom, would it be better if I died out there? If you so despise me, then from this day forth, consider me dead to the outside world." Yet the world outside has transformed. It is perilous, especially at night. Has mother ever contemplated this? Upon hearing Qiao Lingxiang's words, Homonrong paused for a moment. Then, consumed by rage, pointed at Qiao Lingxiang and shouted, "Is this a threat? Fine, go die." What can you do besides causing trouble for others? You might as well die out there. A child who resorts to threatening their parents with death is undoubtedly the worst kind of child in this world. As she berated her, Ho Monrong stormed forward a few steps, but Qiao Lingxiang pushed open the door, dragged her luggage outside, and slammed the door shut behind her. The Qiao family resided on the 8th floor of a small villa, making it relatively easy to ascend and descend for an average person. However, for Qiao Lingxiang, each trip up and down felt like a battle for survival. Her body bore excessive weight, with layers of fat pressing down on her organs, making every ascent to the 7th floor feel like her heart might leap from her throat. She struggled to catch her breath, feeling the straps of her oversized bra constricting her too tightly. Leaning against the railing, her flushed face grew red as she gasped for air. Initially, she feared that Ho Monrong would chase after her to strike, for throughout her upbringing, Qiao Lingxiang rarely spoke to her parents in such a manner, and it was certain that Ho Monrong was infuriated. Yet it has become evident that she has overestimated her own significance. In the safe corridor on the 7th floor, she lay against the railing, panting like an overfed dog for quite some time, while Ho Monrong did not pursue her at all. It seemed that no matter how fervently Qiao Lingxiang pleaded for her life, it was not worth Ho Monrong's descent from the 8th floor. Where should she go now? As she pondered this, a figure gradually emerged from the corner of the staircase below, tall and agile, clad in a deep blue British-style school uniform from Xiangqing High School. With a black backpack slung over his shoulders, he appeared to be among those dispatched by the school to return home. Qiao Lingxiang lifted her gaze to catch a glimpse of the senior's face, strikingly handsome, with refined features infused with a hint of sharpness, embodying the transition from youth to manhood, yet still retaining a trace of juvenile innocence. She recognized him as Tsini, a classmate of her sister, Qiao. It was said that his academic performance was so poor it provoked universal disdain, yet he excelled in athletics, being a decathlon champion. Like Qiao Lingxiang and Qiao, he resided in the same community, having moved from the north to the south at the end of last year to live with his grandparents. Xin Yi's family lived just below the Qiao residence, on the 7th floor. Qiao Lingxiang was not well acquainted with him. They belonged to that category of acquaintances who recognized each other upon meeting, but had never exchanged a word nor engaged in any form of interaction. However, she was quite familiar with Xin Yi's grandparents, as she would often join the elderly residents of the neighborhood in dancing in the plaza or playing Go to pass the time whenever she had a free moment. Qiao Lingxiang has always been the target of bullying among her peers, resulting in her introverted personality and a lack of companions her age. In her spare time, she wanders alone around the community. Over time, she has become familiar with the elderly residents, who are more than willing to engage with her. Having lived long lives, they possess a certain clarity that allows them to overlook Qiao Lingxiang's physical appearance. As for Xin Yi, he approaches with long strides and an athletic demeanor. Qiao Lingxiang hastily rises to her feet, awkwardly shifting to the side to allow him passage. It is a necessity. Her solitary presence could easily obstruct much of the hallway, forcing Xin Yi to navigate around her. Chapter 6. You shouldn't get in the cart. Xin Yi ascends the stairs and glances at Qiao Lingxiang as he passes by. He opens his mouth, seemingly intending to greet her, but she immediately averts her gaze. She walks slowly, pausing every few steps to catch her breath. Nevertheless, her determination shines through as she perseveres, reaching the 1st floor before her heart threatens to burst. In her mind, Qiao Lingxiang contemplates that, given her current state, residing in the community's basement might be her only option. In truth, the residents of this community generally enjoyed a decent economic standing before the apocalypse, valuing certain aesthetics. Consequently, the development of the community is quite commendable. Many small villas feature their own private basements, some of which have been converted into storage spaces, housing not only vehicles but also discarded furniture. In the private underground chamber of Qiao Lingxiang's home, there lay a bed and a set of genuine leather sofas. These items had been quite expensive at the time of purchase and remained in good condition. It was merely that 2 years prior, before the onset of the apocalypse, the Qiao family had been in a relatively stable financial situation. Consequently, Ho Monrong had replaced the worn furniture that had served the family for several years. Had these sofas and bed been sold as second-hand goods back then, they could have fetched 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. Thus, discarding them seemed a lamentable loss. And the furniture intended for sale was instead piled into the underground storage, accumulating dust until the present post-apocalyptic era. Contemplating her next steps, Qiao Lingxiang hefted her luggage and descended breathlessly from the 1st floor to the basement. Upon locating her family's underground storage, She entered the code to open the shutter door and placed her belongings inside. The storage area was surprisingly spacious, housing 2 vehicles belonging to the Qiao family. However, they had not been used in quite some time, their surfaces coated in a thick layer of dust. It wasn't that they were unwilling to use the cars, but rather that energy resources were exceedingly scarce. The Qiao family could hardly afford electricity, let alone the fuel necessary for their vehicles. Fuel at the gas station could only be obtained through energy vouchers. The warehouse was equipped with several emergency lights that illuminated the space throughout the year, ensuring it was not plunged into complete darkness. Alone in the dimly lit underground storage, Qiao Lingxiang sat in silence for an extended period. Her stomach growled with hunger. Yet there was not a morsel of food within reach. She could only rub her aching abdomen, listening to the stillness of the basement, where the only sound was the growl of her empty stomach. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the lives of many have drastically diminished. It is not solely the Qiao family that refrains from using their vehicles. Numerous individuals find themselves devoid of surplus energy vouchers to afford a private car. Consequently, people tend to traverse on foot, ride bicycles, or crowd onto buses for their journeys. This underground garage has thus been forsaken by humanity. Like Qiao Lingxiang, who feels akin to a plump rat ensnared in darkness, she perceives that no place welcomes her. A torrent of anguish surges within her as she languishes in the silent underground warehouse, her stomach growling in hunger, curled up on the sofa, feeling as though she exists as a mere insignificant spirit in the depths of hell. Perhaps perishing in such a quiet and desolate spot would mean that no one would discover her absence for a long time. The following morning, Qiao Lingxiang, having unknowingly succumbed to slumber, is roused by the blaring alarm of her mobile phone. She hastily rises from the sofa, grabs her backpack, and, with her body jiggling from her excess weight, emerges from the basement to catch the bus to school. Awakened earlier than usual, and having consumed not a single grain since noon the previous day, she skipped breakfast, leaving her stomach in constant pain. Upon arriving at the bus station, her pallid complexion reveals her discomfort, only to find a lengthy queue waiting ahead. With most people opting against using their own vehicles, the reliance on public transport has surged, resulting in congested buses. In their eagerness to board, many have taken to rising early, yet it appears that everyone shares this same sentiment. From a very early hour, the bus station began to experience congestion. Despite the city administrator's efforts to stabilize the situation by increasing the frequency of bus services, each vehicle remained packed to the brim with passengers. If the buses were in such a state, one could only imagine the chaos at the subway stations, where the throngs of people made it impossible to see anything but a sea of heads bobbing in unison. Qiao Lingxiang pressed her hand against her stomach, feeling weak and feeble as she was swept along with the crowd, everyone striving to maintain order while queuing for the bus. After several buses had passed, when it was nearly Qiao Lingxiang's turn to board, a person squeezed near the door shouted at her, "Don't bother getting on. You're too large. There's no way you can fit. Let 3 more from behind come forward." Startled, Qiao Lingxiang lifted her gaze and noticed 3 slender individuals rushing past her, swiftly boarding the bus and securing spots near the entrance. Indeed, if she were to board, it would only be her alone, while 3 others could take her place. Holding her stomach, her lips quivered with indignation as she lowered her head to check the time on her phone, tucked away in the pocket of her school uniform. The wait for the bus had consumed so much time that if she continued to delay, she would surely be late for class. She glanced at the crowd at the bus stop, where people exchanged knowing smirks and raised eyebrows, their eyes glimmering with ridicule, as if to marvel at the absurdity of a world where someone of her size could still exist, a veritable miracle. Having endured such condescending gazes since childhood, Qiao Lingxiang found herself perpetually unaccustomed to this derision, always sensing an undercurrent of embarrassment and inferiority amidst the mocking stares surrounding her. Negative emotions tightened within her like a taut string, growing ever more constricted. With her gaze lowered, Qiao Lingxiang gradually quelled her anger. At that moment, she resolved not to wait for the bus any longer and decided to walk to school instead. The distance from her residential community to Xiangqing High School would take approximately 10 minutes by car, but considering Qiao Lingxiang's leisurely pace, where each step was accompanied by labored breaths, it would take her about an hour to reach school, an achievement in itself. Moreover, having not eaten since noon the previous day, and with her stomach aching that morning, she found herself exhausted, and before she could pass another bus stop, she plopped down onto a bench along the sidewalk. Resigned to her fate, she thought. So what if I'm late? My grades are already poor, and the only reason I'm still attending school is for the 3 meals provided by Xiangqing High School. albeit those meals were often diluted with excessive water. In the vibrant morning of Xiangqing, a group of boys clad in the school's uniform spotted her. One of Qiao Lingxiang's classmates called out, "Dinosaur, get up and walk. With your size, you need to exercise more. Hurry up, or that bench will break under you." Given Qiao Lingxiang's stature and her status as the sister of the school's belle, Qiao Yuan, it was likely that no one in Xiangqing High School was unfamiliar with her. Thus, upon hearing Qiao Chen's remark, the surrounding boys erupted in laughter. "Sini, are you out of your mind?" Qiao Chen, struck and forced to retreat several steps, looked at Sini with a hint of trepidation and inquired, "Why did you hit me?" Sini's handsome visage bore little expression. One hand clutched a black backpack while the other rested nonchalantly in his trouser pocket as he strode forward, disregarding Qiao Lingxiang seated by the roadside. As he passed the injured boy, he languidly uttered, "I simply found you displeasing." Qiao Chen's face flushed with indignation as he stood rooted in place, his fists clenched. Casting his gaze at Xin Yi's retreating figure, those boys who had previously been mocking Qiao Lingxiang diverted their attention to the confrontation between Xin Yi and Qiao Chen, leaving the hefty girl on the bench overlooked. Qiao Chen felt a profound sense of humiliation, although Xin Yi's backpack had not harmed him. The public nature of the incident left him unable to swallow his pride. He shuffled a few steps forward, falling behind a group of students hurrying to Xiangqing High School, gradually absorbing the sting of disgrace. Among that group of boys was Lu Zhenqing, a close acquaintance of Xin, who playfully draped an arm over Xin Yi's shoulder and questioned with a twinkle in his eyes, "What's going on? Did that junior offend you?" Xin turned slightly to glance at Lu Zhenqing, but chose to remain silent, and the group continued on their way. Once the crowd had passed, Qiao Lingxiang lifted her gaze, pondering whether Xin had just come to her aid. Observing the gaze of Qiao Chen, Qiao Lingxiang felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Silently lamenting her perpetual misfortune, she always seemed to attract negativity. She had initially thought that Qiao Chen's mockery would be the end of it, but little did she know he had taken offense. However, in truth, Qiao Lingxiang had grown accustomed to such encounters. Regardless of her actions, whether commendable or otherwise, she often found herself as the target for others to vent their frustrations. Much like her mother, who would unleash her ire upon Qiao Lingxiang after experiencing grievances elsewhere, even when she had done nothing but stand idly by. Thus, as Qiao Chen regarded her with a fierce intensity, she felt a weight in her chest. Yet was not at all surprised. She braced herself, knowing that once she arrived at school, she would inevitably encounter Qiao Chen's antagonism in some unexpected corner. Leisurely, Qiao Lingxiang rose to her feet, glancing at the time on her phone. Acknowledging that she would inevitably be late for school, she decided to take her time, ambling down the street. At that moment, the stomach pain brought on by her hunger had considerably subsided, allowing her to relax further as she strode along the pavement with a languid gait. Eventually, she arrived at the entrance of a task center. The commander of the central system had delivered a poignant speech the previous year, emotionally declaring to everyone that the apocalypse was imminent, resources were dwindling, and urging unity to withstand the impending doom. What, then, does the term apocalypse truly signify? Initially, the populace was rather oblivious to the concept of a resource-depleted apocalypse, as numerous experts emerged, proclaiming the availability of various alternative energy sources: hydropower, wind energy, solar power, nuclear energy, and more. The central commander's televised address seemed the ramblings of a madman. Consequently, life proceeded as usual. People continued to work, study, fall in love, and marry. However, just a month after his announcement, the central commander was ousted by an irate electorate. At that time, no one believed the central commander's words bore any truth. Yet, astonishingly, they did. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the city's energy began to dwindle abruptly. Water and electricity were frequently cut off, and gas stations often ran dry. The limited resources of wind, hydro, tidal, and nuclear energy mysteriously dissipated during transport, leaving insufficient supplies to meet the demands of the populace. The reasons remained elusive, relegated to the realm of ongoing research. Following the introduction of energy vouchers, the scarcity of resources led to further shortages, prompting the issuance of rice vouchers, water vouchers, and cooking oil vouchers. These vouchers were not currency. Rather, they were distributed in fixed quantities according to each labor role. Only those possessing vouchers could exchange them for money to procure energy and supplies. It could be said that those still clinging to life in the city were akin to the last remnants of a deserted countryside. The underlying causes of energy scarcity and the inadequacy of various renewable sources remained a mystery to Qiao Lingxiang. She let out a soft sigh as she stood at the entrance of the mission center, where an entire wall was adorned with notices seeking teammates. Once these teams were formed, they would venture out of the city in search of a substance known as energy stones, reputed to emit a luminous glow at night, providing illumination, charging batteries, powering water filtration systems, and even fueling electric vehicles. Unlike solar, hydro, wind, or nuclear energy, energy stones could be utilized directly without the need for extensive infrastructure, making them remarkably convenient. However, these resources were strictly regulated, and the city's administrative system had a designated department for the procurement of energy stones known as the Trading Hall. Yet, the administrators refrained from disclosing to individuals how to harness the energy contained within these stones. They merely collected them, extracting the energy to sustain the populace of the city. Was it worth venturing outside the city to seek energy stones? Today, there was a mission available for that purpose, and applicants could receive a bag of compressed biscuits for each member of their team. Staff members of the mission center, elegantly attired in suits, stood at the entrance distributing flyers to passers-by. Chapter 8. A dead end despite the plethora of notices seeking teammates outside the mission center. Few were inclined to join these teams. The captains, unable to recruit sufficient members, were reluctant to embark on the journey. In contrast to the pursuit of energy stones, a growing number of people preferred to flee to the countryside, seeking land to cultivate, which seemed to be a more pragmatic choice than the arduous task of searching for energy stones. He uttered not a single word to Qiao Lingxiang, yet his facial expressions spoke volumes. It was evident that with her considerable weight, even a few steps would leave her breathless, rendering the prospect of venturing out to seek energy stones utterly implausible. Nevertheless, Qiao Lingxiang pondered that if the school insisted on her surrendering energy vouchers for accommodation and Home Miniong was adamant about not providing them, perhaps she could embark on an expedition beyond the city to search for energy stones, thereby earning some vouchers in return. Furthermore, the glint in Qiao Chen's eyes that morning filled her with a foreboding sense that she would soon find herself in dire straits. Qiao Lingxiang took a couple of steps forward and, with a bashful demeanor, inquired of the scrawny staff member, "Excuse me, is it true that one can receive a packet of compressed biscuits simply by venturing out to search for energy stones?" Her hunger was overwhelming. Her stomach felt almost numb from deprivation. Although it did not ache at the moment, it would soon begin its relentless clamoring for sustenance, demanding to fill her cavernous appetite. For someone of Qiao Lingxiang's substantial size, this was an immense torment. She needed something to eat to ensure she would not perish while in pursuit of energy stones. Thus, her first question was indeed about food. The tall, thin staff member stood on the steps, looking down at Qiao Lingxiang, and with an air of impatience remarked, "Go on. Go on, what are you thinking? You're so overweight. Does your family truly need your meager portion of food? Don't obstruct my way." The work was inherently arduous, and earning a meager living was no simple task. With rampant inflation, he wondered why he should endure the biting cold to distribute flyers if not for those precious energy vouchers, rice vouchers, vegetable vouchers, and meat vouchers each month. Not only did no one express any interest in his words, but a large, stout individual also blocked his path, which truly exasperated the lanky Wang Yuhan. Qiao Lingxiang sighed. Choosing to withdraw from conversing with the skinny figure, her gaze fixed upon the wall in the task center. It was adorned with an array of recruitment flyers, Special Forces veteran, 10 years of leadership experience, seeking quality teammates, preference given to Special Forces retirees, Taekwondo black belt, 5-time international champion, seeking teammates, robust individuals who believe they could fell a tiger with a single punch are encouraged to apply. Member of the Sandu Association, with a history of accidentally causing the demise of 18 individuals, seeking a group, contact, XXXXXXXXXX. Is it truly possible for such a thing to exist? Qiao Lingxiang mused that this wall of recruitment was filled with extravagant claims. She wondered if she could post something like, 16-year-old middle school student, resembling a dinosaur. Appears to be a burden, yet possesses a strong work ethic and a willingness to endure hardships, seeking a team. Would anyone even consider joining her? Biting her lip, she reflected on her simple quest for energy stones. How difficult could that be? Surely, it was preferable to failing to produce energy vouchers and facing Qiao Chen's wrath. Resolute, she lifted her sturdy legs and strode directly into the task center. At that moment, Qiao Lingxiang's thoughts were straightforward. If no one would form a team with her, she would simply seek to join others. She no longer wished to remain in the city, nor did she desire to force herself into the crowd. Instead, she longed to venture into the wilderness alone. It might prove challenging, Yet she would no longer endure the mockery of others who judged her solely by her appearance and hastily deemed her unworthy of their regard. As Qiao Lingxiang approached the counter with the team application form, the kind-hearted attendant cast a curious glance at her Xiangqing middle school uniform and inquired, "Where are your guardians?" Qiao Lingxiang pursed her lips, lowering her head, which revealed her thick double chin, and replied, "I have no guardians. I am all alone. Auntie, if I cannot leave the city to search for energy stones, I will perish from hunger." Realizing she was an orphan, the nearly 50-year-old attendant rose from her seat, exhibiting neither disdain nor mockery towards Qiao Lingxiang. Instead, a flicker of sympathy graced her demeanor as she stated, "Well, you might not be fully aware of the situation outside the city. Allow me to explain." Holding a copy of the Energy Stone Search Guide, she addressed Qiao Lingxiang with utmost seriousness. "The world has indeed fallen into disarray. Within the city, we can protect you, and you are fortunate enough to be well fed. However, once you step outside, any occurrences that transpire will be beyond the jurisdiction of the Xiangqing security. Life and death will no longer concern us. Do you understand? Aside from a bag of compressed biscuits, we will not provide any further sustenance for you. Do you comprehend?" Qiao Lingxiang nodded, indicating her understanding. Thus, she was permitted to venture out and form a team. Once she gathered her companions and registered their identification numbers at the task center, she would be eligible to receive compressed food and set forth in search of energy stones. After the attendant recorded Qiao Lingxiang's information in the computer, she gestured towards a printer in the corner of the hall, instructing Qiao Lingxiang to print her team information herself. She hurried over and stood in front of the printer, contemplating for quite some time. The walls were adorned with impressive displays, and she realized that in order to recruit teammates, she needed to adopt a unique strategy. Thus, with little hope, she hastily composed a message: "A versatile team leader equipped to provide you with the finest logistical support and the most delightful companionship on your journey. Perfect for those who feel lonely and cold." Uncertain if this would attract any teammates, Qiao Lingxiang dismissed her doubts. After all, she had little expectation. Given her physique, even if someone were lured in by her advertisement, they would likely be too frightened to remain upon seeing her in person. With that thought, she printed her recruitment notice and rushed outside to affix the paper to the wall of the task center. She squatted in a corner, waiting for over half an hour. The cold wind swept by, and Qiao Lingxiang felt faint from hunger, yet not a single person approached her to join the team. In fact, no one even glanced at her notice. The scrawny figure distributing flyers in the biting wind continued to mock her openly, laughing and saying, "You really overestimate yourself. What is this nonsense you've written? You balloon to the size of a ball, yet you still seek energy stones?" Exhausted from squatting, Qiao Lingxiang casually sat on the steps, raising her gaze toward the thin man without uttering a word. Let them laugh. These people have always found amusement in her plight, and she had grown accustomed to it. So let them laugh. Chapter 9. Do you know that, fatty? Noticing Qiao Lingxiang's silence, Wang Yuhan continued with a hint of sarcasm. Are you unaware? The energy stones outside the city have all been exhausted. To find more, one must venture further afield. But what business does a corpulent individual like you have in the wilderness? If you wish to go out, you ought to lose some weight first. Pausing for a moment, Wang Yuhan continued, and at his words, Qiao Lingxiang's initial ambitions were swiftly dampened. Her father, too, had embarked on a mission to seek out energy stones. But his team differed from the civilian groups. It belonged to the urban management system of Xiangqing, a more professional academic exploration team. Qiao Lingxiang had initially intended to search in the outskirts of Xiangqing, hoping to find energy stones while also foraging for food. However, upon hearing the scrawny figure's implication that the outskirts had already been depleted, it became apparent that she would have to travel even farther. Yet it was evident that some individuals in the suburbs had begun to act unruly, with several civilian teams meeting with misfortune, transforming the situation into something far more perilous. Venturing into the outskirts necessitated thorough preparation. Otherwise, she, a defenseless and portly woman, would be unable to escape should danger arise. Contemplating this, Qiao Lingxiang abruptly rose from her seat, her gaze fixed intently upon the scrawny figure. The thin individual responded with a mocking laugh. What? Do you wish to strike me? Can't handle the truth? Ignoring the recruitment information plastered on the wall, Qiao Lingxiang hastily descended the steps, her heavy legs carrying her towards the school, backpack in tow. As she departed, the lanky figure of Wang Yuhan, clutching a stack of flyers in the biting wind, snorted disdainfully and muttered, "That insufferable glutton, what a lunatic. It's utterly repugnant." Day in and day out, I toil for a living, only to encounter such bizarre individuals. Qiao Lingxiang hurried away, oblivious to Wang's insults. She spent nearly half an hour making her way to school, initially fearing reprimand upon entering the campus. To her surprise, she discovered that the gatekeeper was nowhere to be found. Although the iron gate of Xiangqing Middle School was closed, the small door of the gatekeeper's lodge stood ajar, allowing Qiao Lingxiang to slip directly into the school grounds and make her way to the cafeteria. She hoped to enjoy her lunch unbothered before Qiao could seek her out for trouble. However, upon entering the cafeteria, the serving auntie, upon spotting her, cheerfully inquired, "Are you truly this insatiable? Classes haven't even concluded, and here you are, rushing to eat. You ought to consume less. You're on the verge of becoming quite portly." With that, she ladled a bowl of soup and a bowl of porridge onto a tray for Qiao Lingxiang, adding, "According to the new school regulations today, if you haven't purchased a meal ticket, this is the allotted portion." Another auntie working in the serving area chimed in, "Dinosaur, I believe this is quite suitable. Eat less, and your health will benefit. Take this opportunity, Dinosaur, to shed a few pounds. Haven't you noticed? You're the heaviest in our school?" Enduring the sharp pangs in her stomach, Qiao Lingxiang glanced down at the soup and porridge in her bowl, deeming them worthy of no more than 2 bowls of water to encapsulate their essence, rather than being labeled as soup and porridge. With this thought, she raised her gaze towards the ladies in the serving window, all of whom wore smiles that seemed to mock her despondent expression, as if finding her demeanor particularly amusing. They regarded her with the same mirth one might reserve for a comedic performer. Is it truly so amusing? Qiao Lingxiang shut her eyes momentarily, and amidst their scrutinizing gazes, she carried her tray and made her way to a table, slowly consuming the so-called soup and porridge. When one is accustomed to living under the weight of others' ridicule and laughter, there exists little that one cannot endure. This includes any form of hardship. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, the cafeteria began to fill with an increasing number of students, a lively group of boys entering with exuberance. Among them, Qiao Lingxiang discreetly stole a glance at Sun Yi, who, upon noticing her, seemed surprised to see a fellow student who had arrived earlier than his group in this expansive cafeteria. However, she quickly averted her gaze, placing her bowl down and rising to leave, her ample form exiting the cafeteria towards the classroom. Just as she disappeared through the doorway, Sun Yi turned to watch her retreating figure. Lu Zhenqing, draping his neck lazily, inquired, "What are you looking at? Do you know that chubby girl?" "My grandparents quite like her," he replied nonchalantly. Then, Sun Yi remarked, "Do not address her that way, she has a name," although he was unaware of her full name. Those he knew referred to her as Fatty or Dinosaur. His grandparents affectionately called her Xiangxiang. However, as they approached the middle school teaching building, they were intercepted by Qiao, accompanied by 2 boys. The location and angle of the interception were rather strategic, occurring right behind the middle school teaching building, beside a flower bed under construction. This flower bed had commenced work 2 years prior, but came to an abrupt halt after the silent outbreak at the end of last year, leaving the site in disarray, strewn with bricks and cement. Over time, several school staff members had repurposed the area into a small plot of farmland for cultivating vegetables. To this day, attendance at the school had dwindled significantly, with the middle school half empty and the high school similarly affected, leading to the dismissal of a considerable number of security personnel. Thus, when Qiao confronted Qiao Lingxiang, the few middle school students nearby dared not approach, and no security guards came forth. Observing Qiao imposing demeanor, even those inclined to intervene chose to remain passive. Qiao Lingxiang stood awkwardly in place, and as Qiao and his companions approached, she managed a conciliatory smile and asked as pleasantly as possible, "Is there something you need?" Chapter 10. Where else can she retreat? What is your relationship with Sun Yi? Qiao positioned himself directly in front of Qiao Lingxiang, exuding an air of arrogance. Noting her shake of the head, he reached out and shoved her shoulders slightly, reiterating, "I'm asking you a question. Have you lost your voice? It matters not. What did you strike me for this morning? He hit you, but how am I to know the reason behind it?" As she was pushed back slightly, Qiao Lingxiang's brows began to furrow. She sensed that today's incident would not be so easily resolved. It was quite troublesome, indeed a significant predicament. The situation had escalated to physical confrontation. Qiao was rather notorious in their junior high, akin to Sun Yi and his group of high schoolers, all of whom were academically challenged, yet physically adept. However, it had never been reported that Sun Yi's group bullied anyone within the school. They merely neglected their studies and were proficient fighters. In contrast, Qiao Chun had a rather unsavory reputation in junior high, behaving like a tyrant that no one dared to provoke, often bullying younger students to the point of tears. They commonly referred to Qiao Lingxiang as dinosaur or fatty. She feigned ignorance, dismissing their antics as inconsequential, for within Xiangqing Middle School, it was well known that she was the younger sister of the school belle, Qiao Yuan. Thus, she faced ridicule, pranks, and subtle forms of bullying, as everyone treated her with a sense of isolation. Yet, it was the first time since entering junior high that someone like Qiao Chun had cornered her with an unmistakable intent to inflict harm. Naturally, being struck in childhood was a familiar occurrence for Qiao Lingxiang, but the physicality of elementary school conflicts paled in comparison to that of middle school, typically limited to a slap, a kick, or a shove, as students feared the teacher's awareness and dared not act overly. The sight of Qiao Chun accompanied by two others, encircling her with clear intentions to assault, was nothing short of terrifying. Beside Qiao Chun stood a boy, seemingly no older than a first-year middle school student, named Xiong Yanghua, exuding an air of unruliness. He approached directly, shoving Qiao Lingxiang with force. "You think you have a reason to complain?" This push sent her stumbling backward. With her head bowed, her chubby fists clenched tightly, she endured. "You're so unattractive. Is it because Sunny has taken a liking to your sister that he helped you beat me?" Qiao Chun, convinced he had deduced the correct answer, stepped forward and slapped the top of Qiao Lingxiang's head, causing it to tilt awkwardly. In the vicinity of a dilapidated flower bed, three boys on the cusp of adulthood encircled an insufferable plump girl. Perhaps it was the result of growing older that had emboldened them. Perhaps their long-standing isolation of Qiao Lingxiang had led them to believe that any treatment of her was permissible. It was also likely that in a world increasingly devoid of morality, these unrestrained youths felt free to unleash their inner malice without consequence. With reddened eyes, Qiao Lingxiang endured the blows, stepping back incrementally, holding her ground. She bore all the insults, all the ridicule, all the inexplicable animosity, and all the mockery directed at her. She could withstand anything. Yet, they continued to assault her, seemingly relentless. These three boys, radiating malevolence, cornered her, as if they could not find satisfaction unless they fully showcased their cruelty. She retreated step by step, eventually finding herself in a field. Who could tell her where she was to retreat next? How could she endure? Would her forbearance ensure that she would no longer be isolated in the future? She endured, believing that perhaps Qiao Chun and the others would cease to torment her. She endured, hoping to integrate into the group and be embraced and cherished by all. Chapter 11. Xiong Yanghua. Amidst the flurry of punches and kicks, Qiao Chun lifted his foot and delivered a harsh kick to her stout leg, causing Qiao Lingxiang's knee to buckle. He demanded, "I'm asking you a question. Is Cindy interested in your sister?" "No." Qiao Lingxiang abruptly lifted her head and shoved Qiao Chun back, exclaiming, "No. How dare you?" Xiong Yanghua, witnessing this audacious act from the overweight girl, swiftly approached and resumed his assault on Qiao Lingxiang. Standing at a similar height to her, he had to leap slightly to land a punch on her head. Yet, Qiao Lingxiang could no longer bear the indignation. Fury surged within her as she charged at Qiao Chun, tackling him forward and sending them both sprawling into the farmland. Entangled in a fierce struggle, another boy who had accompanied Qiao Chun seized Qiao Lingxiang, joining forces with Xiong Yanghua to push and kick her. Ignoring their blows, she grasped Qiao Chun's neck, shouting in rage, "I told you no? What else do you do besides bullying and mocking me? When Sunny struck you, why don't you reflect on your own actions? Why do you only unleash your anger on me? What have I done? What have I done to you? Let go. Let go." With Qiao Lingxiang's grip constricting him, Qiao Chun found himself gasping for breath, struggling against her robust arms. However, her substantial weight, exceeding 250 pounds, pressed down upon Qiao Chun like an immense mountain. Even without strangling him, Qiao Chun felt as though he might be crushed into a mere pancake. Beside them, Xiong Yanghua, a character of evident impulsiveness, along with another boy, relentlessly assaulted Qiao Lingxiang with punches and kicks, yet she bore the torment in silence. Refusing to release her grip on Qiao Chun's neck, she expressed her uncertainty, questioning why Tsin Yi chose to assist her. She remained oblivious to whether Tsin Yi harbored feelings for Qiao Yuan, repeatedly asserting her ignorance. Why must they continue to strike her, berate her, and humiliate her? What transgression had she committed that evoked such collective resentment? Yes, she was overweight, but had she consumed their family's rice? Her size, how did it obstruct anyone? Qiao Lingxiang's eyes reddened, not from tears, but from a fury akin to that of a raging bull. She tightened her grip around Qiao Chun's neck, seemingly intent on venting all the humiliation and injustice she had endured solely onto him. Why should she not? Others could project their discontent onto her, could strike and scold her at will. Why could she not retaliate against others? Qiao Chen's face turned a deep shade of purple as he struggled to kick against the earth, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. You're going to choke him to death. Xiong Yangbo recognized the perilous situation. No matter how they struck Qiao Lingxiang, she appeared impervious to pain, fixated on her relentless hold on Qiao Chun. In a moment of desperation, Xiong Yangbo hastily picked up a brick from the ground and struck Qiao Lingxiang brutally on the head. She staggered to the side, her disheveled, oily short hair now stained with a flow of fresh blood that painted her face a vivid crimson. Qiao Chun, gasping for breath, finally inhaled the fresh air, taking deep, hurried breaths as Xiong Yangbo helped him sit up. Yet, he struggled to utter a single word, his head spinning from the lack of oxygen. Chapter 12. Why does she always get into trouble? Another accomplice brought by Qiao Chen, named Zhong Tai, was kicking the fallen Qiao Lingxiang when he suddenly froze, staring at her bloodied face. Qiao Chun, she, he exclaimed. Qiao Chun and Xiong Yangbo turned their gaze towards Qiao Lingxiang, and all three were rendered speechless. Although they often relished in bullying others, they were still students, not street thugs. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the urban management system, the security in the early days of the apocalypse was not as dire. Furthermore, prior to this, people had received some education about the law. This was the first time the three of them had inflicted such harm on someone. Blood gushed from Qiao Lingxiang's head like a flowing stream, staining her entire face and turning the muddy ground beneath her into a large patch of red. At that moment, from the high school section, Qiao Yuan, adorned in a school uniform and possessing two long, slender legs, let down her long hair, elegantly revealing her natural curls as she deftly tucked one side behind her ear. One must always maintain an air of elegance to truly deserve the title of campus belle. At that moment, Qiao Yuan, holding a book, was preparing to head to the cafeteria with her close friend when someone hurriedly approached her, breathless, saying, Senior, it seems that your sister is being bullied." Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan's lips curled slightly as she remarked, "Why does she always get into trouble? Should we go and check?" Her friend, observing her concern, shook her head with trepidation, saying, "Your sister appears quite innocent. Perhaps it is not she who causes trouble, but trouble that finds her." "What are you looking at?" Qiao Yuan, growing impatient with the younger student who had come to complain, replied, "You should tell those who are bullying my sister to stop. Just say it's from me." After this, she tugged her friend along, cheerfully exclaiming, "I'm nearly starving. Let us hurry to eat before I faint." It seemed that dining was of greater importance to her than checking on Qiao Lingxiang. Her friend, seeing her determination, had no choice but to accompany Qiao Yuan towards the cafeteria. Generally speaking, beautiful girls are afforded numerous opportunities in both academics and careers, opportunities that others must toil long and hard to attain. Society tends to view those with striking appearances through a lens of kindness and familiarity. In other words, Qiao Yuan enjoyed an exceptional reputation at Shanqing High School, with many boys in both junior and senior high harboring secret affections for her. Coupled with her academic prowess, she was favored by teachers, ensuring that no one in Shanqing High dared to disrespect her. Children often engage in playful scuffles. Such occurrences are commonplace and rarely lead to any serious consequences. They are typically reprimanded by home monro. Qiao Yuan, feeling exasperated by Qiao Lingxiang's penchant for conflict, finds herself troubled regardless of whether others bully her or if she herself is the aggressor. She advises Qiao Chen not to torment her sister. And had this message been conveyed promptly, the three boys accompanying Qiao Chen would likely have refrained from harassing Qiao Lingxiang. Unfortunately, by the time the news reached Qiao Yuan, the altercation had already transpired. In Chapter 13, Is She Dead? At the edge of a field, Qiao Chun stands beside a boy named Xiong Yangbo, who still clutches the bloodied brick used to strike Qiao Lingxiang. Stunned, he remains motionless until the brick falls from his hand with a dull thud. Another boy, Zhong Tai, who retains a semblance of composure, approaches cautiously upon noticing Qiao Lingxiang lying on the ground, her eyes wide open, resembling a small mountain, soft and unmoving. He gently nudges her substantial form, urging, "Hey, don't play dead. We haven't done anything to you." "Hey yet." Qiao Lingxiang remains still, her eyes unblinking. The boys, now frightened, look to Qiao Chen, who pushes Xiong Yangbo, exclaiming, "Go check on her. She can't possibly be dead, can she?" "Yes, go see." Xiong Yangbo hesitated, Inching closer to Qiao Lingxiang, before half-squatting beside her, he gently probed her nostrils with his fingers, only for his face to turn pale as he abruptly collapsed onto the ground. Supporting himself with his hands, he crawled back a few steps and, with a tremor in his voice, informed Qiao Chun and Zhong Tai, It seems she has no breath left." The three boys were momentarily paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to react. It was Qiao Chun who first regained his composure. He hastily exclaimed, "Let us go. Let us go. I'm leaving. This has nothing to do with me. I didn't hit her." With that, he turned and fled. Zhong Tai glanced at Xiong Yangbua and quickly added, "I didn't hit her either." He hurriedly followed Qiao Chun. Left alone, Xiong Yangbua stood frozen for a moment, stealing another glance at the motionless Qiao Lingxiang. A chilling gust swept through, causing him to shiver, and he too took off running. It was none of his business. He had merely given Qiao Lingxiang a light tap. How could such a frail girl meet such a dire fate? By the end of the year, Xiangqing was enveloped in a desolate landscape. Among the dilapidated flower beds awaiting restoration, a withered leaf was carried by the cold wind, landing upon Qiao Lingxiang's bloodied visage. In the cafeteria, a few middle school girls stood in line for their meals, gossiping about how Qiao Lingxiang had been cornered by Qiao Chun. "I can't believe how unfortunate she is, getting entangled with Qiao Chun," one remarked. "I saw it. Qiao Chun brought along two boys and cornered her by the flower bed. It was brutal. I heard it was because he was humiliated earlier by Senior Tsinyi, so he sought revenge on her." A group of young ladies engaged in conversation, while behind them, Tsinyi abruptly lifted his head from his meal, exclaiming a startled "What?" He dropped his chopsticks and sprang up, racing towards the flower bed near the junior high section. Lu Jingqing, who was seated behind him, hastily swallowed a couple of bites, cast aside his chopsticks, and playfully patted the heads of the boys across from him, urging them to follow. A cadre of physically adept boys trailed behind Tsinyi as they exited the cafeteria. The high school and junior high divisions of Xiangqing High School are distinctly separate, with the cafeteria positioned relatively closer to the high school. Reaching the junior high section requires traversing half the campus. Tsinyi, with his long legs, outpaced Lu Jingqing and the others, braving the cold wind until he reached the famed flower bed of the junior high. This flower bed, though modest in size, was notorious for its dilapidated state, a stark contrast to the otherwise pristine and neatly maintained surroundings of Xiangqing High School. Chapter 14. Fragrance. Tsinyi cast a distant glance, noting the absence of any altercations within the flower bed. He redirected his search towards the junior high area, where he discovered a pool of blood amidst a small patch of farmland littered with debris. The sight of the blood sent a chill through Tsinyi's heart. Following the trail of blood droplets, he traced them to a restroom utilized by the campus cleaning staff, located behind the junior high. Furrowing his brows, he approached and heard the sound of a faucet running within. At that time, clean water resources were already scarce. Many households in the community without water vouchers had experienced disruptions in their supply. However, institutions such as schools, hospitals, security systems, and other administrative departments still had access to flowing clean water. It is unsuitable for drinking, yet it serves well for cleaning, watering plants, and washing hands or bathing. When Tsinyi arrived, he beheld Qiao Lingxiang standing before the wash basin outside the restroom, her body marked with footprints, bent over as she washed her face. He sighed in relief and raised his hand, intending to call out to her, but hesitated, uncertain of her full name. Finally, he uttered, "Xiang? Xiang?" Inside, Qiao Lingxiang had just washed the blood from her face. She cautiously brushed away the remnants of blood on her forehead, probing the painful wound, only to discover a clot. With nothing else to be found, where had the wound vanished to? Had she been injured? "Are you all right? Xiang, Xiang, I heard that Qiao Chun has been causing you trouble. Do not worry. This matter arose because of me, and I shall resolve it. I will avenge you, or rather, I will clean up my own mess." Qiao Lingxiang quickly waved her hand, her body still marked with footprints, and turned her ample figure towards Tsinyi, saying she had never dealt with such matters before. Whenever she was bullied, everyone else would laugh along or remain indifferent, never offering assistance. The notion that someone would come specifically to assure her they would resolve the issue was entirely foreign to her. Her impression of Tsinyi improved significantly, and she instinctively smiled at him, filled with goodwill. However, recalling how unappealing her smile appeared, with her cheeks resembling dumplings, she swiftly concealed her smile, lowered her head, and said, "I must take my leave now, senior." In her childhood, she would sit at home, watching cartoons while munching on chips, laughing heartily, perhaps disturbing Homonro. At that moment, Ho Manrong burst out of her bedroom, pointing at Qiao Lingxiang and unleashing a torrent of scolding. Ho Manrong despised Qiao Lingxiang's laughter. She believed that a girl who looked like her should simply jump off a building rather than revel in such joy. Crying would be more fitting than laughing. Consequently, Qiao Lingxiang has always felt that her laughter was unappealing. Often, when faced with something genuinely amusing, she refrained from laughing. As she aged and gained weight, the malice directed towards her increased, and gradually, Qiao Lingxiang ceased to believe that anything in this world could bring her joy. Are you all right? There's a lot of blood on your neck. Sinyi halted Qiao Lingxiang, towering over her, as he pointed at the crimson collar of her shirt and asked angrily, "Did Qiao do this to you? Do you need to see a doctor?" "I'm fine, really," the plump Qiao Lingxiang replied, tugging at her collar with her chubby fingers, nonchalantly lowering her head as she spoke. "My head hurt a bit earlier, but now it doesn't. I'm not injured." Perhaps she paused, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. Indeed, she had been struck on the head by a brick thrown by Xiong Yanghua, knocking her unconscious. Upon waking, she was startled to find her face drenched in blood, yet she bore no wounds. Perhaps the blood came from Qiao. It may have been Qiao's blood. "I gave him quite a beating," Qiao Lingxiang continued, providing herself with a seemingly credible justification to persuade both herself and Sinyi, fearful that Sinyi might doubt her. She pulled down the collar of her garment, revealing her neck, and stated, "Look, there are no wounds. My skin is truly unblemished." Sinyi examined Qiao Lingxiang's neck and indeed found no signs of injury. In fact, aside from the numerous imprints left by kicks all over her body, her skin remained intact. Sinyi could only nod in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment, and allowed Qiao Lingxiang to pass. Just as she departed, Lu Zhenqing and a few others approached from a distance. He called out, "Ae, where's that scoundrel Qiao? I searched the flower bed and couldn't find a trace of him." As he spoke, he had already reached Sinyi's side. Sinyi replied, "He probably left. He had a fight with Xiang and seems to have sustained serious injuries." "Xiang? Which one?" Lu Zhenqing tilted his head in contemplation, his peach blossom eyes narrowing as if charged with electricity, before suddenly realizing, "Oh, you mean the dinosaur?" After a moment's thought, he decided to inquire with Xiang's sister about her full name later. Referring to her as Xiang felt a tad too intimate. He then expressed astonishment. "She can fight too?" "It seems there was quite a bit of blood on the ground, all belonging to Qiao." "It should be," Sinyi confirmed. Sinyi lifted her leg and made her way towards the high school section, appearing somewhat distracted. She reached out and hooked her arm around Lu Zhenqing's neck, saying, "Bring Qiao over here. I want to have a word with him. If it's about fighting, let it be me. What sort of man bullies a girl?" Having grown up in the northern regions, Sinyi's personality was notably forthright. She believed that those who instigate trouble should face the consequences directly. Qiao's actions, in her eyes, epitomized cowardice, bullying the weak while shying away from the strong. In her homeland, such behavior would earn one a severe beating. The principle was simple. Whoever caused the trouble should take responsibility for rectifying it. Since Qiao had troubled Qiao Lingxiang, he was obligated to address the situation. And this was not mere rhetoric. Lu Zhenqing, appreciating Sinyi's straightforward nature, immediately called for help and scoured the campus in search of Qiao. Chapter 15. You must deliver after lunch at Xiangqing High School. Students rested until 2:30 in the afternoon before classes resumed. Qiao Lingxiang entered the classroom in a disheveled state. Her appearance marred by footprints, her hair in disarray, and her shirt collar stained with blood. Some students covered their mouths to stifle laughter, while others opened their mouths to inquire, only to ultimately remain silent. Her seat was located at the very back of the classroom, a solitary desk, as no one was willing to share it with her. Unbeknownst to her, the others had unconsciously segregated her from the group. Qiao Lingxiang existed outside the collective. Silently, she tidied the crumpled papers and materials that had been carelessly discarded on her desk, placing them into her backpack. She also skillfully cleared out the rubbish that someone had carelessly stuffed into her desk drawer. After a while, the school bell rang, and the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. Standing at the podium, she called out the names of the top 5 students in the class and instructed them to step outside. Subsequently, she announced an important update. Starting today, the school would be reorganizing the classes by grade level. The top 5 students from each class would be concentrated into a distinguished class for focused learning, while the remainder would be assigned at random. Listening to the homeroom teacher's address, the 2 girls sitting in front of Qiao Lingxiang began to whisper to each other. One of them remarked, "I heard that this distinguished class will select the 5 most outstanding students. and the school will waive all their tuition fees, along with any energy vouchers. Is that really news? Isn't that already a known fact? The other girl scoffed. I have heard something intriguing, she continued. Aside from those 5 exceptional students, the remaining students in the distinguished class will have their tuition waived, but they will still be required to submit energy vouchers, albeit at half the amount we pay. Is that so? The girl in front of Qiao Lingxiang counted on her fingers and mused. We need to submit 5 energy vouchers each month. So does that mean the distinguished class only needs to submit 5 vouchers? Their chatter continued, but the voice of the homeroom teacher was faint. And with others in the classroom also conversing, Qiao Lingxiang struggled to catch what the teacher was saying. After a while, the homeroom teacher began the lesson. Having seemingly lost hope in the class, her tone was lackluster, and she showed little regard for maintaining order. Some spoke freely while others attempted to teach, each undisturbed by the other. Seated at the rear of the classroom, Qiao Lingxiang cast her downcast gaze upon the book sprawled across her desk. Utterly oblivious to the teacher's discourse, she opted to disregard the lecture entirely and immersed herself in her reading. After approximately 10 minutes, the homeroom teacher concluded the lesson and distributed several worksheets for the students to complete before exiting the room. The moment the teacher departed, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Aside from a handful of students diligently working on their assignments, the majority engaged in lively conversation, with a few even slipping out to play. Qiao Lingxiang remained focused on her tasks, aware of her mediocre academic standing, neither particularly poor nor commendable within the class. The noise in the room rendered the teacher's earlier words inaudible to her, and as she tackled the questions on the worksheet, she found herself consulting her textbook for clarification. Throughout her schooling, from primary to middle school, Qiao Lingxiang had always occupied the last row of desks, a consequence of her larger stature and introverted nature. More often than not, she struggled to discern the teacher's instructions, which compelled her to cultivate her self-learning abilities, gradually honing this skill over time. While flipping through her book, a girl sitting in front of her turned around, tapping lightly on her desk. When Qiao Lingxiang lifted her head, the girl inquired, "Dinosaur, I heard that Senior Tsini is pursuing your sister. Is that true?" Momentarily taken aback, Qiao Lingxiang shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the matter. "Really? You don't know about this? They all say that Qiao struck you because Tsin Yi had offended him, and thus he vented his anger on you. As for Tsin Yi hitting Qiao, it was in retaliation for Qiao mocking you earlier in the morning. Tsin Yi's intervention on your behalf stemmed from his pursuit of your sister." The girl in the front seat, counting on her fingers, meticulously unraveled this web of cause and effect, then turned to Qiao Lingxiang and inquired, "Do you understand now?" Qiao Lingxiang nodded. The confines of Xiangqing High School were modest, and there were only a handful of remarkable individuals within its walls. Those who were particularly attractive, such as Qiao Yuelan, Tsin Yi, Lu Zhongqing, and Wen Yuanzi, lived as though they were celebrities. Any occurrence involving them would inevitably become fodder for gossip among the younger girls. However, it seemed your sister was utterly indifferent to your plight. Another girl leaned in closer, pointing at Qiao Lingxiang's disheveled appearance, seemingly oblivious to the blood on her collar. She remarked, "I went to find your sister and told her that Qiao had hit you. She acted as if it were nothing, merely instructing me to tell Qiao to refrain from striking you further. Your sister is so aloof and cool." With that, the girl displayed an expression of sheer excitement, as if she were a devoted fan encountering her idol, mimicking Qiao Yuelan's words, expressions, and gestures from that encounter. After finishing her imitation, she placed her hands near her lips, her eyes sparkling with delight, and exclaimed, "What should I do? I also want a sister who is so cool and composed. Just one word from her, and Qiao wouldn't dare to lay a finger on you." Qiao Lingxiang suddenly spoke, her demeanor tranquil, indistinguishable from her usual self. The group of girls paused momentarily, scrutinizing her closely, and discovered that her eyes were as dark as 2 bottomless abysses. Beyond this revelation, they could not discern that Qiao Lingxiang had been struck by Qiao, for aside from her soiled clothing and unkempt hair, her face and hands bore no marks. They assumed that Qiao had spared Qiao Lingxiang due to Qiao Yuelan's words. One girl, upon regaining her composure, looked at Qiao Lingxiang and awkwardly chuckled. "If you were to send your sister to me, wouldn't I be getting quite the bargain? Well, if you consider it a great deal, then I shall send her to you." Qiao Lingxiang replied with calmness, her eyes revealing no emotion towards the group's idolization of Qiao Yuelan. It was not jealousy towards her sister that rendered her indifferent, but rather the looming threat of violence from Qiao and her associates. Although she was unharmed at the moment, The uncertainty of her fate haunted her. This was not a trivial matter that could be casually discussed to enhance Qiao Yuelan's charm. While Qiao Yuelan might appear cool in her demeanor, for Qiao Lingxiang, it was a matter of life and death. Chapter 16. An empty conclusion as the afternoon unfolded. No teacher returned to instruct Qiao Lingxiang and her peers. Whispers circulated that several teachers at Xiangqing Middle School had been dismissed, including those from the junior high division who were noted for their subpar teaching quality. The quality of education here is rather lacking. However, this does not imply that the instructors themselves are wholly incompetent. Rather, it indicates that their overall teaching proficiency ranks among the lower tiers within the faculty of Xiangqing High School. Among them, Qiao Lingxiang harbors a fondness for one particularly elderly mathematics teacher. During his lessons, he has a penchant for walking about while delivering lectures in the local dialect. His voice resonant and clear, ensuring that Qiao Lingxiang comprehends every word. After class, when she approaches him with questions, he never exhibits any hint of impatience. Regardless of her physique or the simplicity of her inquiries, he is consistently patient, elucidating solutions thoroughly for any student who seeks his guidance. Unfortunately, due to his reliance on dialect for instruction and his inadequate proficiency in Mandarin, his overall teaching scores suffer, leading to a low evaluation by the school administrators and an unjust label of poor teaching quality. Upon hearing of his dismissal, Qiao Lingxiang experiences a profound sense of loss. He is one of the few individuals she cherishes, and his departure from her world leaves a significant void in her heart. Gradually, this emptiness within her expands, ultimately becoming a chasm. Meanwhile, during the absence of teachers in their classes, Xin Yi and his peers find themselves unable to ascertain much about the situation at their high school. Both Qiao Yuelan and Wen Yuanzi have been reassigned by their homeroom teacher to a key class within their grade. Left behind are those with notably poor academic performance, including Xin Yi and his group of friends, who deem attending class uninteresting and decide to head to the sports field to play football instead. As Xin Yi and a group of individuals descended the stairs amidst a cacophony, Lu Jingqing and several other boys seized Qiao Chun, Xiong Yanghua, and Zhong Tai by the scruffs of their necks. They encountered Xin Yi precisely at the corner of the staircase. "Ah, Yi, we brought you some company," Lu Jingqing remarked, his eyes sparkling like blossoms, as he carelessly tossed Qiao Chen at Xin Yi's feet. Leaning languidly against the wall, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and extracted one. Nearby, a senior who held Xiong Yanghua also dropped him to the ground, exclaiming, "We searched high and low for these three. Singu, can you guess what they were planning to do? We were mere moments away from allowing them to escape the school gates. What's the deal? Did they intend to flee after assaulting someone?" Xin twisted his neck and crouched down to scrutinize Qiao Chen on the floor. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Qiao Chen's face, causing stars to dance before his eyes. "I heard it was because I struck you this morning that you sought out. What was it? Trouble with Xiang something?" He contemplated inquiring with Qiao Yuelan about the full name of Xiang, yet before he could engage her in conversation, she was summoned by a teacher and assigned to a distinguished class. At that moment, in front of so many witnesses, referring to her as Xiang felt rather peculiar. Fortunately, Lu Jingqing interjected, reminding Xin Yi, "I believe her name is Qiao Lingxiang." "Ah, yes, I struck you, and you decided to pursue trouble with Qiao Lingxiang?" Xin Yi delivered another sharp slap to the opposite side of Qiao Chen's face, simultaneously placing a hand upon Xiong Yanghua's head. Chapter 17. The dinosaur was killed by Xiong Yanghua. For Xin Yi, a boy of considerable stature, Xiong Yanghua appeared almost childlike in comparison. Nevertheless, he showed no mercy, delivering a resounding slap to Xiong Yanghua's head, sending him crashing to the ground, leaving him too frightened to utter a sound. "If you have the guts, come and face me. Bullying a girl, what kind of man are you?" Xin Yi rose, delivering several kicks to Qiao Chun, sending his tie flying. In a moment of irritation, he stood still, unfastening the tie from around his collar. Observing that Qiao Chun, Xiong Yanghua, and Zhong Tai were all weeping on the ground, Xin Yi felt a surge of annoyance and kicked Qiao Chun again, imperiously stating, "Speak up. You were so bold when you were hitting a girl, weren't you? Now, why the silence? You're nothing but a coward." Qiao Chun continued to sob, trembling in fear, while Zhong Tai curled up on the ground. Realizing Xin Yi was approaching to kick him, he cried out, "It's not my fault. I had nothing to do with this, Singu. The dinosaur was killed by Xiong Yanghua. I was merely called over by Qiao Chen to witness. Truly, I had no part in it." Upon hearing this, Xiong Yanghua leapt up, still in tears, and began to pummel Zhong Tai, shouting, "What do you mean I killed it? You didn't lay a hand? I saw you strike her. Let go. You were the one who did it. You are responsible for her death." Zhong Tai delivered a punch directly to Xiong Yanghua's face, and then turned around to strike Qiao Chun with a blow, exclaiming in fury, "Qiao Chun, you wretched traitor! I considered you a brother, and yet you betray me." The internal strife among these three individuals left Xin Yi and the group of boys momentarily stunned, as they overheard the trio shouting something about a dinosaur being dead. Xin Yi and Lu Zhengxing began to chuckle, and Xin Yi delivered another slap to Qiao Chen's face, retorting, "Enough? Not only have you assaulted someone, but you also cursed the girl to death. Qiao Lingxiang is perfectly fine, attending her class right now, so what nonsense is this about death?" On the ground, Qiao Chen and the others were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, and then both Qiao Chun and Zhong Tai simultaneously turned their attention to Xiong Yanghua. The boy, initially bewildered, soon lifted his head and laughed heartily at Xin Yi, asking, "She's not dead? Really? That can't be right," I thought. Before he could finish his sentence, Xin Yi struck him once more, sending him crashing to the ground. Xiong Yanghua had indeed checked for Qiao Lingxiang's breath, finding none. But reflecting on the chaotic situation at the flower bed, he realized he might have misjudged. At that moment, with Qiao Chun nearly being choked to death by Qiao Lingxiang, he was hardly in a position to discern the details. Furthermore, Zhong Tai was equally startled by Qiao Lingxiang's bloodied appearance. None of the three had thoroughly examined Qiao Lingxiang. Therefore, she was not dead at all. Rather, she was feigning death to frighten them. On the ground, Qiao Chun, Xiong Yanghua, and Zhong Tai simultaneously arrived at this conclusion. And for a moment, the hearts of the three youths soared with joy. How splendid, they thought. They would not have to bear the responsibility. However, before they could revel in their elation for long, Xin Yi's cool voice cut through the air. "Still laughing? You truly are oblivious to pain and seem incapable of learning from your experiences." Xin Yi, evidently lacking patience, continued to observe the antics of these three fools. He tucked away the disassembled tie into his pocket and removed his suit-like school uniform, handing it to a nearby high school student. He then rolled up his sleeves and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Qiao Chun. Chapter 18. Heart like ashes. Lu Zhengxing, who had been leaning against the wall smoking, felt a surge of energy at the sight of Xin Yi's fervent assault and wished to stretch his own limbs. He flicked away the last remnants of his cigarette, removed his tie and uniform, rolled up his sleeves, and seized Zhong Tai by the hair, dragging him a couple of meters before launching his own attack. The sounds of lamentation echoed beneath the teaching building where Sun Yi was engaged, and not a single student dared to intervene in this affair. "Lan, can you guess what kind of wailing is happening outside?" "Someone's being beaten," replied Xiao Yuelan, turning to glance at Wen Yuanxi, who sat behind Fu Mingyu. Her gaze held a hint of lingering affection, but before Wen Yuanxi could raise his head, she averted her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. She then heard Fu Mingyu remark, "Is he hitting Qiao Chen?" This caught Xiao Yuelan by surprise. Yet she pondered that perhaps Xin Yi truly harbored a secret affection for her, as the school rumors suggested. Therefore, his assault on Qiao Chen was not particularly astonishing. After all, it was around noon when a junior from Qiao Lingxiang's side approached Xiao Yuelan, claiming that Qiao Chen was bullying the dinosaur. Observing Fu Mingyu's suggestive and mischievous expression, a hint of displeasure crossed Xiao Yuelan's face as she retorted, "Who asked him to meddle? Honestly, why are you upset?" Fu Mingyu rested her forehead on her hand and smiled at Xiao Yuelan. "Xin Yi is rather handsome, isn't he? He is merely extending his goodwill towards you by standing up for your sister." Seated beside her, Xiao Yuelan, concerned that Wen Yuanxi behind Fu Mingyu might misconstrue the situation, adopted an exaggeratedly angry demeanor and exclaimed, "I don't like him. What business is it of his?" Her voice was raised sufficiently for not only Fu Mingyu and Wen Yuanxi to hear, but also the top students around them, eliciting laughter from all. Indeed, Xin Yi was quite good-looking, but Xiao Yuelan, being the belle of Xiangqing High School, attracted many admirers. Xin Yi, whose academic performance was lacking, could only take an unconventional route by defending Qiao Yuelan's sister, the rather plump girl, in hopes of winning Qiao Yuelan's favor. Yet, it was clear to everyone that Xin Yi's efforts were in vain, as Qiao Yuelan had no affection for him whatsoever. Among the amused onlookers, only Fu Mingyu felt a twinge of sympathy for Xin Yi. She discreetly tugged at Xiao Yuelan's sleeve and whispered, "Do not speak ill of Xin Yi, after all. He is defending your sister. My sister should stir up less trouble, so he won't need to vent his frustrations." Therefore, after her class, She made a special trip to find Qiao Lingxiang. She stood outside Qiao Lingxiang's classroom, not needing to call for help to summon her. Her admirers would naturally inform Qiao Lingxiang of her presence outside. The classroom for the third-year students was bustling, as it was the end of class. Someone inside called out to Qiao Lingxiang, but she merely glanced at Qiao Yuelon outside the window, disregarding her entirely, and continued focusing on her exam paper, treating Qiao Yuelon as if she were invisible. Irritated, Qiao Yuelon marched into Qiao Lingxiang's classroom, under the watchful eyes of their classmates. She approached Qiao Lingxiang's desk and rapped her knuckles on it, saying, "Dinosaur, can you refrain from causing me trouble in the future? I've already accrued enough debts on your behalf, and considering your age, with such poor grades, can't you just concentrate on your studies?" Qiao Lingxiang slowly lifted her head, revealing the bloodstains on her collar. In fact, her hair was matted with numerous dried blood clots, her short, unruly curls resembling a bird's nest due to her natural waves. Moreover, her specially tailored school uniform bore many footprints that had not yet been brushed away. Her appearance, while not entirely unpleasing thanks to her clean face and fair skin, left much to be desired. Seeing Qiao Lingxiang in such a state, Qiao Yuelon questioned, as a girl, "Can't you at least present yourself like one? Must one resort to fighting? What has become of you?" Qiao Lingxiang gazed vacantly at her sister, remaining silent. Strangely, in response to Qiao Yuelon's words, she felt no sorrow, for there was no longer any expectation or hope when she needed her family's care and support the most. They were absent. Thus, her heart lay in ruins, and the person before her could utter any word without inflicting further pain upon her. Noting her silence, Qiao Yuelon continued, "Very well. Since Xin Yi has already confronted Qiao Chen on your behalf, I suppose that counts as my assistance to you. I harbor no desire to converse with Xin Yi or offer him any semblance of hope. You may express your gratitude to him yourself." With that, Qiao Yuelon turned and departed, indifferent to the snickers of Qiao Lingxiang's classmates who covered their mouths, mocking either Qiao Lingxiang or Xin Yi. "Your sister is quite something, isn't she? Xin Yi has done so much for her, yet she shows no appreciation whatsoever." Qiao Lingxiang paused her writing, lifted her gaze to Qiongyi, and, devoid of expression, began to pack her belongings. She placed her papers, exam sheets, and pens into her bag, and before the watchful eyes of her peers, she shouldered her bag and exited the classroom. Should she encounter Xin Yi along the way, she would express her gratitude, regardless of whether his actions were motivated by his pursuit of Qiao Yuelon or not. It was not merely because Qiao Yuelon insisted she thank him. It was her own desire to convey her thanks. Thus, she walked silently through the chilly, gusty campus, as twilight gradually enveloped the sky. Chapter 19. Let her be the monster in Xiangqing. Winter arrives with an unyielding swiftness. Qiao Lingxiang silently observes the fallen, withered leaves along the roadside, calculating that in just a few days, the chill will become unbearable. If she were to remain in the basement, she would need to retrieve 2 blankets to fend off the cold. However, her physical condition is far from ideal. Even the slightest exertion leaves her breathless. What others may consider trivial becomes a monumental task for someone burdened as she is. As she steps out of the academic building, she finds herself by the flower bed. There, she spots Qiao Chen, Xiong Yangbua, and Zhong Tai, their faces bruised and battered, seated in silent camaraderie. Are they waiting to confront her? Deep down, Qiao Lingxiang had anticipated that this would not conclude so easily. A chilling sensation envelopes her. Stripped of everything, she stands devoid of fear. Resolutely, she strides toward them. Meanwhile, on the basketball court, Xiong Yangbua and Zhong Tai have just endured a harsh beating from Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing. Now, sitting by the flower bed, they exchange grievances. It appears that both Qiao Chun and Zhong Tai are blaming Xiong Yangbua for the predicament. After all, it was Xiong Yangbua who had so severely injured Qiao Lingxiang, failing to verify her condition and leading them to mistakenly believe she had perished, which had terrified them immensely. Upon seeing the hefty figure of Qiao Lingxiang approach with her backpack, Qiao Chun and Zhong Tai fall silent. Having recently suffered at the hands of Xin Yi, they remain cowed by his lingering authority, hesitating to retaliate against Qiao Lingxiang. Xiong Yangbua, still naive due to his youth, had just been berated by Qiao Chen and Zhong Tai, and was seething with anger when he spotted Qiao Lingxiang sauntering towards him. He immediately rose to his feet and shouted at her, "What are you looking at? Are you sick? All you do is report to your sister's suitors. Why don't you come and confront us yourself?" Qiao Lingxiang halted, casting a vacant glance at Xiong Yangbua, ultimately uttering not a single word, and continued on her way. Zhong Tai noticed this and tugged at Xiong Yangbua, urging him to cease his taunts. Yet, Xiong persisted. What is wrong with hitting you? I didn't kill you. Did I? This statement caused Qiao Lingxiang to stop in her tracks. A chill swept through her heart. She pivoted. Initially intending to bypass Qiao and his companions to head towards the cafeteria, but now she directed her steps straight towards Xiong. She picked up a brick from the ground and hurled it at him, exclaiming in fury, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. You hit me with a brick. What's wrong with that? You all seem to think it wouldn't matter if I were dead, that I am of no concern to you. So why should I care about you?" Though her heart felt empty, it did not mean she was devoid of anger upon hearing such words. Years of suppression had culminated in her outburst today. What use was it to be a good student when her family misunderstood her, viewing her merely as a troublemaker? Her classmates looked down upon her, treating her as an oddity, ostracizing her from the collective. If that was the case, then she would embrace being the monster they perceived her to be. Xiong was taken aback by the sight of Qiao Lingxiang, who, despite having her face smeared with blood from a brick he had thrown at her earlier, now appeared full of vigor, brandishing another brick as if to strike him. He stood frozen in place until he felt a tug from Zhong Tai behind him, just as Qiao Lingxiang's brick missed his head and instead struck Xiong arm. With a yelp of pain, he became enraged, seizing Qiao Lingxiang by her clothing and engaging in a fierce struggle. Xiong shouted, "Today has been nothing but a series of unfortunate events for me. I was just beaten by Tsini, and now you come to bring me bad luck." The two grappled with one another. Their heights were comparable, but Qiao Lingxiang, weighing a formidable 250 pounds, easily overpowered Xiong, pinning him to the ground and grasping his throat. In retaliation, Xiong struck at her abdomen, chest, and face, but neither managed to gain the upper hand. Zhong Tai, witnessing Qiao Lingxiang amidst a barrage of punches, hastily rushed over and snatched the brick from her grasp, pushing her down towards Qiao Lingxiang, are you out of your mind? Do you dare to retaliate? If you don't fight back, we won't strike you. Not fighting back means I should allow you to beat me? Is there such a principle in this world? She retorted, her voice rising in indignation. How is this fair? If others strike me, I cannot retaliate. If I do, it is my fault for defending myself. How utterly fair, indeed. Ha. At that moment, Qiao Lingxiang, now blinded by fury, turned and seized Zhong Tai, landing several blows upon him. Upon witnessing the scene, Qiao opened his mouth, but soon felt a sharp pain in his swollen lips, prompting him to pause. He then pointed an accusatory finger at Qiao Lingxiang and exclaimed with indignation, "So you intend to strike, do you? If you possess the courage, refrain from reporting me to Tsini. If you do not report me, even if I were to strike you dead, it would be my responsibility, and I would willingly face imprisonment." Qiao Lingxiang shrieked, having endured several blows from Zhong Tai. In a frenzied attempt to retaliate, she clawed at Zhong Tai, leaving a trail of blood on his face and hands. Zhong Tai, already battered from a previous encounter with Tsini, found his fighting spirit considerably diminished. Every part of his body ached, and his appearance was marred by ghastly streaks of blood. In agony, he cried out, his rage escalating as he recalled Qiao declaration that she would not inform Tsini about the assault. In a fit of fury, Qiao lunged at Qiao Lingxiang, delivering several kicks. Despite his own pain, he found himself at a disadvantage against Tsini's gang of formidable, muscular boys, who were far more adept at fighting than Qiao, who only knew how to bully younger children. Tsini expertly avoided targeting any vital areas, yet still inflicted considerable pain upon Qiao. With injuries hindering his performance, Qiao was caught off guard when Qiao Lingxiang seized his trousers, nearly stripping them from him. As he struggled to maintain his pants while attempting to strike back at Qiao Lingxiang, she unexpectedly pulled him to the ground. Rolling over, she picked up a brick and aimed to strike Qiao with it. In a panic, Qiao instinctively raised his arms to shield his head. Observing this, Qiao Lingxiang realized that in a fight, one must first protect their head when being attacked. She had learned an invaluable lesson. She deftly avoided striking Qiao with a brick, instead directing her blows towards his arms. After all, the human body possesses vulnerable points, and not everyone is as fortunate as she was to merely suffer a momentary daze from a blow to the head, which now no longer even hurt. Though the world may be tumultuous, causing death through violence remains a troublesome affair. Qiao Lingxiang, having learned from her own experiences of being assaulted, observed the reactions of Qiao, Xiong, and Zhong Tai during their own beatings. Enduring the onslaught of three, she struggled to withstand their punches and kicks, fighting back amid the chaos. In this encounter, it would be unjust to declare that Qiao and his companions emerged victorious. Nor could it be said that Qiao Lingxiang was defeated. In the grand tally, despite their own injuries, the trio still managed to inflict considerable harm upon her. In the end, they limped away, their bodies marked by scratches and bruises, their clothing tattered, and Qiao Chun had even lost a front tooth. Meanwhile, Qiao Lingxiang lay on the ground, unaware of how many kicks had landed upon her or how many fists had struck her. Pain coursed through her body, making it difficult to breathe, as she helplessly watched Qiao Chun and his companions, one of whom spat blood at her before they staggered away. Her animosity towards Qiao Chun, Xiong Yangbua, and Zhong Tai had reached a profound level. These three individuals had become the tangible targets for her pent-up resentment in a life filled with discontent. Others may have mocked, ridiculed, ignored, or ostracized her, but such verbal assaults had never inflicted physical harm upon her. As the ringtone echoed, Qiao Lingxiang paused for a brief moment, sensing a significant improvement in her condition. However, she feared that if others witnessed her in such a state, they would inform Xin Yi about the incident. They had all agreed not to tell, and despite her deep animosity towards Qiao Chun and his companions, she prided herself on her integrity. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang rose, limping towards the staff restroom. Approaching the restroom door, she realized that her leg had begun to ache less. Earlier, Qiao Chun had kicked her shin multiple times, causing her to break into a cold sweat, convinced that she might have fractured something. Yet, that pain had subsided, and now her gait resembled that of an ordinary person, devoid of any discomfort. Upon entering the restroom, she washed the blood and saliva from her uniform and splashed water on her face. To her astonishment, there were no injuries on her face or hands. This revelation struck her as peculiar. Leaning closer to the mirror, she adjusted her hair and examined the spot where she had been struck by Xiong Yangbua with a brick earlier that day. Miraculously, aside from a thin layer of dried blood on her hair, her scalp appeared unharmed. Qiao Lingxiang then pressed the corner of her eye, recalling how Xiong Yangbua's fist had landed there, rendering her unable to open her eye due to the excruciating pain. Yet now, her eye felt perfectly fine, with no trace of redness or swelling, and her vision was clearer than ever. She conducted a thorough inspection of her body, apart from her uniform, which had felt constricting earlier but now seemed less so. She noticed no signs of redness or swelling anywhere on her person. With this question in mind, she washed her face and hands thoroughly, then walked to the dining hall, lost in thought. The dinner served at the cafeteria offered a modest increase in rice compared to lunch. Many, weary of the insipid broth served earlier, formed a line to purchase meal tickets. Lacking energy vouchers, Qiao Lingxiang had no choice but to continue consuming the bland soup. Seated alone in a vast corner of the dining hall, she quietly finished 2 bowls of the thin broth. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a lively group entering the cafeteria, a football in their midst, their voices ringing with laughter and exuberance. In the midst of the crowd, Qiao Lingxiang quickly spotted Xin Yi, who was playfully balancing the football on one finger, turning it while sharing a laugh with Lu Zhengqing, seemingly proud of his ability to keep the ball spinning. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang decided to remain seated. Recalling her intention to express her gratitude to Xin Yi, she observed him and his friends lining up at the ticket counter, ready to exchange their energy vouchers for meal tickets. The queue was rather long, and she hesitated to approach, feeling a twinge of anxiety at the thought of thanking him before such a large crowd. She feared that her simple expression of gratitude might invite ridicule from others. Indeed, thanking someone should be a matter of great significance. Consequently, Qiao Lingxiang continued to wait, hoping to speak with Xin Yi once he and his companions had completed their ticket purchase, as the dining hall began to empty around her. After class, the current day students no longer have evening self-study sessions, thus many students who do not board must leave the school after having their meals. Xin Yi, having purchased his meal with a meal ticket, turned around and spotted Qiao Lingxiang sitting alone in a corner of the dining hall, intently gazing at him. Her eyes, dark and luminous, resembled 2 ebony jewels, shimmering in the dim light of the cafeteria. Coincidentally, Qiao Lingxiang was nestled in the shadows. Xin Yi hesitated in his stride, initially intending to join Lu Zhengqing and his group at the bright center of the dining hall. After a moment's thought, he carried his tray directly towards Qiao Lingxiang. He placed the tray before her and took a seat opposite her, inquiring, "Have you finished eating?" "Yes," Qiao Lingxiang nodded. Observing Xin Yi's initiative to approach her, she recognized a splendid opportunity and promptly stood up. Xin Yi, perplexed by her sudden movement, was in the midst of unwrapping his chopsticks and looked up to see the plump girl bowing deeply before him. "Thank you," she exclaimed, her voice earnest. Although you mentioned at noon that you had provoked Qiao first and would handle him, I still want to express my gratitude. Qiao Lingxiang, with her back bent, articulated each word with great solemnity. This left Xin Yi feeling somewhat embarrassed. He set down his chopsticks and, ruffling his spiky hair awkwardly, replied, "Is it really that serious? I merely brought trouble upon myself. You do not understand." Qiao Lingxiang spoke earnestly, tears inexplicably cascading from her eyes, landing on her worn-out sneakers. She expressed, "It has been a long time since anyone has spoken a word of fairness on my behalf, someone who would rush over to confront those who have wronged me. Regardless of the reasons, such support is something I deeply cherish. I owe you my gratitude. It is only right for me to say thank you." The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Lu Zhenqing and the others, who had initially intended to revel in the spectacle of Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang's misfortune, gradually ceased their playful banter. For reasons unknown, witnessing Qiao Lingxiang's solemn demeanor stirred a tinge of sorrow within them. They had grown accustomed to fighting, yet it was the first time they had received such earnest gratitude for their brawls, as if they had accomplished something truly remarkable. Chapter 22. 5 pounds lighter in the cafeteria, Xin Yi mirrored this silence, sitting on his chair, lost in thought for a long while before finally reacting. His expression became increasingly awkward, revealing a sense of embarrassment as he tapped the table with his chopsticks and addressed the still bowing Qiao Lingxiang. Qiao Lingxiang straightened up, hastily wiping away her tears, shaking her head as she declared. After her words, she turned and exited the cafeteria, leaving Xin Yi seated, gazing at her plump silhouette, completely forgetting the meal on his tray. After Qiao Lingxiang departed, Lu Zhenqing took a seat beside Xin Yi and inquired with a smile, "Pray tell, are you aiding in the pursuit of another's sister merely to assist in dealing with Qiao Lingxiang's altercation with Qiao?" Initially, Lu Zhenqing habitually referred to Qiao Lingxiang as the dinosaur, but upon recalling that Xin Yi disdained this moniker, he swiftly altered his phrasing. Without waiting for Xin Yi's response, Lu Zhenqing began to enumerate on his fingers. "Before you, it is said that over 100 boys have confessed their affections to Qiao Yuan, only to be met with her unyielding rejections. I dare say you have little hope." Xin Yi, with a mouthful of food, turned to regard Lu Zhenqing's enchanting eyes. After swallowing with a visible bob of his Adam's apple, he retorted, "Is Qiao Yuan truly beautiful? Forgive me, but I fail to see it. She is the school belle. My friend, how could she not be stunning?" Lu Zhenqing remarked with an incredulous gaze, reaching out to tug at Xin Yi's eyelid. "Come now. Let me inspect how your eyes perceive beauty. With someone like Qiao Yuan, how could you possibly hold such disdain? Get lost." A group of spirited young men, brimming with vitality, engaged in playful banter, their lively exchanges enlivening the expansive cafeteria. She was unable to access the dormitory, for upon her arrival at the girls' dormitory, the matron had already gathered and stacked the belongings of all residents who had failed to submit their energy vouchers, leaving them at the foot of the building. Many girls could be seen rummaging through the heap of luggage for their own. After a prolonged search, Qiao Lingxiang finally located her quilt along with 2 snakeskin bags containing her clothes and essential supplies. The excess fat had exerted considerable pressure on her internal organs. However, she endeavored to carry both quilts on her back, while stuffing her backpack into one of the slightly vacant snakeskin bags. This seemingly simple action, usually enough to hasten her heartbeat, surprisingly did not quicken her pulse at all. Instead, she felt a serene calmness within her chest. With one hand grasping a snakeskin bag, she ventured to take a few steps. To her delight, she found that she could manage the quilts and bags well enough to reach the school gate in one go. Wasn't that peculiar? Earlier that day, she had been embroiled in 2 fights, one of which had left her feeling as though she had been knocked out by a brick swung by Xiong Yangbo. Yet now, not only was her body completely unscathed, but she was also striding confidently, carrying her burdens with ease, and swiftly exiting the school grounds. Upon reaching the gate, she did feel a hint of breathlessness. The burden of fat had not vanished entirely, but it had diminished somewhat. She found a spot to rest for a moment before rising to continue her journey home. As night descended upon Xiong City, darkness enveloped the streets, and private vehicles became a rare sight, appearing only in small clusters. Buses passed by Qiao Lingxiang in succession, packed to the brim with passengers. Strangely, she noticed that while wearing her oversized pajamas, which usually felt cumbersome, they seemed to fit her more comfortably today. Could it be that she had lost some weight? Due to her constitution that causes her to gain weight even from drinking water. Qiao Lingxiang's weight tends to rise sharply rather than fluctuate like others. Consequently, her clothes are perpetually too small. Garments from a year ago will undoubtedly be tighter when worn again a year later. For those with a propensity to gain weight, shopping for clothing becomes a cumbersome task, as the availability of appropriately sized garments is exceedingly limited, with few options and styles to choose from. Hence, unless it reaches a point where she can no longer fit into her clothes, Qiao Lingxiang hesitates to ask her parents for new attire. A snug fit is preferable to enduring a reprimand from Home Onrong. No one comprehends the extent of Home Onrong's frustration in procuring clothing for Qiao Lingxiang. Being in the fashion industry, she must consistently seek out colleagues for plus-sized garments, often facing ridicule from them. Comments like, "Your daughter should lose weight at this rate. No one will want her," or "Is your daughter consuming all the delicious food in your household?" echo from nearly every acquaintance of Home Onrong, leaving her to grapple with feelings of embarrassment and anger. Each time Qiao Lingxiang mentions her clothes feeling smaller, it dampens Home Onrong's spirits. Over time, the prolonged disdain has led Qiao Lingxiang to shy away from expressing that her clothes are tight. Qiao Lingxiang, clad in slippers, dashed out from her garage and approached the antique scale. Stepping onto it, she recalled that during her last weigh-in, approximately 1 to 2 months prior, she had tipped the scales at 255 pounds. To her astonishment, she now weighed a mere 250 pounds. Based on her previous weight of 255 pounds, it seemed she had miraculously shed 5 pounds. However, hunger had not facilitated Qiao Lingxiang's weight loss. Rather, it had led to a gradual increase, making her weight inch closer to 260 pounds, possibly even exceeding it. What could account for such a sudden reduction? Was it due to her altercations with Qiao earlier that day? Chapter 23. The crematorium-like rebound. Gazing at her weight of 250 pounds, Qiao Lingxiang felt a surge of motivation to persevere. The following morning, she awoke once more to the pangs of hunger. She donned a long-sleeved athletic outfit made from a slightly plush fabric, abandoning her school uniform. She possessed only 2 custom-made uniforms to alternate between, one of which had become stained with blood from yesterday's brawl, rendering it difficult to clean thoroughly. She opted to conserve the other uniform, as it was unlikely that the school would scrutinize students' appearances at present. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang stepped out in her fleece-lined sportswear, carrying a stainless steel wrench. Along the way, she paused twice to catch her breath. Upon arriving at school, she spotted Qiao, his face bruised and marred with several blood streaks, conversing with an athletic sophomore. Noticing Qiao Lingxiang entering the school gate, he muttered, "Damn, encountering a sow so early in the morning is just my luck." Qiao felt as though his entire body had been dismantled, the 10 fingerprints on his neck glaringly evident, and the bloodied marks on his face inflicted by Qiao Lingxiang throbbed painfully that morning. Thus, the sight of Qiao Lingxiang did little to uplift his spirits. "You wretched woman. To see you so early in the day brings me nothing but ill fortune." "What did you say?" Qiao raised a finger menacingly at Qiao Lingxiang, challenging her. "Dare to utter another word. Wretched woman, wretched woman, wretched woman." Qiao Lingxiang hurled the insults at him thrice, relishing the act. How delightful it felt to unleash her fury. Enraged, Qiao limped towards her, extending his hand to push her back with a curse. "You seek death, don't you?" As Qiao Lingxiang retreated, she unstrapped her backpack and extracted a wrench, swinging it directly at Qiao. Once the altercation commenced, it became a relentless cycle, unlikely to cease unless one chose to endure the provocation. When tolerance reached its limit, Qiao Lingxiang sprang back like a coiled spring, retaliating fiercely. It wasn't that she was particularly adept at fighting or exceptionally formidable. Rather, her audacity to counterattack Qiao was quite astonishing. Just the day before, Qiao had endured 3 bouts of violence. The first, where Qiao Lingxiang had nearly strangled him in a fit of rage. The second, where Yi assisted Qiao Lingxiang in avenging her grievances. And the third, where Qiao Lingxiang once again had her hands around his throat that very afternoon. This morning, Qiao was reluctant to attend school. However, with his parents at work and no food at home, he feared starvation if he stayed behind. Thus, he had no choice but to have his cousin ride a bicycle to escort him to school for breakfast. Chapter 24. Cheng Tian. Upon arriving at the school entrance early in the morning, Qiao was confronted by Qiao Lingxiang, who resembled a formidable adversary. Some wounds do not reveal their severity until time has passed, allowing the true extent of the injury to surface. After a night of rest, Qiao fighting spirit was nearly extinguished. He found himself retreating on one leg, battered by Qiao Lingxiang's wrench, while a crowd of onlookers, both male and female, paused to witness the spectacle. The tall boy who had previously been conversing with Qiao, his cousin Cheng Tian, could no longer bear to watch Qiao being pushed back. He charged forward and delivered a decisive kick, sending Qiao Lingxiang sprawling to the ground. The crowd erupted in a mixture of gasps, unsure whether to cheer, express astonishment, or convey some other sentiment. Cheng Tian, a robust athlete, pointed menacingly at the fallen Qiao Lingxiang and declared, "You'd best know your limits. Others may fear Cini, but I do not." His confidence stemmed from his deep-rooted presence in Xianqing, which far surpassed that of the newcomer Xin Yi from the northern regions. After all, isn't combat all about numbers? To everyone's surprise, Qiao Lingxiang sprang to her feet and charged at Cheng Tian, exclaiming, "What do I care about who you fear? This matter does not concern you." She wielded a wrench, aiming it at Cheng Tian, but Cheng Tian was no pushover. His athletic prowess far surpassed that of the corpulent Qiao Lingxiang. With a few swift kicks, he disarmed Qiao Lingxiang, sending the wrench flying from her grasp, and then delivered a powerful punch to her face, followed by another. And yet another. Qiao Lingxiang, lacking any fighting experience, her first encounter in combat began just yesterday, was utterly defenseless against the agile Cheng Tian. Each attempt she made to confront him ended in failure. Sometimes he attacked her from behind, while at other moments he targeted her abdomen with vicious kicks. The onlookers seemed to be spectators at a theatrical performance, erupting into laughter at Qiao Lingxiang's clumsy and sluggish attempts at fighting. However, some began to recognize her tenacity. Despite the severe beating she was enduring at Cheng Tian's hands, she persistently lunged at him time and again, a determination that was, in truth, quite moving. "Stop it. Cheng Tian, are you not going a bit too far? Keep hitting her until she resembles a true pig's head. Go for it, Cheng Tian." The crowd gradually divided into two factions, their opinions drifting toward opposing extremes. Qiao Lingxiang felt disoriented from the blows, having fallen multiple times, her ears ringing from the punches she had absorbed. She sensed that she could barely comprehend the murmurs of the spectators around her. As her vision blurred, she caught sight of Qiao in the crowd, laughing and pointing at her. Just then, Cheng Tian landed a kick to her waist, causing her to stagger once more. Such a blend of satisfaction and loathing enveloped Qiao Lingxiang as she resolved to alter her strategy. This morning, her initial intent was to confront Qiao, believing it a folly to expend her energy on Cheng Tian. She aimed to instill fear in Qiao, to defeat and subdue him decisively. In doing so, she reasoned, he would no longer berate or bully her. With this thought swirling in her mind, Qiao Lingxiang, feeling dizzy, suddenly screamed and lunged towards Qiao, who was laughing so heartily that it seemed his mouth would split. Chapter 25. Engage with me. The crowd surrounding Qiao scattered in disarray, for he was already limping and could scarcely escape. He managed to leap backwards a few times before Qiao Lingxiang brought him crashing to the ground. Once there, she attempted to seize his neck, as it was the only maneuver she had mastered. Occasionally, she would clench her fist to strike, but her lack of physical training rendered her blows feeble, softened by her excess weight. Thus, her assaults lacked the potency of a good choke or an eye poke. This time, however, Qiao Lingxiang had learned from past experiences. She employed one hand to grip Qiao neck while using the other to pinch his face, tear at the corners of his mouth, and poke at his eyes. His cries of agony echoed, sending a chill through the onlookers, who were struck by her fierce and resolute demeanor. Aside from Cheng Tian, no one came to Qiao aid. The spectators remained perpetually indifferent, offering no assistance to either Qiao Lingxiang or Qiao. They were like keyboard warriors, forever brandishing their keyboards as though they were heroic, yet never daring to step outside and act justly. Suddenly, Cheng Tian charged over, lifting his foot to deliver a fierce kick to Qiao Lingxiang's back. He cursed, "How dare you strike my brother? Let go." Qiao Lingxiang refused to relent, gripping Qiao tightly. No matter how much Cheng Tian struck and kicked her, she was determined to hold on to him. "Hey!" A clear voice rang out beside Cheng Tian. He turned to see a backpack hurtling towards him, laden with a heavy air of provocation, causing him to stumble back slightly. As the bag fell, he recognized Xin Yi standing behind him, along with Lu Zhengqing, who was casually smoking a cigarette and gazing at him with electrifying eyes. "Fight me?" Cheng Tian, invigorated by his earlier aggression towards Qiao Lingxiang, sneered at Xin Yi, twisting his neck defiantly. "Afraid of you?" With that, he charged at Xin Yi, and the two engaged in a lively altercation, far more exhilarating than Qiao Lingxiang's one-sided torment of Qiao. Cheng Tian's athletic prowess was evident. He had been recruited as a sports student. In contrast, Xin Yi appeared to possess a systematic understanding of combat skills, moving with the finesse of a cat playing with a mouse. As Cheng Tian advanced, Xin Yi would retreat, only to counterattack with precision when Cheng Tian faltered landing a blow directly on Cheng Tian's pressure point, eliciting a pained cry. Meanwhile, Lu Zhengqing removed his cigarette, flicking the ash away, and approached Qiao Lingxiang and Qiao Chen, crouching beside them. He regarded Qiao Lingxiang and then turned his attention to Qiao Chen, who was on the verge of losing consciousness from her grip. In a gentle tone, Lu Zhengqing addressed Qiao Lingxiang, Xiang, if you squeeze him any harder, he might just perish. The words gradually awakened Qiao Lingxiang, who was currently relying on sheer force. When one becomes engulfed in an emotional impulse, their mind becomes rather clouded. Qiao Lingxiang was enveloped in such emotional turmoil, her fingers still gripping tightly as she slowly lifted her gaze. Sweat trickled down her forehead, and her face bore the marks of redness from Cheng Tian's earlier assault. Though Cheng Tian had struck her with considerable ferocity, upon closer inspection, only a small patch of her face was red amid her tousled hair. She looked at Lu Zhengqing, who flashed her a smile. Then, Lu Zhengqing reached out, grasping Qiao Lingxiang's wrist and forcefully but gently pulling her hand away from Qiao Chen's neck. Chapter 26. Do not use formalities. As Lu Zhengqing helped Qiao Lingxiang rise from Qiao Chen's body, Qiao Chen was left dazed from the choking. Lu Zhengqing cast a downward glance, pressing the cigarette he held against Qiao Chen's face. The sound of sizzling filled the air as Qiao Chen let out a cry of anguish, jolted awake by the burn, only to be acutely aware of the pain in his neck, head, and throughout his entire body. The agony rendered him incapable of rising, leaving him utterly incapacitated on the ground. On Cheng Tian's side, having endured several blows from Sun Yi, his face, abdomen, and legs were all bruised. Sun Yi's strikes, though seemingly moderate, felt as if they were shattering his bones. Cheng Tian realized he could not continue in such a manner. Gasping, he resembled someone emerging from water, bending over with both hands resting on his knees. As Sun Yi approached, he raised his hand to signal a halt, proclaiming, "No more fighting, not now." With a sideways tilt of his head, Sun Yi flicked his tongue against his cheek and, without hesitation, delivered a kick that sent Cheng Tian sprawling to the ground. He sneered, "You think you can just decide not to fight? Did you bother to seek my consent?" Cheng Tian coughed a few times before scrambling to his feet and fleeing. "What the hell? Coward, you're running away just like that." Sun Yi gazed in disbelief at the direction Cheng Tian had escaped, then bent down to retrieve the abandoned backpack. He casually slung it over his shoulder and strode towards Qiao Lingxiang. Since Qiao Lingxiang had her back turned, her face was obscured by her hair, and her head hung low, rendering her expression a mystery to all. As Sun Yi approached, he cast a glance at Lu Zhengqing, who stood beside Qiao Lingxiang. Lu Zhengqing shrugged his shoulders and pointed to Qiao Chen, who lay motionless on the ground, informing Sun Yi, "He's not dead." Then he gestured towards Qiao Lingxiang, adding, "She hasn't come to yet." Nodding in acknowledgement, Sun Yi moved closer to Qiao Lingxiang and cheerfully inquired, "Hey, Qiao Lingxiang, have you had breakfast? Would you like to join me?" With her damp, short hair hanging low, Qiao Lingxiang gradually lifted her face. Aside from a smudge of blood, her countenance bore no injuries. The earlier redness had completely faded. She shook her head, then nodded, and shook her head once more, honestly stating, "I don't have a meal ticket. I would like to treat you to a meal as a gesture of gratitude, but alas, I lack a meal ticket." Sun Yi assisted her in a brawl once more. Out of both sentiment and reason, she felt obliged to treat Sun Yi to a meal. However, devoid of energy vouchers, she found herself unable to procure meal tickets, and thus could not invite Sun Yi to savor delightful dishes. She had expressed her discomfort, requesting not to be addressed with honorifics, as it made her feel awkward to the point of raising goosebumps. Sun Yi shook himself slightly, and, with a charming smile directed at Qiao Lingxiang, remarked, "You seem to have nothing pressing, so let us go. Today, I shall lend you a couple of meal tickets, and you can treat me." With Sun Yi's insistence, Qiao Lingxiang felt it was inappropriate to refuse his offer, and thus followed Sun Yi and Lu Zhengqing toward the cafeteria. To this moment, not a single security personnel had arrived, nor had any school administrators made an appearance. This was quite an abnormal occurrence. They seemed to be ensnared in this location. Aside from those with commendable grades, everyone else appeared to be left to their own devices. Fights occurred without intervention, and the fallen Qiao Chen was neglected entirely. Chapter 27. A marked improvement. As the primary participants of the altercation dispersed, the onlookers naturally followed suit. It remains uncertain whether anyone sought out the school administrators. Regardless, as Qiao Lingxiang and her companions reached the cafeteria, no one had come to oversee them. The entire school administration appeared to be concentrating their resources, providing targeted care solely for the elite classes, while the rest were left to fend for themselves. Should they abandon their efforts, they risked a future confined to the lower echelons of society, destined to languish there until their dying days. In the past, the school cafeteria offered a diverse array of breakfast options. Xiangqing, an ancient city with a long history located in the southern region, is renowned for its culinary delights from all corners of the country. Naturally, Xiaoqing High School also provided a variety of breakfast choices. Regrettably, beginning this year, resources have gradually dwindled, and restaurants producing food have been closing one after another, leading to the disappearance of many breakfast items at Xiangqing High School. Presently, only one breakfast remains, the sweet, syrupy Tangyu Baba, which highlights the stubbornness of the people of Xiangqing in clinging to this dish. Sunny frowned, holding a bamboo skewer and gazing at the excessively sweet delicacy, which felt akin to chewing wax. With a disdainful expression, she sat beside Qiao Lingxiang, eating while grimacing. It's too sweet. Eating this every morning. Isn't Xiangqing supposed to be short on supplies? Where does all the sugar come from? Lu Zhenqing, with a composed demeanor, delicately savored the Tangyu Baba on his skewer, accustomed to such sweet treats. He glanced at Qiao Lingxiang, who was quietly enjoying her meal, not uttering a word. In fact, she was quite agreeable, remaining silent throughout their journey, and upon arriving at the cafeteria, she responded positively to any query, displaying no signs of dissent. Thus, Lu Zhenqing pointed at Qiao Lingxiang and said to Tsin, "If you find it objectionable, consider yourself fortunate to have something to eat. Look at Xiangxiang. She eats in silence. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking as well." Suddenly called out, Qiao Lingxiang paused her eating, raised her gaze towards Lu Zhenqing, and then tilted her head to glance at Tsin, perplexed as to why the conversation had turned to her. "Eat quickly. Lu Zhenqing eats faster than us, and once he finishes, he will snatch our food." Qiao Lingxiang, having taken Tsin Yi's words to heart, hastily stuffed the sugar oil cake into her mouth. Given her naturally plump figure, her face was quite round, and as the soft and chewy cake filled her cheeks, she resembled an irate pufferfish. Moreover, her complexion was exquisite. Despite having fought earlier that morning, the redness had faded, revealing skin as smooth and delicate as an infant's, devoid of any previous sheen. In this light, she appeared rather endearing. Lu Zhenqing tilted his head, resting his chin on his hand, and gazed at Qiao Lingxiang with a smile devoid of any mockery or derision. He remarked, "Xiangxiang, you ought to spend less time with Tsin, otherwise he will steal your food. I, on the other hand, am a good person." "You're talking nonsense." Tsin, with a mouthful of sugar oil cake, felt insulted by Lu Zhenqing's accusation. He swiftly seized the unfinished cake from Lu Zhenqing's hand, along with the skewer, and handed it to Qiao Lingxiang, mumbling, "Quick, eat it. If you snatch it, it's yours." Caught off guard by the sudden offering of the skewer-laden sugar oil cake, Qiao Lingxiang was momentarily at a loss, staring incredulously at Lu Zhenqing, unsure whether to return it or not. Meanwhile, Lu Zhenqing winked playfully at her, spreading his hands in a gesture that confirmed his earlier assertion. Tsin Yi truly had a penchant for pilfering others' food. Several individuals were engaged in lively conversation when a few more people entered the cafeteria. They were familiar with Tsin Yi and Lu Zhenqing. Upon entering, one of them went to purchase breakfast while the others plopped down beside Lu Zhenqing and Tsin Yi, exclaiming, "This morning, I passed by the task center and heard that it has now opened its doors without age restrictions. I've also heard that many people are no longer pursuing their studies. With the cafeteria's meager offerings, they seem indifferent to our plight. It might be wiser to seek work early. There are countless individuals idling in the city, which could inevitably lead to significant issues. Moreover, times are tough. The news reports daily on bankruptcies, with 350 out of the Fortune 500 companies failing. Finding a job is hardly a simple endeavor, and if the task center does not offer these idle individuals something to do, we may face dire consequences." The group chattered animatedly, seemingly oblivious to Qiao Lingxiang's presence among them. No one cast her a peculiar or disdainful glance. It was as if they were casually discussing the task center's new initiative, regarding Qiao Lingxiang merely as a passive listener. She quietly finished the sweet glutinous rice cake that Lu Zhenqing had provided. In truth, she had been aware of this information since yesterday, as she had visited the task center and even applied to join a group. Yet, she remained silent, resembling a tranquil tree amidst the clamor of conversation. Steadfast in her quietude, once she finished eating, she politely remained seated, her eyelids lowered, patiently awaiting the others to conclude their meal. quietly listening to the banter between Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing. She waited until all the boys had finished their meal and mentioned they were going to play football before she finally stood up, intending to bow to Xin Yi. However, Xin Yi, quick-witted and agile, reached out his hand, placing his palm against her forehead to prevent her from lowering her head. With a bemused expression, he gazed down at her and inquired, "Why do you have such a penchant for bowing? What is the occasion this time?" Qiao Lingxiang, unable to lower her head, took a step back, distancing herself from the warmth of his palm, and replied, "Thank you for lending me the meal ticket. I will return it to you as soon as I have one." Xin Yi paused, seemingly amused as if Qiao Lingxiang were sharing a jest. Leaning forward, he tilted his handsome face downwards to look at her, chuckling, "Is that all? It's hardly a big deal. You ought to let me lend you more." Qiao Lingxiang lowered her gaze, uncertain of how to respond to Xin Yi's words. She had never interacted with someone so exuberantly radiant. In fact, it had been ages since she had spoken with anyone in such a manner. She found herself at a loss for words and remained silent. "Very well. I shall head to play football now. Come find me at noon, and I shall lend you a meal ticket," Xin Yi said, noticing her silence. He nonchalantly slung his backpack over his shoulder and turned to follow Lu Zhengqing and the others to the field, while others were occupied with self-study in the classrooms. This group, particularly Xin Yi, preferred to expend their youthful energy on the football field, seeking an outlet for their exuberance in the early hours of the day. Chapter 28. I Will Survive in the Wilderness. Xin Yi and his companions continued on their path, discussing the age-unrestricted nature of the task center, and soon proposed that after playing football, they would pay a visit to the center. A lively group of energetic boys engaged in animated banter, their laughter echoing with exuberance. Standing at the entrance of the cafeteria, Qiao Lingxiang observed Xin Yi and his friends frolicking toward the football field, her eyes reflecting envy. There exists a certain type of person in this world, akin to a radiant sun, capable of attracting many admirable souls around them, much like Xin Yi. Conversely, there are those who seem to dwell in the depths of despair, loathed by all. Even in silence, they evoke disdain, surrounded solely by malice, mockery, and indifference. Such was Qiao Lingxiang. Silently, she traversed a pebble path strewn with golden, withered leaves, making her way to her classroom. They had all witnessed the altercation she had with Qiao Chun and Cheng Tian earlier that morning. Although Qiao Lingxiang had suffered a severe beating from Cheng Tian, she had managed to inflict considerable damage on Qiao Chun as well. It was rumored that Qiao Chun lay incapacitated on the ground until family members arrived, accompanied by several relatives, to carry him to the hospital. His family was understandably furious, even seeking out the school administrator, who, regrettably, was preoccupied with procuring supplies from the urban management system and had no time to meet with Qiao Chun's relatives. Meanwhile, the teachers were engrossed in their lessons, leaving Qiao Chun's family to wait in vain at the administrator's office. At that moment, having finished her breakfast, Qiao Lingxiang entered the classroom with her head bowed. As was her custom, the surroundings were unusually quiet. Typically, a few boys would delight in tossing crumpled paper at her upon her arrival, but today, there was none of that. This absence stirred a sense of unease within Qiao Lingxiang, as she feared that her classmates might be plotting against her in secret or devising new ways to torment her. Thus, she took it upon herself to inspect her desk and chair, finding everything in order. The legs of both were intact, and there were no traces of saliva, glue, or any peculiar substances. Yet, the lack of eye contact from her peers unsettled her. Gradually, she settled into her seat, casting a glance at the papers on her desk, which bore no strange footprints. Was it merely a scuffle that had inadvertently improved her standing in class? Or was this a new form of mockery directed at her? Qiao Lingxiang silently observed her surroundings, remaining ever vigilant. She pondered that if this were indeed a new method of torment, there would undoubtedly be subsequent antics. When the next prank arrived, she would ensure to seize the one who laughed at her the hardest, inflicting upon them a fierce reprisal. After all, she was unafraid of confrontation. No matter how fiercely she was attacked, she was certain that she would emerge unscathed in the end. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she steeled herself against any potential ridicule. However, as the morning wore on without any incidents, and as the number of students in the classroom dwindled with no one coming forth to tease her, Qiao Lingxiang finally retrieved her phone and charger from her backpack, placing them on the power strip at the back of the classroom to charge. Typically, she refrains from such actions, for when her phone is placed at the rear of the classroom, it is swiftly subjected to inexplicable misfortunes. Whether it be a shattered screen, a careless toss into the trash, or even an accidental dousing in glue, any of these calamities could occur. Consequently, Ho Monrong often perceives Qiao Lingxiang as disobedient, particularly because Qiao Lingxiang's phone is perpetually malfunctioning, necessitating replacements that Ho Monrong must finance. In times of greater financial stability, several phones could be afforded, but now, amidst rampant inflation, money has lost its value, with some phones costing tens of thousands. This incessant cycle of replacement has become a source of exasperation for Ho Monrong. At the end of last year, after Qiao Lingxiang had acquired yet another new phone, Ho Monrong, in a fit of frustration, pointed an accusatory finger at her and scolded. "If this phone breaks again, you might as well perish. Buying phones could lead us to bankruptcy, and your upkeep serves no purpose." Qiao Lingxiang silently etched Ho Monrong's words into her heart, vowing never to charge her phone in the classroom again. Previously, she charged her phone in the dormitory, where there was electricity available in both the classroom and dormitory within the school's confines. However, as her financial means allowed for a new phone but not for energy vouchers, she found herself unable to stay in the dormitory without them, leading to her phone being powered off for an entire day. Today, noticing a significant reduction in her classmates, once a bustling class of over 50 now reduced to merely a handful of diligent girls focused on their exercises, Qiao Lingxiang finally dared to retrieve her phone, placing it at the back of the classroom to charge. It appeared that she had received a text message. Qiao Lingxiang hastily set down her pen and rose. Making her way to the corner by the back door, she picked up her phone to find an unfamiliar message had arrived. "A versatile life expert is here to provide you with the finest logistical support and the most delightful companionship on your journey. Are you the master of overcoming loneliness and solitude? What kind of logistical service do you offer? Can you cook?" To which the reply was, "I am skilled in extreme outdoor survival." As a child, she had been sent to a children's camping base by Ho Monrong since the first grade, attending twice a year. During those times, Xiao Yuelan was occupied with tutoring, Ho Monrong was busy with work, and Xiao Pengfei was engaged in the restoration of ancient artifacts at university. The family had little time to care for her. Thus, every year, Qiao Lingxiang was enrolled in a children's camping program. However, it was later unclear who had meddled, but her application form was submitted to a special outdoor survival camp for at-risk youth. Chapter 29, The Life Expert. The so-called Special Outdoor Survival Camp, as the name suggests, was designed for youth struggling with internet addiction, like Xin Yi and his energetic peers, who had a penchant for petty theft, early romances, or other undesirable habits, dubbed special children by their concerned parents. These parents believed their children faced severe issues that could not be easily corrected. Hence, they hoped that through extreme survival experiences, their offspring might rid themselves of such detrimental habits. Consequently, Qiao Lingxiang's application found its way to this camp. When she first arrived in her inaugural year, she was merely a child, oblivious to the world around her, merely panting as she followed her instructor through the woods, catching insects to eat, spearing fish in the water, and learning to kindle fire from wood while sleeping in tree hollows. All the other children, of similar age, were equally flawed, each sent here for unconventional rehabilitation due to their own familial discontent. Consequently, Qiao Lingxiang found the experience rather amusing, choosing not to voice her thoughts to her parents. Subsequently, when Ho Monrong encouraged her to enroll herself, she eagerly registered for this extraordinary wilderness survival camp year after year. However, the camp, which provided Qiao Lingxiang with a sense of respite and joy, soon faced dwindling enrollment and demands for instructor salary increases, leading to its untimely closure a few years later. Nevertheless, this experience ignited a profound interest in wilderness survival within Qiao Lingxiang. She began to watch various documentaries on the subject, purchased books related to outdoor survival, and grew increasingly captivated by relevant news. Over time, she transformed into a versatile adept at survival skills. Little did anyone know that this seemingly oversized girl thrived far better in the wild than in urban settings. In the wilderness, she could always find sustenance, whereas in the city, she often found herself hungry. Not only did she struggle with hunger, but she also grew increasingly corpulent, to the point where even a short walk would leave her breathless. Qiao Lingxiang firmly believed that her fortunate avoidance of ailments such as diabetes or coronary heart disease was largely due to the foundation laid during her childhood through annual participation in wilderness survival training. In the classroom, after a brief moment, a message arrived from the other party. "All right, it's you. We've identified a task to procure energy stones from Cold Snake Tower. You needn't concern yourself with anything else along the way, just ensure we have food. The energy stones we find will be divided equally." As the message was sent, Sin Yi, standing at the task center, received it and furrowed his brow, addressing Lu Zhengqing, who was perusing the task panel. That handy individual has declined. He declined? Lu Zhengqing mused, glancing down before replying. Let us wait and see. Sin Yi tucked his phone away, his hands resting in the pockets of his school uniform. And together with Lu Zhengqing, they lifted their gazes to the task panel. Meanwhile, Qiao Lingxiang lagged behind everyone else, moving slowly. After all, hastening wouldn't make much difference for her. Lacking meal tickets, she could only sip on some insipid broth for lunch, so taking her time was inconsequential. As for Sin Yi's remark about lending her a meal ticket at noon, she dismissed it as mere polite chatter and paid it no mind. It was not until she ambled out of the classroom that she spotted Qiao Yuelan striding towards her, visibly furious. Qiao Lingxiang remained silent, refraining from even addressing her as sister. The strikingly beautiful Qiao Yuelan approached and immediately unleashed a torrent of reproach. Qiao Lingxiang, are you out of your mind? As a girl, why are you brawling with two boys first thing in the morning? Do you not have any sense of self-respect? If mother were to learn of your behavior at school, it would surely upset her to no end. You're truly out of your mind. I've been the subject of ridicule from classmates all morning. In truth, the laughter was not directed at Qiao Lingxiang and the two boys who were fighting at the entrance, but rather at Qiao Yuelan concerning Sin Yi's later appearance and his confrontation with Qing Tian. To them, Sin Yi had unequivocally come to Qiao Lingxiang's aid. Who would assist in a brawl just once and then engage in another? What else could this imply if not an intention to pursue Qiao Yuelan? Thus, they began to tease Qiao Yuelan about her connection with Sin Yi. This situation greatly irked Qiao Yuelan. She had no fondness for Sin Yi, whose academic performance was dismal. What promising future could he possibly have? Aside from engaging in fights, what else was he capable of? She bluntly expressed her feelings. Do you understand the magnitude of the favor I would owe Sin Yi if you continue this way? I have made it clear that I do not like him. Could you please refrain from placing me in a position of perpetual indebtedness to him? In the corridor of the classroom, Qiao Lingxiang quietly absorbed Qiao Yuelan's furious words, suddenly overwhelmed by a piercing sense of anger. In the past, when her mother and sister reprimanded her, she felt wronged, saddened, and deeply affected, yet never angry, for reality had taught her that she had no right to such emotions. However, at this moment, Qiao Lingxiang felt an unexpected surge of indignation. Both Sin Yi and his companions were genuinely good individuals. Why did Qiao Yuelan disdain Sin Yi so? Some excel academically and possess charming personalities, earning the admiration of parents and mentors, while others simply radiate warmth and joy, illuminating the lives of those around them. Even if Qiao Yuelan held no affection for Sin Yi, couldn't she express her disinterest with kindness and grace? Sin Yi, such a good person, should not be despised to the dust. Truly, Sin Yi is not as flawed as Qiao Yuelan perceives. Qiao Lingxiang glanced at Qiao Yuelan and suddenly spoke. I can manage Sin Shuizhang's kindness on my own. There is no need for you to feel indebted. Do you have any other matters, sister? If not, I shall take my leave. She appeared quite indifferent, offering neither respect nor courtesy towards Qiao Yuelan, embodying a demeanor that conveyed her disinterest in remaining to listen to further discourse. At that moment, Qiao Lingxiang's stomach began to ache again, a pang of hunger that made her suddenly realize how absurd and pointless it was to stand there, enduring Qiao Yuelan's insults and disparagements of Sin Yi. It was a sheer waste of time. Chapter 30. Let us no longer consider ourselves family thus. Qiao Lingxiang lifted her foot, brushing past Qiao Yuelan's shoulder as she made her way toward the staircase. Qiao Yuelan continued to reprimand Qiao Lingxiang, but upon noticing her sudden departure, a look of astonishment crossed her beautiful face. She quickly turned around and followed Qiao Lingxiang, exclaiming in anger, Qiao Lingxiang, did you not hear me speaking to you? I told you to cease fighting with others. Sister, are you advising me against fighting out of a desire to avoid trouble? Or is it out of concern for me? Is there any distinction? Qiao Yuelan furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, standing behind Qiao Lingxiang, observing her plump silhouette. She remarked, I hope you refrain from fighting. It is unbecoming of a good student. Do you not realize how much you have already embarrassed our family? I tire of being the subject of ridicule due to your actions and constantly having to owe favors to Sin Yi on your behalf. If you believe that I have a choice in this matter, it merely demonstrates that you have never truly understood my predicament. When did her situation deteriorate to this point? Was it because she lacked kindness towards others, or had she committed some heinous crime? In truth, it was neither. It was simply her physique that became the source of everyone's amusement. leading to the gradual descent into her current plight. Aside from Xin Yi and his ilk, no one has extended a hand to help Qiao Lingxiang. She cannot retaliate with violence. What awaits her is an endless abyss. If Xin Yi and his companions are labeled as miscreants, then Qiao Lingxiang will inevitably be deemed one as well. After finishing her words, Qiao Lingxiang continued to walk ahead. Indeed, Qiao Yuelan was unable to comprehend Qiao Lingxiang's sentiments, trailing behind her with a cold sneer as she queried, "So what? You claim I have never understood your circumstances. What about you? Have you considered the situations of our parents and me? We have lost face for your sake. Why have you never thought to stand up for us?" Qiao Lingxiang stood firmly on the staircase, a sardonic smile briefly flickering across her face as she shook her head, expressing a sense of resignation while addressing Qiao Yuelan behind her. "So we truly are not family, nor do we share the same roof, correct? Since we cannot comprehend each other's circumstances, let us cease to be family. From this moment forth, the Qiao family shall have only you as its proud presence, without me." She had previously confided in Hou Minyong, declaring that from then on, she would be considered as if she were dead. Initially, there had been a hint of defiance in her words, but now, as she spoke to Qiao Yuelan, it was a candid and sincere revelation. Let it be, she thought. She no longer wished to strive to be the good child. As the two descended the stairs, Qiao Yuelan continued to chastise Qiao Lingxiang over the altercation. But her words faltered when she noticed a group of athletes gathered at the base of the middle school stairs. At the forefront stood Cheng Tian, wielding a baseball bat, waiting by a flower bed. The other athletes were equally armed with bats or stood by unarmed. Upon spotting Qiao Lingxiang and Qiao Yuelan, Cheng Tian rested the bat on his shoulder, his face marked with bruises from a previous encounter with Xin Yi. He glanced at Qiao Yuelan, tilting his chin slightly, and declared, "School beauty, I have some personal grievances to settle with your sister today. It does not concern you, so step back." Observing the demeanor of the crowd, Qiao Yuelan furrowed her brows, coming to a halt and retreating 2 steps. She then turned her gaze towards Qiao Lingxiang, whispering in anger, "I told you not to fight. Just take a look at who you've provoked. I cannot assist you. It's up to you to resolve this." Qiao Lingxiang remained stationary, and upon hearing Qiao Yuelan's words, she turned her head, casting a cool glance at her. A slight smirk played on her plump, pale face, tinged with mockery. So it is her fault again. For provoking Cheng Tian, thus inviting his wrath, Xiao Chen wishes to strike her, and she shouldn't retaliate. If she does, she only angers Cheng Tian further. Is that the nature of this causal relationship? Qiao Yuelan's detachment was glaringly evident. At that moment, Qiao Lingxiang found the situation exceedingly absurd. In truth, she had long realized that she was perceived as the original sin of this world, where every harm inflicted upon her could be rationalized, making it seem as if she deserved such treatment. Why was this the case? Qiao Lingxiang struggled to comprehend why she should embody the world's original sin. She chose not to dwell on Qiao Yuelan any longer and gradually moved forward, ignoring Cheng Tian as she continued towards the cafeteria, maintaining a normal pace. Suddenly, a baseball bat struck her abdomen, causing a sharp pain. Doubling over, she was soon surrounded by a throng of people who began to pummel her with fists and feet. In a moment of instinct, she twisted her body and charged at Cheng Tian. However, Cheng Tian, with remarkable agility, evaded her assault. In desperation, she reached out and grasped the hand of the person clutching her hair, digging her not-so-long nails into their flesh with fierce determination. Angry shouts erupted around her as the footprints and baseball bats rained down upon her, each strike causing her muscles to convulse painfully. Unable to contain herself, she cried out, "Why? What have I done wrong? Who have I harmed? What heinous act have I committed to deserve this? Should I truly endure the agony of being beaten and cursed? Is every twist and turn of my existence a manifestation of my original sin? Why?" She fought back with determination, disregarding the multitude of assailants surrounding her. She bore the brunt of their onslaught, focusing her efforts on retaliating against just one. If she could incapacitate even one, it would lessen their numbers. Qiao Lingxiang recognized her own clumsiness in combat. She was at a severe disadvantage, particularly with the overwhelming numbers that Cheng Tian had brought along. It was a brutal mismatch. Yet, for Qiao Lingxiang, enduring this onslaught meant that there was hope for the future. She was not eager to achieve victory in a single, miraculous moment. For someone with so little experience in fighting, if she could manage to take down one among the throng that Cheng Tian commanded, it would be a triumph. Amid the barrage of fists and feet, Qiao Lingxiang grasped the waistband of one assailant's trousers, landing punch after punch upon their body. However, She quickly realized that her strength was far too limited. Her punches lacked the force to inflict real pain. Thus, she sought an alternative approach. She raised her head and sank her teeth into the assailant's leg, biting down fiercely and without mercy. Chapter 32. Originals and screams of agony filled the air, though Qiao Lingxiang could not hear them. More and more baseball bats descended upon her, and she knew that if she survived this day, Cheng Tian's people would ensure that one of them would not. The individual she had seized and bitten screamed even louder than she did as the situation escalated. Cheng Tian and his companions intensified their assault on Qiao Lingxiang, hurling insults as they struck her. Despite their relentless efforts, Qiao Lingxiang refused to relinquish her grip on the person she was tormenting, leaving them in a state of disarray. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Tian's fury ignited. Wielding a baseball bat, he swung vehemently at Qiao Lingxiang, exclaiming, "You wretched creature, let go at once." Blood streamed down Qiao Lingxiang's forehead, yet she remained steadfast, her grip unyielding, until her face was smeared with crimson. Beside them, Qiao Yuelon stood frozen in shock, utterly at a loss for how to respond, her gaze fixed on her sister as she was battered, bloodied, and bruised by Qiao Chun and his entourage. In a fit of terror, Qiao Yuelon shrieked, fearing that Cheng Tian would turn his wrath upon her, and hurriedly circled away from the chaos. "You truly are detestable. Even your own sister has abandoned you," Cheng Tian spat, delivering another blow with the baseball bat directly to Qiao Lingxiang's spine. The impact caused her head to jerk upwards, rendering her momentarily senseless. At last, she released her hold on the flesh she had been biting and the skin she had clawed, collapsing limply to the ground, her eyes wide open as she emitted a pained groan. Cheng Tian, undeterred, kicked her several times, as though she were a lifeless beast, cursing, "My brother is in the ICU because of you, you monstrous creature." Nearby, several athletes, witnessing Qiao Lingxiang's stillness as she lay on the ground, urged Cheng Tian to cease his assault. "Enough, enough. If you continue, you'll kill her. And what if she dies? Look at what she did to Qiao Chun. Whoever cared for her? I have come to a grim realization. Even if one were to commit heinous acts such as murder and arson, there would be no one to intervene. What difference does it make if she were to perish? No one would mourn her passing." Cheng Tian, cursing vehemently, extracted his phone and captured several photographs of Qiao Lingxiang, who lay battered and bloodied on the brink of death. He sent these images to Qiao Chen's family, asserting that he had avenged Qiao Chen. With no authority to address the assault on Qiao Chen, her family could only express their pent-up fury in this manner. The words, "even in death, no one would grieve for her," echoed in Qiao Lingxiang's mind, intensifying the emptiness in her gaze. Indeed, this was the truth. She bore the original sin of this world. Who would truly care for her? As she listened to Cheng Tian and his companions hurl threats at her, declaring, "From this day forth, you are forbidden to appear before me. If I see you again, I shall strike you once more." They then assisted the individual whom Qiao Lingxiang had clawed and bitten, leaving her to seek medical attention, abandoned in a pool of her own blood. It felt as though her spine had been shattered by Cheng Tian's blows, rendering her unable to rise. She lay there for a while, and only when the excruciating pain subsided somewhat could she gradually muster the strength to stand. By this time, Qiao Yuelon had long since vanished without a trace. With no expectations, Qiao Lingxiang took one faltering step after another, limping as she struggled to regain her footing. Chapter 33. Rapid healing abilities. In the teaching building where Qiao Lingxiang resided, there stood a mirror adorned with a frame, positioned towards the direction of the flower garden. Inscribed upon the edges of the mirror were several lines of red characters. A bronze mirror can rectify one's attire. A historical mirror reveals the rise and fall. A human mirror illuminates gains and losses. With a slight limp, Qiao Lingxiang approached the mirror, scrutinizing the inscriptions before casting her gaze upon her own reflection. To her astonishment, she beheld a deep gash on her forehead, one that seemed to reach the bone, and yet it was healing. Injuries are a natural part of life, and wounds eventually mend, but the swiftness of this recovery was beyond what human eyes could fathom. Healing typically demands the passage of time, requiring one to avoid water, refrain from vigorous activities, and abstain from spicy foods. However, the healing of Qiao Lingxiang's wound was visible, akin to watching a time-lapse documentary of recovery within mere minutes. She witnessed her facial injury vanish completely. She twisted her waist, though her spine ached slightly. The limp that had once plagued her foot was now a distant memory, allowing her to walk steadily once more. It dawned on Qiao Lingxiang that she might have acquired an extraordinary ability, perhaps an invulnerability or an accelerated healing process. After all, how else could her wound have healed so swiftly? She recalled that she had been struck on the head by a brick wielded by Xiong, a blow that should have been quite severe. Yet, upon awakening, she had managed to wash the blood from her face in the staff restroom, only to find that the injury on her head had already vanished. She hurriedly turned around and dashed upstairs, swiftly entering her classroom. She gathered her test papers, pens, and phone, placing them all into her backpack. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to the person who had just proposed to form a team. All right, I agree. Let us head to the Cold Snake Tower. I will go to the mission center shortly to receive the task, and we will set off this evening. She reflected that Cheng Tian and his group of boys were different from Qiao Chun, Xiong Yanghua, and Zhong Tai. It was that she feared Cheng Tian's ominous threats of confronting her repeatedly. Rather, she was apprehensive about the earlier incident where Cheng Tian had beaten her so severely, even taking a photo of her lying in a pool of blood, barely alive and covered in wounds. Now, she would appear to saunter through Xiangqing as if nothing had happened. Wouldn't Cheng Tian and his friends find that peculiar? How could she explain that her face bore no injuries? How could she justify her vitality, effortlessly climbing a flight of stairs without breaking a sweat? With her remarkable self-healing abilities, was she not concerned about being captured and dissected by some sinister laboratory from a post-apocalyptic novel? She needed to hurry. The resourceful individual had sent a message confirming his agreement to go to the Cold Snake Tower. Oh, Lu Zhengqing leisurely leaned back, his collar still held by Tsini. Unperturbed, he blinked his enchanting eyes and remarked, "You said earlier that you wouldn't go, and now you say you will." Such fickleness makes one difficult to associate with. Perhaps it is best not to team up with him. Chapter 34. A fit of anger, do not fret. The only suitable place is Cold Snake Tower. If he misbehaves, a good thrashing will suffice. As for taking him to the wilderness, there is no reason to fear his escape. Sun Yi, however, was unwilling. Among the numerous quests for energy stones, her favorite remained that of Cold Snake Tower, primarily because all the nearby tasks in Xiang City had been completed. Everyone was eager to seek out the energy stones, yet none had heard of anyone actually finding one. Cold Snake Tower may be somewhat distant, but geologists from Xiang City had previously indicated, based on thermal surveys, that energy stones could indeed be found there. The area is vast, a large primitive forest reserve that intertwines a formal scenic spot with a wild one, known as Cold Snake Tower, which is actually much larger than a mere tower and frequented by various snake species. Those lacking wilderness survival experience would not dare to venture there lightly. Lu Zhengqing, contemplating this, nonchalantly remarked. As they conversed, they noticed Qiao Lingxiang hurrying towards them with her backpack in tow. Sun Yi promptly released her grip on Lu Zhengqing's collar and called out to the chubby girl, "Qiao Lingxiang." Qiao Lingxiang halted in her tracks, her face now free of any traces of blood, appearing clean and radiant under the winter sunlight of Xiang City that cascaded over her skin, casting a soft glow. Her complexion appeared increasingly flawless. Lu Zhengqing raised his hand, standing beside Sun Yi, and flashed her a smile. "Hey, Xiangxiang, are you off for lunch?" No. Qiao Lingxiang hurriedly waved her hand, as if some specter were pursuing her from behind. She took a couple of steps towards Sun Yi and stammered, "I'm not hungry. I'm on a diet. I must go now. I'm sorry, I really must leave." With that, she dashed out of the school gate, her feet appearing nimble and swift. Yet, her disjointed speech and rapid movements left both Sun Yi and Lu Zhengqing bewildered. Had something transpired during their absence from Xiangqing High School that morning? If there was anything he could assist with, he would gladly lend a hand. The little chubby girl was rather endearing. With red-rimmed eyes, she wore a pitiful expression, accompanied by Fu Mingyu. Once they stood outside the classroom door and rapped gently, drawing the attention of Sun Yi and others, she cautiously, almost timidly, called out, "Sun Yi, could you come out for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." Lu Zhengqing and the others swiftly began to whistle and make exaggerated gestures, emitting sounds that only they could comprehend, all to cheer on Sun Yi. "Shut up. Is this amusing?" Sun Yi snapped, glaring at the group behind him. He had made his feelings quite clear. He had no romantic interest in Qiao Yuelon. Yet they acted as if stirring up chaos was their sole purpose, leading Qiao Yuelon to mistakenly believe he harbored secret affections for her. "Go for it." Lu Zhengqing chimed in with a laugh, his demeanor exuberant as he continued to encourage Sun Yi. "Get lost," Sun Yi retorted. spitting disdainfully at Lu Zhengqing before approaching the classroom door, frowning as he inquired of Qiao Yuelon. What is it? He noticed that Qiao Yuelon appeared to have been crying, perhaps seeking his assistance. With reddened eyes, she implored him with a pitiful expression, "May I request that you refrain from involving yourself with my sister in the future?" This statement took Sun Yi by surprise. He pressed his lips together, gazing silently at Qiao Yuelon. Behind him, Lu Zhengqing and others, who had been eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, were equally astonished by Qiao Yuelon's unexpected plea. As Sun Yi and the classroom behind him gradually fell into silence, Qiao Yuelon, distressed, cried out, "Did Qing Tian strike Qiao Lingxiang again?" Sun Yi interrupted her, only inquiring about this specific matter. Everything else she said was too jarring for his ears. Yes, he did, and it was particularly brutal. The memory of Qiao Lingxiang being surrounded and beaten troubled Qiao Yuelon's heart. Despite her sister's mistakes and her unwise provocation of Qiao Chun, witnessing her being so badly hurt was unbearable for Qiao Yuelon. Thus, before Sun Yi, she lamented, "I apologize, dear sister." Sun Yi chuckled, abruptly cutting off Qiao Yuelon's tearful lamentations. Clenching his fists, he was filled with an intense rage that made him appear particularly defiant and insufferably arrogant. He slowly proclaimed, "As for me, I possess a rebellious nature. When others urge me to comply, I instinctively resist, and when they wish me to abstain, I am inclined to pursue it. I apologize, dear sister, but henceforth, I shall take it upon myself to manage matters concerning Qiao Lingxiang." Although he is not a particularly honest person, he harbors a strong aversion to such a prevailing atmosphere of bullying, where a group of individuals targets a single person. What sort of behavior is that? If one possesses the capability, why not engage in a fair one-on-one confrontation? Must the honest be subjected to torment? In the past, Sun Yi was not well acquainted with Qiao Lingxiang and was unaware of the situation. Everyone referred to Qiao Lingxiang as a dinosaur. Yet he never joined in nor condoned such derogatory terms. However, after his recent interactions with Qiao Lingxiang, he has come to perceive her as an exceptionally obedient, well-mannered, and genuinely honest young lady. Although she may be slightly plump, what of it? Does being overweight warrant bullying? Thus, upon hearing that Qing Tian had once again assaulted Qiao Lingxiang, Sun Yi felt a surge of anger. Yet, what truly amused him was the attitude of Qiao Lingxiang's elder sister, Qiao Yuelon, which infuriated Sun Yi to no end. He had never before encountered such an unsupportive sister. If this were in the northern regions, the entire family would rally to defend their own. Yet upon witnessing Qiao Lingxiang's predicament, Qiao Yuelon implored him to refrain from intervening. What absurd logic. Chapter 35. Qiao Yuelon receives a slap in the face. Standing outside the door, Qiao Yuelon stared blankly at Sun Yi, having forgotten to wipe away her tears. Sun Yi's words took her completely by surprise, as did his very presence. As she was about to utter a word, Lu Zhengqing approached from behind Sun Yi, casually placing a hand on her shoulder, exuding an air of mischievous charm. He playfully winked at Qiao Yuelon and remarked, "I must say, school belle, as an elder sister, how can you stand by watching your sister being bullied? If you insist it's her fault, that truly is absurd. Forgive me, but I happen to be in need of a sister. Consider it a gift, for I shall take good care of her affairs." Competing for a sister? Sun Yi turned her head, arching an eyebrow at Lu Zhengqing, and boldly inquired, "So you intend to have Qiao Lingxiang as your sister, and I should fight for her? What would that make me?" "Your brother-in-law," Lu Zhengqing jested. In response, Sun Yi elbowed him sharply in the chest, causing his face to pale as he bent over. Clutching his heart, he pointed at her and exclaimed, "Murdering my brother-in-law is unacceptable." The two fell into playful banter once more, while onlookers merely regarded the scene as entertainment, laughing heartily, completely disregarding Qiao Yuelon's plight. Left in the cold outside the classroom, Qiao Yuelon's expression fluctuated between shades of green and white. Ultimately, it was only through Fu Mingyu's persuasion that the two managed to leave the classroom where Sun Yi was situated. This marked the first time in Qiao Yuelon's life that a boy had so publicly humiliated her, even when Yuanci, who had consistently maintained an ambiguous stance towards her, would never have spoken so harshly. In a fit of rage, Qiao Yuelon marched back to her classroom, her school skirt swaying against her thighs. It wasn't until Fu Mingyu hurried after her that she said, "Lon, didn't you mention that Qing Tian had severely beaten your sister? Should we not go check on her? What are you looking at?" Qiao Yuelon replied with a brusque tone as she walked away. "If she had any issues, someone would have come to inform me. Why should I go see her? The school has a nurse, and at the very least, their essay homeroom teacher. The complete lack of any news indicates that she is perfectly fine. With a stern expression, she continued. I was foolish to feel a pang of sympathy for her when I saw her being beaten. I even considered stepping in to resolve her troubles. Yet, she simply followed the bad influences of Xin Yi and those other troublemakers, seeking revenge in a cycle of grievances. From now on, I refuse to involve myself in Qiao Lingxiang's affairs. Let her fate unfold as it may. Listening to her, Fu Mingyu sighed and grasped Qiao Yuelan's arm. Why must you be so angry? Xin Yi speaks his mind, but he is genuinely trying to assist your sister in her conflicts. Why allow his words to provoke such ire? If a single conversation does not suffice, then engage in a few more. Because he rejected me. Qiao Yuelan refrained from voicing her complete thoughts, merely shaking her head in defiance. It doesn't matter. I am not upset because of Xin Yi's remarks. I simply refuse to concern myself with Qiao Lingxiang's issues any longer. Qiao Yuelan held her own perspective. Her experiences throughout life had taught her the importance of kindness and maintaining healthy interpersonal relationships. Many matters can be resolved without resorting to violence. Violence begets nothing but endless hatred. Ultimately, true resolution can only be achieved through civilized means. Life resembles a mirror. When one embodies kindness, those around them will reflect that same benevolence. Conversely, if one indulges in conflict and aggression, their companions will inevitably mirror that propensity for violence. Observing Qiao Lingxiang's previous existence, Qiao Yuelan recognized that, while it may not have been as resplendent, it possessed a certain stability, a quality that sufficed for a girl of Qiao Lingxiang's striking appearance. However, the transformation of Qiao Lingxiang into a troubled individual, immersed in brawls, has rendered her the subject of ridicule among her peers, who view her as a mere jest. This is a descent into depravity that Qiao Yuelan cannot remedy. After conversing with Fu Mingyu, Qiao Yuelan immersed herself in her studies within the advanced class, diligently attending to her academic pursuits. Observing Qiao Yuelan's resolute demeanor, Fu Mingyu found amusement, for Qiao Yuelan was accustomed to being revered by the boys. Encountering the indifferent Xin Yi proved intolerable. Furthermore, it was widely believed that Xin Yi's involvement in aiding Qiao Lingxiang stemmed from a concealed affection for Qiao Yuelan. Under such assumptions, Qiao Yuelan was convinced that a mere conversation with Xin Yi would suffice to dissuade him from further interference. Little did she know that Xin Yi was inherently rebellious. Even if Qiao Yuelan approached him, he would persist in his involvement with Qiao Lingxiang's affairs. Initially, Xin Yi had intervened solely out of disdain for Qiao Chun and Qing Tian's bullying of Qiao Lingxiang, but Qiao Yuelan's remarks incited his ire, leading him to adopt Qiao Lingxiang's predicament as his own responsibility. Henceforth, he resolved to oversee her affairs, leaving Qiao Yuelan feeling utterly rebuffed and emotionally unsettled. In this instance, Fu Mingyu remained oblivious to the depth of Xin Yi's affection for Qiao Yuelan. Xin Yi, in stark contrast to the other boys who idolized Qiao Yuelan, was a person of a different ilk, prompting Fu Mingyu to regard him with newfound respect. No one intervened in their affairs. Upon learning that Qing Tian had already left school, Xin Yi turned his neck and addressed Lu Zhengqing behind him, saying, "Go and bring out Qing Tian's desk." Lu Zhengqing, with a smile, casually inserted a cigarette into his mouth and, alongside another senior student, entered Qing Tian's classroom. They located Qing Tian's desk and, in an act of retaliation, carried it outside. All the classes in that corridor turned their attention to Qing Tian's desk, along with its contents, which Lu Zhengqing and his companions unceremoniously disposed of into the artificial lake. Silence enveloped the scene. Neither Qing Tian nor Xin Yi were to be trifled with. And now these two factions had irrevocably clashed. Chapter 36. Her character is truly admirable, grandmother. Do you have Qiao Lingxiang's phone number upstairs? Xiang? Xin Yi's grandmother was seated in a rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, knitting, with a pair of reading glasses perched on her nose. Upon hearing the question, she replied, "Check the bedside table in my room. I believe I have it written down there." Understood. He hurried into his grandmother's room and rummaged through her phone book, as older individuals often do, preferring to jot down numbers rather than trust the digital address book on their mobile phones. When Xin Yi finally found the name Xiang, he recognized the number as somewhat familiar. Without further thought, he dialed it directly. The call was quickly connected, and before Xin Yi had a chance to speak, Qiao Lingxiang's voice emanated from the receiver. "I have already accepted the task." Xin Yi was taken aback, examining the rather familiar number once more, then glancing at his messages. He inquired, Life handyman? On the other end, Qiao Lingxiang paused momentarily, recognizing the voice of the individual who was to team up with her, and asked, Senior Tsini? No, you. Tsini found himself momentarily bewildered, on the verge of questioning how Qiao Lingxiang had transformed into a life handyman. At that moment, his grandmother, clad in a pink coral fleece nightgown and draped in a thick woolen scarf, entered the bedroom from the living room. She inquired, Did you get through? Asked Xiang why she no longer needs to stay in the dormitory and why she isn't coming out to play. Holding his phone, Xin Yi waved his hand toward his grandmother, indicating that he was busy with something important and was about to converse with Qiao Lingxiang when his phone was abruptly snatched away by her. You're supposed to ask, and yet you're reluctant? Step aside, I'll ask myself. His grandmother shot Xin Yi a disapproving glance as she exited with his phone, her tone warm and gentle. Xiang. Xin Yi had long known that his grandparents held a particularly fond affection for Qiao Lingxiang. She was perhaps the only one, at the tender age of 16, who could engage playfully with the elderly residents of their neighborhood. Her character was genuinely amiable, while most people might find elderly chatter tiresome. She listened intently, even to stories that others might shy away from sharing. Thus, Xin Yi's grandmother was conversing with Qiao Lingxiang on the phone. Initially, they spoke of nothing particularly significant, the essence of their dialogue being that Qiao Lingxiang would no longer need to stay in a dormitory. However, she did not emerge to dance in the square. Xin Yi's grandmother had been knitting a scarf, nearly finished with it. What should have been a brief conversation of mere minutes extended to 15, as Qiao Lingxiang mentioned her desire to accompany Xin Yi to the Cold Serpent Tower in search of energy stones. This sparked great enthusiasm in Xin Yi's grandmother, who continued to chatter away with Qiao Lingxiang. Their conversation stretched on for 2 hours. Yet, in the midst of this lively exchange, Xin Yi's grandmother, engrossed in her discussion, not only refused to hand the phone to him, but also took his phone and retreated to the bathroom, locking the door behind her, thus isolating Xin Yi. Left with no alternative, Xin Yi stood in the living room and dialed Lu Zhenqing on the landline, relaying the situation concerning the adept Qiao Lingxiang. On the other end, Lu Zhenqing fell silent for a moment before leisurely responding, Then just take her along. I reckon Qing Tian is quite ruthless. Leaving Sister Xiangxiang alone in Xiangqing, who knows what dangers she might encounter. Oh dear, could you refrain from calling her that? Xin Yi lamented, leaning against the landline as he sprawled on the sofa, his long legs resting on the coffee table. Every time you call her Xiangxiang, I am reminded of my grandmother. Ah, my dear grandson. Lu Zhenqing adeptly played along with Xin Yi's remark, but in an unexpected turn, Xin Yi abruptly ended the call. Individuals like Lu Zhenqing epitomize the archetype of a typical second-generation wealthy heir from the southern regions, exuding an air of flippancy and insincerity, coupled with a sense of world-weariness. He possesses a carefree disposition, embodying the belief that as long as calamity does not befall him, life should continue unabated. Typically, he presents himself with an overly polished exterior, resembling a male siren, and relishes in taking verbal jabs at someone like Xin Yi, a forthright and resilient young man raised in the northern territories. Strangely enough, a bond begins to form between the two. He expresses no objection to Qiao Lingxiang accompanying them to the Cold Snake Tower. Xin Yi, upon reflection, realizes that he initially recognized the value of a resourceful individual, and since Qiao Lingxiang embodies such capabilities and wishes to undertake tasks herself, he ought not to dismiss her simply because she is a woman. Moreover, given Qing Tian's ruthless nature, if he intends to look after Qiao Lingxiang, he must do so thoroughly. Leaving her in Xiangqing poses a risk should she encounter Qing Tian again. With these thoughts in mind, Xin Yi resolves to await the opportunity to team up with Qiao Lingxiang. His belongings are minimal as the climate in the south is considerably warmer than in the north. Thus, he has left all his winter attire at his northern home. Consequently, he procures some sportswear to pack into his backpack, filling the remaining space with snacks he had previously stockpiled at home. These snacks are remnants of his father's legacy. Clutching them in his hand, he forms a fist and gently kisses it, performing a small ritual to bid farewell to his father. Once he had finished sorting through his father's belongings, a knock echoed at the door. It's not locked, Xin Yi called out. In the next moment, his grandmother, clad in a pink nightgown, entered, returned his phone, and settled onto the bed beside him. She patted the space next to her and said, Come here, A.E., I wish to speak with you for a moment. Xin Yi plopped down beside her, resting his hands behind his head and reclining on the bed. You mentioned you were going to such a distant place, yet you didn't inform either me or your grandfather, she lamented. With a sigh, She recalled her cheerful conversation with Qiao Lingxiang moments earlier, only now to be beset with worry for her eldest grandson. Seeing Cindy lounging next to her, she playfully smacked his leg, scolding, "That's what you get for not telling your grandmother. You deserve that." Chapter 37. Completing tasks is secondary. Cindy's grandmother, at her advanced age, possessed little strength, and his playful protest barely registered. He feigned discomfort with a brief "ah" before continuing. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. "Our family is facing increasing difficulties, and since I have little to occupy my time at school, I thought I might as well explore a bit." "Oh, you," she sighed, recalling Cindy's mother. Her voice trembled as tears threatened to surface. Cindy quickly sat up and embraced his grandmother, soothing her. "Those residing in this community tend to be financially stable. Your grandfather's family owns a sizable company that had been thriving until this year, when operations began to wane. It appears that bankruptcy might be imminent." The elderly couple had only one daughter, Cindy's mother, who, along with her husband, perished in the northern region. Now, Cindy remains as the sole bloodline. If Cindy does not uphold this family, what will become of the elderly couple in the future? After much coaxing, Grandma finally ceased her weeping and said to him, "You must ensure that when you go out, you listen attentively to Xiang. Cindy, intrigued by Grandma's words, inquired, "Why does she have more favor than I do? Grandma, what is it about you and Grandpa that endears you to her? I have observed that many do not seem to appreciate her. Do you remember that your grandpa has always suffered from heart disease? That was several years ago, back when you had not yet arrived." As Grandma recounted this, her words flowed more freely. She spoke of how, for years prior, the economy in the southern region was flourishing, presenting a vibrant future. Cindy's grandfather had relinquished control of the company for many years because his daughter had married a garrison officer in the northern region. He harbored aspirations to expand the company northward, with hopes of eventually relocating there with Grandma to reunite with their daughter and granddaughter. Thus, Cindy's grandfather danced daily in the community square alongside Grandma. One day, he suddenly suffered a severe heart attack, leading to a desperate situation. Numerous individuals called for help, yet not a single person knew how to perform first aid, causing Grandma to cry out in anguish. It was at that moment that 12-year-old Qiao Lingxiang appeared. Although Cindy's grandfather was ultimately transported to the hospital by a frantic ambulance, without Qiao Lingxiang's timely first aid measures, he would not have survived long enough for the professional medical team to arrive. Thus, it was that Qiao Lingxiang rescued Cindy's grandfather, and from that moment on, Cindy's grandparents developed a fondness for the plump little girl. However, as she was a boarder, she was often sent off to summer and winter camps during holidays, leaving Cindy's grandparents with little opportunity to spend time with her. Their impression of her had begun to improve 4 years prior, and as a result, they paid more attention to Qiao Lingxiang. Gradually, they came to realize that one's appearance does not necessarily reflect the essence of one's spirit. Though Qiao Lingxiang was chubby due to her bodily constitution, which caused an excessive secretion of oil, her face remained shiny and greasy throughout both winter and summer. This oily complexion was rather unkind for a young girl. While she was not particularly unattractive, her round face and oily skin gave her an unappealing appearance. Yet, an unappealing exterior does not imply a flawed soul. Despite her introverted nature, those who took the time to approach her and observe her closely would uncover numerous admirable qualities. Cindy's grandmother sighed and turned at Cindy, saying, "She is a good child, as are you. You must support one another. Do not disdain her as others do." At such a tender age, she has already witnessed the darker sides of humanity. The malice directed towards her far outweighs the kindness. Yet, she manages to remain composed, making her a pitiable individual. In the future, she will surely become a person of understanding. "I know, Grandma, you can rest assured," Cindy replied, nodding. After a moment of thought, he added, "I have never found her to be unpleasant." Cindy nodded to her grandmother with a smile of reassurance, wiping her nose before rising to her feet. "I will go to the warehouse and fetch some provisions for our journey," she declared. Her grandfather had long ago begun stockpiling supplies in the basement of their home, under the auspices of his company. He had amassed a considerable quantity of items, such as self-heating rice and hot pot meals. Initially, his actions were driven by the fear of impending inflation and soaring food prices in the event of an apocalypse. In retrospect, his foresight proved to be remarkably astute, as many supermarkets now impose exorbitant prices, with a single box of self-heating rice costing hundreds, vanishing from shelves almost instantly upon arrival. In these times, those fortunate enough to still be employed count themselves lucky, as workplaces typically provide at least one meal each day. Consequently, many individuals, even without receiving salaries, seek positions that offer 3 meals a day. However, with the increasing number of bankrupt companies, the ranks of the idle continue to swell. As idleness proliferates, so too do societal tensions. Security checks are overwhelmed, teetering on the brink of collapse should they falter. The very fabric of the city may disintegrate from within. No, truly, there's no need. I have brought plenty, enough to last a week, Sin insisted, grasping her grandmother's hand. She opened her backpack to reveal an array of snacks, explaining, Qiao Lingxiang mentioned her skills in wilderness survival. And my intention in this outing is to cultivate my own abilities in that realm. The future remains uncertain, so you and Grandpa should stay vigilant at home, safeguarding both yourselves and the entrance. Grandmother continued to urge her, but Cindy hurriedly slung her backpack over her shoulders and dashed out of the house, leaving her frail limbs unable to pursue. Frantically, she stood by the door, calling out Cindy's name, while loudly reminding her from the corridor below. Understood. At the very bottom of the spiraling handrail, Cindy's youthful voice resonated, full of vigor. He was still young and eager to venture forth, to carve out a path uniquely his own. This, she could not impede. Chapter 38. Wang Yuhan. Once Cindy exited, he promptly called Qiao Lingxiang. At the moment he dialed, she had already descended with her backpack, and they coincidentally found themselves on the 7th floor and the ground floor, respectively. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang waited a moment with her survival pack. He emerged from the staircase, also shouldering a backpack, clad in athletic attire, his tall stature suggesting he was on the cusp of manhood, as if the boy had ripened fully. Neither felt the need for exuberant conversation. The initial shock of their serendipitous partnership had faded. They exchanged a glance and, in silence, exited the community gate together, heading toward the mission center. All tasks at the mission center could only be accepted by the team leader, and a group assembled at the entrance, where the center counted heads and distributed a single bag of compressed biscuits to each participant, regardless of the duration of their outing, be it a day or a month. Each person was limited to just one bag. Once consumed, they would have to fend for themselves. By the time Qiao Lingxiang and Cindy arrived at the mission center, Lu Zhenqing was already waiting at the entrance with 2 male students from Xiangqing High School. Before arriving, Lu Zhenqing had informed everyone, one by one, that the skilled individual in daily life was Qiao Lingxiang. Those who came did not express any dissent. However, initially, around 10 individuals had intended to team up to venture to the Cold Snake Tower, but upon learning that the skilled individual was Qiao Lingxiang, they opted not to go. Consequently, including Qiao Lingxiang, Cindy, and Lu Zhenqing, only 2 boys were present, one named Zhao Long and the other Agio. Lu Zhenqing did not conceal the reasons for the other's absence. He candidly explained in front of Qiao Lingxiang and Cindy. Shrugging his shoulders, they are concerned that it would be a wasted trip, and moreover, searching for energy stones will undoubtedly involve arduous travel. They worry that Xiang's health may not withstand it, and that she might lag behind, leading to further complications. Upon hearing this rationale, Cindy furrowed his brow, casting a concerned glance at Qiao Lingxiang, fearful that she might take it to heart. To his surprise, Qiao Lingxiang remained remarkably composed. She responded with an affirmative hum and addressed both Cindy and Lu Zhenqing, saying, "Then I shall go out and fetch some individuals from the task center." With that, Qiao Lingxiang turned and entered the task center. There was no reason for her to feel disheartened. Lu Zhenqing's explanation was quite reasonable. In fact, she had encountered far more egregious situations throughout her life. Due to her weight, she often found herself without any partners for team-based mini-games, left entirely alone. Yet now, at least 4 individuals, Sun Yi, Lu Zhenqing, Agio, and Zhao Long, were willing to team up with her. This was already a significant improvement, and she felt genuinely grateful for it. After Qiao Lingxiang left, Sun Yi looked at Lu Zhenqing and expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Why didn't you speak to me privately about such matters? Why bring it up with her? Doesn't she care about her dignity as a young woman?" Lu Zhenqing cast a glance at the plump silhouette of Qiao Lingxiang ascending the steps, and, whether it was due to the encroaching night or the play of light at the entrance of the mission center, he felt that her figure appeared slightly diminished. He then addressed Sun Yi, half in jest and half earnestly, "I can't help but think that not being forthright, being evasive, would be detrimental to her. The truth is evident. She knows better than we do how others perceive her. If a few honest words can shatter her spirit, then frankly, I wouldn't wish to be part of such a team." Upon hearing this, Cindy regarded Lu Zhenqing with a somewhat frosty gaze. He recognized that Lu Zhenqing's words were grounded in reality, though they were harsh for Qiao Lingxiang. Unbeknownst to him, he had already taken it upon himself to shield Qiao Lingxiang. Lu Zhongqing shrugged and, seemingly oblivious to Xin Yi's expression, patted him on the shoulder with a roguish smile, saying, "My dear grandson, you possess many admirable qualities, but this blunt nature of yours could benefit from some refinement, perhaps learning from our southern ways. When you wish to be kind, do so wholeheartedly, but remember, it's wise to retain a bit of reserve." As they conversed, Qiao Lingxiang emerged from the mission center. Indeed, she had lost a few pounds since leaving home that morning, yet for someone of Qiao Lingxiang's stature, such a loss was hardly noticeable. In the evening, before departing from the community basement, she deliberately sought out the scale located at the elevator entrance to weigh herself. After receiving a severe beating from Chung Tian, she weighed 247 pounds. Having shed 5 pounds yesterday and another 3 today, she was uncertain if there existed a specific standard for her weight loss. But Qiao Lingxiang was acutely aware that her decrease in weight was undoubtedly linked to her injuries and the beating she endured. At that moment, a languid figure emerged from the entrance of the task center behind her. It was the lanky individual who had previously distributed flyers at the center, known as Wang Yuhan. Wang Yuhan held a plastic bag containing 5 small packets of compressed biscuits, each no larger than a palm. Upon noticing the 4 high school students standing outside, Wang Yuhan scoffed softly, handing the plastic bag to Qiao Lingxiang and whispering, "I don't know how you managed to trick these 4 into coming here. But I must warn you, deceiving the task center for compressed biscuits will leave a credit record." He then addressed a few others, stating, "The task center requires identification and facial registration for task assignments. If a task remains unfulfilled, one cannot undertake another. This measure is in place to prevent individuals from banding together to deceive the center for food when they find themselves in dire circumstances." The term thin straw refers to the fact that Qiao Lingxiang deliberately gathered Xin Lu, Zhongqing, and the other 2 to form a 5-member team in order to deceive the task center into providing them with compressed biscuits for their mission. Xin Yi scoffed and remarked to the thin straw of the task center, "Is it really worth the trouble to deceive you for those compressed biscuits? If I wanted them, I could simply raid your warehouse. That would be far more convenient." Upon witnessing Xin Yi's audacity, Wang Yuhan recognized him as a troublemaker. Accustomed to gauging others' reactions and wary of confrontation, he found it easy to mock Qiao Lingxiang, whose honest demeanor made her an easy target. However, standing against a provocateur like Xin Yi was another matter entirely. He feared the consequences of such a confrontation. As they had just entered the task center, they overheard the aunt at the counter, preparing to close for the day, say, "Little Wang, I need to leave early today. Please keep an eye on things tomorrow. My grandmother works at the hospital and mentioned that there has been a surge of flu cases lately. My son commutes daily and there's no one to supervise him at home." Wang Yuhan nodded in response, his eyes glinting with a rodent-like cunning. This task center was originally a community service window that had been repurposed. Both Wang Yuhan and the aunt at the counter were former grassroots community workers. Subsequently, the Xiangqing management system decided to establish this task center, converting the original community window into its current form. Consequently, the task center was quite small, and the staff members were limited. If the aunt left early today and arrived late tomorrow, he would be the sole person at the entire task center. With such thoughts lingering in his mind, Wang Zhan observed the departure of the ladies at the counter. He hurriedly closed the main door of the task center, lowered the security gate, and then casually made his way to a corner of the center, evading the gaze of the wall-mounted cameras. He slipped behind the counter and, beneath the lady's desk, discovered 5 bags of compressed biscuits. These had been retrieved from the center's warehouse, intended for the team led by Qiao Lingxiang, who had mentioned during the midday briefing that approximately 10 individuals would be present. Consequently, the lady had requisitioned 10 bags of biscuits from the warehouse. However, as only 5 members of Qiao Lingxiang's team had arrived, there were 5 surplus bags that the lady had forgotten to return to inventory. Crouching beneath the desk like a mouse, Wang Zhan tore open a bag and consumed its contents, subsequently stuffing the remaining 4 bags into his clothing pockets. Only after this did he rise and hastily access the lady's computer to log the 5 bags back into the inventory. He planned to inform her the next day, upon her late arrival, that he had already returned the biscuits. Outside the trading hall, the streetlights illuminated half the path while casting the other half into shadows. One light shone brightly while another remained dim, and the number of pedestrians had significantly increased compared to previous days. In Xiang City, not only was Xiang City High School experiencing a gradual descent into disorder, but many middle schools, primary schools, and kindergartens were also in a state of disarray. The 5 members of Qiao Lingxiang's group, all burdened with backpacks, headed toward the southern gate of Xiang City. Many of them were merely junior or senior high school students, embarking on their first mission with the trading hall, only to realize that none among them had ever formulated a task plan. For instance, they had yet to determine what mode of transportation would be utilized to exit the city. How shall we proceed? Let us purchase high-speed train tickets. Aji raised her hand, retrieved her phone, and said, "Please provide me with your identification numbers, and I shall procure the tickets." Before anyone could relay their ID numbers, Aji turned off her phone screen, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated, "All high-speed train tickets to Lingxi Tower are sold out." The crowd was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, one would either take a high-speed train or a plane for long-distance travel. Qiao Lingxiang and her companions should have been able to secure tickets to Lingxi Tower. Yet Aji's search revealed that all high-speed train tickets from Xiang City to Lingxi Tower were completely booked. Due to the scarcity of resources, the frequency of high-speed trains and flights had been significantly reduced. Just a day prior, there had been multiple trains heading to Lingxi Tower, but now, tickets appeared only sporadically over several days. Naturally, they were snatched up immediately upon release. Qiao Lingxiang glanced around her vicinity. Typically, one would find shared bicycles at intersections, yet they had long since vanished, presumably converted into private property by others. "Let us drive instead." Lu Zhengqing pulled out his phone from his backpack, made a call, and after a brief conversation, hung up, smiling as he addressed Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang. "My family's car dealership happens to have a batch of unsold vehicles. We can each take one and drive there. I'll have my family bring them over." "Lu, you're quite the affluent one," Zhao Long remarked, giving Lu Zhengqing a thumbs up. Being associated with this wealthy heir, one need not worry about transportation. Lu is truly remarkable. Thereupon, Lu Zhengqing, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, playfully winked at Zhao Long, and upon glancing at Xin Yi, he raised a thumb in approval. Lu Zhengqing was in high spirits. The 5 individuals decided to wait at the crossroads for Lu Zhengqing's family to bring the vehicles, taking the opportunity to engage in conversation. Qiao Lingxiang, slightly troubled, furrowed her brow. She was unable to drive, being adept only at cycling and riding an electric scooter. Thus, she pondered whether 5 vehicles were truly necessary for the 5 of them, contemplating whom she might ride with. Yet, she hesitated, fearing that perhaps no one would be willing to offer her a lift. Just as she grappled with her dilemma, 25 minutes slipped by. After a quarter of an hour of lively chatter among Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing's group, 5 electric scooters, equipped with pedals, were loaded onto a pickup truck. Arriving under the cloak of night, the group stood in awe as Lu Zhengqing's father emerged from the vehicle, greeting them with enthusiasm. "Hello, children. I've brought your scooters," he exclaimed. "Why are you all standing there? Hurry, unload the scooters." Lu Zhengqing playfully smacked Xin Yi on the back, then climbed into the truck bed. Retrieving an electric scooter, he reassured everyone, "Rest assured, although the journey may be a bit long, the batteries are fully charged. Riding for 8 hours will pose no issue. And should we run out of power?" He demonstrated by pedaling the scooter, showcasing its functionality. The cold wind brushed against the 4 standing by the roadside. But Qiao Lingxiang breathed a sigh of relief. She was relieved that she wouldn't have to drive after all. Xin Yi, with a stern expression adorning his handsome face, pointed a finger at Lu Zhengqing, stepped forward, and seized the electric scooter from his grasp. They all believed that Lu Zhengqing, a wealthy heir from Xiangqing, would generously provide each of them with a car, but they were indeed naive in their assumptions. How foolish it is to be young and idealistic. Upon witnessing Xin Yi's demeanor, Lu Zhengqing's smile blossomed, nearly transforming his face into a radiant flower. He gently turned to Qiao Lingxiang and inquired, "Xiangxiang, would you like Brother Qing to assist you with the scooter?" Chapter 40. The fearless youngster. Let us ignore him. We shall all disregard him. He asked her once more, "Can you ride?" Qiao Lingxiang nodded, accepting the scooter's handlebar that Xin Yi offered her. She clumsily mounted it, attempting a test ride. While the onlookers perceived her as someone who might not know how to ride at all, yet, in truth, she managed quite well. Although she was not performing acrobatic feats on the electric bike, she did not veer off course, maintaining a steady path. "Very well, I wish you all a pleasant ride." Currently, the number of teams venturing out in search of energy stones has dwindled significantly. At the end of last year, the chief commander of the central system proclaimed that an apocalypse was imminent and that energy sources were on the verge of depletion. Although many derided him for being overly dramatic, numerous departments began to feel the tension. The task center was swiftly established, and people flocked to form teams to seek out energy stones. However, 6 months later, most of these grassroots teams returned empty-handed. Akin to the gold rush, countless individuals set out to seek fortune, but only a select few managed to strike gold. Those few fortunate individuals, through their perseverance over the past 6 months, have amassed considerable wealth. Lu Zhengqing's father, as well as Cini's grandparents and the families of Qiao Long and Qiao, did not believe they could uncover the energy stones. They merely embraced these children, nurturing them while broadening their horizons. Aside from Qiao Lingxiang, the families of Cini, Lu Zhengqing, Qiao Long, and Qiao were relatively well off. They were not in dire need of those few energy vouchers. Consequently, even Cini and the others did not harbor such expectations. Thus, a group of young boys, having just transitioned from adolescence to youth, accompanied by a plump girl, set off on their electric bicycles towards the Cold Snake Tower. Though Xiangqing is an ancient city, it has achieved a splendid amalgamation of antiquity and modern infrastructure, with numerous exits leading to the highway scattered throughout. While there were few vehicles on the highway at that time, Lu Zhengqing still opted to navigate the roadway for safety. The road was even more devoid of private cars. Despite the purpose of their outing being the search for energy mines, the youthful exuberance of the boys rendered them fearless, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor as they rode, engaging in lively conversation. As they frolicked and bantered along the way, after about an hour of cycling, a loud pop echoed as Lu Zhengqing's tire burst. He found himself gliding forward on one wheel for quite a distance before tumbling into the furrow beside the road, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness!" Qiao Lingxiang and Cini quickly halted their electric bicycles to check on him, with Cini being the first to abandon his bike and rush down to assist Lu Zhengqing. He lay on the roadside embankment, clutching his leg and wailing in agony, evidently suffering from a severe injury. Qiao Lingxiang parked her vehicle close to the highway guardrail, glanced around to ensure no cars were approaching, and then confidently descended the embankment with her survival backpack. From her bag, she retrieved a long-lasting, powerful flashlight, seemingly small but equipped with an extendable strap that she fastened atop her head. Once she secured the flashlight in place, she calmly began to assess Lu Zhengqing's condition, noting that his leg appeared to be grievously hurt. In haste, Qiao Lingxiang took out a pair of scissors from her backpack and gestured to Qiao Long, instructing him to find a lengthy branch and some ropes. After issuing her commands to Qiao Long, she proceeded to cut away the fabric of Lu Zhengqing's pant leg, letting out a sigh of relief as she did so. She remarked, touching the purplish bruise on his calf, which elicited a cry of pain from Lu Zhengqing. "I think my bone is broken. It hurts so much, don't touch it." Just as Qiao Lingxiang was about to withdraw her hand, she suddenly felt a surge of warmth pooling in her palm. She remained silent, sensing a heat radiating from her fingertips, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary, fearful of being discovered. "I believe I should be fine. There's no need to go to the town hospital." Lu Zhengqing wiped the sweat from his forehead, comfortably resting in Cini's embrace, adding, "It hurt quite a bit when I first fell, but now it feels much better." Upon hearing his words, several individuals exhaled in relief. Cini callously tossed Lu Zhengqing into the adjacent field, remarking coolly, "You claim you can cycle for 8 hours, yet one wheel is missing. And we have an injured companion. How do you expect to manage?" Lu Zhengqing let out a mournful cry once more, albeit this time with a considerable degree of theatricality. He turned around and, in a dramatic fashion, embraced Cini, wailing, "Brother Cin, you must take responsibility for me. You cannot abandon me." Nearby, Qiao stifled a laugh at Lu Zhengqing's antics, then turned to observe Qiao Lingxiang as she busily packed her backpack. Curiously, he inquired, "What on earth have you packed in that bag? You even have scissors and a flashlight. How did you anticipate needing all this?" Cini and Lu Zhengqing, who had been playfully tussling in the field, abruptly halted and directed their attention towards Qiao Lingxiang. She explained, "When I was younger, my parents were too preoccupied to attend to me, so they sent me to summer and winter camps. Once, I mistakenly enrolled in an extreme survival camp. The instructors there were rather impoverished and struggled to recruit students, so when they saw I was not causing any trouble, they decided to keep me." "No wonder you claim to possess survival skills," Cini remarked, kneeling beside Lu Zhengqing. He glanced at Qiao Lingxiang, who nodded in affirmation, having finished packing her bag. Rising once again, he positioned himself behind Lu Zhengqing, slipping his arms beneath Lu Zhengqing's armpits and dragging him from the field to the roadside. After a brief interval, Qiao Long approached, holding 2 branches and grumbling. There's no village ahead or shop behind. I can't find any rope. He placed the branch beside Lu Jingqing's calf, stood up, and hurriedly approached Qiao Lingxiang to unfasten his belt. While doing so, he eagerly remarked, "How about we make do with my belt? It should suffice. Today, everyone is dressed in loose athletic wear, while I am the only one sporting trousers with a belt." It seems I was quite astute. Before Zhao Long could loosen the belt at his waist, he was pulled away by Xin, who grasped the collar of his shirt and dragged him from in front of Qiao Lingxiang. Xin stated, "No need for that. Lu Zhongqing claims he is fine, but his vehicle is beyond repair, so you should take him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Long had no choice but to relent. A few of the younger ones began to mock the poor quality of Lu Zhongqing's electric bicycle while escorting him to the back seat of Zhao Long's electric bike. Xin then hastened to Lu Zhongqing's broken electric bicycle and proceeded to remove the battery, placing it into his own bag. He discarded the bicycle and mounted his own. Addressing the group, "Given the poor quality of Lu Ye's bike, I fear it may be challenging to ride safely to the Cold Snake Tower. Perhaps we should venture to a nearby town to find a larger bus or a minibus for greater safety." The absence of high-speed rail in Xiangqing does not imply that the surrounding townships lack alternative transport routes. This seemed agreeable to all. Having lost face, Lu Zhongqing dared not assert the superiority of his electric bicycle and could only express his agreement with Xin Yi's proposal with both hands and one foot. Xin Yi then turned to seek Qiao Lingxiang's opinion, asking, "What do you think?" When first asked for her opinion, Qiao Lingxiang found herself momentarily taken aback. She quickly waved her hand, her face flushed, and said, "I'm fine with anything. Whatever you choose, I will cooperate." Xin Yi nodded in agreement and decisively opted for Dongtaimeng County, the nearest location to them. Dongtaimeng County, situated along the direct route to the Lingxia Tower, is a small county with a commendable level of economic development, nestled beneath the auspices of Xiangqing. Although it took Qiao Lingxiang and Xin over an hour to arrive on their electric bike, by car, the journey would only take around 20 minutes. By the time they reached Dongtaimeng County, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Lu Zhongqing utilized his phone for navigation, and the group made their way to the nearest bus station. Naturally, at such a late hour, one could hardly expect to find many people at a bus station in these times. Despite the darkness enveloping the bus station, a few small inns along the roadside had their doors ajar, as did several shops selling assorted goods. Standing at the entrance of the bus station, Qiao Lingxiang gazed at a modest inn across the street, its sign unlit, yet the interior glowed warmly. A Jew, standing nearby, expressed some confusion and inquired. Qiao Lingxiang turned her head and explained to a Jew that, for instance, her own primary motive for undertaking these tasks was to evade Jingtian. Moreover, her aim was not to seek energy stones. Rather, she was often left hungry and sought to forage for food in the wilderness. This sentiment could be extended to many who struggle to survive in bustling cities, opting instead to retreat to rural areas to cultivate the land as a means of sustenance. Aju nodded in understanding, overhearing Lu Zhongqing and Xin Yi discussing their circumstances. Given the current hardships of urban life, people were flocking to the countryside, where those with land fared significantly better than their city counterparts. They contemplated acquiring a plot of land themselves, cultivating it, and subsequently relocating their families to the rural area. Let us think practically. How are we going to spend tonight? Xin Yi shot Lu Zhongqing a glance, reflecting on their lack of foresight when they set out. They had not adequately planned, and now they found themselves without even a place to stay for the night. This oversight was one they vowed not to repeat. Lu Zhongqing, with a cheerful demeanor, sat in the back of Zhao Long's vehicle and suggested, "Why don't we just rent a couple of rooms at a hotel? We can share one room among the 4 of us, and since Xiangxiang is a girl, she can have a room to herself. There's a chance they might not accept cash. We might need energy vouchers," Xin Yi remarked as he turned to Zhao Long and Aju, inquiring, "How many energy vouchers do you have on you?" As they conversed, a van slowly approached along the dark road, carrying 2 men, one at the wheel and the other in the passenger seat. The man in the passenger seat wore a hat and leaned out of the window, grinning at Xin Yi and Lu Zhongqing, asking, "Hey, where are you guys headed? Need a ride? We can take you for free." A significant number of people had migrated to the suburbs, including those without land who sought refuge with relatives possessing property. As the winter season draws to a close and spring approaches, many are filled with anticipation for the time when they can cultivate the land. Even if they cannot plant rice at this moment, growing some winter vegetables would suffice. Thus, The two individuals in the van are not strangers to those fleeing from Xiangqing. Seeking refuge in the countryside, Sini furrowed his brows, observing the two jovial figures in the van. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Zhiqing, both sensing an underlying unease. Firstly, regarding the van itself, it appeared to be in decent condition, neither too old nor too new. However, in these uncertain times, driving around the bus station in the dead of night raises suspicions. Are they not concerned about the cost of energy vouchers? Energy vouchers are issued in the central region and are universally accepted across all four directions: north, south, east, and west. This means that every fueling station requires energy vouchers for refueling. The same applies to electricity. One must possess energy vouchers to purchase power. Although electricity is somewhat cheaper than gasoline, the current market pricing indicates that a single energy voucher can fill the tank of one vehicle or provide sufficient electricity for 5 electric cars. The prices fluctuate daily for various reasons, but generally speaking, utilizing electricity is less expensive than gasoline. Yet, the van they are driving is not a modern electric vehicle. It operates on gasoline. Here they are, cruising around the bus station in a gasoline-powered vehicle. As for the two men, while they do not appear particularly disheveled, their attire does not suggest affluence sufficient to engage in altruistic endeavors, especially when they claim to offer free transportation. These numerous minor inconsistencies culminate into a significant cause for concern. Scoundrels possess an innate sense, enabling them to effortlessly identify their kind amidst the vast sea of humanity. Do they not? Sini's handsome visage darkened slightly, while Lu Zhiqing, with his charming peach blossom eyes glimmering, resembled a hunter who had just spotted his prey. He cheerfully greeted the occupants of the van from the back seat of Qiao Long's bicycle, inquiring, "We are headed to the Cold Snake Tower. Could you kindly give us a lift?" Chapter 42. How long have you been in this line of work? Cold Snake Tower? How fortuitous. We are headed that way as well. What brings you to Cold Snake Tower? You don't seem particularly old. Are you sneaking out to have some fun without your families knowing? A glint of coldness flickered in Sun Yi's eyes. Upon hearing their destination, the man in the passenger seat declared it to be a mere coincidence that they were going the same way. He was skeptical, for he sensed something amiss. Therefore, he deliberately replied, "We are all high school students. Classes are over, so we decided to sneak out for some fun." Sneaking out, huh? That works too. I can give you a ride. The man, who was soliciting passengers, waved his hand, exited the vehicle, and flung open the door to the van's rear seat, instructing the children, "All right, hop in." Lu Zhiqing nodded, leaping off the back of Qiao Long's bicycle, limping as he made his way into the van. He was the first to enter, retrieving his backpack and silently extracting 2 iron rings from within, which he then slipped onto his fingers. The iron rings, possessed by him, Sun Yi, Qiao Long, and Ajio, each had several pairs. These were the instruments of choice for unruly students engaged in brawls. Though they appeared modest, akin to small rings worn on the fingers, they bore little resemblance to the exquisite adornments typically adorned with gems or intricate designs. Instead, the rings worn by Sun Yi and his companions featured 4 or 5 sharp protrusions. While small in size, when worn on all 5 fingers, a single punch could undoubtedly draw blood. Once the rings were securely in place, Lu Zhiqing, with a smile gracing his face, instructed Sun Yi outside the vehicle, "My dear, please stow our bags in the trunk and ensure they are not misplaced." Sun Yi shot Lu Zhiqing a disapproving glare, then turned to unload his backpack from the van and handed it to Qiao Lingxiang. She was momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events, watching as Sun Yi unzipped his backpack and, in plain sight, retrieved a handful of rings. Methodically, he adorned each finger, ultimately donning 8 rings. Qiao Lingxiang's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed up at him under the moonlight. Sun Yi flashed her a reassuring smile and instructed, "When we set off, you will sit in the back and keep an eye on the bag. There are snacks inside. If you grow hungry, feel free to help yourself." At that moment, Qiao Long and Ajio were preoccupied with a man soliciting passengers, opening the rear compartment of the van, leaving Sun Yi's subtle actions unnoticed. With the rings firmly in place, Sun Yi casually slipped his hands into his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance and pride, twisting his neck before turning to board the vehicle. The garment behind him was abruptly seized by Qiao Lingxiang, who, though uncertain of what might transpire, felt a palpable sense of urgency. She sensed something significant was about to unfold and, in her chubby-cheeked innocence, softly uttered, "You're hurt. I can heal it. So it's all right, don't be afraid." Sun Yi, unable to fully comprehend the meaning behind Qiao Lingxiang's words, assumed she had acquired some basic wilderness survival skills to tend to minor injuries, perceiving it as a trivial matter. He nodded and entered the vehicle. Qiao Lingxiang obediently followed suit, settling herself at the rear of the van. With a playful smile, she inquired, "What's this? You four are out for a jaunt, and didn't he bring along a pretty girl? What use is it to bring someone so plump?" Inside the vehicle, Lu Zhengqing and the others remained silent, while Xin Yi, wearing a serious expression, commanded, "Drive." He scrutinized the youthful faces around him and questioned, "What business do you have at Lingxi Tower? Are you genuinely here for leisure?" "Uncle, we've taken on a task to find energy stones at Lingxi Tower," Lu Zhengqing replied, engaging in conversation with the man in the passenger seat. Beside him, Xin Yi adopted a haughty demeanor, sitting nonchalantly with his gaze fixed intently on the driver in front. The driver had yet to utter a single word. Zhao Long, seated next to Xin Yi, muted his phone, feigning a gaming session while actually keeping the GPS navigation running. After a while, the van traversed through the urban area of Dongtaimeng County and swiftly reached the outskirts. Zhao Long then showed Xin Yi his phone, revealing that the van had indeed deviated from its intended path to Lingxi Tower. Xin Yi let out a silent, sardonic laugh before addressing the driver. "Good sir, how long have you been in this profession?" The driver's head tilted slightly as he cast a sidelong glance behind him, remaining silent. However, the man in the passenger seat responded with a grin. "What? Are you referring to driving? It hasn't been long. As you know, times are increasingly difficult. The news speaks of an impending apocalypse, and everyone seems to be in a frenzy, flocking to rural areas. Resources are scarce now, and many vehicles are no longer in operation. We're merely trying to earn a living, right?" Pausing briefly, the man added, attempting to mask his intentions. "Today is simply our unlucky day. We haven't encountered anyone wealthy. If you happen to have any energy vouchers, it would certainly help us cover our fuel expenses." Indeed, to avoid misjudging a kind soul, Lu Zhengqing interjected, cautiously probing the man in the passenger seat. "Do you know the way to Cold Snake Tower? Would you like us to provide navigation?" "How could we not know?" The man in the passenger seat chuckled, gesturing towards the driver beside him. "This guy has been driving for over 10 years. He's been everywhere in the southern region. How could we possibly be unfamiliar with the route to Cold Snake Tower?" As he spoke, the vehicle continued to move forward, heading in a direction entirely opposite to that of Cold Snake Tower. After a while, Lu Zhengqing remarked, "Why do I have the feeling that this road is becoming increasingly remote? Are we heading into the mountains? This route is shorter." Chapter 43. A desire for misdeeds. A solitary street lamp illuminated the densely intertwined branches before the car window. In the early winter of the southern region, a plethora of evergreen trees flourished, their leaves tapping against the windshield, producing a delicate and crisp sound. The mountain road grew increasingly rugged. Within the silent confines of the vehicle, Xin Yi unexpectedly inquired, "So, do you conspire for wealth and take lives as well?" Xin Yi's straightforward question elicited a chuckle from Lu Zhengqing, who sat beside him. The man in the passenger seat, tasked with soliciting passengers, was momentarily taken aback, turning his neck to gaze at Xin Yi as he questioned, "What do you mean by that? We're merely earning a meager living. How could we possibly harm you?" I pondered, considering our group of sturdy men and how they dared to pick us up. I wondered how they intended to deal with us. Would they find a secluded spot along the way to take a break, offer us something to eat, and then render us unconscious to ease their troubles? As Xin Yi spoke, he leaned forward, extending his long arm past the driver's head, slapping the driver's face with an air of arrogance. "Hey, driver, are you truly cut out for this line of work? You've taken a wrong turn. We all have phones. Do you think we're fools?" The driver abruptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the van to a halt on the desolate mountain road. Cursing under his breath, he exclaimed, "I'm not taking you anymore. What is this? A bunch of students. And I'm giving you a free ride and getting hit for it? Get out of my car now? Yes, we won't indulge in your so-called kindness any longer. You may exit the vehicle," he declared. Xin Yi reclined against the back, exuding an air of languor, and spoke in a tone that was both infuriating and audacious. "I'm afraid we find ourselves without a vehicle to Cold Snake Tower. Today, we simply wish to indulge in a little mischief. Is that acceptable?" The man in the front passenger seat, upon hearing Xin Yi's words, abruptly turned around, and in that moment, the dim light revealed a knife glinting in his hand. Behind him, a Jiao sprang to his feet, wrapping his arms around the man's neck. Zhao Long immediately sat up and reached forward to grasp the knife from the man's grip. The driver, witnessing the commotion, flung open the car door in an attempt to flee, only to be met with a punch from Xin Yi, striking his right cheek. He let out a pained cry as blood gushed from 4 wounds, collapsing unconscious against the window. Lu Zhongqing leaped out of the car, limping to the passenger side, where he and Qiao worked in tandem to drag the struggling man out of the vehicle and onto the roadside, where they unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. This entire ordeal unfolded in a matter of minutes, with Xin Yi and his companions firmly in control. Qiao Lingxiang watched in astonishment. She had anticipated trouble, yet she never imagined that Xin Yi and Lu Zhongqing would resort to such unrestrained violence, devoid of any superfluous dialogue. This was a stark contrast to Qiao Lingxiang's own adherence to rules, leaving her profoundly shaken. While she would endure bullying from others, it was only after 16 years of her life that the tension within her snapped, driven to the brink by Qiao Chun, who had forced her into a corner from which there was no escape, rendering her patience utterly exhausted. Qiao Lingxiang had never considered that when she discovered others were attempting to bully her, she could actually choose to take the initiative. Is this proactive approach not far more exhilarating? The anguished cries continued to resonate through the desolate wilderness, one after another. Xin sat before Qiao Lingxiang, one foot propped upon his knee, tugging at a data cable lying in front of the driver's seat. Noticing the cable's connector matched that of his own phone, he began charging it while glancing towards the car door, shouting, "Don't kill him. Ask him how long he has been in this line of work and what heinous deeds he has committed." Lu Zhongqing stood by the roadside smoking, and upon hearing this, he limped over, seizing the bloodied man and commencing his interrogation, one question at a time. It was as if he were born for this profession. Quickly identifying the logical fallacies in the man's responses. Should the man lie, Lu Zhongqing would discern it immediately. His questioning was skillful, weaving through various topics. And if the man spoke falsehoods, inconsistencies would easily arise. Despite engaging in a perilous trade, this man could not contend with the vigor of this group of energetic youths. Soon enough, he could no longer bear the beating, begging with tears and blood streaming from his face, revealing the intricacies of his dealings. Their enterprise, driven by substantial market demand, swiftly evolved into a robust industrial chain. At several transport stations in Dongtai's Meng County, their operatives lurked nearby, typically targeting the vulnerable, elderly, women, and children, or those with families in tow. Those who descend from Xiangqing, burdened with their belongings, seek to board a bus or head directly to the rural towns beneath Dongtai Meng County. The resources in Xiangqing are scarce, prompting many to flee to the countryside with all their possessions. The reason they have singled out Xin Yi and his companions is primarily due to the latter's boisterous antics at the bus station entrance, exuding an air of carefree youthfulness, accompanied by an exceptionally plump girl whose bulging backpack suggests a sheltered upbringing and a family with some means. It appears they have taken advantage of their school's neglect, escaping home for a leisurely jaunt. Those with societal wisdom would refrain from bringing along such a burdensome companion. The likes of Qiao Lingxiang, who is notably clumsy in all pursuits, epitomized the term liability. Upon hearing a man outside the vehicle utter such remarks, Xin Yi huffed in indignation. Extending his long legs to exit the car, he forcefully kicked the man, sending him sprawling to the roadside, and retorted, "Just because you look like a decent person, does that make you one? I detest judging by appearances." He then turned to Lu Zhongqing and inquired, "Ask again if they possess any lives." The findings from their inquiries revealed no fatalities involved. Typically, these individuals would drag passengers to remote areas, coercing them to surrender their food, clothing, and various vouchers, including, but not limited to, energy vouchers, before departing in their vehicle. The fate of the passengers was of no concern to them, and given their limited experience in this illicit trade, they had yet to encounter a situation that resulted in loss of life. Xin Yi lifted her foot and stepped down upon the man's broken fingers, exuding an air of haughty dominance. Chapter 44. Is Qiao Lingxiang dead? Upon finishing her words, Zhao Long and Lu Zhongqing swiftly stripped the unconscious driver and the battered man of their clothes, leaving them utterly bare. Aji, giggling, joined Zhao Long in unfastening the belts of their captives, binding their hands behind their backs before unceremoniously shoving them into a nearby pit. Weak groans escaped the lips of the nearly lifeless man, as he lacked even the strength to struggle against their grasp. Would they report to the authorities? The students at the school, though seemingly naive, adhere to their own survival codes. Regardless of the circumstances they face, they seldom report incidents and rarely confide in their parents. These individuals either come from homes where their parents or guardians are indifferent to their plight, or they have been influenced by their environment to believe that sharing their experiences with those in power would be deemed lowly. This mindset is indeed misguided. If allowed to persist, It would only tarnish the atmosphere within the campus, a truth that Qiao Lingxiang comprehended fully. Yet, she belonged to the former category, having sought help in the past, yearning for advocacy, only to be met with neglect from her family. However, there are many in society who possess a clear understanding of such matters. Qiao Lingxiang harbored deep concerns that these two individuals might expose Xin Yi and her companions for their assault and theft of the men's vehicle and clothing to the authorities, potentially leaving a permanent mark on their records. Qiao Lingxiang could forego her future. Given her current circumstances, what prospects could she possibly have? Ku Qinyi and Lu Zhengqing are both good individuals, still in the bloom of youth. The current societal order has not yet deteriorated to an irreparable extent. The urban administrators are striving tirelessly to maintain its functioning. Although the security checks may appear to lack diligence, this institution still exists and continues to operate. Thus, the journey ahead remains lengthy, and who can truly predict the course of their future? Such individuals have persisted for half a year. The security personnel in Dongtai County cannot possibly be unaware of their existence. How could they report this? Would they accuse us of engaging in illicit dealings? Wouldn't that implicate themselves as well? After a brief pause, Lu Zhengqing chuckled and remarked, "Moreover, I believe that the security checks may not concern themselves with this matter. If they were to report it, they might find those involved released within a few days, rendering our efforts futile." Qiao Lingxiang obediently nodded, remaining silent. While Xin Yi turned from the front seat, handing over the garments stripped from the two men to Qiao Lingxiang, he instructed, "Search through these and see if there is anything of value, particularly identification documents. Dispose of them upon exiting." After speaking, Xin Yi stifled a yawn. Reclining back as he said, "I shall take a brief rest. Zhao Long, wake me if you grow weary from driving." Zhao Long acknowledged with a nod, and Qiao Lingxiang began meticulously sifting through the pockets of the two men's clothing. She uncovered 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 lighters, a stack of energy vouchers, and 2 identification cards. Seated at the rear of the van, despite her ample figure, the back seat felt spacious as she occupied it alone. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang placed the items she had extracted upon the adjacent seat, retrieved her mobile phone, activated the flashlight, and captured several photographs, including one of the other party's identification card. What purpose did the photography serve? I fear that they may disregard my warnings. Should they resort to such actions again and I encounter them, I shall not let them escape unscathed. In that case, I shall publicly disclose their identification numbers and registered addresses online, thereby resolving the matter entirely. Observing Qiao Lingxiang's earnest demeanor as she spoke, Lu Zhengqing inquired with a chuckle, "Are you not concerned that they might recognize you, and before you can take action against them, they might retaliate first?" Qiao Lingxiang paused briefly, nodding in the darkness before shaking her head, and softly replied, "I possess neither a future nor any aspirations. I am unafraid." She added, "Rest assured, if they were to capture me, I would certainly not betray you. Even if they were to beat me to death, I would remain steadfast and not divulge your identities. Moreover, it is unlikely they could truly kill her." Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhengqing turned to face her and suddenly remarked in the moving vehicle, "How can a person exist without a future or dreams? Xiang, if you did not have them before, perhaps now is the time to contemplate. There must be something you yearn for, is there not? What does she desire?" In the depths of darkness, Qiao Lingxiang pondered in silence for an extended period. All she yearned for was to exist without being regarded with disdain. Even if it meant being treated like one among the multitude, even if she would be forgotten as soon as she was seen, and no one would gaze upon her exterior. What seemed to be commonplace to ordinary individuals, requiring no effort at all, became the very essence of her deepest desires. To live as a mere grain of sand in the vast sea encapsulated all of Qiao Lingxiang's aspirations. Beyond that, she could not conceive. The van navigated the mountain roads, circumnavigating Dongtai County, and ascended the highway leading to the Cold Snake Tower, racing fervently towards its destination. Meanwhile, Qiao Lingxiang and Xin Yi were en route, having driven throughout the night, nearing their arrival at the Cold Snake Tower. In the Shangqing Hospital, Xiao Chun, moving his fingers, dialed Cheng Tian's number. Upon connection, he immediately gritted his teeth and asked, "Brother, has Qiao Lingxiang died?" Previously, he had been severely beaten by Qiao Lingxiang and Xin Yi, resulting in his admission to the ICU, his injuries appearing grave, particularly around his neck, which was encircled in a deep purplish hue. Currently, aside from his hands, his entire body was immobilized, rendering him unable to move. Fortunately, despite his dire condition, He regained consciousness after only a day of dizziness, with no immediate threat to his life. Indeed, he was quite resilient. Chapter 45. Are you here for a picnic? This time, Qiao Chun was genuinely frightened of Qiao Lingxiang. Yet he also harbored a profound hatred for her. Once he recovered, the thought of seeking revenge felt daunting. He could only hope that his cousin might exact vengeance on his behalf. The situation has escalated to such an extent that he has been admitted to the ICU, inevitably alarming Qiao Chen's family. They are understandably furious. The school has already been embroiled in the matter, and they have reported it to the authorities. However, the authorities have merely made a phone inquiry regarding the situation and have yet to send anyone to investigate. They have not yet prioritized Qiao Chen's case. Following Cheng Tian's assault on Qiao Lingxiang, Qiao Chen's family decided to withdraw the case. If an investigation were to ensue, given the severity of Qiao Lingxiang's injuries inflicted by Cheng Tian, it is likely that Cheng Tian would face serious consequences. When Cheng Tian received a call from Qiao Chun, he was at home, fearing retribution from Tsini, and hence had decided to skip school. Upon hearing Qiao Chen's inquiry, Cheng Tian scoffed derisively and replied, "It's nothing, but she might be on the brink of death. Don't worry, she won't dare to return to school. I checked with your grade this morning, and they said she hasn't shown up. She deserves whatever happens to her for doing this to me." In the ICU, Qiao Chun lay in bed, seething with rage, cursing Qiao Lingxiang over the phone. He then confided in Cheng Tian, "Brother, it seems there are many people in the hospital right now. I overheard the ICU nurses chatting today. They mentioned that this hospital has admitted numerous peculiar cases, patients with fevers and undetermined ailments that don't resemble common cold symptoms. Brother, I wish to transfer to another hospital. You're almost mummified, and Aunt 1T allow you to transfer. Just stop the nonsense and stay put. It's incredibly difficult to get into an ICU these days, with so many severely injured patients relegated to regular wards. You're fortunate to be here. Cherish it." Regarding Qiao Chen's remarks, Cheng Tian was not persuaded and swiftly dispelled Qiao Chen's thoughts of transferring hospitals with just a few words. After exchanging a couple more sentences, they ended the call. Once he had hung up with Qiao Chen, Cheng Tian dialed a classmate from his own class to inquire whether Tsin Yi had been looking for him. On the other end of the line, the classmate recounted how Tsin Yi had thrown his desk into the artificial lake the previous day, adding that both Tsin Yi and Lu Zhengqing had not attended school that day, leaving their whereabouts a mystery. Cheng Tian felt a pang of unease. It seemed he had stirred up Qiao Lingxiang, which meant Tsin Yi would likely become a persistent thorn in his side. However, outwardly, Cheng Tian maintained a facade of disdain, muttering defiantly to himself that he was not afraid of Tsin Yi's arrival, dismissing him as someone merely enamored with that overweight girl's sister, which explained his constant support for the boy. The classmate recognized Cheng Tian's formidable nature, yet acknowledged that Tsin Yi was equally formidable, leading to an awkward chuckle on the phone as he humorously echoed Cheng Tian's sentiments before asking, "Are you coming to school today?" Cheng Tian replied, "No. There's nothing worthwhile to attend. Even if we exert ourselves in our studies, lacking quality educational resources renders our efforts futile." Previously, Cheng Tian had enrolled in Xiangqing High School as a sports student, aspiring to gain admission to a prominent physical education university in central China. But now he realized that the educational resources at Xiangqing High School were concentrated solely in the elite classes. In other ordinary classes, teachers seldom attend to deliver lessons. Instead, students are merely handed worksheets to complete. Even when a teacher does show up, it is typically only for a brief 10 minutes, during which they rush through an entire week's worth of material before returning to the monotonous distribution of exercises. Many students persist in attending school not because of the education, but due to the uncertainty of what to do outside its confines. Moreover, the school provides meals. Even if one lacks energy vouchers to purchase food tickets, there are still provisions for those in need, albeit the meals are often overly soupy. However, once they step into the real world, the situation is starkly different. If one is hungry, they will remain so, for no one will offer sustenance simply because of their youth. Cheng Tian spoke with unwavering conviction, unwilling to admit that his avoidance of school stemmed from fear of retaliation by Tsin Yi. The apprehension of Tsin Yi's vengeance was indeed the primary reason for his absence, followed closely by the realization that spending time at school was less productive than seeking opportunities elsewhere. After concluding a call with a classmate in Xiangqing, Cheng Tian ventured out, heading straight for the Bar District, an area notorious for its chaotic mix of individuals. He was acquainted with a few local ruffians who frequented that very locale. Meanwhile, Outside Xiangqing, Sun Yi, Qiao Lingxiang, and their companions sped towards the Cold Snake Tower in a vehicle they had obtained through dubious means. Along the way, they stopped at a roadside gas station, where they utilized the energy vouchers acquired through their illicit activities to fill the van's fuel tank. As a precaution, they also filled 2 additional containers with gasoline, stowing them in the trunk before resuming their journey to the Cold Snake Tower. At last, they arrived at their destination around noon. The Cold Snake Tower initially served as a scenic spot, renowned for its breathtaking landscapes. Nestled within the mountains, the tower, known as Cold Snake Tower, is quite ordinary. However, the surrounding scenery is exceptionally captivating, drawing numerous hikers each year. Upon the arrival of a few individuals at Cold Snake Tower, they discovered several vehicles parked outside the ticket office, each appearing more luxurious than the humble van they had taken. The individuals standing beside these cars were clad in gear that seemed far more professional than their own sports attire. As they emerged from the van, the onlookers laughed at the sight of them. When they noticed Qiao Lingxiang, a rather portly figure, awkwardly disembarking with a bag on her back and another in her arms. Struggling to maneuver due to the narrowness of the car door, the laughter erupted into hearty guffaws. Someone called out, "Hey kids, are you here for a picnic?" Sun Yi turned and took the bag from Qiao Lingxiang's arms, slinging it onto her own back, casting a cold glance at the amused crowd. Their laughter continued unabated. Ashamed, Qiao Lingxiang lowered her head and followed Sun Yi, feeling deeply regretful for repeatedly making them the subject of ridicule. She felt a strong urge to part ways with Sun Yi and the others, wishing to venture into the mountains alone. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang walked slowly, dragging her feet as though she were about to lag behind. Unbeknownst to her, Sun Yi, having secured his bag, noticed her lethargic pace. He reached out and grasped her wrist, pulling her toward the ticket booth, exhibiting no desire to dissociate himself from her. Chapter 46. Fu Bin Wang enters the mountains with a carefree grin. He seized her other wrist, playfully exclaiming, "Oh dear, my foot still aches. Sungu, would you kindly lead us both for a while?" While holding Qiao Lingxiang, Sun Yi felt no particular discomfort. However, with Lu Zhengqing joining them, he inexplicably felt as though he had been put at a disadvantage. The absurdity of their group was indeed amusing. One fool, one rotund individual, one limping companion. And the remaining 2 boys likely possessed their own peculiarities. Altogether, it was quite a spectacle. Qiao Lingxiang's face flushed with embarrassment, not due to any burgeoning romantic sentiments from Sun Yi's grasp, but rather because everyone at the ticket booth was laughing at them. Initially, the laughter had been directed solely at her, but with Sun Yi and Lu Zhengqing now involved, the mockery encompassed them as a collective. She had never experienced such treatment before. The group had always ostracized her, perceiving her as a source of disgrace rather than honor, bringing only humiliation and derision. Consequently, she found herself excluded from every conceivable group, be it her class at school, extracurricular activities, interest groups, or even her own family. They do not acknowledge Qiao Lingxiang as one of their own. They are reluctant to associate with her, for fear of being ridiculed alongside her. Consequently, Sun Yi and Lu Zhengqing, who hold Qiao Lingxiang's hands, only amplify the laughter around them, rendering the trio even more comical in the eyes of others. Yet, Qiao Lingxiang feels an unexpected surge of courage, dismissing the mockery with a sense of resilience. It is of no consequence. Let them laugh. For she is not alone in this ridicule. She has companions who stand by her side, albeit few, who affirm her existence. Amidst her complex emotions, she feels a profound sense of injustice and anger, not for herself, but on behalf of Sun Yi and Lu Zhengqing. These are truly wonderful individuals. Spirited youths living with pride and defiance. They deserve not to be mocked, but to stand in the brightest light, relishing a life of unrestrained joy, admired by all. She resolves to strive, if only for the sake of Sun Yi and Lu Zhengqing's dignity, to take life more seriously than ever before. This is the first time Qiao Lingxiang has so clearly articulated this to herself. The ticket booth at the scenic area had long ceased operations. An elderly gentleman responsible for cleaning mentioned that several groups had arrived in search of energy stones, heading directly into the mountains. While large vehicles are prohibited from entering, our smaller van is permitted. These convoys are similarly on missions assigned by the task center, venturing into the Cold Snake Tower in pursuit of energy stones. The mountain roads are treacherous, both narrow and steep. Therefore, those traveling in RVs and mid-sized buses will certainly find it impossible to navigate. However, This did not deter Lu Jingqing from mocking those who arrived in camper vans and minibuses. He stood in place, laughing heartily 3 times, and loudly proclaimed to Xin Yi, "Yi, assist this king into the mountains." At that moment, Xin Yi truly wished to sever the hand that Lu Jingqing held with Qiao Lingxiang. He felt no shame in being with Qiao Lingxiang, but often felt a twinge of embarrassment in Lu Jingqing's company. The laughter of the crowd erupted once more as a few young men accompanied Qiao Lingxiang, striding imperiously towards the minibus under the gaze of onlookers. They drove directly through the entrance of the scenic area, as the Cold Snake Tower had no staff on duty, leaving the gates wide open. Upon entering, a broad road unfolded, flanked by steep mountains, with a crystal-clear stream running alongside. The convoy of off-road vehicles also set off, overtaking Xin Yi's minibus with ease and disappearing around a bend. Xin Yi, focused on driving, had no intention of racing, given the mountain roads. A minibus could hardly compete with an off-road vehicle. It was wiser for their group to proceed cautiously. As he drove, Lu Jingqing and his companions rested within the vehicle, while Qiao Lingxiang tidied up the minibus's trunk, uncovering a modest supply of edible biscuits, cigarettes, and instant noodles. Though limited in quantity, when combined with some wild fruits, it could sustain them for about 7 or 8 days. After several hours of waiting for the vehicle to depart, they arrived at a steep mountain peak, reaching a fork in the road, one path leading east and the other west. Xin Yi casually chose the route accompanied by a flowing stream and continued onward, delving deep into the mountains. After a while, Qiao Lingxiang, seated at the rear of the van, called out, "Senior Xin, could you please stop?" Xin Yi halted the van on the muddy path, which was quite narrow, barely wide enough for a single ox cart to pass. "What is it?" he inquired. "There are fruits here. We should pick some first." This was the essence of survival in the wild. When encountering food, it was prudent to gather a bit, lest they venture deeper into the mountains and find themselves hungry, potentially unable to locate sustenance. Indeed, speaking of which, I am quite hungry. At this moment, Lu Jingqing, who had been dozing, awoke, stretching lazily and nudging the back of the passenger seat with his injured foot. "Pick more. Fill a sack," he urged. A Jew, seated in the passenger seat, turned to Xin Yi with an exasperated expression, remarking, "Xingu, could you rein in that rascal? Just because he has an injured foot doesn't mean he is incapacitated." Xin Yi rummaged through the small storage compartment in front of him, retrieving a plastic bag and tossing it back towards Lu Jingqing with a stern visage. "You're in charge of gathering. Hurry up and get out." "Oh dear. I'm the injured one here. Have a bit of compassion, won't you?" Lu Jingqing lamented. But his pleas fell on deaf ears as Xin Yi had already taken Zhao Long and a Zhu to harvest the fruits from the vines. Chapter 47. Sister Xiang is concerned about me. The fruit tree stood atop a rise by the roadside, not particularly tall, yet its location was elevated. A few spirited young men busily gathered the semi-ripe fruits, tossing them down as they collected. Lu Jingqing, limping slightly, held a plastic bag and stood beneath the tree, picking up the fallen fruits. After gathering a handful, he turned around to find Qiao Lingxiang crouched on the ground, holding several broad banana leaves. She was diligently collecting the fruits and wrapping them in the leaves. What a hard-working and admirable young lady she was. Lu Jingqing chuckled, lifting the bag filled with nearly half of the fruits, and said, "Xingu, I'm utterly exhausted. Shouldn't we be having lunch now?" Xin Yi jumped down from the tree, responding, "Let us eat. I have some food with me." He hadn't tea brought much, and that morning, everyone had consumed the bag of compressed biscuits distributed by the task center. Lu Jingqing, Zhao Long, and a Jew had also brought minimal supplies, but they each had something to share. Hence, they were generous, pooling their provisions to sustain one another during their 4 or 5 days in this scenic area. However, Qiao Lingxiang chimed in, "Let us have instant noodles," adding some fruits. "I'll cook the noodles for you." "Can you really cook noodles?" The boys, unfamiliar with wilderness survival, looked at Qiao Lingxiang with curiosity. Xin Yi inquired, "But there are no pots or pans here." "I brought some." Qiao Lingxiang cradled a large bundle of fruits, meticulously wrapped in banana leaves. She turned and approached the vehicle, retrieving her backpack from the back seat. After casting a glance around, she pointed to a small stream beside the mountain path, where a stony beach lay adjacent to the flowing water. With a tone imbued with inquiry, she addressed Xin Yi and the others, saying, "I shall set up a fire there. Senior Xin, could you assist me in gathering some slightly drier twigs?" Upon seeing the boys nod in agreement, Qiao Lingxiang turned to Lu Jingqing and added, "Senior Lu, since your foot is still injured, It would be prudent for you to sit beside me and lend a hand, if that is acceptable. Lu Zhengqing, with a playful demeanor, quipped, "Ah, it seems that Sister Xiangxiang is concerned for my well-being." Qiao Lingxiang chose to ignore his jest, having spent a few days in his company. She realized his conversational style fluctuated between seriousness and lightheartedness. Engaging in earnest discourse with such a person could be quite exhausting. As the group dispersed to fulfill their respective tasks, Qiao Lingxiang made her way alone to the stony beach by the stream, seeking suitable stones for her fire pit. In no time, she had constructed a rudimentary hearth. Delving into her backpack, she rummaged for quite a while before finally unearthing a set of cooking utensils. Lu Zhengqing limped onto the stony beach from the muddy path, intrigued as he observed Qiao Lingxiang settle herself upon a flat stone, extracting a black bag, roughly the size of a small watermelon, from her backpack. She opened the black bag, revealing a small black milk pot, topped with an iron lid. With deft hands, Qiao Lingxiang lifted the lid and retrieved the handle along with several screws, carefully attaching it to the small pot. Lu Zhengqing observed Qiao Lingxiang's meticulous nature. Noting her attention to detail, he leaned forward to peer inside the pot, discovering a colorful small disc resting within. Curiously, he inquired, "What is this little plate for?" "It can serve as a drinking vessel or a bowl for food," Qiao Lingxiang replied, her chubby hands lifting the colorful disc from the pot, demonstrating its versatility. She pressed the central point of the disc, folding it skillfully into a bowl and then into a wide-mouthed cup. "This was a complimentary gift when I registered for the extreme survival camp," she explained. Subsequently, Qiao Lingxiang handed the colorful folding cup and the milk pot to Lu Zhengqing, saying, "Senior Lu, could you please fetch some clean water and wash the pot?" They had set up their cooking area on the stone beach, making water retrieval an easy task for Lu Zhengqing. As he approached, she rummaged through her bag, unexpectedly producing a bottle of balm for bruises. Lowering her gaze, she said, "Senior Lu, your foot needs some massage. Now that we are in the mountains, it's essential for it to heal quickly. Otherwise, climbing may prove to be quite challenging." Lu Zhengqing found the reasoning of Qiao Lingxiang to be quite sound. He limped over to the stone stove, clutching a small milk pot and a folding cup, and set them down. As he removed his shoes and socks, he reached out to Qiao Lingxiang for the bottle of bruise ointment. Instead, she poured the medicinal oil into her hands, then took hold of Lu Zhengqing's calf, skillfully kneading the area between his calf and ankle. Perhaps due to the properties of the ointment, Lu Zhengqing's leg felt a warm sensation upon contact with her hands, accompanied by a distinct alleviation of pain that flowed from his limb. Intrigued, he glanced at the bruise oil resting beside Qiao Lingxiang and remarked, "What brand of bruise oil is this? I can hardly feel any pain in my leg now. It's just Honghua oil, available at any pharmacy. I received it as a gift when I enrolled in the extreme survival camp. Its effects are rather impressive, completely unaware of any surreal implications." Lu Zhengqing examined the Honghua oil but could not discern any particular flowers. He simply returned it to Qiao Lingxiang. He contemplated purchasing several bottles for himself, assuming the pharmacy would still be open. With her head bowed, she remained silent for a considerable time before explaining, "All medicines are essentially the same, perhaps. The technique in massaging bruises is what truly matters." In that moment, Qiao Lingxiang realized with certainty that she not only possessed the ability to treat her own internal and external injuries, but could also extend her healing to others. Moreover, she had the capacity to control the extent of her healing, choosing whether to fully restore someone or merely provide a slight alleviation. This discovery exhilarated Qiao Lingxiang. At the very least, she had acquired such an ability. In the future, should she find herself in a predicament, she would not meet her demise but could instead establish a clinic to earn a living. This way, Lu Zhengqing would harbor no suspicions. Chapter 48. Embarrassment resolute in her decision, Qiao Lingxiang busied herself with other tasks. She removed her shoes, rolled up her trousers, and armed with a sharpened branch, stood motionless in the rushing stream. Observing her intent posture, Lu Zhengqing was both astonished and impressed, despite the early winter chill that had already settled over the southern region. Qiao Lingxiang uttered not a single word. While she assigned them the least arduous tasks, she herself braved the cold waters, preparing to spear fish. Beyond her diligence, she exhibited remarkable endurance. Just then, Sini and a few others, laughing as they carried bundles of firewood from the mountains, halted abruptly, their gaze fixed on Qiao Lingxiang standing in the stream. Lu Zhengqing turned to Xin with a smile and remarked, "Ah, you've truly found a treasure. Xiangxiang can even catch fish." Xin, with his ink-stained eyes, continued to watch Qiao Lingxiang's silhouette in silence. After a moment, he shot Lu Jingqing a disdainful glance and retorted, "How embarrassing. We are outdone by a girl." Laughter echoed, but what was so amusing? Was it truly the case that the team leader, deemed a capable individual, relied entirely on Qiao Lingxiang for everything? What, then, was the significance of participating in this task? After expressing his irritation towards Lu Jingqing, Sin Yi decided to remove his shoes and socks, rolled up his trousers, sharpened a branch, and waded into the shallow river. As a grown man, he resolved to learn if he did not already know how. At this moment, Qiao Lingxiang had her sights set on a sizable fish. With a sharp twig in hand, she was poised to strike when a fleeting glance revealed Sin Yi had also entered the water. Startled, her hand trembled, and she missed her target. Coincidentally, the fish swam past Sin Yi, who swiftly plunged his branch into the water, only to have the fish elude him as well. On the shore, Lu Jingqing observed with amusement and inquired, "Hey, Xiangxiang, what shall we do on the bank? Let us start a fire. You have a lighter." Standing a few meters away, Sin Yi remarked, "How do we manage this?" "I just let one go. You need to aim below the fish," Qiao Lingxiang instructed. Holding up the fish she had speared, the large fish was still quite lively, thrashing about despite having been impaled by the sharp twig. She approached Sin Yi and explained, "The fish appears to swim shallow due to the refraction of light in the water, but in reality, it resides in deeper waters. There's a little trick to it. Aim below its body and thrust downwards, and you'll hit your mark." "All right, I'll practice some more," Sin Yi replied, nodding earnestly as he took the branch and stood in the water, learning to spear fish. Although he had grown up in the northern regions, he had never engaged in such activities during his childhood. The novelty of the experience captivated him, and he held his breath, focusing intently as he awaited the fish to swim by. As for the biting cold water, it was of no consequence. If a young girl like Qiao Lingxiang could endure it, surely he could as well. In this expansive scenic area, the natural environment was exceptionally well preserved, with crystal-clear waters teeming with sizable fish. In no time, Sin Yi successfully speared a fish, larger than the fish just caught by Qiao Lingxiang. He turned away with a smile on his face, intending to show her the fish in his hands. However, he was met with the sight of her plump figure already squatting upstream, deftly wielding a knife as she skillfully scaled and eviscerated the fish, extracting its swim bladder and entrails. Meanwhile, Lu Jingqing and his companions had spent quite some time by the stone stove, finally managing to ignite a fire. Qiao Lingxiang washed the cleaned fish in the stream, lifted it by its tail, and approached the stone stove to toss it into a small pot for cooking. Sin Yi observed silently, learning quietly as he too took out a knife meant for defense and settled by the stream, diligently scraping the fish scales. He had never engaged in such activities before. Having lived in the northern regions, his affluent maternal family had afforded him a life of luxury in a villa, attended to by several servants. Although his father was stationed in a military capacity, he held a rank akin to a camp commander. Thus, from a young age, Sin Yi had never partaken in cooking. Even after the loss of his parents, when he transitioned from the north to the south, he continued to live under the protection of his maternal grandparents, maintaining a lifestyle reminiscent of his upbringing, arrogant, tempestuous, and prone to brawls, akin to a young master of considerable privilege. In the city, he thrived more robustly than Qiao Lingxiang. Yet in the wilderness, he quickly recognized the disparity between them. Beyond fighting, what else could he do? Without the supplies hoarded by his grandfather, should society collapse further, he would be left to perish alongside his grandparents in this apocalyptic world. Silently and clumsily, Sin Yi scraped the fish scales with a knife. After a short while, a delightful aroma of fish wafted from behind him. Turning around, he noticed Qiao Lingxiang had gathered a multitude of banana leaves, folding them into the shape of a bowl with remarkable skill. She then poured the fish and broth into the makeshift bowl crafted from the leaves and proceeded to fill a small pot with water, preparing to boil noodles. Lu Jingqing and the others each held a small banana leaf bowl in their hands, accompanied by 2 appropriately sized sticks, eagerly awaiting their share of fish soup and noodles. "Lingxiang, come help me," Sin Yi called out, prompting her to rise and walk over to his side. Upon seeing him, she noted that he had already removed the scales and gutted the fish. Though the process appeared somewhat chaotic, he had at least followed the correct steps. "What happened to your hand?" Qiao Lingxiang inquired, observing the blood and fish scales smeared across his fingers, with the wounds clearly visible. "Oh, it was still wriggling when I was scaling it," Sin Yi explained nonchalantly, brandishing the bloodied knife as he asked, "Which of these entrails are needed and which are not?" "First, clean your hand," she replied. Finding a stone nearby, Qiao Lingxiang settled down, as her ample figure made squatting uncomfortable, pressing against her breath. Once seated, she took Xinyi's hand, cupping some stream water to wash away the blood from his fingers, then retrieved a small medical kit from her backpack. Do not be deceived by the diminutive size of this medical kit. It contains an array of essentials. Among them is a portable outdoor first aid cotton swab that, with a gentle bend, releases iodine tincture from a slender stick, saturating the cotton tip, ideal for disinfection. She cradled Xinyi's hand delicately, carefully applying the iodine swab to cleanse his wound, only to notice Xinyi's unwavering gaze fixed upon her little medical kit. Qiao Lingxiang then elucidated. "This was a complimentary gift from the organizers during my enrollment in an extreme outdoor survival camp." After a brief contemplation, she added, "It hasn't expired. There are still a few months left." Chapter 49. Qiao Lingxiang's stamina is indeed lacking, seizing an opportune moment while Xinyi was distracted. Qiao Lingxiang lightly brushed her fingertip against the area surrounding his wound as she affixed a band-aid. She distinctly felt a subtle warmth coursing from her fingertip, witnessing with her own eyes the wound on Xinyi's finger healing at a remarkable pace. She quickly withdrew her finger and secured the band-aid on Xinyi's injury. She dared not completely heal his small wound, fearing he might discover something amiss. However, Xinyi was oblivious to such thoughts. Perhaps the surreal nature of the wound's healing rendered him, much like Lu Zhengqing, entirely unaware of any underlying implications. At that moment, Xinyi's predominant sensation was one of relief, as he perceived no pain in his finger, thanks to Qiao Lingxiang's meticulous care and the medicinal treatment. Though he had never regarded the trivial injury as significant. Once Qiao Lingxiang had tended to Xinyi's injured finger, she picked up Xinyi's defensive knife and swiftly filleted the fish, demonstrating to Xinyi which internal organs were desirable and which were not. Xinyi listened intently, nodding occasionally in understanding. Meanwhile, on the shore, Lu Zhengqing and his companions had already gathered around the large bowl of fish soup made from banana leaves, eagerly helping themselves, each taking turns to savor the delectable broth until only a fraction remained. After the soup was prepared, Qiao Lingxiang proceeded to prepare instant noodles, of which there seemed to be a dozen packages. However, she only added 3 to the pot. The 5 of them divided the noodles, complementing them with the aromatic fish soup, which was already delightful on its own. Remarkably, in this remote wilderness, the instant noodles came with seasoning packets. Qiao Lingxiang took just 1 seasoning packet from the instant noodles, sharing it among the 5 of them. Although the flavor was somewhat subdued, given the surroundings, everyone expressed immense satisfaction with such a meal. Once they had finished the noodles and fish, Qiao Lingxiang sliced up 10 fruits and arranged them on the banana leaves for anyone to enjoy. Surrounded by verdant mountains and tranquil waters, the few young men, having had their fill of fruit, found themselves content and reluctant to move from their resting place on the rocky shore. Meanwhile, Qiao Lingxiang ran to the stream with the pot to wash it, listening to the lively banter of the newly initiated young men behind her as they chatted and joked. This serene life filled Qiao Lingxiang's heart with a profound sense of peace. Then, she heard Xinyi remark, "I ponder that in areas of this scenic spot that are already open to tourists, any energy stones would have long been excavated. If we wish to find energy stones, we must venture into the non-open zones." Lu Zhengqing nodded, sharing the same thoughts as Xinyi. However, Zhao Long, seated beside the stone stove, interjected, "You see, the mission center has issued this task for us to search for energy stones in the Cold Snake Tower, yet the place is so vast, and they haven't provided us with a precise location. Is this not merely a form of torment for us? If it is said that energy stones exist within Cold Snake Tower, they surely must be there." On the other hand, Agio did not ponder as deeply as Zhao Long. He stretched languidly and reclined upon a flat stone behind him, exclaiming, "I actually hope we don't find them too quickly. Life is quite pleasant at the moment. I have no worries about food or drink, and my father isn't constantly berating me in my ear." Indeed, as students plagued by poor academic performance, both from affluent and less fortunate backgrounds, each harbored their own troubles. Agio's father incessantly chastised him for his lack of ambition, insisting that in today's society, academic prowess is essential for a successful future. The urban management system was focused on attracting high IQ talents, and Agio's father was part of that very system. He keenly understood the trajectory of societal development and relentlessly pressured Agio to study. Agio, resistant to his father's demands, found himself increasingly rebellious in the face of such admonitions. Then, Lu Zhengqing remarked, "The mission center claims there are energy stones in Cold Snake Tower, and it is improbable that the southern region would not dispatch public teams to excavate them. I surmise that any location certain to yield energy stones has already been cordoned off. What they want the civilian teams to uncover are surely areas within this region that remain undiscovered." Sin Yi nodded and remarked, "Let us venture into the undeveloped regions. The more desolate the area, the better for us to explore. We may not necessarily find energy stones, but as this is our first expedition, none of us have experience. This phenomenon is something we have encountered only sparingly, so we shall treat it as a practice session." The others agreed. For energy stones are regulated commodities and thus do not circulate in the market. As they had just stepped out of campus, they were familiar with energy vouchers, having seen energy stones only on television or the internet, yet never in reality. Once everything was prepared, they set off in the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, with a Jew at the wheel, continuing deeper into the mountains. As they advanced, they crossed beyond the designated scenic area and entered the undeveloped zone, closed to ordinary tourists. The towering mountains impeded the van's access, rendering it impossible to proceed by vehicle. After a brief discussion, they parked the van within a dense thicket, covering it with thick branches, and took all the food from the vehicle, as well as 2 barrels of gasoline, embarking on foot into the wilderness. Initially, the path was quite manageable. They followed the watercourse further into the mountains. As night fell, they set up camp by the water's edge to prepare their meal. Qiao Lingxiang's stamina was indeed lacking. However, her foresight was commendable. She had the largest and bulkiest backpack among them when they set out, yet it contained no food whatsoever. And she had only brought 1 or 2 sets of clothing for a change. The group was initially puzzled as to what she had packed in such a large bag, only to discover it was entirely devoid of provisions. To her astonishment, her bag contained an array of items: scissors, cooking utensils, a medical kit, and a knife. Ultimately, she managed to find a spot for everyone to rest, astonishingly producing a compact tent from her bag. She had even brought a tent. Although the tent was not particularly spacious, sufficient for just one person, she discovered a crevice by the water's edge. The tent was left to shield those on guard outside, perfectly concealing the entrance, while the others could slumber within the cave. As autumn descended, the mountain air turned frigid once the sun disappeared, the cold wind slicing through the skin like a blade. Qiao Lingxiang kindled a fire inside the cave and set about boiling a pot of hot water in a small milk pan, distributing a cup to each person. Not only did they feel warm, but a comforting heat enveloped them entirely. In the final chapter, the protagonist kept watch through the night. As dawn approached, and with little else to occupy himself, he ventured to the nearby stream to practice spear fishing. He learned swiftly, spearing 5 fish in just an hour, expertly gutting them as Qiao Lingxiang had instructed the previous day. When he approached barefoot, his pant legs rolled up, Qiao Lingxiang hurried over to take the fish from him. Noting the redness and swelling of Xin Yi's hands, she inquired, "Is your hand all right now?" "It's fine now. The wounds have stopped bleeding." Xin Yi nonchalantly waved his hand and settled onto a stone, pulling down his pant legs to don his socks and shoes. The blissful trio, Lu Zhengqing and the others, gradually awakened to the enticing aroma of grilled fish. After a few individuals finished their grilled fish, they continued their journey, laden with backpacks, deeper into the dense forest. The paths became increasingly obscure, yet Qiao Lingxiang possessed a survival whistle equipped with a compass, ensuring they would not lose their way. Moreover, even if they did stray from their course, they remained unperturbed, for Qiao Lingxiang was adept at locating sustenance. Most often, it was fish, but as they traversed the mountains, she not only found caves for shelter, but also unearthed snake dens. In such weather, snakes typically retreated into their burrows, remaining inactive until the sun was high in the sky. Qiao Lingxiang would skillfully extract a snake from its earthen abode, gloved hands gripping its body as she tugged it out. Snake meat was scarcely more delectable than fish, yet the group welcomed the change in flavor. Furthermore, Qiao Lingxiang was inventive in her preparations, alternating between roasting and making soups, often adding foraged wild vegetables. Many times, Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing felt less like they were on a wilderness mission and more like they were indulging in a culinary adventure. Occasionally, they encountered wild game in the mountains. However, the creatures were too swift for the boys to capture, and Qiao Lingxiang, being rather plump, preferred not to exert herself in pursuit, allowing such pursuits to fade away. After wandering in the mountains for about a week, The group's admiration for Qiao Lingxiang soared to unprecedented heights, verging on a bond of life and death. At this juncture, all the young men truly comprehended that judging a person solely by their exterior is profoundly misguided. Qiao Lingxiang, appearing rather corpulent, was easily dismissed as a burden. Upon hearing that she intended to team up with Xin Yi for an expedition to Cold Snake Tower, many of Xin Yi's steadfast companions faltered in their resolve. The few who came, including Xin Yi himself, did not harbor any expectations of discovering energy stones. None anticipated that they would linger at Cold Snake Tower for an entire week. Lu Jingqing's motivation for joining was imbued with a spirit of adventure, while Ajio was compelled by the vexations of a bothersome father. Zhao Long, seeking respite from boredom, shared a similar sentiment with Lu Jingqing, yearning for a change of scenery. Even later, aboard the vehicle that had come from Dongtai Mengxian, the instant noodles they had unearthed remained untouched. Each day, they bore heavy backpacks filled with provisions and 2 canisters of gasoline, traversing rugged terrains with considerable toil. The food proved excessive. As their appetites were insufficient to warrant such a burden, discarding it was an unthinkable option, aside from the gasoline's fleeting utility during ignition. The sheer volume of food was unwarranted. Had they foreseen the encumbrance these provisions would present, they might have emptied their packs to accommodate a tent, cooking utensils, and tools suitable for dissection and capturing animals. Thus, they meandered through the dense forest for an additional 3 days. And not only did they fail to catch even a glimpse of the energy stones, but each of them also felt as if they had been excessively nourished on snake and fish meat. Encouraging one another, they continued their arduous trek deeper into the mountains, bearing the weighty supplies. When they encountered paths too arduous for Qiao Lingxiang to navigate, Xin Yi assisted her by carrying her backpack, and the 4 young men, pulling and tugging, managed to guide this remarkably hefty girl through the mountainous terrain for half a month without her ever falling behind. In the past fortnight, although Qiao Lingxiang remained active, her diet consisted predominantly of fish and snakes. Occasionally, while wandering in the mountains, she would discover an array of wild vegetables with diverse flavors, ensuring her daily meals were plentiful. However, she felt an overwhelming despair regarding her propensity to gain weight. She mused that while she might escape starvation in the city, she could very well succumb to obesity in the wilderness. As night fell, the group gathered by the streamside woods, igniting a grand bonfire. Throughout the day, Qiao Lingxiang had searched for a cave, yet her luck was woefully absent, and she could not uncover a suitable shelter for them to rest. Consequently, she sought a wind-sheltered spot, allowing the bonfire to blaze more fiercely, and they settled around it for the night. This expedition marked the first time for several of them to be away for such an extended period without any preparations. They vowed to learn from this experience and ensure they were adequately equipped for their next venture. After all, having accepted a task from the mission center, failure to deliver the energy stones at the trading post would leave the mission marked as incomplete, severely affecting their credibility. As they conversed around the fire, an unexpected shadow darted through the adjacent woods. Xin Yi sprang to his feet, alert and gripping his defensive knife, his gaze fixed intently on the darkened forest. Lu Jingqing, startled by Xin Yi's sudden movement, rose and inquired, "Ai, what is it? Is something amiss?" Xin Yi remained focused on the woods, while Zhao Long and Aji also stood, arming themselves with stones and sharpened branches. Qiao Lingxiang was originally adding fuel to the campfire. Seeing the others in such a state, she turned her gaze and beheld a figure slowly emerging from the shadowy forest, facing Xin Yi. In the flickering flames of the campfire, the stranger bore a smile that carried an unsettling, insidious undertone. Chapter 51. The Human Heart. Ah, do not be alarmed. I am not a beast. The newcomer, clad in excellent mountaineering gear, fixed his gaze upon Xin Yi and the other young men, revealing a gentle smile. I, too, am here in search of energy stones. I am one of those who arrived in a rugged vehicle at the entrance of the scenic area. Lu Zhiqing leaned closer to Xin Yi and whispered, "It appears that their group has also ventured into the depths of the mountains and is lingering nearby. Indeed, we have discovered a sinkhole and wish to explore it. However, we currently lack sufficient manpower. Therefore, our team leader has sent me to seek your assistance. Young friends, shall we collaborate and descend into the sinkhole together?" The stranger spoke with sincerity, introducing himself as Gu Siren, a graduate of a geological university. He explained that their group consisted either of professionals in geology or seasoned climbers. He elaborated that the vegetation surrounding the sinkhole was exceptionally lush, and the water temperature slightly higher than in other areas. Thus, there was a significant likelihood of finding a substantial quantity of energy stones within the sinkhole. However, the number of individuals accompanying us on this occasion is rather limited. While the chasm before us is exceedingly vast, we require a considerable number of hands to scour for traces of the energy stones. Your team is the only one in proximity, and should we collaborate and successfully uncover the energy stones, the division shall be 70-30 in our favor. Siren gestured, indicating that the location had been discovered by their team, and it was only just that they claimed 70% should energy stones truly exist. Cini observed the sincerity in his words. Indeed, the more individuals involved in the search, the better the chances of success. Otherwise, the mission center would not have issued such a task. However, truth be told, they were not entirely informed about the background of the other party or their character. Although Yi and his companions were embarking on their first mission, having just transitioned from the academic environment, they were still quite inexperienced in the realm of wilderness survival. Yet, this did not imply their ignorance of human malice. In essence, Yi and his peers, who had faced challenges as students, exhibited a heightened sense of vigilance compared to those who diligently toiled in classrooms. Yi sheathed his knife and addressed Siren, subtly indicating their intent to depart and their unwillingness to collaborate with him in descending the chasm. Siren was somewhat taken aback by the children's refusal. He took a few steps forward, persistently urging, "We have been meandering in this vicinity for 4 to 5 months. This marks our 3rd expedition into the mountains. If we did not possess a certain level of assurance, our captain would not have sent me to seek you out. We shall not go. Do not engage him with talk of seeking fortune amidst danger. It is evident that he is aware of the uncertainties involved. Bringing along such a group merely to join the fray, what responsibility would he bear should calamity strike?" Siren took a step forward, only to be halted by Lingxiang, who smiled with his alluring eyes and said, "Uncle, you must understand our perspective. The minds of those in your society are far too intricate. Who knows if you might turn against us over the distribution of spoils? We are not a professional team in search of energy stones, after all." Upon hearing Lingxiang's words, Siren paused, scrutinizing the group of inexperienced youths before him. He then glanced at Qiao Lingxiang, who sat by the fire like a mountain of flesh, chuckling softly as he took a few steps back. He spread his hands and declared, "Very well, since you cannot collaborate with us, I have nothing further to say. To be frank, this place was discovered by us first." What did he mean by that? Qiao Lingxiang found it somewhat perplexing. As she lifted her head, she noticed several off-road vehicle crews gradually encircling them. Cini, observing the situation, let out a cold laugh, revealing the knife in his hand once more, and remarked, "It seems there truly is something here. We have yet to uncover anything, yet you rush to silence us." Siren shrugged and remarked to Cini, "What your friend just said makes a valid point. Who knows if we might resort to unfair distribution of spoils and cause you harm? I am quite astonished that you managed to find this place, but resources are limited, and we have no reason to relinquish the energy stones we have painstakingly uncovered, do we? The intricacies of human nature." Lingxiang feigned a sigh, genuinely reflecting on their situation. In this vast expanse of mountains, they wandered aimlessly each day, hoping to catch fish by following the currents. Little did they know that by sheer happenstance, they had stumbled upon energy stones, which had already been discovered by someone else. This scenario was reminiscent of the gold rush. If 2 teams of prospectors stumbled upon a lucrative site simultaneously, the one that acted first would naturally eliminate the competition and monopolize the bounty. Siren, having discovered the energy stones, was concerned that Yi's group, also roaming nearby, might uncover their presence or the stones themselves. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative and eliminate Yi and his companions. Yi paused momentarily before suddenly charging towards Siren. In such moments, there was little to be said. The opposing party was a seasoned man who had navigated the complexities of society for years, far more pragmatic than their group of fresh graduates. Pleading for mercy was futile, merely offering one's life and surrender. Therefore, a brief act of resistance might present a slim chance of escape. Lingxiang swiftly lunged towards a man clad in mountaineering attire, while Zhao Long and Aju simultaneously split into 2 directions, each confronting one adversary, tumbling and grappling by the flickering campfire. However, the opposition was far greater than merely 10 individuals, as more men emerged from the shadowy woods, one after another. Sitting by the fire, Qiao Lingxiang suddenly noticed that one of the men was wielding a gun. Her heart raced, prompting her to rise and exclaim, Sin, they have firearms. In her haste, she even forgot to include the honorific for her senior. With a deafening bang, a shot rang out, striking Qiao Lingxiang in the abdomen. Clutching her agonizing stomach, she gazed at the man with the weapon. Chapter 52. It is his fault. Struck by the bullet, Qiao Lingxiang inexplicably smiled. It dawned on her that the nature of children in the school mirrored that of individuals in society. It is not merely a simplistic notion that children, in their naivety, engage in bullying others. In truth, even the so-called understanding adults can exhibit the same behavior, often harboring a darker disposition than their juvenile counterparts. At least children bully others out of a mere desire to exert dominance, whereas adults frequently do so under the guise of mutual cooperation and benefit. Beneath the veneer of hypocrisy lies a deep-seated filth. Clutching her pained abdomen, Qiao Lingxiang disregarded Sin and the others, charging directly at the armed man. She resolved to eliminate him first, otherwise, this ordeal would inevitably continue. These men were fiercely guarding this prized territory, determined to protect their secret at all costs. The adversary would undoubtedly not spare Qiao Lingxiang and Sin. This predicament must be resolved. At times, certain matters cannot be settled through mere discourse, and it may require a life to sever the Gordian knot. The assailant wielding the gun was taken aback when the corpulent man, despite being shot, lunged towards him. Indeed, the thickness of his flesh seemed impervious to the bullet's penetration. He was soon toppled by Qiao Lingxiang, who in the ensuing chaos, fired multiple rounds into her substantial form. Lingxiang, Sin bellowed, delivering a powerful blow to Gu Siren's temple, knocking him down, before swiftly darting towards Qiao Lingxiang and the armed man. Lu Zhengqing, Zhao Long, and Jiao were similarly stunned, pivoting to rush in the direction of Qiao Lingxiang. To their astonishment, Gu Siren too possessed a firearm, dazed from Sin Yi's punch. He awaited the moment Sin Yi turned his back. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved his gun from the holster at his waist and fired a shot directly at Sin Yi's back. Sin Yi collapsed, a large patch of crimson blossoming on his back. Lu Zhengqing turned to assist Sin Yi, but several of Gu Siren's companions drew their weapons, aiming at Lu Zhengqing, Zhao Long, and Jiao, unleashing a volley of gunfire. The four young men fell in a heap. Qiao Lingxiang shuddered, pressing herself to the ground. Her gaze fixated on Sin Yi. Despite being wounded, he was still striving towards her. Lingxiang. Sin Yi's eyes were bloodshot, tinged with a hint of gold. His entire being ablaze with anguish. It was his fault. His youthful arrogance and ignorance had imperiled this group. He had failed to devise a proper plan, to comprehend the harshness of reality. It was his mistake. He crawled towards Qiao Lingxiang, laboriously inching forward, bit by bit. In response, Qiao Lingxiang, racked with excruciating pain, extended her hand towards Sin Yi. She was uncertain of her own survival. Would Sin Yi and the others share the same fate? If they were to perish, could she bring them back? The thought of such a perilous gamble filled her with dread, compelling her to ensure that Sin Yi and the others remained safe. However, just then, another bullet struck her back, fired by the man she had previously tackled, who cursed her as a fat, lifeless creature, claiming her flesh was too thick for the bullet to penetrate. Several inexperienced youths fell victim to the gunfire from Gu Siren's group. The stillness of the dark forest occasionally shattered by the sound of gunshots. Chapter 53. Life and death. The bonfire blazed fiercely, yet Sin Yi could no longer move. Still, Qiao Lingxiang retained a flicker of strength. Her fingers brushed against Sin Yi's, while her other hand rested gently on Lu Zhengqing's face. Beside the fire, their team lay amidst a river of blood. She raised her gaze to Sin Yi, their faces surprisingly clean amidst the chaos. Warm currents flowed from her fingertips into Sin Yi's hand. He remained motionless, his gaze locked onto hers. What had once been a vacant stare now shimmered with hints of gold, a metallic hue deepening gradually from pale to rich, transforming into shades of brown and earthy black. Slowly sharpening its focus, the gunfire ceased, one of the assailants expending his ammunition. Gu Siren's voice broke the silence. Are they dead? Go check. If they're still alive, are they some sort of demon? In the shadows, Gu Siren laughed, yet her words were peculiar. That fat man seems to still be moving. Not dead yet. Such thick layers of fat. A man approached, preparing to fire a few more shots at Qiao Lingxiang's head. Just as his gun was about to descend, Sin Yi swiftly seized it from his grasp. Suddenly, Lu Zhengqing, who appeared on the brink of death, sprang to his feet, wielding a stone, and struck fiercely at the man's head, again and again, with desperate ferocity. What does it mean to fight for one's life? This is the very essence of survival. When one teeters on the edge of existence, they are willing to forsake everything to ensure the other's demise. Sin also leaped up with remarkable speed, aiming a shot directly at the wrist of the man he had seized, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Qiao Lingxiang quickly rushed to the side of Zhao Long and Qiao, grasping their hands and desperately channeling energy into their bodies. However, while Qiao could absorb the energy, Zhao Long remained impervious to it. What manner of creature is this? Gu Siren's eyes widened as she watched Sin rise from the pool of blood. The youthful resilience on his face had vanished, leaving only a stark reality. He stood tall beside the crackling campfire, gun in hand, having just taken a life. Gu Siren trembled as she raised her weapon, intent on shooting Sin, but he retaliated with a shot aimed directly at her. Observing this, the surrounding men fired a few rounds at Sin and Lu Zhengqing before turning to flee into the darkened woods. Sin deftly dodged a few bullets, his expression grim as he brandished his weapon and pursued the enemy, firing at Gu Siren's comrades along the way. Lu Zhengqing had sustained another gunshot wound, yet he paid it no heed, instead seizing the firearm from Gu Siren's hands and stumbling after her fleeing allies. His marksmanship was slightly inferior to Sin Yi's, as Sin was the offspring of a camp commander, but Lu Zhengqing's tenacity was commendable. Just moments before, when faced with death, an invigorating surge of energy coursed through him, enabling him to closely follow Gu Siren's companions. Before long, Qiao also rose to his feet and chanced upon a man sprinting nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into action, tackling one of Gu Siren's allies from behind. Grabbing a stone, he struck the man's head with all his might. In the shadowy forest, gunfire and anguished cries echoed intermittently, the sounds oscillating in proximity for an extended duration. Chapter 54, The Witch's Curse. Zhao Long. Zhao Long. By the stream, a fire crackled as Qiao Lingxiang fervently attempted to channel energy into Zhao Long's lifeless body, but not a single spark entered. Tears streamed down her face as she checked his carotid artery. There was no pulse, no sign of life. Shaking her head in despair, she questioned why she could save others, yet Zhao Long remained beyond her reach. Was it because his heart no longer beat? With this thought, Qiao Lingxiang hastily laid Zhao Long flat. Meanwhile, in the forest, Sin, Lu Zhengqing, and Qiao had already claimed numerous lives. Or perhaps they had already been eliminated by Gu Siren's teammates. Qiao Lingxiang paid no heed to these thoughts. She unbuttoned Zhao Long's shirt and pressed her palm against his chest, desperately compressing his heart. If she could be revived, then Qiao Lingxiang could also resurrect Zhao Long, as well as Sin, Lu Zhengqing, and Qiao. She simply needed to discover a way to channel energy into Zhao Long's body. With the first compression of his chest, a smile graced Qiao Lingxiang's face, for if Zhao Long's heart could just beat once, her energy would flow into him. She felt it distinctly. It was possible. Yes, it was possible. Qiao Lingxiang, you can do it, she murmured to herself, her hair disheveled, mustering her spirits as she hastened the rhythm of her compressions. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though she were performing CPR on Zhao Long, yet upon closer inspection, one could observe the bullet wounds on Zhao Long's body gradually healing. You promised to strive, Qiao Lingxiang. You vowed to give it your all, you said. She continued her mantra, as the bullets lodged within Zhao Long's body were slowly expelled by the healing tissue. Qiao, bloodied and battered, stumbled towards the campfire, collapsing to his knees beside Zhao Long, inquiring of Qiao Lingxiang, how is Zhao Long? Yet, if one listened closely, all she uttered was, keep going, keep going. You must keep going. What kind of incantation is this? Qiao, covered in blood, was driven to desperation, shouting, Lingxiang, what has happened to Zhao Long? Is he dead? Once again overwhelmed, he cried out, Aki, do not disturb Lingxiang. Sin supported the wounded Lu Zhengqing, guiding him to sit by the campfire. Turning around, he grasped Aki by the scruff of his neck, pulling the sobbing Aki away. Lingxiang, can he be saved? Please tell me, can he be saved? Aki's emotions surged, the terror of having killed for the first time engulfing him, causing his composure to shatter. Were it not for Sin restraining him, he would have dashed to Qiao Lingxiang, demanding her to utter a word of hope. Sin retaliated with a punch, sending Aki sprawling to the ground. Enough, Sin exclaimed, his voice charged with fervor. Lingxiang is doing her utmost to save him. Do not cause any more chaos. If he can be saved, he will be. If not, it is simply fate. Half of Lu Zhengqing's body still drenched in blood, he sat dazed by the fire, an unusual seriousness gracing his features. He struggled to comprehend how this all transpired and how it might conclude. He had been shot, yet he had managed to kill. And now he found himself in this state once more. How had he ended up here? Lu Jingqing was bewildered. Among them, only Xin Yi retained a semblance of normalcy. He appeared as if forged from the essence of a killing machine, maintaining his clarity of mind amidst such turmoil, a mental fortitude not possessed by all. Suddenly, lying on the ground, Qiao Long, devoid of any bullet wounds, began to cough violently. With a gasp, he rolled away from Qiao Lingxiang, who was pressing heavily on his chest, and raised his head to glance at the bloodied Lu Jingqing, then at the standing Xin Yi, and finally at Jiao, who was prostrate on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Is this hell? Have we all become wandering souls? Lingxiang, you look rather charming as a ghost. Lu Jingqing cast a peculiar glance at Qiao Long, who appeared vibrant and full of life, before directing his gaze towards Qiao Lingxiang. Xin Yi approached, surveying Qiao Long from head to toe, and was about to speak to Qiao Lingxiang when she abruptly stood up, seized her backpack, and dashed into the dark forest. This action left the four men momentarily stunned. Lu Jingqing pointed to the bullet wound on his shoulder, still oozing blood, and then gestured toward the direction in which Qiao Lingxiang had fled, feeling an unutterable frustration. He hadn't even begun treatment yet. How could she just run away? Xin Yi, furrowing his brows, immediately took off in pursuit into the woods. As they entered the forest, he heard the rustle of fabric against branches and sprinted in that direction. In the enveloping darkness, Xin Yi's vision was obscured, yet his hearing became acutely attuned. The footsteps he had been following paused momentarily, and amidst the mingled scents of blood and the fresh aroma of trees, he discerned Qiao Lingxiang's footsteps. She had hidden herself away. Xin Yi called out into the darkness, a note of impatience in his tone. The forest lay still and silent. Qiao Lingxiang concealed herself behind a large tree, afraid to make a sound. Yet she could faintly discern Xin Yi's figure moving slowly deeper into the woods, fearing he might encounter wild beasts while searching for her in the dense thicket. She spoke up. Why? The young man, clad in a garment bearing the marks of gunfire, turned towards the tree where Qiao Lingxiang was hiding. He stood just beside it. Addressing her from the other side, Qiao Lingxiang, clutching her arms around herself, trembled with emotion and insisted, Xin Yi, do not feign ignorance. You saw it. You all saw it. What did I see? Xin Yi abruptly pivoted, tugging at his bullet-riddled athletic wear. In the dim light, he pointed to the spot where he had once been shot, his brow furrowed in inquiry. Chapter 55. Kindred spirits caught off guard by Xin Yi's sudden movement. Qiao Lingxiang quickly turned away, clutching her backpack, and circled around the tree, retreating behind it once more. Her head hung low, lost in confusion. She was reluctant to express how little trust she could place in Xin Yi and his companions, for that was an impossibility. Humanity was the least trustworthy of species. Yet, she also hesitated to articulate the extent of her distrust toward them, as they were the only group she had ever encountered that had not ostracized her throughout her life. They were the sole individuals who welcomed her as one of their own, treating her with respect rather than disdain, mockery, or derision. What a wonderful group of individuals. Xin Yi, Lu Jingqing, a Jew, Qiao Long. Each one of them is remarkable. Lingxiang, I have a secret to share with you. Xin Yi's voice gently drifted from beyond the trees, imbued with a hint of confusion and uncertainty. He extended his arm from behind the tree, resting it lightly upon Qiao Lingxiang's shoulder. With a slight tilt of her head, she could glimpse his wrist. The brilliant moonlight illuminated the earth with exquisite clarity, as delicate silver rays filtered through the branches and fell upon the forest floor. With a great tree standing between Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang, he pressed his forehead against the rough bark of the tree trunk, softly, as if whispering his secret to the hollow within. Just now, while pursuing Gu Siren's teammates in this very forest, I, like Lu Jingqing, was shot. Upon hearing Xin Yi's words, Qiao Lingxiang hastily grasped his wrist, channeling her energy into him. Yet it bore no fruit. The energy seemed unable to penetrate his body. What could this signify? Qiao Lingxiang hesitated before speaking. But, you are not injured. I cannot heal you. Yes, he replied, a sudden revelation dawning upon him. The bullets can no longer pierce my body. His voice was thick with bewilderment as he allowed Qiao Lingxiang to hold his hand, adding, I do not understand what is happening. Lingxiang, do you realize that you have the power to revive others? Are you aware of what has transpired within your own body? Two individuals stood apart, separated by a grand tree. Qiao Lingxiang released Xin Yi's wrist and turned, as if speaking to the hollow of the tree. Unbeknownst to her, it was after being struck by a brick thrown by Xiong Yanghua that she discovered her ability to heal her wounds, not only her own, but also, as you just witnessed. Indeed, bullets could no longer pierce my flesh. Sin Yi emerged from behind the tree, peering towards Qiao Lingxiang's shoulder, and softly uttered, "Pooh." His words elicited a spontaneous laugh from Qiao Lingxiang, who leaned out from the other side of the tree. Bathed in the delicate moonlight, she gazed at Sin Yi, feeling a profound warmth in her heart, though her eyes brimmed with tears as she remarked, "Speak of something pleasant. Why is it that while others share life and death, we are subjected to dissection? All right, let us speak of something pleasant. Should anyone attempt to haul us onto the dissection table, I shall take care of them while you tend to my wounds." Sin Yi's eyes sparkled with a smile, though he refrained from voicing his true feelings. In truth, he felt a sense of relief. Upon realizing that bullets could not penetrate his body, his initial reaction was one of confusion and panic. Yet, he quickly thought of Qiao Lingxiang, this plump girl who, like him, belonged to a certain category of individuals with bodily afflictions, possessing an inexplicable power that they both shared. How delightful it is to share a sense of kinship in this world. At that moment, by the flickering campfire, Lu Zhengqing felt he was once again teetering on the brink of death. Unlike the previous occasion when he was riddled with bullets and felt his demise come upon him too swiftly to truly experience the essence of death, this time was different. A bullet had struck his shoulder, and without Qiao Lingxiang to tend to his wounds, he sensed his vitality gradually ebbing away. Yet, Lu Zhengqing remained unperturbed. He still possessed the composure to instruct Ju and Zhao Long through his blurred vision, saying, "You two are full of life. Quickly search the corpses on the ground. I believe that gun could prove quite useful, so collect it. Also, check their pockets for any energy vouchers. Strip them of their clothing. We mustn't let Xiang come into contact with those bodies, lest she resurrect them again." I feel somewhat fatigued after uttering so many last words. "Jur, please fetch me some water." "What nonsense are you spouting?" A Jew, whose injuries were no less severe than Lu Zhengqing's, felt a dizzying haze envelop him. Moments ago, he had been engaged in a stone duel, and while his opponent lay lifeless, a gaping wound now adorned his own forehead. The chill from the open wound sent a draft into his mind. He staggered over, sank down beside Lu Zhengqing, leaned against him, and added, "It's nothing, my friend. I feel quite faint, and fear I too am not far from death. On this road to the underworld, I shall accompany you." Zhao Long addressed the group, noting that among the three, he was the only one unscathed. However, he had no time to engage with Lu Zhengqing and a Ju, who were lost in their nonsensical chatter. Instead, he paced beside the campfire, occasionally glancing into the dark depths of the forest. Once he had stripped the nearby corpses of their garments, Sin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang finally emerged from the woods. Lu Zhengqing and a Ju were left barely clinging to life, their bodies motionless. Zhao Long, brimming with unexpected joy, rushed to Qiao Lingxiang but found himself at a loss for words. Lu Zhengqing, lying still, blinked his fading eyes at Zhao Long, desperate to rise and reveal himself to Qiao Lingxiang, yet powerless to do so. In his mind, he fervently shouted, "Zhao Long, you scoundrel, don't block her. Let her see me." As if hearing Lu Zhengqing's silent plea, Qiao Lingxiang noticed the injuries on both him and a Ju. She quickly circumvented Zhao Long and knelt before them. Meanwhile, Sin Yi turned to Zhao Long, urging him to assist with the bodies. Chapter 56. Let us celebrate our rebirth. As it was their first experience with murder and burial, the group lacked expertise. Zhao Long contemplated contacting the security bureau since both he and Aju's father worked there. Faced with a life taken, his instinct was to report to the authorities. But how would he explain it? Would he claim self-defense when they bore no injuries? After much deliberation, he decided it was best to gather the bodies in one place first. As the campfire flickered and began to dwindle, Lu Zhengqing gazed at Qiao Lingxiang with blurred vision. His consciousness was somewhat scattered, yet he exhaled heavily, regaining a modicum of vitality. His complexion remained as pale as parchment, and in a weakened voice, he uttered, "Xiang, why are you running? Is it truly worth such trivial matters? Rest assured, there is no need to flee. Once we step outside, the four of us shall dedicate ourselves to you in gratitude for your life-saving grace. We will become yours, and you need not worry about your secrets being unveiled." To prevent him from continuing and uttering even more astonishing words, Qiao Lingxiang quickly placed her hand over Lu Zhengqing's mouth. With her other hand, she grasped Aju's hand. Their injuries began to heal at a visibly accelerated rate. Nearby, Zhao Long, who was assisting Xin Yi in transporting a corpse, paused at this miraculous sight and turned to Xin Yi, saying, "Brother Xin." "Indeed, no one is to utter a word," Xin Yi replied, his handsome face bearing a cold expression. He piled the corpses onto a vacant patch of ground and quietly instructed Qiao Long. "While it may not be as exaggerated as Lu Zhengqing claims, we are all indebted to Lingxiang for our lives and bear the responsibility to protect her. Not a single word about today shall be spoken." After a brief pause, a ruthless glint that belied his age flickered across his features as he fixed his gaze on Qiao Long, enunciating each word with gravitas. "Should anyone speak of this, I shall deal with them." Qiao Long promptly nodded, raising 3 fingers in an oath. "Brother Xin, I shall remain silent. I am not one to lack loyalty. Lingxiang saved my life. It is hers, and in the future, I will protect her with my own." Xin Yi gradually softened the expression on her face and patted Qiao Long on the shoulder. Like seaweed swaying in the ocean, they drifted amidst the crowd. A familiar sense of embarrassment resurfacing in the hearts of Xin Yi and Qiao Long. Truth be told, how could Lu Zhengqing, with his strikingly enchanting visage, frequently engage in such mortifying antics? It remains a timeless enigma. "Come, let us celebrate our rebirth." As Lu Zhengqing swayed, he beckoned Xin Yi and Qiao Long with a flirtatious gesture, his charm rivaled only by the crackling bonfire beside them, which leapt high into the air before abruptly subsiding. Seemingly in response to this beguiling man, ignoring this eccentric individual, Xin Yi took a seat beside Qiao Lingxiang and glanced at a Jew who was seated on the ground. Fully healed, yet still somewhat bewildered, she stated, "Burn it all down and bury the remnants." Lu Zhengqing, with an exuberance that seemed inexhaustible, remarked, "They approached us without any moral qualms, appearing as though such acts were routine for them. Even if reported to security, they likely wouldn't intervene. We not only need to erase their existence, but also uncover their lair to eradicate the roots of this menace." What kind of individuals, or rather, what kind of forces, would brazenly commit murder and arson for the sake of energy stones? They must possess a profound sense of invulnerability. Who would believe that Gu Siren and her cohort lack any identity or backing? Upon hearing this, Qiao Lingxiang turned her head to glance at Xin Yi, who met her gaze for a moment before lowering his head, resting his face in his hands and rubbing it thoughtfully. When he lifted his face again, he had made up his mind. The fairy was correct. Rather than allowing them to discover that their companion had been eliminated and subsequently pursue us relentlessly, it would be wiser to eradicate them completely. Among the group, strictly speaking, apart from Qiao Lingxiang, the other 4 were hardly virtuous individuals, each branded as troublemakers by both the school and society. No one had taught them the value of kindness, and consequently, they had never learned to practice it. The group quickly reached a consensus. This evening's events would remain secret. One person would be tasked with incinerating the bodies, while the others would search for the whereabouts of Gu Siren's accomplices. Since they feared Xin Yi's team would seize their energy stones, it was likely that a substantial camp was situated nearby. As Gu Siren mentioned, their camp was located near the sinkhole, so they would venture there first to investigate. By the flickering firelight, Xin Yi and the others meticulously devised their plan. Xin Yi glanced at the quietly contemplative Qiao Lingxiang beside him, raised his hand, and gently tousled her soft, fluffy short hair, which curled naturally at the ends. He said, "You should stay here and tend to the fire." Finally, Lu Zhengqing, who had ceased his exuberant dancing, voiced his disagreement. "If she doesn't go, what will we do if we get injured?" Xin Yi lifted his gaze to Lu Zhengqing, his beautiful eyes shadowed with concern. He was clearly biased, and Xin Yi feared that Qiao Lingxiang would be disturbed by such a scene of bloodshed. Hence he advised her to remain here, exempt from the horrors of this massacre. Upon noticing Xin Yi's rising anger, Lu Zhengqing promptly made a zipping gesture with his mouth and added, "I shall accompany you after all." Qiao Lingxiang turned her head, gazing at Xin Yi with her bright, clear eyes, and remarked, upon her utterance, the crowd could not help but place their hands over their hearts. Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing bore the most bullets, naturally sustaining injuries to their chests. Fortunately, before their demise, Qiao Lingxiang had touched them first. As for a Jew, luck was on his side. Though he had perished, his heart remained vibrant and beating. Had Qiao Lingxiang's energy been delayed even slightly, he would have met the same fate as Qiao Long. Chapter 57. The awkward power of the primordial forces. Xin Yi contemplated for a moment, then nodded, addressing Qiao Lingxiang. "You should follow behind us. You need not engage in anything, just find a place to hide. If there is something you wish to avoid witnessing, do not look." Should we sustain injuries, we will surely seek you out. All right. Qiao Lingxiang nodded in agreement, understanding that Sun Yi was looking out for her. However, she was not nearly as fragile as he imagined. In comparison to the bloodshed and violence, the bullying and subtle cruelty she had endured throughout her life rendered any graphic display of gore acceptable to her. Qiao Lingxiang would focus on resting and preparing breakfast for everyone. By the stream, both Lu Zhongqing and Sun Yi had departed, leaving behind the bodies that were relocated to a designated area for collective cremation. The horizon gradually lightened to a pale hue, as if a glimmer was seeping from the eyes of a giant, little by little illuminating the sky and enveloping the boundless forest in bright daylight. Qiao Lingxiang rolled up the sleeves of her garments and the hems of her trousers. She was unaware of how much weight she had lost after rescuing herself and Cindy yesterday. All she knew was that her clothes now felt somewhat loose. Fortunately, her trousers had a drawstring, or they would have slipped down her waist. As she crouched down, Qiao Lingxiang touched the flesh around her waist. Previously, when she bent over, a ring of excess fat encircled her midsection, adorned with several smaller rolls. However, now that ring had noticeably diminished. Moreover, the cumbersome sensation of being out of breath with each step had vanished from Qiao Lingxiang's body. She felt rather light. Certainly more so than when she weighed around 260 pounds. Xiang, please save your brother Zhongqing. A flustered Lu Zhongqing rushed over, enveloping Qiao Lingxiang in his arms, revealing his arm, which had been severely burned. The skin on his arm was largely charred, a vivid red that emitted an ominous scent of scorched flesh. Qiao Lingxiang tilted her head back, gazing at the burn so close to her, and furrowed her brow, asking, "How did you get burned like this?" "Senior Lu, weren't you supposed to be burning the bodies?" "Indeed, but the flames were too intense, and when the wind blew, the flames kept leaping toward me." Lu Zhongqing expressed a sense of grievance, lamenting his unfortunate fate. By the stream and within the woods, there were approximately a dozen corpses. He had exerted considerable effort to gather them all in one place. Just as he doused them in gasoline and ignited the flames, they surged unexpectedly high. It was uncertain whether it was the wind or some malevolent force at play, but the flames leapt from the corpses towards Lu Zhongqing, engulfing him in a fiery embrace. Qiao Lingxiang, observing the burns that marred Lu Zhongqing's body, glanced at his seemingly intact clothing, which bore only a few bullet holes. With a touch of hesitation, she grasped his hand, channeling energy into him. She was not particularly curious by nature, and thus her words were few. Although she felt a twinge of oddity within her, she refrained from asking questions. In the silence that followed, the burns on Lu Zhongqing's arm gradually healed, the once charred and crimson skin slowly revealing smooth, fair flesh beneath. Astonished, Lu Zhongqing whistled softly, kneeling beside Qiao Lingxiang, who appeared to have lost a bit of weight. She was so quiet, so tranquil, as if she bore no curiosity towards people or events. Even Lu Zhongqing found it strange that despite having been scorched by the flames, he was still lively and felt no pain, his flesh having been charred yet devoid of discomfort. Qiao Lingxiang merely inquired, almost casually, how he had come to be in such a state. Having completed her healing of Lu Zhongqing, she was about to resume her task of roasting fish when he suddenly called out, "Xiang." She turned her head, her face reflecting confusion and bewilderment. Uncertain of why Lu Zhongqing had summoned her, the man, resembling a captivating enigma, gazed at her with enchanting, flirtatious eyes that seemed capable of piercing through the layers of superficiality to unveil Qiao Lingxiang's true essence. Confusion enveloped her further as she inquired, "Huh? When did this happen? Was she truly so unfamiliar with Sun Yi and Lu Zhongqing? How could she possibly appear more at ease?" Lu Zhongqing regarded Qiao Lingxiang, uncertain whether he was speaking earnestly or jesting, and suddenly adopted a playful demeanor, stating, "You see, you always refer to us as Senior Tsin, Senior Lu, Senior Zhao. How can it be so formal? We are all yours now. How can you address us in such a distant manner? What should I call you then?" At this point, Qiao Lingxiang found herself utterly bewildered by Lu Zhongqing's reasoning. It seemed laden with significance, yet his frivolous attitude rendered it all the more perplexing. What was he truly attempting to convey? Qiao Lingxiang could only adapt her address based on Lu Zhongqing's whims. "Call me brother." Lu Zhongqing pointed at himself, smiling broadly at Qiao Lingxiang, instructing her, "Come on, sweetly call out brother Zhongqing, and make your voice a bit more adorable, with a charming smile on your face." It was an overwhelming force of embarrassment, one she had never encountered before in her life. No one had ever taken the time to teach her how to express her endearing qualities or how to sweetly address someone. Qiao Yuelon often remarked that she was too reserved, lacking the initiative to greet others, while Hou Monrong frequently criticized her for not being as charming as her sister. Qiao Yuelon. However, how can a person, living in such harsh external circumstances, be endearing? How can one become amiable with everyone? From the very beginning of her existence, no one taught Qiao Lingxiang. Though she observed others acting coyly, if she were to attempt to emulate Lu Zhengqing's flirtatiousness, she would undoubtedly be met with disdainful glares from Hou Monrong, who would not hesitate to reprimand her. Make no mistake, Qiao Lingxiang had tried this in her childhood. Consequently, the prolonged development of her character left her feeling awkward and uneasy whenever Lu Zhengqing made such demands of her. Chapter 58. He taught me how to be flirtatious. Upon spotting Xin Yi and his companions emerge within the forest, Qiao Lingxiang hastily scrambled up from the stream side and rushed to Xin Yi's side. The handsome young man regarded the plump girl with a hint of confusion in his elongated eyes, assuming she had something to convey. Yet, witnessing her silent struggle, while Lu Zhengqing sat nonchalantly, exuding charm and mischief, Xin Yi's expression darkened as he inquired, "What mischief are you up to now?" With a playful grin, Lu Zhengqing shrugged innocently, standing up while patting his singed hair, exclaiming, "Oh dear, the body hasn't been fully burned yet." And with that, he dashed away. Xin Yi then turned to Qiao Lingxiang and asked, "Did he bully you?" Qiao Lingxiang hurriedly waved her hand, shaking her head as she explained, No, it's just Lu Shui. Zhengqing Gu, he taught me how to be coy." Standing behind Xin Yi, Aju and Zhao Long lowered their heads, coughing intensely, as if afflicted by some dreadful ailment. Xin Yi, however, wore an increasingly grim expression, coldly admonishing, "Do not emulate him. His mannerisms are beyond your reach, something that ordinary people cannot replicate." Xin Yi felt a surge of frustration. How could a perfectly normal girl be so easily led astray by that scoundrel Lu Zhengqing? His pretentiousness, which somehow managed to exude an aesthetic charm, was truly something unattainable for mere mortals. It required an innate allure that seemed to emanate from the core of one's being. This was the legendary gift. Yet, neither Qiao Lingxiang nor Xin Yi possessed such a talent. No one did. Xin Yi then spoke to Qiao Lingxiang in a gentler tone. "You are already wonderful as you are. There is no need to mimic anyone else. You are quite charming." "Indeed, do not heed Lu Zhengqing's beguiling words. Xiang, we all think you are delightful just as you are. Even your silence here is charming." The more they praised her, the redder Qiao Lingxiang's face became. In her lifetime, she had never received such an abundance of compliments, nor had so many people called her adorable. It was rather overwhelming. The expression on the male elf's face was somewhat grim. It was rare for him to adopt a serious demeanor as he pulled Xin Yi over. A few of them settled around the campfire. He took a piece of grilled fish from the fire and remarked, "I carefully counted the number of corpses. When I moved into the pit in the woods this morning, there were 13. Yet, when I burned them, how could there only be 12? It is inconceivable that within the brief time I spoke with Qiao Lingxiang, one body could have been reduced to ashes and vanished. Whose corpse is missing?" Upon hearing this, Xin Yi's handsome face was filled with gravity. This was no jest. If the adversary also possessed someone akin to Qiao Lingxiang, who could resurrect, or someone as impervious as himself, it would prove challenging to confront. I am unaware, aside from the one that is missing. How could I recognize the others if they have all been turned to charcoal? Lu Zhengqing felt a sense of unease. Sitting cross-legged, he nibbled on the grilled fish and added, he moved all the bodies to a natural depression in the woods. When he turned to search for Qiao Lingxiang, he hadn't strayed too far. If the missing individual had revived and fled, they would have had to climb out from that vast pit. Yet, both Lu Zhengqing and Qiao Lingxiang were nearby, and the visibility around the depression was clear. It was impossible for them to leave no trace. Unless the individual simply vanished into thin air. Or could it be that he flew out of the large pit? However, Xin Yi and the others were searching for Goose Siren's accomplices in the woods. If someone truly resurrected and was flitting about, they would surely have noticed. By the campfire, Xin Yi picked up a piece of grilled fish, contemplated for a moment, and then said, "It must be near that sinkhole." When Xin Yi arrived at the edge of the sinkhole, he counted discreetly and estimated there were approximately 30 individuals present. For the moment, the missing corpse was of little concern. He intended to deal with the remaining individuals first. Should that corpse resurrect, it would undoubtedly seek us out. And with Lingxiang by our side, we would not suffer significant losses. Furrowing his brow in concentration, Xin Yi wished not to squander excessive time on the lost body. Strange occurrences were becoming more frequent, and it was plausible that even more would unfold in the future. Thus, they would take one step at a time. The others nodded in agreement, settling around the campfire as Xin Yi elaborated. Their gear was remarkably professional, with the majority clad in uniform mountaineering attire, accompanied by a specialized armed team. These individuals had likely visited the sinkhole numerous times, equipped with tents, cooking utensils, and mountaineering equipment of high quality, alongside various specialized instruments that were beyond his comprehension. When he observed them, they seemed preoccupied with devising a method to descend into the sinkhole. Oh, and they possessed 2 helicopters as well. In the realm of reconnaissance, Xin Yi's skills approached a professional level. Although he had been raised in a northern city, his father had instilled in him a wealth of knowledge on the subject throughout his upbringing. Meticulous reconnaissance was a fundamental quality of any station defense. As he spoke, Xin Yi picked up a twig and drew an elliptical shape in the ash near the fire. Continuing, this sinkhole was actually discovered before the apocalypse. There were plans for its development, and it was even reported in the news. However, once the apocalypse struck, no one paid it any further attention. The reason he was able to capture the entirety of the sinkhole was that Xin Yi, from his concealed vantage point, could see most of its expansive visage. The sinkhole itself was elliptical in shape, resembling a shattered egg embedded in the Earth's surface, its depths shrouded in an unfathomable darkness. In Chapter 59, Waiting for the Rabbit. Before the untimely demise of Xin Yi's parents last year, their family had been planning a visit to the southern region to see his grandparents. They intended to take advantage of Xin Yi's father's extended holiday to explore the renowned scenic spots of the south. Naturally, the Cold Snake Tower, a celebrated natural landmark, was included in their itinerary. Xin Yi had taken note of the news regarding the sinkhole that was set to be developed. At that time, the report failed to highlight any particular significance of the sinkhole, merely mentioning it in passing, unaware of the presence of energy stones within. There were only 5 of us here. Sitting by the fire, Lu Zhengqing leaned back, resting one elbow on his knee, propping his chin with his palm, and gestured towards the sinkhole illustration drawn by Xin Yi, stating, "But they have over 30 individuals, along with helicopters and armed forces. I can't shake the feeling that we've stirred up a significant trouble." Xin Yi glanced at Lu Zhengqing and replied, "Thus, we shall remain on the road and confront them." Zhao Long raised his hand, mimicking a chopping motion. He looked at Xin Yi, a serious expression gracing his face. Xin Yi nodded, affirming that Zhao Long's sentiment resonated with his own. Regardless of the adversary's stature, we were merely compelled to retaliate. If we did not, they would persistently hound us without end. Xin Yi gazed sternly at the 4 individuals in his team, including Qiao Lingxiang, and declared, "The more substantial their backgrounds, the easier it becomes for them to unearth our identities. The only means of safeguarding ourselves and our families lies in retaliation." With a serious demeanor, he gestured and continued, "Now, let us gather everything that could attest to our identities and incinerate it, particularly items such as identification cards." Although he was uncertain about how to effectively protect his family against such formidable forces, he understood that prior to embarking on a special mission, one must not possess any items that could verify their identity. Even their real names should not be uttered. Thus, Xin Yi directly implemented the protocols from his previous assignments here. He, Qiao Lingxiang, Lu Zhengqing, a Jew, and Zhao Long all retrieved their identification cards and cast them into the bonfire. They then rummaged through their belongings for any items that could lead back to their true identities, such as school badges, which were also thrown into the flames. The only possessions they retained were their mobile phones, serving as tools for communication among themselves. Given that they were not professionals in such matters and lacked specialized communication devices, retaining their phones was imperative. Finally, Xin Yi beckoned to several members of the team and said, "Everyone, please silence your phones. This device is crucial. We must not lose it." Nowadays, recovering phone data is relatively simple, so once we detect the enemy's movements, our first step will be to notify everyone through our phones. Then, we will conceal our devices in a hidden location before proceeding with our mission. After a brief pause, Xin Yi continued, "Let us adopt code names. When we embark on our task, we shall refrain from using our real names and refer to each other by our aliases. I shall be called Orange." Upon finishing, he turned to Lu Zhengqing, who seemed ready to speak, and directly stated, "You shall be Demon." Lu Zhengqing immediately protested, "Why is that? Singu, you get to be Orange. But I can't be Watermelon." We could form a golden duo. Sitting beside Xin Yi, Qiao Lingxiang nodded and remarked, I believe demon suits Zhengqing well. After a moment, she added, then I will be dinosaur, as my reactions are slow. If I am given a new code name, I might not even realize it refers to me. Initially, Xin Yi and the others had reservations about calling her dinosaur, as they disapproved of the derogatory connotation it carried. The term, devoid of any inherent negativity, was often employed with a disparaging intent when referring to Qiao Lingxiang, as those with narrow perspectives deemed her appearance unattractive and her physique ample, leading them to label her as such. However, Qiao Lingxiang expressed that she had grown accustomed to this nickname. In a life-threatening combat scenario, if she were assigned a new alias, she might momentarily falter, which could lead to dire consequences. Thus, everyone nodded in agreement, and her moniker was established as Dinosaur. As for Lu Zhengqing's desire to be called Watermelon in order to form a battlefield couple with Orange, not a single person supported this notion. The remaining members, Aju and Zhao Long, chose the titles Leader and Predator, respectively. This arrangement was thus temporarily settled. Subsequently, Xin Yi began to formulate a detailed counterattack plan. Deciding on a strategy of waiting for the rabbit, Qiao Lingxiang and the others silently noted their responsibilities, and everyone commenced their respective tasks. A few young individuals were setting an ambush for the first time. Although their approach was somewhat crude, they had managed to organize themselves. Xin Yi positioned himself closest to the sinkhole, turning on his long silent phone. He included Lu Zhengqing, Zhao Long, Aju, and Qiao Lingxiang in a small group chat, which contained only the four of them. Should Xin Yi detect any movement from the sinkhole, he would alert the others via the WeChat group. The remaining members prepared for an ambush along the way, while Qiao Lingxiang also readied herself to provide assistance. There was a signal base station near the sinkhole. Prior to the apocalypse, communication towers had been established in every nook and cranny. In such remote mountainous areas, this was even more pronounced. Over the past 20 days, everyone had kept their phones powered off to conserve battery, only turning them on to contact family. Consequently, the battery levels of Qiao Lingxiang and her companions were still quite sufficient. Especially for Qiao Lingxiang, her phone remained fully charged. She had no one to contact. Neither her mother nor her sister did she wish to reach out to. Consequently, throughout these 20 days, Qiao Lingxiang's phone had not been powered on. There was not a single message stored within her device. Her parents and sister had not made any effort to seek her out. For Home on Rome and Xiao Yuelon, Qiao Lingxiang's absence was tantamount to a lack of trouble. Her presence, however, signified the emergence of various concerns. Thus, during ordinary times, when nothing particularly noteworthy occurred, neither Home on Rome nor Xiao Yuelon had any desire to connect with Qiao Lingxiang. Chapter 60. The firsts of life. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. A jolt of excitement surged within her, and she hurriedly retrieved her phone from the pocket of her sweatpants. To her surprise, it was Xin Yi who had added her on WeChat. Upon further inspection, she discovered friend requests from Lu Zhengqing, Zhao Long, and Aju, which she accepted without hesitation. She then glanced at her friends list. Qiao Lingxiang had but a few acquaintances on WeChat. Her instructor from the extreme survival camp, Xin Yi's grandparents, Qiao Penfa, Home on Rome, and Xiao Yuelon. Just these few individuals. Now, with 4 new additions, she felt as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. After studying the WeChat profiles of Xin Yi, Lu Zhengqing, Zhao Long, and Aju for a while, she eventually returned her phone to her pocket and resumed her search for wild vegetables. As she squatted by the stream, washing the mushrooms she had gathered, she glanced at the small group chat on her phone, where a message from Chengzi read, I'm here, I'll go ahead. In close proximity to the ambush site, where a few individuals lay in wait, Qiao Lingxiang was washing mushrooms in the water, her ears catching the distant sounds of combat. Before long, the sharp crack of gunfire pierced the air. Restlessness gripped Qiao Lingxiang. She recalled Xin Yi's assurance that bullets could not penetrate his body, a thought that offered some solace. Yet, what of Lu Zhengqing, Zhao Long, and Aju? Should she not dash forward to ascertain their safety? The gunfire intensified, and amidst the trees, a faint whistle of a rescue signal echoed, its source a distance away. This particular whistle, muddied by surrounding noise, was unmistakably her own. She recognized the distinct tone produced by her whistle. When Xin Yi and the others had proposed the ambush, her backpack contained but a single rescue whistle, which she had reluctantly lent to them. Her reluctance stemmed not from the whistle's material worth, but rather its sentimental value as a token received from the organizers of the extreme survival camp she had attended. Over the years, she had meticulously preserved the gifts acquired from each session of the camp, the rarity of such offerings making them all the more precious. The act of cherishing these gifts rendered her unwilling to part with them. Upon hearing the whistle being blown, Qiao Lingxiang sprang to her feet. Disregarding the mushrooms in the water, she hastily splashed across the stream, racing toward the sinkhole, her flesh jiggling in the breeze as she plunged into the thicket. Her presence was indispensable. She was the essential element they could not do without. And this is the sensation of being embraced by the team. In the dense forest, Lu Jingqing was unceremoniously tossed onto the soft, decaying leaves by Yi, as if he were a mere sack. He grimaced, lacking even the strength to utter a curse. Qiao Lingxiang hurriedly rushed over, cradling Lu Jingqing's face in her hands, desperately channeling energy into him. All right, I'm fine now. Lu Jingqing quickly greeted Yi before dashing forward, determined to reach the front of the forest, where only Zhao Long remained, struggling to hold his ground. Wait. Yi, carrying a Jiao on his back, similarly discarded the injured Jiao onto the ground. Qiao Lingxiang immediately rushed to Jiao's side. Yi then seized Lu Jingqing, casually handing him a firearm, stating, "Use this." Previously, during the counterattack against Gu Siren and her team, they had acquired numerous guns from her group. However, none of these firearms contained ammunition, and Gu Siren's team had not brought extra bullets with them. Within Qiao Lingxiang's group, only Yi possessed the skill to handle a gun accurately, whereas Lu Jingqing, Zhao Long, and Jiao merely fired haphazardly, having exhausted their ammunition without managing to fell a single enemy. "What about you? What will you use?" Lu Jingqing anxiously inquired, only to witness Yi suddenly produce a knife, roughly a foot long, from his grasp. With a grin, Yi proudly declared, "I'll use this." "What is that? Where did it come from?" Qiao Lingxiang was momentarily taken aback as she touched her plump face. In recent days, she had experienced a multitude of firsts. Someone had kissed her for the first time. She was well aware that this gesture bore no romantic connotation. Rather, it stemmed from Jiao's joy and gratitude towards her. And she did not dwell on it too much. The excitement of someone being willing to draw close to her was simply delightful. With Zhao Long's arm in his grasp, the two of them tumbled to the ground. Lu Jingqing, his face smeared with blood, urgently inquired, "Xiang, can you reattach the severed limb?" The soft, withered leaves became stained with blood as Qiao Lingxiang took Zhao Long's dismembered arm, placing one hand against his face. She shook her head and nodded in contemplation before honestly stating, "I will try." Chapter 61. A heap of energy coupons having never reattached a severed limb before. Qiao Lingxiang was initially uncertain about the procedure. She simply pressed Zhao Long's severed arm against the gruesome stump. Energy fervently drained from her body, and she visibly began to wither away. Though to others she still appeared to be quite plump, she had merely transformed from an extraordinarily large figure to merely a large one. Nevertheless, Lu Jingqing was astounded as he observed the gradual reduction of her once multiple chins to just two, akin to the astonishment he felt when witnessing that bullets could not pierce Yi's body, only to see Yi suddenly conjure a knife from thin air. The fractured ligaments, blood vessels, and bones are mended and interconnected by a mysterious energy, as delicate nerves intertwine, knot, and merge under its influence. Zhao Long emits a series of anguished cries. The painful reconnection of his nerves sends tremors throughout his body, yet he still possesses the strength to scream. While those who have tormented them, only to be countered time and again, will never rise again. For Gu Siren's associates, death is final. They are indeed formidable. But they have but one life to live. When contemplating the terrors of this world, it is not the cockroach that instills fear, but rather the indomitable cockroach, among which Yi exhibits extraordinary combat prowess. He possesses a foundation in lethal techniques. His opponent may be skilled, yet he is no less adept. Furthermore, his body is impervious to bullets. When they strike him, it is akin to hitting a steel plate. Thus, he defiantly endures the onslaught of bullets and dispatches all adversaries with a slender blade. Most of the fallen were slain by Yi, while Lu Jingqing, Zhao Long, and Jiao merely reduced their own count of sacrificed lives amid the chaos. Helplessly, Qiao Lingxiang can only apologize within their small group. "Dinosaur, today's lunch may be delayed. I accidentally lost the mushrooms I gathered." "Freak, it's all right, Xiang. I feel no hunger at all and am invigorated. capable of bounding about for days and nights. Predator. Speaking of which, I too am not hungry and feel particularly well. Alliance leader. Well, I'm not hungry either. Orange. I'm hungry. Dinosaur. Initially, she assumed these individuals were merely trying to accommodate her, allowing her to avoid the rush of preparing a meal by claiming they were not hungry. However, upon hearing Cini express her hunger, Qiao Lingxiang found it rather peculiar. Why was it that only she and Cini felt the pangs of hunger while the others did not? Demon. Orange, are you intentionally disrupting the formation? Cini sat beside Zhao Long, observing Lu Zhengqing as he doused a corpse in gasoline, feeling that Lu Zhengqing possessed an innate talent for handling bodies. He seemed quite adept at this task, having performed it before. Ajio sat on Cini's other side, and though the three were seated closely together, they were all engrossed in their phones, exchanging messages in a small group chat. "Hey, you can't say that. Xiang will think you're urging her to cook. But as you saw just now, we have been constantly injured, and she has had no time to prepare a meal. Now that the mushrooms are lost, she must forage for them on the fly. Singu, you're being inconsiderate. She must be feeling quite distressed." Zhaolong and Ajio, seated on either side of Cini, nodded in agreement. Cini tilted her head back, gazing at these individuals with a naive expression, and asked, "Really? You're all not hungry?" At that moment, Lu Zhengqing, Zhaolong, and Ajio all nodded and then shook their heads. Indeed, although they had been battling throughout the day, they felt quite satiated, devoid of any sense of hunger. In attendance, the only individual experiencing hunger, Cini, contemplated for a moment before lowering his gaze to type on his phone, stating in the group chat, "Actually, I'm not that hungry. Upon further reflection, I feel quite satiated." Upon reading his message, Qiao Lingxiang felt perhaps she had overthought the situation. Throughout the day, she had constantly assisted Lu Zhengqing, Zhao Long, and Ajio, yet had not offered aid to Cini. They all seemed to feel no hunger at present, likely because the time for hunger had not yet arrived. With this thought, Qiao Lingxiang dismissed her concerns and resumed foraging for mushrooms. She prepared a pot of mushroom soup, complementing it with the fish she had caught earlier in the day, adding some instant noodle seasoning she had saved. By the time Lu Zhengqing finished his tasks, Qiao Lingxiang's meal was ready. Around 11 o'clock that evening, the group deliberated on taking turns to rest, to guard against any potential searches from their adversaries in the direction of the sinkhole. Cini proposed that they relocate their sleeping arrangements. The most perilous locations often proved to be the safest. Thus, they resolved to move closer to the edge of the sinkhole. This way, should the enemy venture forth to seek their companions, Cini and the others would be forewarned. Their opponents were dwindling in number, and most a mere 10 remained. After this night, Cini and his team could take the initiative. In the dense forest, Qiao Lingxiang located a flat-cornered cave leading towards the stream, where everyone could rest, while one individual stood guard outside. In the evening, Qiao Lingxiang kindled a fire within the cave. Observing the cavern's considerable depth, she noted the faint gusts of wind flowing from the depths toward the entrance, indicating the presence of water, perhaps even a subterranean river. Despite this, the temperature inside the cave was relatively warm, suggesting geothermal activity beneath. However, the focus of everyone present was not on geological exploration, but rather on devising a strategy to counterattack the companions of Gu Siren. Thus, she remained silent, tending to the fire to ensure that Cini and the others would not freeze during their slumber. She overheard Zhao Long, seated by the fire, inquiring of Lu Zhengqing, "Do you think there are energy stones in that pit?" "Whether there are or not matters little," Lu Zhengqing replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. He retrieved his backpack, opened it, and shook out a substantial number of energy vouchers. While not excessively numerous, it was evident that several hundred were present, all obtained from the bodies of Gu Siren's teammates. Lu Zhengqing continued, "1 pound of energy stone can be exchanged for 1 energy voucher. Our purpose for venturing out here was to find energy stones to trade for vouchers, was it not? If we convert these energy vouchers to the currency prior to the apocalypse, approximately 100 yuan equates to 1 energy voucher, reflecting the prices before the world changed. Following the apocalypse, inflation has rendered prices chaotic. Despite the efforts of urban management systems to maintain stability, ordinary smartphones can cost tens of thousands, instant noodles hundreds per pack, and tuition fees can reach hundreds of thousands or even millions." Chapter 62. He is not invincible, although the city administrators assert that 1 pound of rice equates to 1 rice voucher. There are instances when a single rice voucher can be exchanged for a mobile phone, while a mobile phone cannot procure even a single energy voucher. In fact, there was an occasion at Qiao Lingxiang's home when a person named Boj presented a gift of 200 pounds of rice in vouchers to Qiao Yuelon as a marriage token. The intricacies of how an energy voucher relates to a rice voucher, a water voucher, a meat voucher, and a vegetable voucher remain a mystery to all. In any case, the prevailing sentiment is for everyone to clutch their vouchers tightly, as no one has the luxury of time to ponder the complexities of exchange rates between different types of vouchers. The management system likely has not yet been overwhelmed by the task of price regulation. Transactions occur organically, dictated by individual needs and perceptions of value. Perhaps from the outset, the management system never anticipated that energy scarcity would precipitate a shortage of goods. Their initial intention was merely to issue energy vouchers to curb energy wastage. However, as the scarcity of materials intensified, the variety of issued vouchers proliferated. Now, the sheer number of these vouchers threatens to become a chaotic issue in the future. In the cave, Lu Zhongqing gathered the energy vouchers from the ground and placed them into a small bag, handing it to Qiao Lingxiang. She momentarily froze, hastily gesturing. "Please do not entrust this to me. Simply allocate my share when the time comes. You all keep it." "No, this is for you," he replied. Sin Yi reclined at the cave entrance, his long legs casually draped, gazing at the starry sky outside as he spoke. "We have agreed that all the energy vouchers we acquire this time will be given to you, and we shall divide them equally next time." Qiao Lingxiang turned to Sin Yi, her face flushing crimson, unsure of how to respond. Should she refuse? She was in need of the energy vouchers, yet, if she accepted them all, it would seem rather ungracious. Just then, Lu Zhongqing pressed a small bag into Qiao Lingxiang's hands, saying, "Given the outcome of this mission, we cannot in good conscience claim any energy vouchers for ourselves. The fact that we are all still alive is due to your efforts. So we willingly relinquish our share to you, Xiangxiang. Please do not decline." Grasping the bag that Lu Zhongqing had handed her, Qiao Lingxiang pondered how to articulate her gratitude when suddenly, she heard Sin Yi declare, "They are coming." The others in the cave sprang to their feet and rushed out alongside Sin Yi, charging towards a group of individuals approaching from the direction of the pit. They were a small search party, numbering only 7 or 8, representing the last of their strength, akin to a full-scale sortie. Qiao Lingxiang hurriedly stowed the bag containing the energy vouchers into her backpack, positioning herself at the cave entrance to support Sin Yi and the others. Amidst the barrage of gunfire echoing outside, she anxiously inquired, "Where are Chengzi and the leader?" "Chengzi is fine. The leader, however, is likely nearing his end." Having gained prior experience and noting the limited number of incoming personnel, it appeared that the opposition had not anticipated Sin Yi and his companions daring to shelter near the pit. As the sky was still bright, Qiao Lingxiang had successfully treated Aju, Lu Zhong, and Zhao Long together with Sin Yi. They thoroughly searched their foes' bodies, retrieving all energy vouchers and identification documents. At that moment, several individuals suddenly approached from the direction of the pit. Though they were still some distance away, Sin Yi could faintly hear their voices. While the words were indistinct, it was evident they had detected the commotion and were heading towards the cave in search of their missing comrades. "Dinosaurs, we must leave. Their people are coming. And these are the last few remaining. How could they arrive so quickly?" Lu Zhong and his companions had just concluded a fierce battle, astonished at the rapid arrival of the enemy, without having had the chance to regroup. Suddenly, from the incline at the cave's entrance, an individual emerged, standing boldly in the daylight and tossing a grenade into the cave. The grenade landed on the ground, releasing a cloud of smoke. Upon seeing this, Sin Yi exclaimed, "Damn it, a tear gas grenade." He quickly shouted, "You all move deeper inside. Ignore me." "No way. The outside is brimming with heavy firepower, and there are handheld cannons. They must have noticed us when we took out those 7 or 8 individuals earlier." Originally, he intended to rely on his seemingly indestructible physique, capable of conjuring a knife to charge into the enemy's ranks and wreak havoc. Little did he know that even with just a few enemies, they wielded formidable firepower. The moment he stepped outside, the enemy fired a shot directly at him. At this moment, tears and snot streamed down his face, rendering him utterly ineffective in combat. He was not invincible after all. It was merely his body that was impervious to blades and bullets. A single tear gas canister could cloud his judgment, and while he was unafraid of bullets, he harbored a deep-seated fear of artillery. Experiments had shown that a single flame could strip Sin Yi of his armor. In a flurry of urgency, Lu Jingqing and the others had gathered their belongings. Qiao Lingxiang, laden with a backpack and clutching Xin Yi's bag, stumbled through the dim light towards the direction of his voice. She enveloped the bloodied Xin Yi in her arms, her hands brushing against his face, only to be met with the metallic scent of blood mingled with the acrid air that invaded her lungs, causing her chest to ache. "Don't panic, I'm fine," Xin Yi reassured her, even as his wounds, torn apart by the explosion, began to heal gradually. With a swift motion, he embraced Qiao Lingxiang and guided her deeper into the cave amidst the chaos. Nearby, Lu Jingqing, Jiao, and Zhao Long had already secured their belongings and were stumbling toward their teammates, supporting one another. In the thick haze of tear gas, Lu Jingqing waved his hand anxiously, calling out, "Tyrannosaurus, orange. This way, move." Xin Yi dragged Qiao Lingxiang along with one hand, while grasping Lu Jingqing's flailing hand with the other, leading his teammates further into the depths of the cave. As they retreated, he hoarsely shouted, "Stay close. I'm calling names, respond to me. Don't fall behind, Tyrannosaurus." With a bag clutched in front and another on her back, Qiao Lingxiang shouted back, "I'm here. I'm here. Monster, I'm here. The leader? Present. The predator? Present." They are all here, clinging tightly to one another, stumbling yet refusing to fall behind. In this chaotic melee, fear of death no longer grips them. However, the use of tear gas is undeniably despicable. Should they not retreat into the cave, they risk choking to death. Even if they manage to avoid that fate, the threat of being captured looms large. Thus, the group can only continue to retreat deeper into the cave, outnumbered by merely 3 or 4 adversaries, yet feeling as though they have been cornered with no escape. The relentless barrage of tear gas is akin to an unrestrained assault, forcing Xin Yi and her companions into a fit of coughing, their faces smeared with tears and mucus. The damage inflicted by this substance is insidious, and even Qiao Lingxiang is powerless to alleviate their suffering. She, too, is affected, her healing abilities rendered ineffectual against the physical responses incited by the gas, leaving her equally tear-streaked. The group, weeping and gasping, crawls deeper into the cave, where the sound of flowing water beckons. A Jew, laden with a backpack, closes his eyes and retreats with great difficulty, suddenly losing his balance with a startled cry. "Be careful." At the cave's entrance, someone is communicating via a walkie-talkie, seemingly coordinating with teammates down the mountain. Soon after, the remnants of Goose Siren's team, donned in gas masks and armed with rifles, charge into the cave, firing indiscriminately as they advance. Xin Yi blinked, extending his hand to gather several stumbling teammates, all of whom were a mess of tears and snot. He tilted his head to the left, listening to the individuals at the cave's entrance, who were gradually approaching them. Then, he tilted his head to the right, catching the sound of water cascading from above. He swiftly made a judgment and addressed the group. "None of us can afford to be captured. If any one of us falls into their hands, survival is impossible. There is only one course of action. We must leave from here." Isn't it peculiar? A group of over 30 well-armed individuals unable to subdue 5 youngsters, none of whom had yet reached a century in age combined. They will undoubtedly seek clues to discern the peculiarities of these 5. Lu Jingqing, Zhao Long, and a Jew are merely ordinary people. Should they be captured, their demise is inevitable. However, Xin Yi is impervious to harm, and Qiao Lingxiang possesses healing abilities. Rather than being sent to a laboratory for dissection, they would be confined, their utility fully exploited. In some respects, the fates of Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang might be even worse than death. Xin Yi opened his arms, one hand clasping Qiao Lingxiang's waist while the other encircled the now invisible Lu Jingqing. He declared, "We shall jump from here, fear not, regardless of where this water leads. With Lingxiang by your side, you shall not perish. Once we reach the surface, we will have triumphed. Secure their identification. Today, we shall not die, but tomorrow, it will be their turn." As he spoke, a knife suddenly materialized in his hand, its composition indiscernible, resembling both gold and steel. Regardless of its material, it appeared remarkably sturdy and durable. Yet, in the hands of Xin Yi, this metallic substance could melt and intertwine according to his will, transforming into a chain that slithered freely among the 5 like a serpent. It appeared sentient, binding the bodies of the 5 with an unyielding grip. The footsteps of the approaching individuals grew increasingly audible, accompanied by shouts of, "They are here." Lu Jingqing, eyes tightly shut, clutched Xin Yi with one hand while the other grasped Zhao Long, who mirrored his actions by pulling in a Jiao. The 5 formed a tight embrace, shrouded in darkness. Among them, only Cini and Qiao Lingxiang retained a modicum of sight. Qiao Lingxiang, in a state of heightened anxiety, vaguely discerned a towering waterfall at their feet. Should they leap from this precipice, a fall would surely shatter the average person into fragments. She clung desperately to the waists of Cini and Ajio. The group entwined in a web of tension. Step by step, Cini guided them towards the edge of the cliff. Lu Zhengqing, eyes still closed, nervously inquired, "Singu, could you enlighten me on how high this is?" "Not very high, merely the height of a single floor. You can jump. It's nothing to worry about." Cini reassured him. Those accustomed to brawling possessed remarkable physical prowess. Not only had they leapt from single stories, but they had even scaled too. The adversaries had charged forward, and in a swift motion, Cini turned with urgency, his blurred vision revealing 3 men clad in weaponry, donning gas masks and wielding handheld cannons, advancing towards them. There were only 3 adversaries, as the 5 formed a tight cluster and tumbled over the cliff. Cini felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. How could he be so ruthlessly bullied by just 3 individuals? It was infuriating. However, in an instant, he summoned his primal power, and a dazzling array of golden swords erupted from behind him. With a swift and synchronized motion, several swords shot forth towards the 3 heavily armed foes. The air was soon filled with the anguished cries of 5, 6, or 7 voices, among them the screams of Qiao Lingxiang, Lu Zhengqing, Ajio, and Zhao Long, alongside those of the 3 adversaries who had been struck by the suddenly appearing blades. Following the cacophony, Lu Zhengqing's voice pierced through the chaos, exclaiming, "Damn, is that a whole floor high?" This was shortly followed by the sound of a massive object plunging into the rushing waters below. On the cliff's edge, caught off guard, Cini had managed to fatally wound 2 of the attackers, while the third, though not immediately dead, staggered towards him, a sword embedded in his body, trailing a cloud of smoke. This man, donning a gas mask, crouched precariously over the cliff's edge, casting a glance down at the depths of the waterfall. At such a height, if he did not perish from the fall, he would surely drown. After struggling for a moment, blood gushed from his wound as he realized that without timely assistance, he would likely bleed to death here. That would indeed be their complete annihilation. Desperately, the man fumbled for his walkie-talkie, hoping to call for help from his comrades, but as he searched, his consciousness began to fade, becoming increasingly blurred. In his final moments of clarity, he thought, "Am I really going to die here? Damn it." Chapter 64. She lost approximately 60 pounds of flesh. Unconsciously, Qiao Lingxiang was about to let go, but Ajio and Cini held onto her tightly. The chains belonging to Cini bound her securely, and in that moment, she felt as though they were pulling her from an unfathomable abyss. Her energy was dissipating, rapidly flowing away. She could not discern whether they were saving her or rescuing Cini and the others. All she was distinctly aware of was that the constriction of her clothing was diminishing, becoming less and less restrictive. Amidst the chaos, choking on water, she cried out, "Orange, your backpack has fallen." "Forget about it," Cini replied, holding her as they floated in the water. At such a moment, who could still concern themselves with anyone's backpack? In the swiftly surging currents, aside from Qiao Lingxiang, the other 4 were proficient swimmers. They endured the initial shock of falling into the water, and once Cini's chains released them, huddling together became counterproductive to their drifting. Instead, he tethered the 5 of them to a single chain to prevent anyone from being left behind. As the current calmed somewhat, they floated along the subterranean river. The water was frigid and biting. Several of them trembled uncontrollably. Yet, as they drifted, they gradually acclimated to the chilling temperature. Time passed unnoticed as they floated, finally arriving at a warm pool of water that seemed to plunge into the depths. However, it was not dark. The pool shimmered a vibrant green, with gentle currents flowing steadily in one direction. Carrying a heavy backpack, Qiao Lingxiang felt as though she were sinking beneath the water's surface. Ahead of her was Cini, and behind her was Ajio. Both were adept swimmers. Lacking the ability to swim herself, Qiao Lingxiang clung to Cini's chain, allowing them to pull her forward. What lies beneath? As she turned, she caught sight of Qiao Lingxiang. She was coughing, her hair damp and clinging to her head, the ends curling slightly. Her cheeks bore a hint of baby fat. Her skin was delicate, and her large, glistening eyes appeared as if veiled by a transparent layer of water, seemingly clearer than the very pool they were in. Tiny droplets clung to her eyelashes, reflecting the emerald waters below, glimmering with light, ready to fall with the slightest movement. Simply enchanting. Cindy marveled silently, having never encountered such beautiful eyes, as if they were drawing him into their depths. What is that glowing beneath? The chain bore Lu Zhenqing, who swam over to Cindy and said, I'm going down to take a look. Xiang, take good care of your brother Lu. Qiao Lingxiang tightened her grip on the chain, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to Cindy, wanting to ask him something. However, she found him gazing intently at her, his eyes profound. In that moment, she forgot what she intended to say. Meanwhile, a Jew swam over and, in the glowing depths of the emerald pool, inquired, Xiang, have you lost weight? Qiao Lingxiang raised her hand and gently touched her face, nodding in confusion. She must have lost weight. Whenever she employed her healing abilities, her weight would diminish. Perhaps the more individuals she saved, the lighter she became. If you continuously save others, wouldn't your weight eventually vanish? Zhao Long swam over, observing Qiao Lingxiang's appearance. She indeed looked slimmer, probably around 200 pounds now, although she still seemed overweight to most. The drastic reduction of approximately 60 pounds from 260 to 200 was quite noticeable, particularly in her face. Sun Yi, who was tethered by chains, realized after hearing Zhao Long's remark that Qiao Lingxiang had indeed lost weight. He had wondered why her eyes appeared increasingly larger. It was simply due to the loss of facial fat that had stretched her eye corners. He added, you must eat more. If you reach a point where you can no longer save anyone, it will be too late to eat. Weight accumulates imperceptibly. Having spent considerable time with Qiao Lingxiang, Sun Yi had never witnessed a sudden surge in her weight. In fact, over the past 20 days, he perceived no significant change in her. However, every time she saved someone, particularly in the past couple of days while aiding Sun Yi and Lu Zhenqing, her weight plummeted dramatically, akin to a free fall off a cliff. Losing 60 pounds in just 2 days was no trivial matter. Most would find such a loss fatal. Yet, for Qiao Lingxiang, it appeared she gained weight slowly but lost it rapidly. Thus, the concerns raised by Zhao Long warrant a heightened sense of vigilance. If the situation were to deteriorate, Qiao Lingxiang would be rendered so emaciated that there would be no further room for weight loss, leaving her nothing but skin and bones, a truly unappealing sight. Straining against the chains, Qiao Lingxiang nodded earnestly, her limbs flailing in a desperate attempt to free herself. At that moment, Lu Zhenqing emerged from the depths, grasping a stone the size of a duck egg, glowing a vibrant green. With exuberance, he exclaimed to the group, look at this. What do you think it is? The one-stem cavern was illuminated by the radiant stone in Lu Zhenqing's hand, casting light upon every face present. Sun Yi diverted his gaze from Qiao Lingxiang's eyes to scrutinize the stone held by Lu Zhenqing, his brows furrowing in concentration. Is that an energy stone? He inquired, astonished. Ha, there are plenty more down there, along with numerous such treasures. Lu Zhenqing, brimming with delight, passed the duck egg-sized stone to Sun Yi and then resumed his descent into the water. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Long and a Jew followed suit, diving beneath the surface. Between a Jew and Sun Yi was Qiao Lingxiang, who had initially wrapped her arms around the chains to prevent herself from sinking. However, as a Jew plunged into the water, her body was inevitably drawn down as well. In her struggle, the chains she clutched were abruptly lifted by Sun Yi. Startled, Qiao Lingxiang turned her gaze towards him. Amidst the splashes, he pointed towards a nearby rock with his arm, the chains entwined around it releasing their grip and driving straight into the stone. As the sound of metal embedding itself into rock resonated, the chain binding Qiao Lingxiang, a Jew, Zhao Long, and Lu Zhenqing was firmly anchored into the stone. Qiao Lingxiang opened her mouth in astonishment, gazing at Sun Yi with admiration as she inquired, Sun Yi, you possess such remarkable abilities? How did you achieve this? The expression on her face filled Sun Yi with an inexplicable sense of pride, as though he had accomplished something extraordinarily impressive. He shrugged, emerging from the water with his head above the surface, and replied to Qiao Lingxiang, I'm not quite sure. It felt as if I had unlocked my latent potential when I fell earlier, enabling me to conjure blades out of thin air and manipulate metal at will. Chapter 65. A glimpse of sunshine. As Sun Yi conversed with Qiao Lingxiang, he noticed, for reasons unknown, that the energy stone in his hand, roughly the size of a duck egg, dimmed slightly, though the change was not particularly noticeable. Both Sun Yi and Qiao Lingxiang paid it no mind, simply stowing the energy stone in the backpack behind Qiao Lingxiang. Sun Yi then remarked to her, I'll leave it with you for now. I'll go and help gather some more energy stones. With that, he submerged once again, joining Lu Zhenqing and the others in their quest to excavate energy stones from the riverbed. In less than a few seconds, Lu Zhengqing and the others resurfaced, each clutching luminous green stones of varying sizes, some as large as duck eggs, others akin to quail eggs, and a few with irregular shapes. Upon their descent, every individual had a backpack slung over their shoulders, but some found their bags torn during the plunge, while others lost theirs entirely along with the shoulder straps. Sin Yi's bag was carelessly discarded by Qiao Lingxiang beneath the waterfall. Only the backpack on Qiao Lingxiang's back remained intact and undamaged, for it was an authentic survival backpack of exceptional quality, secured by a strap around her waist that tethered her to it. Lu Zhengqing and the others placed all the energy stones they retrieved into Qiao Lingxiang's backpack. As the space within the backpack filled to capacity with energy stones, she felt herself gradually sinking into the water. Yet, she remained silent, gripping the chain tightly to prevent herself from truly submerging. After a while, Qiao Lingxiang sensed a lightness in her backpack, realizing that Sin Yi had lifted it from her back. "You're about to sink. Let me take the bag for you," Sin Yi said, effortlessly carrying the backpack with one hand. Hastily, she unfastened the strap around her waist and handed the backpack to Sin Yi. Meanwhile, Zhao Long emerged from the water, effortlessly cradling a pillow-sized energy stone in his arms, laughing heartily. Sin Yi, puzzled, inquired, "Isn't it heavy, Zhao Long?" "Not really," Zhao Long replied, floating on the surface while tossing the large energy stone in the air and catching it with ease, grinning. Observing this, Sin Yi had a sudden inspiration and decided to let Zhao Long carry Qiao Lingxiang's backpack. "Hey, he doesn't sink either and can float perfectly on the water. What could be the reason?" Sin Yi asked Zhao Long. "Have you awakened some kind of special ability?" Zhao Long, appearing bewildered, raised the pillow-sized energy stone in his hands and replied, "Can I heal now? Or perhaps become impervious to blades and bullets?" It appeared unlikely that they could be cured, or that they possessed invincible abilities. Sin Yi felt perplexed. After a prolonged contemplation, he could only conclude it was evident that no matter how many energy stones they gathered, it would prove futile, as the 5 of them had only one backpack at their disposal, which was already brimming with items, leaving no room for additional energy stones. At that moment, Lu Zhengqing emerged from the water, clutching several small energy stones in his hands, and addressed the group. He alone sensed that his vitality was waning rapidly, while the others had acclimated to the water temperature, finding it tolerable. After some deliberation, the group resolved to drift downstream, for within the cold snake tower flowed a river, and they were undoubtedly in an underground stream. By following the current, they were certain to reach the surface. Having arrived at this decision, they turned their attention to Zhao Long, who was floating on the surface, hands raised with an energy stone the size of a pillow, and carrying Qiao Lingxiang's backpack. Showing no signs of sinking, Lu Zhengqing, with his charming eyes sparkling, chuckled, "That won't do. I cannot part with it." Moreover, he did not perceive the stone as particularly heavy, finding it quite manageable. Since he felt no difficulty in holding such a substantial stone above water, the others remained silent, continuing to drift along with the current. Time passed, and the current gradually diminished while the presence of dissolving stones increased. Soon enough, they reached the shore and continued their exploration over the dissolving stones. "Have we entered a cavern?" Qiao Lingxiang observed the appearance of the dissolving stones, shrouded in darkness. Had it not been for the energy stone held aloft by Zhao Long, they would have been utterly blind. This was indeed the case. She followed closely behind Sin Yi, with the Jew behind her, followed by Zhao Long, and finally Lu Zhengqing. All 5 of them were bound by chains at their waists, a precaution taken by Sin Yi to prevent anyone from getting lost in this inky abyss. The crevice they navigated was somewhat narrow, prompting Qiao Lingxiang to draw in her stomach and forcefully squeeze through. Yet, she found herself successfully wedged within the fissure. A Jew's face broke into a smile, only to be met with a warning kick to the backside from the stone-bearing Zhao Long. Her perception of their group had transformed. Their sentiments towards her had also evolved. Consequently, they were all exceedingly cautious in their guardianship and care for her, tempering their usual banter and expressions around her. A Jew promptly concealed her smile and said to Qiao Lingxiang, who was stuck in the crevice, "It's all right, I'll give you a push." With that, a Jew began to exert her strength, attempting to nudge Qiao Lingxiang further into the gap. Observing this, Sin Yi grasped Qiao Lingxiang's hands and pulled her towards him, while Qiao Lingxiang endeavored to hold her breath, straining with all her might until, at last, she emerged from the tight space. With a flushed face, she sincerely expressed her gratitude to Sin Yi and a Jew, and they continued their forward journey. As they proceeded, The path widened somewhat, and before long, they stumbled upon a glimmer of light within the narrow cavern. Everyone quickly gathered their spirits and made their way toward the glimmer of light, successfully crawling out of a small cave, barely larger than a dog's den. Ah, how splendid it is to behold the sun once more. Chapter 66. The long wait for reemergence. Once the initial excitement of re-entering the world faded and emotions settled, they began to assess their surroundings and determined their current location. During their plunge into the dark river, all their backpacks and phones had been damaged or lost, leaving only Qiao Lingxiang's phone, safely tucked away in her survival backpack. This bag was not only sturdy but also waterproof. She retrieved her phone, powered it on, and accessed the built-in GPS map. To her astonishment, they had emerged just in front of the Cold Snake Tower, meaning they had been swept out of the scenic area by the dark river. They had left the pristine wilderness behind, and according to Qiao Lingxiang's phone, a village lay just ahead, positioned perfectly between the Cold Snake Tower and Shanqing. Noticing that Qiao Lingxiang's phone battery was running low, Sun Yi promptly revised their plans and addressed the group. Everyone agreed, except for Qiao Lingxiang. She had checked her phone moments earlier and found no missed calls or messages. While the families of others would surely be worried about them, her own family remained blissfully unaware of her journey from Shanqing to the distant Cold Snake Tower on such a mission. Thus, she remained indifferent, having long grown accustomed to this life of unrestrained freedom. Following Sun Yi and the others, they continued along the muddy path, descending the mountain and emerging from the dense, desolate forest, finally entering the village. Previously, Sun Yi had slain numerous members of Gu Siren's group, and from the corpses, they had salvaged a considerable number of energy vouchers, which collectively amounted to a substantial sum, all stored in Qiao Lingxiang's waterproof backpack. Sun Yi extracted several energy vouchers from her bag and sought out a household to purchase a few sets of secondhand dry clothes, along with some food. Naturally, he agreed, given the prospect of earning energy vouchers. He then noticed a group of young individuals, 4 boys accompanied by a plump girl, all in a state of utter disarray. One of the boys was holding a large stone above his head while carrying what appeared to be a heavy bag. How had he managed to lift it? What purpose did the stone serve? Curiously, he seemed remarkably at ease. Since energy stones do not emit light and sunlight, they resembled ordinary rocks, leaving the male head of the household perplexed. He could hardly fathom that there existed energy stones the size of a pillow. The images of energy stones broadcasted on television and the internet were all quite small. As the male host busied himself preparing food for Sun Yi and his companions, he incessantly bombarded them with questions, such as where they had come from, where they were headed, and how they had ended up in their current predicament. He mentioned that classes had ceased at school, and the group had ventured out for a cycling trip, only to find themselves lost deep within the mountains. As Lu Jingqing engaged in conversation with the male host, Qiao Lingxiang delicately held a bowl of leftover rice, casting glances at the substantial energy stone beneath Xiaolong's feet. She harbored concerns that, should darkness envelop them, the stone might emit a luminous glow, drawing unwarranted attention. Unexpectedly, her bowl was replenished with a generous serving of stale rice. Upon lifting her gaze, she found herself locking eyes with Sun Yi, who wielded a serving spoon, having scraped the rice cooker clean, salvaging just enough remnants to generously add to Qiao Lingxiang's bowl. I cannot possibly consume so much, Qiao Lingxiang lamented, gazing at the mound of rice before her. Despite her ample appearance, her appetite was not as prodigious as others presumed. A little more won't hurt. You appear too gaunt, Sun Yi urged, having abandoned the rice cooker. He feared that Qiao Lingxiang's unique abilities might lead her to a state of emaciation, thus he encouraged her to eat heartily whenever the opportunity arose. The male host, named Song Yuan, who was conversing with Lu Jingqing, observed Sun Yi and Qiao Lingxiang with a bemused expression. He likely perceived Sun Yi's remarks as veiled mockery. Considering Qiao Lingxiang's weight was easily over 200 pounds, yet Sun Yi insisted she should eat more. To Song Yuan, it seemed a thinly veiled jest at her expense. Meanwhile, Lu Jingqing and the others continued to eat their meals with unperturbed expressions, leaving Song Yuan at a loss for words regarding the situation. Indeed, Qiao Lingxiang has significantly slimmed down. However, the head of this household remains oblivious to her previous weight. Upon seeing her, Song Yuan's wife immediately retrieved her own maternity clothes from her 10-month pregnancy for Qiao Lingxiang to wear. While changing out of her damp attire, Qiao Lingxiang noticed an electronic scale in the house and stepped on it, discovering her weight was approximately 199 pounds, which aligned with the group's estimations. This revelation brought her joy, yet amidst her happiness, she harbored concerns about becoming excessively thin due to her relentless efforts to save others. The transformation into a gaunt figure was secondary. Her primary worry was that, in dire moments of saving lives, her body would lack the necessary strength to aid Xin-Yi and the others. In the past, she often endured hunger, surviving on water and thin rice soup, which allowed her to gain a modest amount of weight daily. Yet, each time she rescued someone, she could lose several pounds in a single effort. If she were to become emaciated, she could not afford to wait for days or weeks to regain her strength before rushing to save someone. Delays could turn minor injuries into grave ones, and grave injuries could lead to deaths, with bodies left in a state of decay. Thus, when Xin-Yi filled her bowl with rice, despite already being full, she silently complied and finished the second helping. The adage about nurturing one's body over 1,000 days only to expend it in a moment aptly described Qiao Lingxiang's current predicament. Chapter 67. Song Yuan. A hand emerged from the refracted light, followed by an arm, and then a shoulder, culminating in the sight of Gu Siren, stripped bare, as she fell from the illuminated area, landing atop the charred remnants of severed limbs. His expression was somewhat dazed, his breath weak, and a gunshot wound on his body continued to bleed profusely, though it had not struck a vital area. This was perhaps the reason he still clung to life. Yet now, he found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend where he was or what had transpired. Gradually, Gu Siren recalled that he had intended to kill a few people, but had been ambushed and killed in turn by those wretched creatures. Subsequently, he had arrived in a strange, ethereal place shrouded in white mist. Remembering this, Gu Siren raised his hand to touch the wound on his body. The bullet remained lodged within him, causing him to grimace in pain. Time was of the essence. If he delayed any longer, death might be imminent. Clenching his teeth, he mustered his last ounce of strength and crawled out of the depression, stumbling toward the sinkhole. For his immediate concern was to tend to his injuries and understand the nature of his grave condition. Then, he would seek vengeance upon those vile creatures. At this moment, the sun had yet to set, and there were few cars on the road. The journey from the male homeowner's residence to Xiangqing would take approximately 3 hours via the expressway. Several young men exited the vehicle, and their parents rushed over, crying and scolding in a flurry of emotions. Gazing out the window at the poignant scene of family reunions, Qiao Lingxiang turned to the driver, Song Yuan, with an impassive expression and inquired, "Uncle Song, may I have your contact information?" Meanwhile, on this trip, Song Yuan had earned a considerable number of energy vouchers. Living in the countryside, his family of 3 required few vouchers for their daily sustenance. Thus, the vouchers he had earned would be used to purchase milk powder and baby food for his child. He observed the parents of Xin-Yi, noting their refined manners, attire, and demeanor, which suggested they were not lacking in resources. Consequently, he readily provided Qiao Lingxiang with his telephone number, inviting her to contact him whenever she required transportation or assistance in the future. Just as Qiao Lingxiang was memorizing Song Yuan's number, she noticed Xin-Yi's grandmother, draped in a large scarf, her hair a mix of white and gray, standing outside the vehicle with a gentle expression, calling out to her. Startled, Qiao Lingxiang promptly exited the car and stood before Xin-Yi's grandmother, respectfully greeting her with, "Grandma Lin." Soon after, she saw Xin-Yi's grandfather approaching and obediently addressed him as Grandpa Lin. Since Xin-Yi's grandfather's surname was Lin and she had not previously met Xin-Yi, Qiao Lingxiang had always referred to Xin-Yi's grandparents as Grandpa and Grandma Lin. Xin-Yi's grandmother, Li Min, reached out and held Qiao Lingxiang's hand with warmth, saying affectionately, "Qiao Lingxiang." With her head bowed slightly, Qiao Lingxiang replied softly. Although she indeed lived in the same community as Xin-Yi, they were merely neighbors on different floors. She resided in the basement while Xin-Yi occupied the 7th floor. Meanwhile, Zhao Long continued to hold a pillow-sized stone aloft, despite his parents urging him to discard it. But he remained obstinate. Xin-Yi approached and conferred with Lu Zhongqing, Zhao Long, and a Jew, suggesting they take a break for the night and return to the task center to submit their assignments the following day. The group then dispersed at the city gate of Xiangqing. Xin-Yi's family had arrived by car. As they got in, Xin-Yi took the initiative to retrieve the car keys from his grandfather, settling into the driver's seat to take the wheel. Once again, the elderly couple who had entered the car spoke. Qiao Lingxiang, concerned about her size, feared that sitting in the back seat would encroach upon the living space of Xin-Yi's grandparents, and thus voluntarily took her place in the front passenger seat. In the back, Grandpa Lin chuckled, remarking on the car's diminishing utility. How much longer can we rely on this vehicle? Once your grandfather's company goes bankrupt, we will soon be unable to afford a car. We should make use of it while we can. Every day it's driven is one less day we have. A few days prior, when he couldn't reach Xin, Lin Tianyi was nearly frantic, feeling as if he might end up in the hospital. Recently, however, he had come to a clearer understanding of the world's current state. Times had become harsh, and it was prudent to utilize what resources one had and relish in them. There was no telling when wealth or energy vouchers would become useless, rendering even the thought of driving a car a challenge. Nowadays, the notion of bankruptcy felt all too familiar. In the past, hearing about someone's financial ruin was considered newsworthy. But now, within his social circle, it was more remarkable to hear about someone who had not yet gone bankrupt. Suddenly, Grandma Lin, as if she had come to a realization, spoke with a warm smile. Xiang, why don't you stay at our home tonight? I've already prepared a room for you and have laid out some clothes. Xin, who was driving, slightly tilted her head back but remained silent. No, thank you. Grandma Lin, I have a place to stay, she replied. At present, she possessed numerous energy vouchers, affording her the ability to cover her accommodation fees at school. She planned to visit her grandfather, intending to enjoy a delightful meal at his home without venturing elsewhere. Lin Tianyi made a definitive decision regarding Qiao Lingxiang's fate. Suddenly, he asserted with unwavering determination that Qiao Lingxiang would reside with them. Xin found her grandparents rather peculiar. Li Min sighed, pulling Xin away from the direction of her home, leading them to a secure stairwell. Once they had settled there, and after Lin Tianyi had escorted Qiao Lingxiang to the room prepared for her, Li Min turned to Xin and said, Xinyi's handsome face darkened. And with a cold laugh, he remarked, have we not been out for nearly a month? How could her family remain oblivious to this matter? Not only were they unaware, but after you and your grandparents received our call today, I encountered Homonro. I inquired if she wished to join us in picking up Xiang, suggesting our car would be convenient. Yet she looked at me with utter bewilderment, completely unaware that you all had been out of contact with us for several days. In recent days, whether it was Xinyi's family, Lu Zhengqing's family, Zhao Long's family, or the Aju family, they had been frantic with worry. Lin Tianyi, with his fragile heart, nearly found himself hospitalized due to the stress. Yet, Ho Monrong remained blissfully ignorant, cheerfully speaking with her eldest daughter every day, as if everything were perfectly normal. Ordinarily, even if children are sent to boarding schools, parents would occasionally call to inquire about their well-being, asking where they were, what they were doing, if they felt unwell, and whether they needed any supplies sent over. Thus, it is quite easy for parents to notice if their children are missing. However, Ho Monrong did not realize. She had always believed Qiao Lingxiang was simply boarding at school. Thus, Li Min deliberately inquired if anyone knew what Qiao Lingxiang had been up to at school. It is worth mentioning that Ho Monrong has 2 daughters. She would call Qiao Yuelan daily. During their lengthy conversations, Ho Monrong occasionally asked about her younger sister, Qiao Lingxiang. Qiao Yuelan would always respond that she had been too preoccupied with her studies to pay any attention to Qiao Lingxiang, leading Ho Monrong to drop the subject altogether. Consequently, no one in the Qiao family discovered that Qiao Lingxiang had left the city for an entire month. The thought of her mother's bewildered expression filled me with ire. Li Min, now of an advanced age with silvery hair, sighed and shook her head as she spoke to her great-grandson. A lovely child like her should not be treated this way. Qiao Lingxiang is such a wonderful girl. Xin clenched his fists, his Adam's apple moving as he addressed his grandmother. If her family does not want her, we shall take her in. From now on, she shall be ours, and I will treat her as my own sister. As they gathered for a meal, having subsisted on wild vegetables and fish for several days, today promised a feast. Qiao Lingxiang, still adjusting to the significant changes in her living conditions, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at Xinyi's words. She hastily set down the energy stone she had been holding and rose, her face flushed with discomfort. It felt improper to sleep at someone else's home and accept their hospitality without contributing in any way. Yet, Xin seemed oblivious to her embarrassment. He beckoned her over and took her wrist, gently leading Qiao Lingxiang into the living room. Lin Tianyi and Li Min had already arranged several dishes on the dining table in the living room. Xin tugged at Qiao Lingxiang to sit down, stretching languidly before reaching for the food on the plate. However, his hand was swiftly intercepted by Li Min, who tapped it with her chopsticks. Xin quickly withdrew his hand, flashing a triumphant grin at his grandmother, pleased that he had not been caught. Use your chopsticks. Li Min admonished him with a stern glance, extending her chopsticks to Qiao Lingxiang instead. Lin Tianyi emerged from the kitchen with a plate of hot dishes. Placing it on the table while explaining to Qiao Lingxiang, the vegetables and meat at the supermarket were all snatched up as soon as they hit the shelves. We had no other food options, but fortunately, we had stocked up on some vegetable and meat packages beforehand. While they may not taste as good as freshly stir-fried dishes, they have been stored under cold chain conditions, so they are still safe to eat. Qiao Lingxiang blushed, waving her hands in modesty, expressing her surprise. I can eat anything. This is already quite abundant for me. In these times of supply chain disruptions, such items are nearly unattainable for the average household. Acquiring them would necessitate sourcing directly from the origin. Qiao Lingxiang understood the rarity of these prepared dishes and realized that it was likely more challenging than scrambling for food at the supermarket. She had nothing to disdain. In fact, the ability to enjoy such a meal was a considerable blessing. Li Min gazed at Qiao Lingxiang with a heart full of affection, observing her restrained demeanor with increasing fondness. The more he looked, the more he believed that Qiao Lingxiang was infinitely more endearing than that rascal Cini. He busily served her dishes and inquired about their experiences during the mission, what they ate, what they wore, where they rested. Cini frowned at this, munching on his food while saying, "Grandma, hurry up and eat. Weren't you just lecturing me on the importance of silence during meals? If you keep pestering Lingxiang with questions, you'll see she hasn't even taken a proper bite." Li Min cast a disdainful glance at Cini. Wasn't she merely trying to engage with Lingxiang, to ease her discomfort? Yet, it was true that in her eagerness to converse, Lingxiang's bowl remained largely untouched. Therefore, Li Min continued to serve Qiao Lingxiang generously, choosing not to ask her any further questions out of consideration. Once the entire table had finished their meal, Qiao Lingxiang took the initiative to help Li Min clear away the dishes and began to share stories about the events that had transpired during their visit to the Cold Snake Tower. She was mindful of the elderly woman's desire for conversation. Although not naturally chatty, she endeavored to be more proactive and lively. With each glance at Qiao Lingxiang, Li Min's affection deepened. In the parlance of the younger generation, she was increasingly convinced that this girl was a treasure. However, this young lady required a sincere effort to truly understand her, revealing a heart that was remarkably gentle. The saying that one should not judge solely by appearances rang true. Cini, feeling a twinge of anxiety, ventured into the kitchen several times, only to be impatiently ushered out by Li Min each time. Eventually, Lin Tianyi could no longer bear the sight of his beloved grandson being treated like a stranger by his own grandparents, as if they might devour Qiao Lingxiang. With a sense of urgency, he took Cin Yi to the study, where the two engaged in conversation about their recent mission at the Cold Snake Tower. Lin Tianyi's inquiries were far more substantial than those of Li Min, who focused solely on trivial matters such as what they ate, how they slept, and whether they felt frightened. In contrast, Lin Tianyi settled into the leather sofa in the study and directly asked Cini if they had stirred up any trouble during their outing. The young man responded with a spirited smile, proudly placing a stone the size of a duck egg on his grandfather's desk, exclaiming, "Behold, an energy stone. We discovered it by a pond." Initially, Lin Tianyi had harbored little expectation for the children's mission, but upon witnessing the stone, he hastily retrieved a magnifying glass from the desk and scrutinized the seemingly ordinary object. After Cin Yi dimmed the lights and drew the curtains, revealing the stone's glow in the darkness, Lin Tianyi, now visibly excited, inquired, "Where did this come from?" Cin Yi recounted the entire experience, including the encounter with the team led by Gu Siren, who had attacked them. Just this account alone was enough to thrill Lin Tianyi. Indeed, Lin Tianyi quickly discerned the unsettling aspects of the situation. Logically, Gu Siren's team was well-equipped and armed. How could they possibly fail to manage a few inexperienced youngsters like Cin Yi? Clearly, Cin Yi was concealing something. However, Lin Tianyi, being an enlightened guardian, chose not to probe further. Instead, he followed Cin Yi's line of thought and was struck with astonishment. Cin Yi is far from being an ordinary individual. In the past, as a mere mortal, he traversed from the north to the south, establishing himself as a formidable presence at Xiangqing High School. Now, with his ironclad resolve, how could he possibly fear Gu Siren and her associates? Seeing Lin Tianyi shake his head, Cin Yi sighed heavily, his voice laden with concern. "You do not comprehend. That place has likely been under surveillance for an extended period. Their practice of not allowing any teams to approach and eliminating those who dare indicates the presence of energy stones. Therefore, their backing and capabilities far exceed what you children can contend with." "AE, Your grandfather's expectations for you are not high. Simply live well and become a person. Lin Tianyi, having aged and in poor health, pondered how many more years he had left. His relentless accumulation of resources was solely for Xin Yi's future. He harbored no desire for Xin Yi to confront such murderous forces. Survival in Xiangqing was paramount. Once he passed away, he would no longer be able to influence Xin Yi's choices, and the latter could pursue revenge as he saw fit. Xin Yi, seated across from Lin Tianyi, remained silent, his gaze downcast. He yearned for vengeance and harbored no illusions that those who discovered him would cease their pursuit. Moreover, what significance does one hold in Xiang City? Shouldn't the energy stones they painstakingly unearthed be utilized by forming a team to excavate further? Observing the despondent and defiant expression on his face, Lin Tianyi sighed and spoke earnestly. My child, I comprehend your sentiments. While one must fight fiercely, it is equally imperative to learn how to preserve one's own life in order to have the fortitude to contend. Being a momentary hero driven by impulse may allow you to vent your frustrations, yet throughout life, one must encounter numerous situations where patience is essential. If you cannot endure this minor grievance, then in the future, the people and circumstances you face will surely bring you to the brink of despair repeatedly. The audacity of youth is often unafraid of formidable challenges, particularly for someone like Xin Yi, who, emboldened by his physical prowess and favorable familial circumstances, believes he can confront anyone who stands against him. This fleeting bravado will inevitably lead to his downfall. Lin Tianyi rose from his seat in the tranquil study, reached out, and firmly grasped Xin Yi's shoulder, a tangible connection to his lineage. Standing behind the young man, he intoned solemnly, you must earnestly learn the essence of endurance. In this regard, you lag far behind Xiangxiang. Within the study, the very air seemed to become stifling. Xin Yi lowered his gaze, his clenched jaws causing his cheeks to protrude slightly. And with closed eyes, he felt his throat constrict as he defiantly inquired. Lin Tianyi patted Xin Yi's shoulder, guiding him out of the study. Xin Yi exited her grandfather's study, swiftly entering Qiao Lingxiang's room to borrow her phone. She made a call to Lu Zhengqing and a few classmates with whom she maintained amicable relations. In Chapter 70, Crossing the Fields, Lu Zhengqing, Zhao Long, and Ajio found that their parents' attitudes mirrored that of Lin Tianyi. All insisted that the children endure and avoid provoking Gu Siren and her entourage. In Chengtian's circle, a group gathered at the bar, reveling in the lively atmosphere. Despite the majority of shops in Xiangqing having shuttered, the streets lined with bars thrived amidst lang of society's outcasts. Numerous unseen transactions transpired in this vibrant, yet chaotic locale. Qingtian had not seen Xin Yi or Qiao Lingxiang for over a month, creating a sense of prolonged absence in his mind. Qiao Chun had long since transitioned from the ICU to a regular ward. Recently, however, he felt increasingly perturbed as the Xiangqing hospital had seen a rise in patients presenting with fevers of unknown origin. An edict had been issued forbidding these patients from transferring to other facilities or discharging themselves. Many were eligible for discharge, yet the doctors consistently withheld their signatures, preventing their release. Consequently, Qiao Chun felt stifled within the confines of Xiangqing Hospital, persistently calling Cheng Tian to express his desire to be discharged. Yet, he would chuckle nonchalantly. For Cheng Tian deemed this news rather dubious, especially considering the visible aftermath of Qiao Lingxiang's severe beating at his hands. For he had captured a photograph of her in a near-unconscious state. It seems that Qiao Lingxiang has been hiding away to recuperate. It is said that she and Xin Yi are neighbors, which explains the rumors suggesting that Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang have gone out on a mission together. Perhaps someone spotted them in each other's company, leading to the stories that have circulated. In any case, Cheng Tian currently pays no heed to Xin Yi and does not regard Qiao Lingxiang as a matter of concern. In the dimly lit, raucous atmosphere of the bar, a young man adorned with azure tattoos on his chin approached and settled beside Cheng Tian. He casually draped an arm over Cheng Tian's shoulder and remarked with a playful grin, Cheng Tian, what's the matter? Who has wronged you? Why not confide in your brother? I'm here to help. Cheng Tian, upon hearing this, glanced at the tattooed youth and responded with a somewhat ingratiating smile. A man must maintain a semblance of dignity when out in the world, right? Cheng Tian half-heartedly boasted in front of Yu Jian. Yu Jian, laughing heartily, turned to the group from Xiangqing High School and declared, as long as you're not afraid, spread my words. Let those from the north tighten their grip on Chengge. From now on, whenever we meet him, it will be a battle. The others from Xiangqing High School nodded in agreement, but Cheng Tian wore a somewhat awkward expression, unable to voice his discomfort. Meanwhile, a few nearby began to chat and boast within the bar. After a while, Yu Jian invited Cheng Tian for a drink, and the athletes Cheng Tian had brought along were all smiles, contributing to the vibrant atmosphere that filled the venue. Individuals like Cheng Tian possess both physical strength and endurance. And within the confines of Xiangqing High School, he enjoys a reputable standing and a solid foundation, surrounded by a group of athletic peers who heed his every word. Yu Jian, a person of cunning nature, takes a particular liking to forge alliances with Navi individuals like Cheng Tian, who have just begun to navigate the complexities of society. By merely inviting Cheng Tian and his companions to indulge in a few drinks and utter some sentiments of camaraderie, Cheng Tian and his athletic friends become unwaveringly loyal to Yu Jian. The cost of a few bottles of liquor today pales in comparison to the loyalty Cheng Tian will offer him in the future. Meanwhile, Sun Yi's grandfather, Lin Tianyi, sits in his study, reaching out via telephone to the parents of Lu Zhenqing, Zhao Long, and Jiao. The parents of these young men have gleaned some understanding of their children's recent escapades from their own conversations. As adults of considerable standing in Xiangqing, they possess a wealth of worldly experience and an ability to contemplate matters far beyond the comprehension of Sun Yi and his youthful companions. Engaging in spirited discussion, they ultimately decided to create a group chat and convene a video conference. Lin Tianyi is characterized by his cautious and pragmatic disposition. Like Lu Zhenqing's father, he is a businessman. However, Lin Tianyi is a self-made man, whereas Lu Zhenqing's father, Lu Leqing, hails from a lineage of wealthy elites in Xiangqing. Thus, Lu Zhenqing represents the latest generation of affluence. In the city of Xiang, the affluent often remain inconspicuous. One might encounter individuals clad in tattered white robes, playing chess at the entrance of a residential complex, or serving as security guards in mid-range neighborhoods, or even haggling over discounted goods at the local market, competing for bargains on rice, while secretly possessing dozens of properties and numerous storefronts. Consequently, Lu Leqing has, for the most part, led a sheltered life, indulging in the ancestral wealth of his family in Xiang since birth. His disposition mirrors that of Lu Zhenqing, exuding a sense of invulnerability, as if the sky could fall. But with someone like Lin Tianyi bearing the brunt of it, he feels no immediate threat to his existence, thus continuing life as usual. Lu Leqing harbors the deepest resentment towards the group pursuing his son, Lu Zhenqing, and among the parents, he is the most vociferous, fervently advocating for their annihilation. Yet, as an adult, he is ultimately swayed by Lin Tianyi's counsel. In the end, Lu Leqing concludes that the most effective form of retaliation against those individuals is to seize the opportunity before they discover the precise location of the energy stone, gathering a group to excavate it, thereby infuriating Gu Siren and his companions. Amidst Lu Liqing's animated chatter, the composed father, Wei Xingping, finally interjects. Clad in a high-end security uniform, he addresses the situation in a video, stating, Chapter 71, Sun Yi, I am so frightened. Claims that instruments have detected thermal fluctuations near the Cold Snake Tower are utterly unfounded. The energy stone represents a new form of energy, and the central management system has yet to thoroughly investigate it. The energy utilization rate within the stone is less than 10%. How could any instruments possibly detect it? The task center indicated that there are energy stones in the Cold Snake Tower, information gleaned through extensive data collection. The audacity of the adversaries to commit murder within the Cold Snake Tower suggests they are likely backed by the urban management system, possibly supported by the security inspection apparatus. Lin Tianyi furrowed his brow as he listened to Wei Xingping, his aged face etched with concern. Among the parents present, Wei Xingping held a senior position as the commander of the security inspection area within the management system, possessing insights that surpassed those of Lin Tianyi and Lu Leqing. Zhao Long's father, Zhao Dalong, served as a captain within Wei Xingping's team. Nodding in agreement as Wei Xingping cautioned against retaliation and the imprudence of overtly mining the energy stones from this perilous locale, Lu Leqing scoffed, his eyes, reminiscent of Lu Zhenqing's, fixated on several video windows on his phone. If we cannot excavate openly, we shall do so clandestinely, he declared. Lin Tianyi, Wei Xingping, and Zhao Dalong fell silent, each harboring similar thoughts. The chasm they faced was indeed unlike the caverns that Sin and his group had emerged from. They planned to assemble a team to purchase a house near Song Yuan's residence, using the pretext of farming in the countryside, while secretly mining for energy stones. Ultimately, Lin Tianyi spoke up. Once the energy stones are extracted, they must not be sold to the urban management system, as this would easily reveal the children's whereabouts. I have a client in the black market who reliably collects energy stones and is willing to offer prices below those of the task center for them. According to the current pricing at the task center, 1 pound of energy stone can be exchanged for an energy voucher. However, as Wei Xingping remarked, grassroots teams presenting energy stones for task completion are subjected to meticulous inquiries regarding the source of their collection, effectively exposing their intentions. This could easily attract the attention of certain forces, unbeknownst to them, such as the associates of Gu Siren. It would be more prudent to sell the stones on the black market instead. Several parents, including Wei Xingping, concurred with this notion. Subsequently, Wei Xingping recalled the task assigned to his child, which involved locating energy stones at the Cold Snake Tower. He stated, "The tasks from the task center affect the children's credit records. They must clear their tasks. Otherwise, they will be unable to accept future assignments. It would be more fitting for the children to use the energy vouchers to offset this matter." Hence, regulations were established allowing direct use of energy vouchers to settle tasks. While several adults were engaged in a video conference within the study, Sun Yi, reclining on Qiao Lingxiang's bed with his feet comfortably resting on the edge, was conversing on the phone with Lu Jingqing. The call originated from Lu Jingqing to Qiao Lingxiang's phone, directly seeking Sun Yi. He took pleasure in mocking Sun Yi, exclaiming, "Hey, brother Sun, have you heard? That brat Cheng Tian has declared he wants to meet you just to take a swing at you. Oh my, when did you offend such a formidable character? Brother Sun, I'm quite frightened. What should we do? You better straighten out that tongue of yours when you speak." Sun Yi stifled a yawn, one hand clutching his phone while the other rested behind his head. Lying there, he felt drowsy as he heard Lu Jingqing chuckling. "Then let's talk it over, Sun Ge. What are we to do about Cheng Tian? That rascal has grown quite audacious in a month, insisting on confronting you each time. How to handle it? I shall respond to him in kind. If he does not provoke me, I have other matters to attend to, and I have yet to settle scores with him." With that, Sun Yi coldly ended the call with Lu Jingqing and turned to glance at Qiao Lingxiang. She was kneeling on the carpet, staring vacantly at the neatly arranged energy stones on the floor. "What is it?" Sun Yi inquired. "Who has upset you?" "Who else could it be? A particularly vexatious individual," he replied. Sun Yi did not wish to burden Qiao Lingxiang with too many details. Mentioning Cheng Tian and the troubles he caused would only serve to worry her unnecessarily. He was a man who could not tolerate grievances, and those he cherished were equally sensitive. He still recalled the time Qiao Yuelan had come to him in tears, pleading for his assistance. Now, Cheng Tian was once again resorting to threats, as Lu Jingqing had put it. "Oh dear, Sun Yi is so frightened." He managed to smile, lying on Qiao Lingxiang's bed, his gaze fixed on her delicate, fair face, which roused him from his drowsiness. His fingers twitched, almost wishing to poke her cheek, convinced it would feel pleasantly soft. He also noted how much thinner Qiao Lingxiang appeared compared to before her visit to the Cold Serpent Tower. She instinctively clutched the bag of honey-filled cookies and looked up at Sun Yi, inquiring, "What is the matter? My hand hurts. Could you help me open it?" He replied, his face contorted in disdain. "Is it sweet? If so, I want to eat it." "You can have it all. Given the scarcity of resources, we shouldn't waste anything." Sitting on the carpet, Qiao Lingxiang glanced at the large words on the packaging that read honey-filled cookies, bemused, for it was evident that they were indeed sweet. Filled with honey. Had Sun Yi not noticed this when he picked it up? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Was he employing this method to encourage her to consume more? With lowered eyes, Qiao Lingxiang felt a tinge of discomfort and popped one of the cookies into her mouth. After a while, Lin Tianyi approached and summoned Sun Yi outside. The two of them, grandfather and grandson, retreated to the study for an extended discussion. She sat on the carpet and asked, "What happened? Did grandfather Lin scold you?" Sun Yi rubbed his face and sat down beside her, grasping a piece of energy stone from the ground and squeezing it tightly. Chapter 72. Mirani in Qiao Lingxiang's bedroom. Sun Yi remarked, while she listened intently, her gaze fixated on the energy stone in his hand. Under the illumination of the fluorescent light, the other energy stones appeared unremarkable, akin to ordinary rocks. Yet the one Sun Yi was toying with occasionally emitted a flicker of light. She found it somewhat peculiar and, fearing she might be mistaken, blinked her eyes in an effort to see more clearly. She then observed Sun Yi setting down the stone in his hand. He moved closer to her, lowering his voice and sneering. "Very well, let's head to school and deal with the person who just angered my brother. He still holds a grudge against Cheng Tian for the incident with Qiao Lingxiang." She pondered that a month had passed since the event, and for an ordinary person, the superficial injuries would have healed substantially by now. Therefore, her presence at Xiangqing High School should not raise any suspicions. On the following morning, Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang attended school together. She still did not wear the school uniform, but instead donned a blue turtleneck sweater that Xin Yi's grandmother had prepared for her for autumn. This sweater was originally intended to be paired with a lovely chiffon skirt. However, Qiao Lingxiang felt that wearing such a beautiful dress would be rather odd given her plump figure. So she opted not to wear the skirt and instead chose a pair of black fitted sports pants. She was likely afraid of being ridiculed, fearing that if she dressed too elegantly, others might say she did not deserve to wear such lovely clothes. Additionally, wearing a beautiful dress while fighting was hardly practical. Even so, she accompanied Xin Yi to school, where they were greeted by male classmates along the way. One of Xin Yi's close friends, named Mirani, casually draped his arm over Xin Yi's shoulder and reported on Cheng Tian's whereabouts over the past month. It was said that he had been frequenting the bar street lately. As they walked toward the school, Mirani whispered, "Let us wait for him at the back entrance of the school. After we take care of him, we can go eat, all right?" It was only at this moment that Qiao Lingxiang realized that the person who had provoked Xin Yi's anger was none other than Cheng Tian. She promptly nodded in agreement, eager to comply. "Oh, Xiangxiang, why do I feel that you've lost a bit of weight? You look more beautiful." There is a saying in Xiangqing, "A fair complexion hides a multitude of flaws," which implies that a girl with fair skin is always considered attractive. Previously, people regarded Qiao Lingxiang as unattractive, likening her to a large dinosaur, primarily due to her plumpness and oily skin that glistened throughout the day. However now, although Qiao Lingxiang still weighed 200 pounds, a rather unkind figure for a girl, her skin had ceased to be oily, revealing a delicate and fair complexion as a remarkable asset. Of course, when Mirani remarked that Qiao Lingxiang had become more beautiful, there was an element of flattery in his words. After all, he had initially declined to team up with her. Now that Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang shared such a close bond and attended school together, Mirani naturally sought to improve his rapport with her. At times, human relationships can be rather pragmatic and unavoidable. Qiao Lingxiang maintained a positive mindset, shyly gazing at Mirani as she expressed her gratitude, harboring no resentment towards his earlier refusal to partner with her for the Cold Serpent Tower. She never once mentioned it, as if it were a matter unknown to her. Naturally, having never faced life and death situations together, she felt no obligation to reveal any special abilities she possessed to Mirani. As a group of individuals approached the school gate, they spotted Lu Jingqing, poised elegantly on an electric bicycle, one leg resting on the pedal while the other remained planted on the ground. With a tilt of his head towards Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang, his charming peach blossom eyes sparkled with mischief as he declared, "Come on, Cheng Tian. The one who said he would hit you every time he saw you has finished eating and is heading towards the back gate." Xin Yi hurriedly tossed her backpack into Qiao Lingxiang's arms, rolled up her sleeves, and leapt onto the back seat of Lu Jingqing's bicycle. The pair set off in the direction of the back gate. Meanwhile, Qiao Lingxiang, burdened with a backpack on her back and another cradled in her arms, hurried alongside Mirani, dashing through the campus and taking a shortcut towards the back gate. At that moment, Cheng Tian was frolicking with the group as they exited through the back gate, intending to head straight to the bar street for some fun. Someone in the group remarked, "I wonder if Xin Yi will attend class today." Although Cheng Tian felt a twinge of anxiety, he could hardly admit in front of his companions that he feared Xin Yi. Instead, he scoffed dismissively, "A transfer student from the north? I have no reason to be intimidated. If she comes, she comes. I'm off to have fun while she remains in class." In truth, Cheng Tian had his own calculations. His group outnumbered Xin Yi significantly, especially since he had grown up in Xiangqing, while Xin Yi had only been there for a year. In a brawl, the outcome was uncertain. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, Cheng Tian knew he was no match for Xin Yi. Thus, he preferred to avoid a direct encounter with her, planning instead to gather his allies, confident that he could overpower her when the time was right. Just as Cheng Tian was heading to the bar street to enlist the help of Yu Jian in gathering a few people, he unexpectedly encountered Zhao Long and Ajio squatting outside the back door. Zhao Long was demonstrating his newfound strength to Ajio, crushing a stone effortlessly in his hand. Upon seeing Cheng Tian emerge with a group of young men, Zhao Long immediately forced a grin and remarked, "Oh, if it isn't Lord Cheng gracing us with his presence. How fortunate we are." Cheng Tian, aware that both Zhao Long and Ajio were under Xin Yi's influence, felt a tumult of emotions cross his face. He halted at the back door and retorted in a sarcastic tone, "Two of you. Splendid. Cheng Tian now has over a dozen men. Let us see if you two dogs can withstand my fury." Chapter 73. Who fears who are we not enough? Zhao Long discarded the shattered pieces of stone and approached Cheng Tian, eager to test his strength. Without waiting for Lu Zhongqing and Sun Yi to arrive, he prepared to engage in combat. However, a figure stepped in front of Zhao Long, pushing him aside and bluntly questioning, "What sort of enchantment has that hefty woman cast upon you?" The hand that pushed Zhao Long was swiftly seized by him, his grip tightening. He hadn't realized how much force he was applying, yet the individual whose hand he grasped soon found himself kneeling in pain. Several of Cheng Tian's companions rushed forward to confront Zhao Long, and upon witnessing the altercation, a Jiao picked up a brick from the ground to join the fray. This conflict was primarily instigated against Cheng Tian, and a Jiao naturally sought to avenge his beloved Xiang. A throng encircled Zhao Long and a Jiao, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Not far away, Lu Zhongqing and Sun Yi were hastening toward the scene. Sun Yi, upon nearing, leapt from Lu Zhongqing's speeding electric bicycle and charged towards Cheng Tian, executing a shoulder throw that sent Cheng Tian sprawling to the ground. Advancing further, he clenched his iron fist, aiming a blow directly at Cheng Tian's face. Sun Yi's punch was indeed formidable, landing with a force akin to that of a blunt instrument against Cheng Tian's visage, inflicting severe wounds that left him howling in agony, yet meticulously avoiding any fatal strike. Sun Yi growled menacingly, "I warned you not to touch Qiao Lingxiang. Can't you comprehend human language? Do you wish to be a mere dog? Do you not realize that Qiao Lingxiang is under my protection?" Cheng Tian, seething with rage, found himself utterly outmatched by Sun Yi's strength. With no avenue for escape and no hope of victory, he was stripped of the arrogance he had displayed while tormenting Qiao Lingxiang, reduced to whimpering as he endured the brutal onslaught. Once Sun Yi had sufficiently incapacitated him, he retrieved Cheng Tian's phone, initially intending to claim it for his own use. However, as he inadvertently navigated into Cheng Tian's photo gallery, he stumbled upon a haunting image of Qiao Lingxiang lying in a pool of blood. A glance at the timestamp revealed that the photograph had been taken on the very day they had set out on their mission. Originally, when Xiao Yuan sought out Sun Yi, she revealed that Cheng Tian had assaulted Qiao Lingxiang, leaving her in such a state. The Qiao Lingxiang they later encountered was merely her appearance after self-healing. Had Qiao Lingxiang lacked the ability to heal herself, she might still be confined in a hospital. Accompanying Qiao Chen, reflecting on this, Sun Yi, in a fit of rage, delivered a swift kick to Cheng Tian's abdomen, causing him to lose control of his bladder. By the time Qiao Lingxiang and Rani hurriedly arrived, Sun Yi had rendered Cheng Tian unconscious, while a Jiao and Lu Zhongqing had sustained minor injuries. Zhao Long and Sun Yi, however, remained unscathed. Cheng Tian's associates, with their hands clasped atop their heads, cowered in a corner, their faces bruised and battered. Qiao Lingxiang swiftly pulled a Jiao and Lu Zhongqing aside, the three of them seeking refuge from the gaze of Rani and Cheng Tian's gang. In the corner, Zhao Long, resembling a tyrant, approached each of them one by one, demanding their phones, money, energy vouchers, and meal tickets. Remarkably, this collection yielded a substantial haul: dozens of energy vouchers, around 100 meal tickets, 10 mobile phones, and several thousand in cash. Zhao Long handed all these items to Qiao Lingxiang for safekeeping. At that moment, Qiao Lingxiang, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of possessions, felt a rush akin to newfound wealth. "Well, we've just saved enough for a new phone." Lu Zhongqing, brushing back the tousled hair from his forehead, wore a charming smile. Having recently received several thousand yuan from his father to purchase a phone, who remarked on the chaos in Xiangqing, emphasizing the inconvenience of not having a mobile device. A mobile phone priced at tens of thousands, yet not even the latest model, would have been inconceivable in the pre-apocalyptic world. Now, having saved such a considerable sum, Lu Zhongqing, the affluent N1, feels as though he has struck a profitable deal. As for Cheng Tian and the others who were robbed, if they feel aggrieved, so be it. If they are dissatisfied, they are welcome to challenge him. Who fears whom? Thus, on their way to the cafeteria, Qiao Lingxiang selected several expensive and new mobile phones, removed the SIM cards, and distributed one to Lu Zhongqing, a Jew, and Zhao Long. Under the morning light of Xiangqing, Sun Yi, having just seized Cheng Tian's phone, was now examining its contents. He walked ahead, while Qiao Lingxiang followed closely behind, softly suggesting, "There are so many phones. Why don't we sell them?" "Indeed," he replied, Phones outside are selling for tens of thousands. These appear to be the latest models and are quite decent. We could sell them for 1,000 or so, or perhaps trade them for some food. I believe that would suffice. With so much wealth in her possession, she naturally sought to exchange it for something useful. Xin Yi, walking ahead, acknowledged her, accustomed to her directives regarding their necessities. Where shall we sell them? Qiao Lingxiang asked, tugging at Xin Yi's sleeve, uncertain if he was engrossed in his phone and had truly grasped her intentions. Anywhere will do. Perhaps we could set up a stall outside a mobile phone shop, she suggested. We could even put up a sign that reads, low-price second-hand phones for sale. Lu Zhengqing laughed with a charming demeanor as he approached Qiao Lingxiang, placing a hand on her shoulder. With a flirtatious glimmer in his eyes, he sweetly asked Xin Yi, when shall we depart, brother Xin? The straightforward northern gentleman, however, felt a shiver run down his spine at Lu Zhengqing's slick tone. He shuddered, grasped Qiao Lingxiang's wrist, and pulled her closer, saying, avoid mingling with such a smooth talker. Let us make haste. Lu Zhengqing, dubbed the smooth talker, wore an expression of feigned reluctance, clinging to Qiao Lingxiang's other arm and playfully pouting, oh, but I want to stay with our dear Xiangxiang. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang was pulled by Xin Yi while being tugged by Lu Zhengqing, the three of them adopting an oddly intertwined stance as they made their way to the cafeteria. Chapter 74. Do not rush. Countless onlookers observed Qiao Lingxiang alongside the two dashing school heartthrobs, entangled in their peculiar posture. Some wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to discern their thoughts, while others displayed overt disdain. A few even openly mocked them, as if finding it amusing to witness a girl of Qiao Lingxiang's stature clinging to Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing, an oddity, a spectacle, perhaps even a source of shame. Yet, in that moment, Qiao Lingxiang was oblivious to the gazes of others. Her attention was entirely captivated by the antics of Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing, leaving her indifferent to the opinions surrounding her. Once again, as she occasionally glanced up, Qiao Yuelon beheld the strikingly beautiful visage of Qiao Lingxiang, resembling an exquisitely crafted doll. Clutching a stack of books, dressed in a tidy and pristine winter school uniform, she stood at the entrance of the cafeteria. It was uncertain how long she had been there, her gaze fixed intently on Qiao Lingxiang, Xin Yi, and Lu Zhengqing, as she gradually brewed a tempest of frustration within herself. Qiao Lingxiang seemed to possess an innate ability to read emotions. Upon noticing Qiao Yuelon's expression, a sense of foreboding struck her heart, prompting her to feign ignorance of Qiao Yuelon's presence. She continued to tug at Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing, the trio moving into the cafeteria. Naturally, it was impossible for two individuals like Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing to overlook such a stunning beauty as Qiao Yuelon standing at the entrance. However, even if they did notice her, what could be done? Would Qiao Yuelon dare to confront them? Clearly, she lacked the audacity to do so. Thus, Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing treated her as if she were invisible, one grasping Qiao Lingxiang while the other wrapped an arm around her as they entered the cafeteria to dine. Conversely, Aju and Zhao Long displayed a lack of decorum, passing by Qiao Yuelon while deliberately whistling and laughing, adopting a flippant demeanor. The cold wind howled, causing Qiao Yuelon to tremble with indignation. Fu Mingyu furrowed her brow and inquired of Qiao Yuelon, how has your sister managed to associate with Xin Yi and his friends? How would I know? Qiao Yuelon replied curtly, her tone sharp. Having immersed herself in study for an entire month, she had not seen Qiao Lingxiang for quite some time. Absorbed entirely in the pursuit of knowledge, the dormitories of the two individuals are, in fact, not far apart. However, Qiao Yuelon had previously expressed her disinterest in concerning herself with Qiao Lingxiang. Consequently, for the past month, she deliberately refrained from inquiring about her sister's well-being and did not initiate contact with Qiao Lingxiang. Nevertheless, no one approached her to discuss Qiao Lingxiang's circumstances, leading Qiao Yuelon to assume that her sister was diligently studying in her dormitory, leading a life of modesty, devoid of ostentation or conflict. Little did she know, upon emerging from the cafeteria today, she encountered Qiao Lingxiang in the company of Xin Yi, Lu Zhengqing, and their cohort of underperforming students, engaged in playful antics and seemingly intimate interactions. It was mortifying. Particularly, Fu Mingyu remarked to Qiao Yuelon that your sister's grades may not match yours. She is still considered above average. With some effort, she could strive for improvement. Is she truly spending her days frolicking with Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing? The prevailing sentiment among most is that Qiao Lingxiang is perceived as a naive and easily bullied individual. The bullying stems from her being overweight and unattractive, leading to a collective disdain for those deemed unappealing, resulting in an insidious form of exclusion towards her. Over the past 3 years, Qiao Lingxiang has attended the same school as Qiao Yuelon, which has afforded her some degree of protection from severe mistreatment, as her peers have been somewhat considerate of Qiao Yuelon's reputation. Otherwise, her situation would have undoubtedly worsened. Previously, she managed to study well at Xiangqing Middle School, a privilege she owed to Qiao Yuelon's safeguarding. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang remains oblivious to the fact that her actions are intrinsically linked to the reputation of Qiao Yuelon. Whenever Qiao Lingxiang engages in any embarrassing or ridiculous behavior, word inevitably reaches Qiao Yuelon. The likes of Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing belong to the bottom echelon of students, competing for the lowest ranks. Aside from brawling and forming cliques, what future do they possess? What good can they possibly achieve? While they may possess handsome features, their character is undeniably despicable. It is evident that, as the sister of Qiao Yuelon, Qiao Lingxiang ought not to associate with the likes of Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing. Moreover, it is only through Xin Yi's intervention in fights that she has managed to entangle herself with him, further tarnishing Qiao Yuelon's reputation. Witnessing this scene, Qiao Yuelon couldn't help but scoff, pointedly remarking, "Lan Lan, your sister resembles a mere servant to Xin Yi." Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuelon's ire escalated, prompting her to turn on her heel and depart. In the cafeteria, Xin Yi, driven by hunger, glanced at Qiao Lingxiang, who was still in line, 3 people ahead of her. He feigned a loud exclamation of hunger, genuinely feeling the pangs. "I'm in line, so please don't rush me," she retorted. The others nearby dared not urge Qiao Lingxiang any further. Among them, only Xin Yi had the audacity to speak to her in such a manner. Everyone else adhered to her whims, as their very existence depended on her benevolence. The only one slightly perplexed by Qiao Lingxiang's stature was Mirani. But seeing that no one else pressed her, he too refrained from doing so, opting instead to follow the crowd to avoid any missteps. Xin Yi was chewing the beloved sugar oil cake of Xiangqing as if it were wax, while her fingers danced over her phone, her gaze fixed on the screen. She remarked, "Let us play football. Once you procure lunch at noon, come find us at the field, and we shall accompany you on your task." Chapter 75, Still as plump as a pig. Qiao Lingxiang obediently replied. In truth, as the captain assigned with the mission, she could have undertaken it alone without Xin Yi and the others. Yet since Xin Yi expressed a desire to join, she was indifferent to whether she ventured solo or with an entire team. They did not even enter the classroom. Within, only a handful of students remained, approximately 10 high achievers aspiring to join the prestigious class. To Qiao Lingxiang's surprise, and Xiongyi, who had poorer grades than her, was present. Seated right in front of her, an ardent admirer of Qiao Yuelon. Upon Qiao Lingxiang's entrance, no one appeared astonished. In such circumstances, those still lingering in the classroom were the sort who were oblivious to worldly matters, solely devoted to their studies. Most among them were unaware of why Qiao Lingxiang had been absent from class for a month, nor did they know of her close association with Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing. As Qiao Lingxiang approached her desk, she noticed a thick pile of papers had accumulated, many of which had fallen to the floor, left untouched by anyone. She could not discern whether the litter beneath her seat was carelessly discarded trash or merely a reflection of the general mess that filled the classroom, which had evidently encroached upon her own space. It seemed that no teacher was coming to conduct lessons. All classes had been consumed by the deluge of examination papers. Quietly, Qiao Lingxiang settled into her chair, opened her desk, and retrieved her books, beginning to self-study while simultaneously tackling the test papers. "Dinosaurs, you seem to have lost weight." "Thank you." When someone complimented her, Qiao Lingxiang raised her large, dark eyes to glance at Xiongyi and sincerely expressed her gratitude, her pen never pausing as she continued to write. Having grown accustomed to Qiao Lingxiang's usual reticence, Xiongyi turned to face her directly and inquired, "Dinosaurs, I heard you were badly beaten by Cheng Tian. Have you been recuperating at home this past month? Or have you been out on missions with Xin Yi and the others?" Both narratives were circulating, yet Xiongyi leaned towards the former. After all, Qiao Lingxiang's ample figure did not quite align with the striking aesthetics of Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing. However, Xiongyi had spotted Qiao Lingxiang sharing breakfast with Xin Yi and Lu Zhengqing in the cafeteria that very day, leaving her uncertain about whether Qiao Lingxiang had indeed accompanied them on missions. "Is that so? So your relationship with Senior Xin Yi and the others is quite good now?" Indicating that their current rapport was indeed favorable. "Will your sister not be angry?" And Xiong Yi's curiosity seemed particularly intense as she sat in front of Qiao Lingxiang, frequently engaging her in conversation. Although the discussions revolved around her admiration for Qiao Yulan, Qiao Lingxiang, throughout the years, had encountered only in Xiong Yi, who was willing to converse with her so amicably. Others scarcely deigned to cast a glance in her direction. While Qiao Lingxiang harbored no particular fondness for Xiong Yi, she did not feel animosity either. When Xiong Yi mentioned Qiao Yulan, Qiao Lingxiang paused, a look of perplexity crossing her face as she retorted, "What does she have to do with this?" In response to Xiong Yi's inquiries, Qiao Lingxiang instinctively recalled the icy countenance of Qiao Yulan from their encounter at the cafeteria entrance. In that instant, a sense of unease washed over her. Given Qiao Yulan's penchant for preserving her own dignity, valuing her reputation above all else, she would undoubtedly be mortified by the existence of such an embarrassing sister, particularly one who sought to associate with figures like Xin Yi and Lu Jingqing. With few students remaining in the classroom and no one available to relay messages for Qiao Yulan, she was left with no choice but to confront Qiao Lingxiang directly at the doorway of her classroom, her expression frigid as she commanded, "Qiao Lingxiang, step outside for a moment." Qiao Lingxiang leisurely gathered her papers, moving at a deliberate pace under Xiong Yi's eager gaze, and approached the classroom entrance. With a hint of impatience, she inquired, "What is it?" "Follow me." Qiao Yulan, filled with indignation, turned sharply and made her way towards the staircase. Upon reaching the secluded corner, free from prying eyes, she pivoted to confront the slowly approaching figure of Qiao Lingxiang, who, though having lost a bit of weight, still resembled a plump pig. With an unyielding tone, Qiao Yulan commanded, "From today onwards, you are forbidden to associate with Xin Yi, Lu Jingqing, or any of the boys around them." Qiao Lingxiang raised her chubby face and regarded Qiao Yulan with a cold detachment, even managing a somewhat comical retort. "Who I choose to play with is none of your concern." What was Qiao Lingxiang to Qiao Yulan? Her interest was not born out of love or care, but rather a desire to avoid embarrassment. Thus, who Qiao Lingxiang chose to associate with was of no consequence to Qiao Yulan. Never before had Qiao Yulan been so openly defied by Qiao Lingxiang, which only fueled her anger, causing her to clench her fists. She declared, "Fine. If you refuse to listen, I will inform Mother and let her take charge of you. Go ahead, do as you wish. I have no time for this." Qiao Lingxiang replied, turning away in irritation. After all, Qiao Yulan's threats held little weight for her. When one has faced life and death multiple times, the significance of once cherished things may suddenly diminish to mere triviality. For instance, Qiao Lingxiang used to dread being scolded by Ho Monrong, yet now she felt no fear. Similarly, she once valued Ho Monrong's concern and affection, but now? The broader the world within one's heart, the less importance is attributed to trivial matters. Chapter 76. Do not hurt anymore. It was then that Qiao Yu spoke from behind. "So this is the attitude towards family that you have adopted after mingling with Xin Yi and the others? Have they taught you this? You truly excel at emulating the worst traits. Do not worry, I could never aspire to be like a fairy." Once again, Qiao Yu displayed her disdain for Xin Yi and Lu Jingqing, which stirred a sense of protectiveness within Qiao Lingxiang. She inquired, "Qiao Yulan, do you have any idea what I have endured over the past month? You and Ho Monrong have disregarded me, yet you disallow others from doing so? Focus on being the obedient daughter. The Qiao family still needs you to uphold its reputation. As for me, do not concern yourselves with my affairs, and I shall not trouble you. In the future, perhaps we can exchange a few cordial words and greet one another. But for now, let us not create an unpleasant scene for either of us. It benefits no one." She did not wish to convey such sentiments to Qiao Yulan. In truth, Qiao Lingxiang had never been inclined to utter such piercing words to anyone. However, some matters, if left unspoken now, would only lead to greater complications later. The Qiao family required individuals like Qiao Yulan, who radiated brilliance and could bring honor to the family, not someone like Qiao Lingxiang. Presently, Qiao Lingxiang found herself in a position where she no longer needed the Qiao family. It was preferable for them to coexist peacefully, each traversing their own paths, parting ways amicably, and developing independently. In the future, when she matures a bit and her temperament becomes more serene, perhaps they can share meals and engage in pleasant conversations. Therefore, it is all the more essential to cherish each other's dignity now. Should matters spiral out of control, reconciling later will be an insurmountable challenge. How have you transformed into this? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you still consider me your sister? Qiao Yuelon, with a pale countenance, gazed at Qiao Lingxiang with eyes filled with coldness, anger, disbelief, and a hint of fear. Is this truly her once honest and simple-minded sister? Who is the plump figure standing before her now? That persona has long since faded. She no longer harbors any aspirations of entering the elite class. Her engagement with test papers is merely out of interest. If one were to claim that this is self-imposed exile, then she embraces that exile. If someone were to assert that she has conspired with Xin Yi, then she accepts that complicity. It matters not. Left in anguish, Qiao Yuelon wept, utterly at a loss with her sister's drastic change in character. She could only pull out her phone and call Ho Monrong. Ho Monrong answered swiftly on the other end. The moment Qiao Yuelon spoke, she cried out, "Mother, the dinosaur is bullying me. She is associating with bad boys and even fighting." I advised her to focus on her studies, and she retorted that she no longer considers me her sister and wishes to sever ties with our family. At that moment, Ho Monrong was inspecting the quality of garments in the workshop. These were combat uniforms being produced for the troops stationed outside the city, with extraordinarily high standards. In this fiercely competitive world, she dared not afford even the slightest oversight. In today's climate, any hint of error could jeopardize one's job, and losing a job equates to losing sustenance. Upon hearing her eldest daughter's words, Ho Monrong furrowed her brows tightly and exclaimed, "What mischief is that wretched girl up to now? All right, Lon Lon, do not cry. Pay no heed to her. Your studies are of utmost importance. Your father and I will rely on you in the future. When I call her, I shall ensure Qiao Lingxiang apologizes to you sincerely." How does that sound? Indeed, as Qiao Lingxiang had asserted, both Qiao Pengfei and Ho Monrong held high hopes for Qiao Yuelon. The management system selectively admitted only those with outstanding achievements. And once one entered the urban management system, it was akin to securing a stable livelihood. In this tumultuous end times, having even one member of the family with such a stable job was an invaluable assurance. Thus, Ho Monrong must do everything in her power to maintain her eldest daughter's emotional stability. Any matter that could disturb her daughter's feelings must be swiftly eradicated. Consequently, after ending the call with her eldest daughter, Ho Monrong promptly dialed Qiao Lingxiang. Qiao Lingxiang, having anticipated that after scolding Qiao Yuelon, it would soon be Ho Monrong's turn to insist she apologize, felt resigned. Had it not always been this way? Regardless of whether it was Qiao Lingxiang's fault or Qiao Yuelon's, Ho Monrong would simply demand an apology from Qiao Lingxiang, without reason or justification. "Dinosaur, your phone is ringing." Seated behind in Xiongyi, Qiao Lingxiang absent-mindedly acknowledged the call, lowering the volume of her phone, yet refrained from answering Ho Monrong's call. She was acutely aware that the purpose of the call was to scold her. Why would she answer it? Gradually, Ho Monrong ceased her phone calls and instead began sending text messages. The first accused her of disrespecting her sister, the second reprimanded her for ignoring her parents' calls. The third demanded that Qiao Lingxiang immediately apologize to Qiao Yuelon. The fourth expressed regret for ever giving birth to her, lamenting the emergence of a thankless wretch. And the fifth lamented that had she known her daughter would display such insubordination towards her parents and sister, she should have ended her life on the very first day of her existence. As Qiao Lingxiang read these messages, her heart sank deeper and deeper. Silently, she deleted each text and added Ho Monrong's number to her blacklist. As the daughter of Ho Monrong, Qiao Lingxiang felt a sense of gratitude for the nurturing she had received and was reluctant to confront her mother, unless absolutely necessary. She wished to avoid blocking Ho Monrong's number. Was it not preferable to maintain the previous state of indifference, distance, and silence? Why must the situation escalate to such a degree? Why could she not be granted even a modicum of breathing space? Despite blocking Ho Monrong, Qiao Lingxiang's mood did not improve with the cessation of the messages. Instead, she felt her negative energy resurfacing, and the gaping wound in her heart, which had only just begun to heal, was once more pulling her into the abyss. Unable to concentrate on her exam papers, she decided to pack her bag, placing all her worksheets inside, and headed to the cafeteria to fetch meals for Xin Yi and the others. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang took out 6 meal tickets, keeping one for herself and bringing 5 portions to the basketball court. Chapter 77. Recharge me amidst the litter-strewn campus. Qiao Lingxiang walked silently, taking in the scenery of Shangqing High School. The autumn leaves had blanketed the path, and in the frigid lake, a mother duck leisurely floated with her brood of ducklings. The little ducklings were remarkably obedient, forming a neat line behind their mother, gliding gracefully across the water's surface. They appeared indistinguishable from one another, sharing the same size and plumage, rendering it impossible to tell them apart. Perhaps even the mother duck could not discern her offspring among the flock. This ambiguity was perhaps for the best. Without distinctions, there would be no favorites or aversions. Aside from the school canteen, which provided 3 meals a day, there were no other dining options available. Consequently, Qiao Lingxiang found herself waiting patiently at the end of a long queue for her meal. She overheard a conversation among some girls in front of her, discussing the closure of Shangqing Hospital, which was no longer admitting patients and had prohibited any from being discharged. What had happened? Was there some alarming news? They speculated about a mysterious fever that had emerged, which sounded rather unsettling. "Isn't that Qiao Chun?" one of the girls remarked, noting the absence of the girl during the recent exam in the classroom. Presently, Cheng Tian was not around, and Qiao Chun, having been somewhat intimidated by Qiao Lingxiang previously, had just fled the hospital, famished and in search of lunch at school, wishing to avoid any confrontation with Qiao Lingxiang. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang made no effort to engage with Qiao Chun either, and the two gradually approached the serving window in their respective lines. She produced 6 meal tickets, instructing the cafeteria lady to pack 6 portions of food. The aunt in the cafeteria had been working there for several years and had always taken pleasure in mocking Qiao Lingxiang. Upon hearing that she intended to pack 6 meals, she deliberately laughed loudly, saying, "Why are you eating more and more? Has all the meal tickets in your family been given to you alone? Eating 6 portions? You might just end up weighing a ton." Those within earshot, whether it was the aunt at the window or the surrounding students, erupted into laughter, an uproarious cacophony. Even Qiao Chun, from another line, bowed his head, trembling with suppressed laughter, thinking that someone so plump requesting such a large quantity of food was merely inviting ridicule. Qiao Lingxiang, however, maintained her composure in the face of the derision. With an attitude marked by calmness, she merely lifted her gaze to meet the aunt's eyes at the window and, with a voice steady and dignified, reiterated, "Please pack 6 meals for me." She placed her 6 meal tickets in a neat row on the counter, one by one, orderly and precise. Each ticket corresponded to a meal. She possessed the tickets, 6 of them, and sought to pack 6 meals. What was there to mock? Gradually, the laughter around her began to subside. The aunt at the window, observing Qiao Lingxiang's earnest demeanor and upright posture, noted the chubby girl with fair skin and soft hair, dressed in a clean blue turtleneck sweater, standing resolutely outside the counter. Her gaze was unwavering. Although she was overweight, she had paid adequately with meal tickets, exchanged for energy vouchers. Was there any issue with that? She neither stole nor deceived, nor did she exploit the benevolent or fear the wicked. 6 meals for 6 tickets, fair and square. Was there any problem? The aunt in charge of serving meals suddenly felt a twinge of monotony. With a sheepish smile, she said nothing further. Preparing 6 portions of food for Qiao Lingxiang in biodegradable containers, dividing them into 2 plastic bags, and handing them out through the window. Qiao Lingxiang picked up the 2 plastic bags and exited the cafeteria, heading towards the sports field. As she passed by Qiao Chun, she cast a glance his way. Unperturbed by his presence, he, however, averted his gaze, intimidated by her. Upon reaching the sports field, Qiao Lingxiang settled onto the empty bleachers, watching as Xin Yi led Lu Zhengqing and several boys from the advanced class in a spirited game of soccer. It was unclear when UNC and the others from the advanced class had arrived, but seeing them so engrossed in the game, Qiao Lingxiang took the opportunity to sit and enjoy her meal. After approximately 20 minutes, Xin Yi, drenched in sweat, ran over and flopped onto the seat beside her, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted. I haven't caught my breath all morning." Although he still had some energy left, Lu Zhengqing, a Jew, and Mirani were completely spent. Zhao Long pulled one by one, bringing Lu Zhengqing and a Jew to sit beside Qiao Lingxiang, then turned to carry Mirani. Qiao Lingxiang distributed the food from the plastic bags to the boys and inquired, "Have you been playing nonstop? Don't you take a break?" A Jew was also soaked in sweat, his face flushed from the exertion. He merely pointed to the individuals sprawled on the ground of the court, utterly exhausted and incapable of movement, and chuckled, "Just a bunch of bookworms. How could they possibly match our endurance? Even after playing for an entire morning, we would still outshine them." Sitting in front of Qiao Lingxiang, Lu Zhengqing, his face pale and trembling, extended his hand, asking, "Can you give me a bit of energy?" She understood his meaning. Lu Zhengqing was on the brink of physical collapse. However, Qiao Lingxiang was uncertain whether she possessed the ability to heal wounds or replenish one's vitality. Nevertheless, she grasped Lu Zhengqing's hand and replied, "I can't be sure, but I wish you luck." Before she could finish her words, Qiao Lingxiang felt an intense warmth radiating from her body to her hand. Her palm became heated, contrasting sharply with Lu Zhengqing's icy hand. This warmth flowed through their clasped hands, transferring to him. Gradually, the pallor of Lu Zhengqing's complexion transformed into a healthier hue, and he emitted a peculiar sound of discomfort, one that could evoke various interpretations, causing the expression of the handsome Sin Yi, seated beside Qiao Lingxiang, to darken instantly. Before anyone else could comprehend the situation, Sin Yi abruptly severed the connection between Lu Zhengqing and Qiao Lingxiang. As Qiao Lingxiang turned to inquire about Sin Yi's actions, he forcefully fed her a large piece of rib, glaring fiercely at Lu Zhengqing as he declared, "If you make that noise again, I will castrate you." "Ah, come now. It was merely a jest. Why take it so seriously?" Lu Zhengqing found the situation rather dull and stretched comfortably, completely shedding the earlier pallor that indicated his exhaustion. Next to him, Zhao Long handed over his boxed meal, which Lu Zhengqing took and nonchalantly placed on Qiao Lingxiang's lap. Raising his hand, he declared, "I am quite full now and have no desire to eat anything at all. Our dear Xiangxiang serves as my power bank, and I feel completely recharged." He felt invigorated to the point that he believed he could leap up and conquer a tiger if necessary. The others nearby, except for Mirani, who had just been helped by Zhao Long and was still unaware of the situation, were all in the know. It appeared that while they were continuously healed by Qiao Lingxiang at the Cold Snake Tower, they remained unaffected by hunger. In contrast, Sin Yi, who had not been treated by Qiao Lingxiang, was left ravenous, his stomach pressed against his back. The true reason for this disparity lay in the fact that Qiao Lingxiang had replenished their energy. Her extraordinary ability not only healed, but also restored physical stamina. Yet, while she invigorated them, she herself had lost a staggering 60 pounds. Moreover, despite her own injuries, she could heal, but could not induce a feeling of satiety within herself. It seemed that she would not perish from hunger, yet she would experience the pangs of it. Her body required nourishment, and should she achieve a sense of fullness and cease to eat, her powers would diminish. Contemplating this, Zhao Long and Aju found themselves unable to eat, opting instead to place their own meals atop Qiao Lingxiang's lap. Only Ajio said, "Xiang, you must eat more, lest you become as emaciated as a specter. Indeed, it is imperative that you nourish yourself and gain some weight. Just look at how gaunt you have become." Zhao Long also urged Qiao Lingxiang, stating that it was inconsequential for them to go hungry for a meal or two, but it was unacceptable for Qiao Lingxiang to remain undernourished. If she truly transformed into a specter, it would spell disaster for everyone. "I cannot consume that much," Qiao Lingxiang lamented as she devoured a rib. Grimacing as she spat out the bones, she returned the steaming lunchboxes to Zhao Long, Ajio, and Lu Zhengqing, her stomach in turmoil. For she could not possibly eat 4 boxes alone. Eating heartily each day and indulging in a late-night snack, perhaps some barbecued delicacies, should suffice for someone of her predisposition to gain weight, allowing her to gain a pound or 2 daily without difficulty. Even if she lost 2 or 3 pounds after rescuing someone, in Xiang City, Sin Yi and the others were not so easily injured. She could simply take her time to eat and gradually gain weight. As Zhao Long and Argio continued to implore Qiao Lingxiang to eat more, Sin Yi furrowed his brow and coolly remarked, "It is you who should be consuming more, rather than constantly depleting Xiang as if she were a power bank. What benefit does that bring you? To rely solely on Qiao Lingxiang for sustenance is a grave miscalculation. She may gain a pound or 2 in a day, but every time she expends her energy to help someone, she loses 3 or 4 pounds. With their encounters with Gusi Rance Group and the days spent adrift, Qiao Lingxiang had lost a staggering 60 pounds. If this were to be placed upon a girl who originally weighed merely 100 pounds, she might have perished long ago. Thus, despite being able to satiate her own hunger, seeking sustenance from Qiao Lingxiang is nothing short of wasteful, providing no benefit whatsoever to Lu Zhengqing and the others. Moreover, Sin Yi is aware that Qiao Lingxiang does not possess an insatiable appetite. She consumes little, yet her absorption is commendable. Providing her with excessive food would only lead to discomfort in her stomach, for her capacity is less than half of his. Indeed, it is most prudent for us to indulge ourselves a bit more. With this thought, Aju found Sin Yi's assertion to be profoundly accurate. Although he was not hungry at that moment, he too began to grasp his lunchbox, devouring his meal with fervor. No one bothered to clarify the earlier events, and it appeared as though nothing had transpired, Even Qiao Lingxiang did not take the initiative to inquire about him. Consequently, Mirani felt inexplicably ostracized from this little group. This sensation left him rather uncomfortable. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have simply accompanied Brother Tsin on the mission from the outset. After the group finished their meal, they rose to dispose of their empty lunchboxes into an overflowing trash bin, which was surrounded by litter. The campus was strewn with refuse. With no one attending to its cleanliness, the garbage cans were brimming, and the wind scattered debris everywhere. Encountering a piece of litter on the ground was considered fortunate, as certain areas, such as the restrooms and the vicinity of the dormitory, were densely packed with refuse, making it feel as though one was walking atop a mound of trash. On the court, Wen Yuanxi and the boys from the elite class lay sprawled amidst the littered ground, utterly exhausted. Yet, Qiao Lingxiang showed no inclination to check on their well-being. What concern did the boys from the elite class, including Mi Ran Yi from Tsin Yi's side, hold for her? Thus, Qiao Lingxiang and her companions proceeded to the task center. Lu Zhengqing approached the attendant at the counter to inquire about the task cancellation requirements. Each individual needed to present 1 energy voucher per person in the team. After paying the requisite number of energy vouchers, they would observe a notification on the electronic task system behind their identification cards indicating cancelled. In the event of failure, the indication would read failed, while completion would be marked as completed. The electronic task system would allocate points based on each person's performance, with higher scores elevating their ranks within the system. Points would be deducted for failed tasks, while cancelled would neither add nor subtract points, and completed tasks would yield additional points. The significance of this ranking remained a mystery to Tsin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang, as there were 5 individuals in Qiao Lingxiang's team. And since Mi Ran Yi did not accompany them, she only submitted 5 energy vouchers to cancel their assigned task. In Chapter 79, titled Stall Permit, the thin, lanky figure known as John, who had been distributing flyers, cast a derisive smile at Qiao Lingxiang, as if to say he had anticipated her inability to complete the task. However, he only dared to express his disdain through his gaze, lacking the courage to voice his thoughts in front of Tsin Yi and the other boys. Qiao Lingxiang cast a fleeting glance at him before leading Tsin Yi and a few others towards the door. A Jiao, with a toothpick dangling from his mouth, approached the lanky Wang Zhan, casting him a sidelong glance. "What are you up to?" Wang Zhan felt a twinge of fear towards Tsin Yi and this group of boys, instinctively shrinking back, especially at the sight of a Jiao's small, rogue-like demeanor that seemed rather intimidating. Yet a Jiao remained silent, merely standing beside Wang Zhan, continuing to smirk at him. Suddenly, his expression transformed, and he bellowed at Wang Zhan, startling him into a hasty retreat, more timid than a mouse. "Virtue." A Jiao caught the toothpick that had fallen from his mouth, a mocking grin still plastered on his face, trailing at the rear of the group as they exited. Once outside the mission center, Qiao Lingxiang directly addressed Tsin Yi and the others. Tsin Yi, who had been engrossed in discussing various tasks displayed on the mission panel with Lu Zhengqing, turned his head to listen to Qiao Lingxiang. Otherwise, she would be suffocated by an overwhelming aura of negativity. Tsin Yi scrutinized Qiao Lingxiang in silence, his lips moving slightly, yet ultimately refraining from any inquiries, simply stating, "All right. Let us set up a stall." With his decision made, Lu Zhengqing and the others had no objections. After a brief discussion, they resolved to establish a makeshift stall outside the largest mobile phone market nearby. On their way, Lu Zhengqing, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a piece of sturdy leather paper and retrieved a black water-based pen from Qiao Lingxiang's backpack, boldly inscribing the words, "Selling second-hand phones, discounts available." A group of young men strolled along, engaged in a discussion about how unsightly Lu Zhengqing's handwriting was. After a brief walk, they arrived outside what was once the most bustling mobile phone market in Shanxing. However, most of the businesses there had nearly collapsed, and the sole remaining mobile phone store attracted very few customers. Particularly striking was the sign outside their shop, proclaiming, "XX brand model phone, special price $99.99. This XX brand model was an outdated relic from 5 or 6 years ago, a device that, just last year, would have been offered as a complimentary gift for topping up a phone plan. Yet, in today's climate of rampant inflation and energy scarcity leading to material shortages, prices had skyrocketed by several multiples, and sales remained dismal. Even those with money to spend faced the obstacle of acquiring energy vouchers to charge their devices, making the prospect of purchasing a phone quite discouraging. Qiao Lingxiang harbored concerns about their stall's lack of business. Just as they had erected the sign outside the mobile phone market, a few elderly ladies approached. They scrutinized the few phones displayed on the ground. One lady, with curly hair, picked up a device, powered it on, and exclaimed, "Oh my, this is still the latest model." Another lady, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Are you really selling it for vouchers? Any kind of voucher will do?" Lu Zhenqing cast flirtatious glances at the 50-something lady across from him, sweetly addressing her as sister and beauty, which delighted the group of elderly women. One of them produced a newly issued stall permit and asked, "Will this work? A stall permit? What on earth is that?" Qiao Lingxiang and Lu Zhenqing both stretched their necks to take a look. They saw a middle-aged woman holding a red stall permit, seemingly issued by an entity known as the Trading Hall, crafted from a striking red magnetic card that exuded an air of sophistication. It was curious to think that setting up a stall required a permit. Wasn't it simply a matter of finding a spot and sitting down? What exactly was this trading hall? It sounded like a mere fade created by her husband's workplace to appease some bureaucratic requirement, a gesture so futile that even no one wanted it. The woman, having produced the permit, rummaged through her bag and pulled out a stack of red and blue magnetic cards, inquiring, "Do you want to exchange? If so, I can give them to you." Seated on a stone bench behind Qiao Lingxiang, Sini was engrossed in a mobile game, his expression one of irritation. The cold weather hinted at impending snow the following day. Upon arriving, they realized that the mobile phone market was vast, yet they scarcely saw anyone walking about. They feared that by morning, they would be unable to sell even a few phones. Perhaps it would be wiser to exchange for some stall permits, after all. It was a risk-free venture, and they could trade whatever they had for a reasonable price. With Sin Yi's suggestion, Qiao Lingxiang and Lu Zhenqing felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. They reluctantly engaged in this unprofitable transaction, exchanging several newly acquired phones for a substantial stack of red and blue magnetic cards. Given Qiao Lingxiang's penchant for collecting items, she meticulously accepted the small tokens offered by others, regardless of their nature. Thus, this considerable assortment of magnetic cards was entrusted to her for safekeeping. However, as Qiao Lingxiang and Sin Yi arrived near the school, they discovered that the area was entirely secured, with a steady stream of inspection vehicles blocking all access routes to the institution. A Jew hurriedly approached a familiar security officer and inquired, "Sir, what is happening? What is going on at our school? Why have you closed off the roads leading to it?" Given that a Jew's father, Wei Xingping, had previously served as the commander of the security district in Xiangqing and had recently been promoted to the chief of security in the city, a Jew was well acquainted with many of the officers present, having grown up in the security compound. In Chapter 80, titled "Good Students Now Live on Campus," a Jew noticed that the officer he had stopped was whispering conspiratorially, pulling a Jew aside into a corner. He said in a hushed tone, "What do you mean someone escaped from the hospital? What has transpired?" A Jew was taken aback upon seeing the officer shrug and shake his head, indicating he could not divulge any information. A Jew swiftly turned and ran to Sin Yi, relaying the officer's words. Sin Yi, with his hands tucked into his pockets, stood tall and lean, his brow furrowed as he prepared to voice his irritation. However, he was interrupted by the sight of several station vehicles approaching from the direction of the city gate. His handsome face, once adorned with a casual expression, swiftly transformed into one of seriousness. With his hands withdrawn from his pockets, he stood tall and addressed the group with utmost gravity. "Qiao Lingxiang is currently residing at Sin Yi's home." She trailed behind Sin Yi, gazing at the congested entrance, overwhelmed with security checks, now further obstructed by several station vehicles, creating an impression of considerable urgency. "Stop staring at your phone while walking. Are you not watching where you're going?" Qiao Lingxiang, with one hand clutching her phone and the other firmly grasped by Sin Yi, continued to follow him. She inquired, "Sin Yi, I noticed that this incident hasn't been reported in the news. Do you think the person who escaped from the hospital could be Qiao Chen? Qiao Chen, have you seen him?" In response, Qiao Lingxiang recounted her encounter with Qiao Chen in the cafeteria. She added, "They say there is an unexplained fever at Xiangqing Hospital, which has led to its closure. Patients are not permitted to leave, and the hospital is not accepting new patients. Yet, I distinctly remember that Qiao Chen was initially taken to Xiangqing Hospital." Sin Yi then remarked, "Even if you've seen him, it's of no concern. He likely lacks support and wouldn't dare to confront you again. If he does, simply run toward where your brother is, and I will handle him." Sin Yi, however, seemed oblivious to the crux of Qiao Lingxiang's concern. Thus, she reiterated her point with emphasis. "Sin Yi, They are saying that Xiangqing Hospital has also been sealed off due to this unexplained fever. Indeed. Sun Yi nodded slightly and continued walking forward, stating, on such a frigid day, it is quite common to experience fever and cold symptoms. However, due to the current scarcity of supplies, all the pharmacies are struggling to restock. And most private drugstores on the street have nearly gone out of business. The few remaining public hospitals are located quite far from this area, so it would be wise to avoid catching a cold if possible. Qiao Lingxiang found Sun Yi's reasoning sound, but felt he had missed the crux of the matter. The real concern was the unknown cause of the fever. She was at a loss, so she continued scrolling through the news on her phone and remarked to Sun Yi, I heard that Qing Tian was also taken to the hospital, though I am unaware of which one. Is that so? If he were sent to Xiangqing Hospital, it would be better. They could isolate him there to prevent any further disturbances. How could he be sent to Xiangqing Hospital if it is sealed off? Qiao Lingxiang chuckled at Sun Yi, sometimes finding him to appear cool, yet rather adorably naive. It was no wonder Lu Zhenqing enjoyed provoking him, as it invariably sent Sun Yi into a fit of rage, while Lu Zhenqing seemed to find great amusement in it. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the community. Qiao Lingxiang looked up just in time to see Ho Monrong hurriedly emerging from the complex, pushing a bicycle. She quickly freed her wrist from Sun Yi's grasp and concealed herself behind him. Sun Yi, initially perplexed by the sudden turn of events, glanced forward and spotted Ho Monrong's figure. Remembering his grandmother's words, his expression darkened as he stood rooted in place, watching Ho Monrong approach in haste. In truth, given Qiao Lingxiang's considerable size, hiding behind Sun Yi offered little concealment. However, she had no desire to confront Ho Mingyong, as it would inevitably lead to yet another unpleasant quarrel. As anticipated, the moment Ho Mingyong exited the community gate, she spotted Sun Yi alongside the chubby girl concealed behind him. Her expression darkened as she shouted while pushing her bicycle, Qiao Lingxiang, come here. Qiao Lingxiang remained motionless, gripping the back of Sun Yi's shirt and pulling him backward. Sun Yi, despite knowing he could not fully shield Qiao Lingxiang, stood firm in front of her, gazing directly at Ho Mingyong. When Ho Mingyong parked her bicycle and approached them, Sun Yi, like a hen protecting her chick, spread his arms and lazily inquired, what do you want? Are you planning to hit someone, Andy? Move aside. Ho Mingyong found it difficult to confront Sun Yi, as the Qiao family and the Lintiani family were neighbors living in close proximity. Instead, she pointed angrily at the Qiao Lingxiang hidden behind Sun Yi, exclaiming, what does it matter to us whether Qiao Dajie comes out or not? Sun Yi sneered and spoke on behalf of the concealed Qiao Lingxiang. Standing considerably taller than Ho Mingyong, he looked down at her with an imposing presence and asked, aren't good students supposed to be boarding now? Isn't it fine that Qiao Dajie isn't coming out? What are you worried about, Annie? Ho Monrong glared at the mischievous Sun Yi and exclaimed in anger, step aside. Do not corrupt my daughter. I am speaking with her. What right do you have to interrupt? Upon hearing Ho Monrong's words, which initially pertained solely to the grievances between the two women, Qiao Lingxiang found herself unable to retreat any further, as Ho Monrong had now included Sun Yi in her tirade. Thus, she leaned out from behind Sun Yi and questioned, the school has been sealed, and while I managed to leave, Xiao Yuelon did not. Am I to be blamed for that? I shall play with whomever I choose. And the notion of corrupting one another is absurd. If we must assign blame, then perhaps I have led Brother Tsini astray. Is that acceptable? Are you seeking death? Ho Monrong fumed, her eyes scanning the surroundings in fury. She picked up a branch from the ground and swung it menacingly towards Sun Yi, shouting, who taught you to speak this way? Your sister is correct. You are in dire need of discipline. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will think you can act with impunity. Enough. A powerful shout stunned Ho Monrong into silence. Sun Yi, with a cold expression, seized the branch from Ho Monrong's grasp, raising it as if to strike her. Ho Monrong flinched, momentarily intimidated. Ultimately, Sun Yi could not bring himself to strike. The veins on his forehead throbbed with tension, and his grip on the branch tightened to the point of snapping it. Observing Ho Monrong's face, a mix of anger and fear, Sun Yi took a deep breath. Striving to temper his fury, and, brandishing the broken branch, sarcastically retorted, she is your daughter. What gives you the right to treat her differently? All day long, she struts about like a peacock, convinced that every man in the world should adore her. If not, her fragile heart cannot bear it. The younger one, albeit a bit plump, is exceedingly obedient and well-mannered. Can't you see, Aunt? However, Sun Yi was unreserved in his response, pushing Ho Monrong away with a forceful shove. He exclaimed, dare to touch her again? She shares your blood, but you have no relation to me. It would take but a fleeting thought for me to strike you. This truly ignited Sun Yi's temper, as he had never encountered such a biased parent before. Ho Monrong staggered back several steps, struggling to regain her balance. Her emotions were fraying, and she screamed at the plump girl hiding behind Sun Yi, chastising her daughter. Who was Sun Yi, this unruly child, to meddle in her parenting? Just listen to the words he speaks, utterly disrespectful, revealing a complete lack of manners, upbringing, and character. Qiao Lingxiang, after associating with Sun Yi, had become like this. The once obedient and docile child had learned to retort. Ho Monrong was seething with rage. He tossed a remark at her, prompting her to shriek as she watched Qiao Lingxiang follow Sun Yi into the community. She felt as though this wretched child would drive her to madness, perhaps even to a heart attack. She had long asserted that having Qiao Yuan in the Qiao family was sufficient. As for the others, Ho Monrong had never cared for them. She chose to ignore her existence, but when she did notice her, it was as if she inflicted endless suffering upon herself, only deepening her grudges. It would be better for both of them to pretend the other does not exist. Qiao Lingxiang, devoid of hope, also finds herself free from disappointment, while Ho Monrong, oblivious to her presence, is spared from derision. The gaping void within her soul howls with the wind as Qiao Lingxiang keeps her gaze lowered. Trailing behind Sun Yi as they entered the community, he grasped her wrist, his frustration evident as he strode forward with his head down, and she, pulled along by him, paid no heed to their destination or direction. Upon entering the building, they stood in the deserted safety stairwell, where Sun Yi abruptly halted, turned with a stern expression, and reached into the side pocket of Qiao Lingxiang's backpack to retrieve her phone. She remained unaware of his intentions, allowing him to proceed. Watching him unlock her device, he meticulously scoured her contact list. His aim was to locate Ho Monrong's number, but he found only a few names: Qiao Yuan, Sun Yi's grandmother, Qiao Lingxiang's father, and Sun Yi's own number. No one else was listed. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at Qiao Lingxiang's moments, discovering that her friends' list mirrored her contacts, limited to those few individuals, with the addition of an extreme survival camp instructor, Lu Zhenxing, Zhao Long, and a Jew. A thought seemed to strike him, prompting him to check her blacklist, where he noted that she had blocked Ho Monrong that very morning. Did she insult you earlier? You felt disheartened and chose not to attend school this afternoon? Observing Qiao Lingxiang's downcast eyes and her faint, numb expression, he remained silent. Do not be disheartened. In the future, we shall soar to great heights, leaving your mother and sister utterly astonished. Upon hearing these words, although Qiao Lingxiang felt a numbing sensation in her heart, she could not suppress a smile. She lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling brightly as she looked at Sun Yi and inquired, "How shall we soar to great heights?" Sun Yi tilted his head in contemplation. In the young man's mind, soaring to great heights likely meant possessing an abundance of energy vouchers compared to others. He had yet to determine the kind of person he aspired to become and, in a moment of haste, made a promise to Qiao Lingxiang, primarily to alleviate her sorrow. Seeing her smile again, he responded with a cheerful laugh. Come, let me show you something. Sun Yi peered outside the door, closed it, and then invited Qiao Lingxiang to sit on the carpet beneath his bed. With an air of mystery, he retrieved a velvet box from the bedside table and handed it to her. The thick carpet lay beneath them as they sat cross-legged, and she took the velvet box from Sun Yi, glancing at him with curiosity before opening it. Chapter 82. If no one loves, she quickly turned her gaze towards Sun Yi. The sun-kissed, handsome boy had his arms outstretched, resting on the edge of the bed. His legs bent as he addressed Qiao Lingxiang. It belongs to my father. Qiao Lingxiang slightly parted her lips in astonishment. Sun Yi's father was a stationed officer who had earned commendations and ultimately sacrificed his life in service. Today, I saw a military vehicle outside our school. From a young age, I harbored the desire to become a garrison officer. However, my grandfather believed that such a path was fraught with hardship and wished for me to pursue a career in commerce. Alas, the notion of engaging in business seemed utterly incongruous to me. As he spoke, a smile, tinged with resignation yet laced with a hint of hopeful imagination, spread across his face as he turned to Qiao Lingxiang. Lingxiang, just imagine if I were to become a garrison officer, I would undoubtedly rise to the rank of commander. As for the energy stone mines, I wonder what my grandfather has in mind. If he disapproves of forming a team to excavate them, then I shall take you along. And when we encounter that group, led by Goose Siren, we shall confront them directly. However, garrison officers are not permitted to act independently. But what about Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin if you become a garrison officer? Sun Yi remained silent, for in truth, his aspirations were merely fanciful musings. Were it not for his grandparents, on the day he turned 18, he would have already joined the garrison camp. His father, an officer at the garrison, had perished on a mission, leading Lin Tianyi to vehemently oppose Sun Yi's ambitions. The elderly man's sole wish was for Sun Yi to focus on his studies, to eventually engage in commerce or, at the very least, acquire several properties and live a life of leisure akin to Lu Zhenqing, collecting rent. Surely, this was a more favorable prospect than becoming a garrison officer. In the bedroom, an unspoken silence enveloped the room. Qiao Lingxiang gazed at Sun Yi, who, while recounting his dreams, radiated a light from his eyes, an ethereal glow that transcended his propensity for violence and fierce confrontations. This light appeared far more noble and sacred, elevating his stature in her eyes significantly. If he were to become a garrison officer, he would undoubtedly excel in that role. Perhaps it was an ineffable impulse. Or perhaps it stemmed from a sense of gratitude. But Qiao Lingxiang suddenly spoke to Sun Yi. You should go. I will take care of Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin. I possess the ability to heal, and I will do my utmost to look after them. By uttering such words, Qiao Lingxiang understood the immense responsibility she was assuming. However, within the limited kindness she had experienced in her life, Sun Yi and the Lin family occupied a significant portion. Despite the scant warmth surrounding her, she was willing to share a fragment of that warmth with Sun Yi's family. Sun Yi gazed at Qiao Lingxiang for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Before breaking into a smile, he reached out and ruffled her hair, saying, "Let us not dwell on such matters for now. We must grow up together, ensuring that no one bullies us again, that no one looks down upon us. Regardless of whether I become a defender in the future, we must achieve this." After a brief pause, he gently added, "Lingxiang, if no one loves you, make sure to love yourself well. Do not wallow in self-pity, nor allow the disdain of others to breed self-loathing. You are wonderful. As long as you believe in your own worth, the mockery, ridicule, and contempt from others will no longer harm you. Those who do not appreciate you should not concern you, whether their sentiments are positive or negative. Dismiss them and do not let them affect your mood. Even if the entire world fails to love you, you still have one person who loves you. And that is yourself. Cherish yourself." Qiao Lingxiang opened her eyes and, upon hearing Sun Yi's words, suddenly burst into tears, unable to restrain her emotions. For a prolonged period, she had been enveloped in a heavy shroud of negativity. She loathed her own weight, enduring the mockery and ostracism from others. Despite the injustices of life, she had never dared to voice her inner discontent, for she fundamentally despised herself. Yet, in her sorrow, she had forgotten that she was indeed a person, entitled to live with dignity and pride. What if she was overweight? If she were happy in her own skin, why should she care about the disdain of others? Did she truly need the approval of others to thrive? She must learn to love herself. Qiao Lingxiang. This phrase echoed in her mind like a spell, deeply inscribed within her consciousness. Perhaps overwhelmed by her tears, Li Min was alerted and rushed into Sun Yi's room, wielding a kitchen knife, demanding, "Have you bullied Xiangxiang? Sun Yi, how could you mistreat her?" Sun Yi, occupied with finding tissues to dry Qiao Lingxiang's tears, glanced at his grandmother brandishing the knife, and promptly fled with the tissue box in hand. Li Min, knife in tow, tiptoed after him, and the two of them darted around the room. This sight made Qiao Lingxiang unable to suppress her laughter. How wonderful it was, this family, a warm and loving family. Indeed. Sun Yi nodded in agreement, shoveling food into his mouth as he remarked, "We cannot overlook such a valuable opportunity. That group is still rummaging in the pit, while the energy stone mine lies just nearby. By the time they discover it, we might have already been digging for quite some time. To excavate clandestinely, without attracting overt attention, we plan to acquire several houses and parcels of land in Songyuan village." Lin Tianyi regarded Sun Yi with utmost seriousness and remarked, "This matter will be handled by the Lu Zhenqing family." The Lu family are long-established residents of Xiangqing, with deep-rooted connections throughout the area. Although there are no direct relatives in Songyuan village, they can certainly navigate the local network to establish some connections. Once the arrangements are finalized, you and Xiangxiang should take your grandmother there first. At the table, Sun Yi immediately lifted her gaze towards Lin Tianyi and inquired, "Why must we go? Are we to abandon the abundant resources in Xiangqing?" Lin Tianyi's expression grew grave, imbued with an ineffable significance. He lowered his eyes and replied, "I will safeguard those resources. As long as I am alive, I shall ensure they remain untouched. Wei Xingping has reported that the Xiangqing hospital has been sealed, and your school has followed suit. The situation may deteriorate further. It is prudent to depart as soon as possible." Chapter 83. A community of interests indeed. It has been said that an individual who escaped from the Xiangqing hospital caused our school to be locked down as well. They claim an unidentified cause of fever was discovered, but this is merely outdated information. A new virus has emerged. This virus presents a minuscule 1 in 10 million chance of inflicting neurological damage post-fever, potentially leading to mental disorders. The first cases of such mental instability have been identified within our Xiangqing hospital. Lin Tianyi shook his head and sighed. Among 10 million infected individuals, only one has succumbed to insanity, and it just so happens that we encountered this case in Xiangqing. Hearing this insider information from Wei Xingping, he felt that misfortune never comes alone. The world was already beleaguered by an energy crisis, leading to a scarcity of resources, and now this virus had emerged. Particularly alarming as it was contagious. He continued, it is said that once a person's neural pathways are ravaged by the new virus, they become prone to biting others. Reminiscent of the zombies portrayed in films. Being a virus, it possesses infectious properties. Observing the stunned expressions of those gathered around the table, Lin Tianyi quickly repressed his own anxiety and added, do not let your worries overwhelm you. The situation has been contained. The outbreak is restricted to the ICU of Xiangqing Hospital. However, due to ongoing research on this virus, the entire hospital has been quarantined. Thus far, no additional cases of insanity have been detected among the patients there. The individual who escaped from your school has truly stirred up great trouble. Insanity. Zombies. Li Min, seated at the table, appeared utterly pale. For many ordinary individuals, the complex medical terminology was likely incomprehensible. Yet, Lin Tianyi's description of the symptoms, insanity and a propensity to bite, was undeniably reminiscent of zombies, albeit lacking the grotesque appearance that typically terrifies. Having watched zombie films herself, Li Min found the concept chilling, instinctively associating the infected with the notion of a zombie. She asked with a mixture of anger and urgency, how did that student manage to escape from the heavily secured hospital? What on earth was Wei Xingping's security team doing? If he could find a way out, he might as well dig a tunnel. Lin Tianyi was equally exasperated. Within the confines of the hospital, there were ample provisions, dedicated researchers, and healthcare workers meticulously attending to their well-being. The most crucial aspect was that communication had not been severed. Individuals within the hospital could still make phone calls and access the internet without hindrance. Given such favorable conditions, why was there a need to escape? Noticing Li Min's anxious and tense expression, Lin Tianyi, despite his own worries, chose to assuage his partner's concerns with a more comforting explanation. Wei Xingping mentioned that not everyone who is bitten will transform into a zombie. The individual in the ICU unexpectedly bit 3 people while being treated. One, unfortunately, was bitten in the carotid artery and succumbed, while the other 2 are in stable condition and under medical observation. This incident holds significant research value, and to prevent any unforeseen occurrences, security resources have been concentrated, leading to the lockdown of both the hospital and the school. Pausing for a moment to take a sip of water, Lin Tianyi continued. The reason for your relocation to the countryside is that various aspects of Xiangqing are deteriorating, from public safety to medical facilities. The trend is shifting toward agricultural endeavors in rural areas. With the rising unemployment rate, remaining trapped in the city is a recipe for starvation. Moreover, should news of this situation leak out, it could potentially incite chaos in Xiangqing. I had already contemplated moving to the countryside to cultivate land, and this development aligns perfectly with my intentions. He turned his gaze towards Cin and remarked, I have surveyed Song Yuan's village. There exists a garrison nearby. So you need not concern yourselves with safety, as long as you few mischievous ones do not provoke trouble. The group pursuing you would hesitate to unleash heavy firepower within that village. Cin had initially intended to oppose the notion of residing in the countryside, for he could not bear to leave his grandfather alone in Xiangqing. At such an advanced age, should the city continue to descend into chaos, his grandfather could still be of assistance. However, upon hearing of the garrison's proximity to the village, Sun Yi fell silent. Moreover, the presence of a garrison signifies the outermost line of defense for the city, indicating that Song Yuan's village is situated precisely on the defensive perimeter of Xiangqing. Cin was also curious to see what the southern garrison would be like. Would it resemble the one his father oversaw in the north? After the family finished their meal, Qiao Lingxiang assisted Li Min in washing the dishes, while Cin accompanied his grandfather to the study, where he listened intently as his grandfather outlined the detailed plan for retreating from the city to the countryside. This time, for families, including the elderly, women, and children, would relocate together, organizing a collective effort to mine resources. Thus, the four families were now intertwined, forming a community of shared interests. Wei Xingping and Zhao Dalong would provide them the utmost convenience within the security system, and they were responsible for procuring a batch of firearms, as well as arranging for reliable individuals to assist in the mining efforts. Lin Tianyi would allocate supplies from one of his warehouses, serving as shared resources for the four families. Lu Leqing was tasked with securing energy vouchers, sourcing seeds, and fostering good relations with the villagers. As parents and elders, they had meticulously arranged everything possible for their children. In the future, as long as these offspring safeguarded the legacy they left behind, they need not fear any malevolent creatures in a post-apocalyptic world. To protect the secret of the energy mine and to clandestinely extract its resources, the four families forged an even closer bond, thus becoming a community of shared interests. This was a time when the elderly and the weak retreated to the countryside. Grandfather, you are indeed a part of this. Sini sat across from Lin Tianyi, shaking his leg and smiling at him with a mischievous glint in his eye. I believe you should accept your age gracefully. Being old means acknowledging it. A vigorous young man like myself ought to remain in Xiangqing to oversee supplies, while you and my grandmother should head to the countryside to farm. You only become restless when you aren't punished, Lin Tianyi retorted, rising to grasp a feather duster from the table, pointing it at Sini. There's no room for negotiation here. Lu Jingqing's father has already departed for Song Yuan's village. Once he secures the land and the house, you must swiftly take your grandmother and Xiangxiang out of the city. Chapter 84. The Trading Post. Thanks to River and Jiao for the generous rewards. Additional updates 3100. After hearing his grandfather's grand plan, Sini whistled as he exited the study. Lin Tianyi had his own schemes. He pondered that, being old and with a life nearing its end, it was of little consequence if he ensured that his partner and Sin Yi lived well. What did it matter if he were to pass away? However, Sin Yi also had her own plans. Unable to communicate them to Lin Tianyi for the time being, she chose not to force the issue. Passing by Qiao Lingxiang's room, she noticed the door slightly ajar. At that moment, Qiao Lingxiang had finished washing the dishes and was seated on the carpet beside her bed, fiddling with a stack of stall permits acquired from selling mobile phones. Sini knocked gently on the door, and upon hearing Qiao Lingxiang's response, she pushed the door open and sat down on the edge of the bed, inquiring, "What are you doing with this? It even specifies the stall grades." Qiao Lingxiang held up a red magnetic card and a blue one for Sini to see, explaining, "The red one allows us to set up a stall inside the trading hall, with stall numbers ranging from 001 to 012. The blue one is for setting up a stall outside the trading hall, also numbered 001 to 012. However, I'm unsure of the location and purpose of this trading hall. Why not look it up?" Sin Yi suggested as she returned the red and blue permits to Qiao Lingxiang, took out her phone, reclined on Qiao Lingxiang's bed, and began searching for information regarding the trading hall in Xiangqing. To her surprise, her inquiry unveiled a significant revelation. A series of measures had previously been introduced online to address the potential collapse of management systems in the post-apocalyptic world. This initiative had been proposed by the Central Management System, mandating each city to establish a task center and a trading hall. The task center is dedicated to addressing the needs of the idle members of society, providing them with tasks to undertake, which they then complete and submit at designated locations. Conversely, the trading hall serves as a marketplace where individuals can gather and sell their surplus goods, engaging in commercial activities. However, due to the fact that Xiangqing has yet to descend into chaos and is only experiencing inefficiencies in the circulation of goods, the trading hall therein has only recently been established and remains largely ineffective, with few vendors setting up stalls. There exists online architectural plans for the Xiangqing trading hall. Let me take a look. Lingxiang, our stall number 1 is conveniently located by the entrance. Whether outside or inside, stalls numbered 1 to 12 are situated advantageously. Sini sat up, presenting her phone to Qiao Lingxiang, lamenting, "Yet it is of little consequence, as no one possesses any surplus goods at present. What shall we sell?" Qiao Lingxiang tilted her head to observe the phone in Sin Yi's hand, nodded in agreement, and remarked, "Indeed, with the scarcity of resources, everyone is lacking in supplies. This stall permit is of little utility. It seems the trading hall may not prosper. If it were to thrive, that elderly lady would not have granted us 24 stall permits in exchange for a few mobile phones, as if we had stumbled upon a treasure." Once again, Qiao Lingxiang remarked, "Sin Yaij, you mentioned your ability to conjure knives. How about we venture to that stall tomorrow to sell them? Given the current chaotic state of affairs, many individuals are likely seeking weapons for self-defense. After all, this is a no-risk endeavor for us. If not knives, we could explore selling other items, such as blood droppers, swords, or even metal cookware. Sin, engrossed in the game on his phone, feared she might request him to produce even more fantastical items. His gaze remained fixed on the screen as he replied, "Let us stick to selling knives. We don't need to delve into blood droppers. Your brother wouldn't be able to craft those." What exactly is a blood dropper? Sin had never quite grasped its essence throughout his life. However, selling knives seemed feasible, especially since the school was currently locked down. Lu Jingqing's father had just departed for Song Yuan's village, leaving them with little else to do than visit the trading hall. After all, they had 24 stalls to oversee and ought to monitor the progress of the trading hall. At that moment, as Sin and Qiao Lingxiang resolved to visit the Shangqing Trading Hall, a large gathering of parents amassed outside Shangqing High School, demanding the lifting of security checks to gain access to their children. Among them was Ho Monro. As the situation escalated, Wei Xingping, the chief commander of security, arrived at the scene, striving to explain to the parents that their children were safely confined within the campus, where the Shangqing management system would provide ample water, food, and all necessary medical care. Teachers are present within the premises, and classes are proceeding as normal. Students who previously failed to submit energy vouchers are still permitted to stay. Furthermore, parents can send clothing, bedding, and other necessities with research personnel to their children as mobile signals remain accessible, alleviating concerns. However, many parents continue to express their discontent. Over the past year, life has been exceedingly harsh and oppressive. What was once a stable existence has been irrevocably altered due to energy shortages, leaving them with a sense of unease. Some parents vociferously proclaim, "Do not trust him. He is a deceiver." Our children are undoubtedly being subjected to experiments within the school. The charlatan must lift the lockdown. Questions arise about whether their children have been harmed or if their communications have been manipulated. They hurl absurd accusations at Wei Xingping, which could easily inspire a science fiction narrative. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wei Xingping stood behind a line of security personnel wielding shields, addressing the crowd. "As long as you refrain from causing disturbances, this issue can be resolved amicably. The greatest challenge we face at present is from you, the parents. If you remain skeptical, send someone in to witness for themselves, or have your child conduct a video call for you. However, let me be clear, once inside, there is no exit. Do not be fooled by his lies. The videos were pre-recorded for our children." Some individuals create disturbances merely to vent their pent-up frustrations and unfulfilled aspirations. Regardless of others' commendable efforts and thoughtful considerations, they persist in their uproar. This is particularly evident during times of scarcity, when many are struggling to make ends meet, harboring an inner turmoil with no outlet. The children confined within the school are numerous, each child often linked to several parents. When one parent raises their voice, those who had initially gathered out of idleness to seek an explanation become agitated. Humanity is easily stirred, even by the most absurd and unfounded provocations. Amidst the clamor, in a school that had already provided ample energy, Qiao Chen found refuge in his former dormitory, receiving a call from Cheng Tian. After being rendered unconscious by Cini, Cheng Tian was taken to the entrance of Shangqing Hospital. Indeed, he was left at the doorstep of Shangqing Hospital. The individuals responsible for bringing Cheng Tian to the hospital originally intended to admit him inside, but the hospital was sealed off. Consequently, disinclined to transport Cheng Tian to another facility, and uncertain if the other overwhelmed hospitals would accept him, they reluctantly abandoned him outside the cordoned area of Shangqing Hospital. There he lay, severely injured, and it would be unconscionable to ignore his plight. Furthermore, those who had brought Cheng Tian to the hospital had already fled. Thus, at the checkpoint, the security personnel could only enlist the help of medical staff from Shangqing Hospital to carry Cheng Tian inside. In this manner, Qiao Chen managed to escape from Shangqing Hospital, yet his brother Cheng Tian, through a twist of fate, was inadvertently admitted. When Cheng Tian regained consciousness in Shangqing Hospital, he hurried to the nurse's station and borrowed a landline to call Qiao Chen. Communication within Shangqing Hospital had not been severed. Most individuals had recovered and were able to move about freely, provided they avoided the morgue and the ICU. Cheng Tian had been knocked unconscious by a few punches from Cini, but his mobility remained intact, albeit with a slight limp. Upon initiating the call, his first words to Qiao Chen were, "Where are you? Damn it, I'm in Shangqing Hospital." Meanwhile, Qiao Chen, hiding in his dormitory, curled up cautiously and whispered into his phone, What are you doing there? Hurry and escape. There are zombies inside. What? What are you saying? Qing Tian's head throbbed painfully, his face swollen like a pig's head, rendering him unable to comprehend Qiao Chen's words. He then heard Qiao Chen lower his voice again, saying, I overheard the nurses in the ICU. They thought I was unconscious, but I was aware. They said there are zombies in Shanqing Hospital, and they've devoured many people in the ICU. Now the management system has sealed off both the hospital and the school. Anyone bitten will turn into a zombie, and there is talk of a mutated virus. The entire hospital is infested with viruses capable of turning people into zombies. You must flee quickly, find a way to escape. Individuals often tend to exaggerate matters they scarcely comprehend, amplifying them to an extraordinary degree, heedless of the potential panic such proclamations may incite. Regardless, the veracity of Qiao Chen's claims remains uncertain, yet they have indeed left Qing Tian, who was mistakenly sent to Shanqing Hospital, utterly bewildered. He glanced at the orderly nurse station, turned around, and in a hushed voice, his head spinning, inquired, How did you manage to escape? You must have traversed the morgue, which is likely the only place no one dares to approach. Exiting the morgue leads to the basement. I wonder if that route has been sealed off. If it has, you must evade the surveillance. Make your way to the medical waste disposal area on the lower level and conceal yourself within the medical waste truck while awaiting collection. They will come to draw blood from each individual. Is this not a prelude to slicing up all the students? As for the student who had stealthily fled from Shanqing Hospital to Shanqing High School, none other than Qiao Chen, he too must be located. Seizing the moment, Qiao Chen continued, When the time arrives, designated personnel will come to collect the medical waste bins for disposal. By following this specialized medical waste vehicle, you can make your exit. Rest assured, no one dares to sift through medical refuse. Once you are out, simply leap from the vehicle and flee. Should the driver notice you, do whatever it takes to break free from Shanqing Hospital. Run. Having resided in Shanqing Hospital for over a month, Qiao Chen had diligently devised his escape plans since hearing of the zombies. Consequently, he was most familiar with the various escape routes within the hospital. Now, Qing Tian has also entered, indifferent to whether the medical waste is hazardous. He merely focuses on offering suggestions to Qing Tian. Although Qing Tian feels flustered by Qiao Chen's words, and despite having been beaten by Tsin Yi until he resembles a disheveled mess, he chooses to trust Qiao Chen. He hangs up the phone and promptly heads towards the mortuary as advised by Qiao Chen. However, before he can settle into the hospital's elevator to descend to the basement level, he realizes that access to the basement is entirely restricted. Whether it is the mortuary, the cellar, or the medical waste disposal area, all require access to the basement, which is now sealed off. It appears that after Qiao Chen traversed this path, it was discovered and subsequently closed off by the hospital. This revelation only serves to reaffirm Qiao Chen's assertions in Qing Tian's mind that there are indeed zombies within the confines of Shanqing Hospital. Given that the basement is sealed, it is certain that medical waste must be consolidated elsewhere before being transported to a designated disposal facility. Damn it! While Shanqing Hospital offers sustenance and attentive care from doctors and nurses, it harbors unseen zombies. Qing Tian must flee. Thus, as Qing Tian devises a plan to conceal himself within a medical waste truck to escape Shanqing Hospital, the following morning, Tsin Yi prepares a batch of various knives, including large and small blades, along with daggers, and collaborates with Qiao Lingxiang. They summon Lu Zhengqing, a Jew, and Zhao Long, as well as Mirani, who proactively contacts them to join their expedition to the trading post. The 6 of them, laden with an array of sharp weapons, first visit Lu Zhengqing's vehicle dealership to retrieve electric bicycles, and then they ride their electric bikes to the trading post. The Xiangqing Trading Hall is situated within the largest sports arena in Xiangqing, recently renovated and positioned in the most vibrant commercial district of the city. Although Xiangqing currently experiences a lull, a few individuals still meander through the trading hall. To set up a stall in this venue, one must possess a stall permit. Without it, there are no designated spaces and consequently, no seats to rest upon. A group of young men, accompanied by Qiao Lingxiang, had just parked their electric bicycles by the roadside when they lifted their gaze to behold the blue stall marked with the number 01. Following this were stalls 02, 03, and so forth, leading them to the entrance of the trading hall. At the threshold stood the sign for stall 01, adorned in red. Continuing onward to stall 012 in red, they reached the very heart of the trading hall. Goodness, if this trading hall flourishes, we would undoubtedly occupy a prime spot along the main thoroughfare, potentially reaping substantial profits, Lu Zhengqing exclaimed. He hailed from a wealthy family in Xiangqing, possessing a sharper acumen for real estate than those like Sun Yi, who merely dreamt of becoming a garrison officer. In the sparsely populated trading hall, with only a handful of idle individuals present, Lu Zhengqing pointed to the row of blue and red stalls lining the main path of the hall. These 24 stalls occupy one side of the path. Singe, how about I apply to see if we can claim the opposite side as well? Whether it develops further is another matter, but we should secure it first. Go ahead, came the response. With a tilt of his head, Sun Yi strode directly towards the stall marked with the red sign, number 01. He held a rather indifferent attitude towards this endeavor. As he was preparing to retreat to the countryside for a simpler life, the myriad of stalls in the trading post located in Xiangqing, as well as their respective positions, held little significance for him. He merely followed Lu Zhengqing's lead. Upon arriving at stall 01, he unloaded the array of small daggers strapped to his back, each sheathed meticulously, exuding both elegance and durability. Lingxiang, come assist your brother, he called. Qiao Lingxiang, who also bore a backpack filled with knives, each akin to a watermelon knife in sharpness and equally sheathed, hastily abandoned Lu Zhengqing and rushed to Sun Yi's side to help arrange the daggers. From a distance, Sun Yi plopped down onto a stone bench and raised an eyebrow at Lu Zhengqing with a sense of triumph. Lu Zhengqing shot him a playful glance, pouted, and blew him a kiss from afar. Sun Yi's handsome visage darkened in an instant. Engaging in a battle of wits with this shameless sprite always resulted in his defeat. The trading post had only recently opened, and the number of patrons wandering through was sparse, yet there were indeed a few vendors present. However, none of them offered items as pragmatic as those being sold by Sun Yi and Qiao Lingxiang. As panic gripped the hearts of the masses, and uncertainty loomed over the future, the most sought-after commodities became weapons for self-defense, not for the purpose of committing misdeeds, but solely to safeguard oneself and that which one holds dear. As Qiao Lingxiang was arranging her daggers, a few idle passers-by wandered over, inquiring about the prices of the blades. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang asked, "Sun Yij, how much for each one?" To which Sun Yi casually replied, "Just 2 energy vouchers will suffice." He had crafted these knives that morning, not entirely understanding why he felt so drained, nearly succumbing to exhaustion. It was only after he shakily made his way to the kitchen and consumed 2 bowls of his grandmother's homemade frozen dumplings that he began to regain his strength. This reminded Sun Yi of the time when Lu Zhengqing, having exhausted his stamina, sought to recharge with Qiao Lingxiang's help. At that moment, he had appeared to possess more vitality than Lu Zhengqing, albeit with a greater sheen of sweat. Yet, that morning, he had engaged in no strenuous activity. He had merely produced a collection of knives and daggers, and still found himself drained. It felt less like physical fatigue and more akin to a depletion of energy, perhaps the exhaustion of his special abilities. Sun Yi was hesitant to exhaust Qiao Lingxiang further and was uncertain if she could aid in restoring not only physical stamina but also the energy of his powers. Thus, even after devouring 2 bowls of dumplings, he still felt weak and unsteady. Sun Yi pondered how he might replenish his abilities, aside from relying on Qiao Lingxiang. Having endured such hardship in crafting these pieces, he resolved that he could not sell them cheaply. A fragment of stone was carved away. The nearby customers, including Qiao Lingxiang, Mirani, Ajio, and Zhao Long, were all drawn closer, captivated by the spectacle. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this truly the legendary ability to slice through iron as though it were mud?" Seated behind Qiao Lingxiang, Sun Yi, engrossed in his game, let out a derisive chuckle without lifting his head. The ignorance of these individuals was palpable. The blades he crafted sliced through iron as effortlessly as clay. As I prepared to purchase, a customer, eager to test the blade, promptly retrieved energy vouchers from his pocket. Quick-witted, Qiao Lingxiang swiftly clasped his hand and declared, Five energy vouchers. 2 will not be sold." Raising her voice, she proclaimed, "The price will increase shortly to 10 energy vouchers." Nearby, Mirani, adept at inciting enthusiasm, seized the moment as the potential buyer hesitated. He feigned pulling out his energy vouchers and exclaimed, "A dagger that slices through iron effortlessly. I will purchase 2. With such a weapon, no one shall dare to bully me." The atmosphere instantly intensified, and the hesitant customer resolved to part with his 5 energy vouchers. The times were tough, and his wife was quite charming. He would procure a dagger for her protection. At this juncture, Mirani, a Jew, and Zhao Long had already hurried to stalls 2, 3, and 4, displaying an assortment of knives they had been carrying. Each bore different types: large blades, fruit knives, and kitchen knives. Sun Yi himself did not engage in selling knives. He preferred to spend his time indulging in mobile games. Thus, he remained at the same stall as Qiao Lingxiang, where they offered daggers and watermelon knives. In truth, the daggers proved to be the most popular. The larger the blade, the more cumbersome it was to carry, rendering it less marketable. Drenched in perspiration, he plopped down in front of Qiao Lingxiang's stall, handing her several red and blue cards. He exclaimed, "Oh, you have no idea. The stalls are free to apply for now. At the trading office, people keep coming one after another to apply for stalls. I had to call my father, who reached out to my uncle, who then contacted his father-in-law, who in turn got in touch with an old classmate, just to secure these few stalls. The locations are quite favorable. I calculated, and we currently occupy a total of 30 stalls along this street." Despite his efforts, he had only managed to secure 6 stalls, far fewer than the number he had acquired from selling a few used mobile phones yesterday. Listening to Lu Zhengqing, Qiao Lingxiang nodded repeatedly, earnestly stating, "Zhengqing, you have worked hard. You are truly remarkable." Hearing this, Lu Zhengqing beamed with delight. He then turned his gaze to the few remaining watermelon knives on Qiao Lingxiang's stall and exclaimed, "Have they almost all sold out?" Seated at the stall, Lu Zhengqing addressed Sun Yi, who was behind Qiao Lingxiang, saying, "Brother Sun, since these daggers sell so well, why not add some patterns to the sheaths to cater more to the female market?" Sun Yi, casually resting with his legs crossed, scoffed dismissively, raising an eyebrow at Lu Zhengqing with a cold smile, choosing to ignore him. Lu Zhengqing then nudged Qiao Lingxiang, who was busy arranging the watermelon knives. With a puzzled expression, she slowly turned to him and asked, "Is there something you need, Brother Zhengqing?" Lu Zhengqing gazed at Qiao Lingxiang, who seemed utterly out of sync with him, and, with a twinkle in his peach blossom eyes, inquired, "Xiangxiang, do you think adding some patterns to the scabbard would enhance its appearance?" Although Qiao Lingxiang believed it entirely unnecessary, sensing Lu Zhengqing's anticipation, she hesitantly nodded in agreement. "Yes, right? Look, even Xiangxiang thinks so," Lu Zhengqing exclaimed, clapping his hands and crouching beside Sun Yi, grinning mischievously like a charming fox spirit. "Sun Ge, The sultry tone sent shivers down Sun Yi's spine, darkening his expression as he trembled with goosebumps. With a frigid glare directed at Lu Zhengqing, he uttered a single word, "Get lost." "Yes, sir." Lu Zhengqing promptly relocated to another stool and began conversing with Mirani. Perhaps due to the news regarding the closure of Shangqing Hospital and Shangqing High School spreading, a slight unease permeated the atmosphere, resulting in an increase in the number of individuals at the trading post. Consequently, Lu Zhengqing, who was not manning a stall, kept an eye out while chatting with Mirani, observing whether any vendors sought to occupy their spot. Should that occur, he would assertively approach them to clarify that it was their designated area, adopting an air of ostentatious authority. "I see someone over there selling roasted sweet potatoes. Sun Yi, shall I fetch a few for you?" Sun Yi merely grunted in response, engrossed in an exceptionally intense game on his phone. Without raising his gaze, he extended one hand towards Qiao Lingxiang, offering her a dagger adorned with simple, elegant engravings on its scabbard. "Take this for self-defense. If anything happens, just call out. Your brother will hear you." "Okay." Qiao Lingxiang took the dagger that Sun Yi handed her, examining it closely. It was small, roughly the size of a utility knife. Yet unlike the latter, which was prone to breaking, Sun Yi's dagger was remarkably sturdy and sharp. For a girl to conceal it within her sleeve for self-defense, it was indeed an excellent choice. Sun Yi lifted his gaze and, noticing her fondness for it, smiled briefly, though he furrowed his brow and cautioned her not to sell it, as it was crafted specifically for her. His hands trembled slightly, but he withheld this revelation. In his desire to create a dagger that surpassed the others in hardness and sharpness, constructed from superior metal, he had exerted himself to the utmost, depleting the meager reserves of energy he had painstakingly accumulated after consuming 2 bowls of dumplings that morning, even overextending himself significantly. Consequently, he now experienced trembling hands, weak legs, a lack of focus, and a sheen of cold sweat on his back. However, such matters were beneath a man's dignity, and he could not bring himself to voice them. "Thank you, Brother Sun Yi." The plump girl smiled adorably, resembling a white steamed bun, her voice soft and gentle, far more melodious than the affected, pretentious tones of Lu Zhengqing. One could imagine that the flesh on her cheeks would be equally tender to the touch. This sight brought joy to Sun Yi. yet he simply gestured for her to proceed. After Qiao Lingxiang secured the dagger and approached the stall selling roasted sweet potatoes, she inquired about the price. The vendor, upon seeing her, promptly rose, warmly welcoming her. He said, "Well, I no longer require your money. I shall offer you each 2 sweet potatoes in exchange for a dagger." The trading post was vast, yet the number of vendors setting up stalls was limited. Sini and his companions occupied a prominent spot at the entrance of the trading post. Although the stall selling roasted sweet potatoes was not poorly positioned, the trading post had only just begun to thrive, and those who established stalls could still secure favorable locations. However, the stalls occupied by Yi and his group were arguably the most coveted spots within the entire trading area. Anyone entering or exiting the post would inevitably pass by them. Consequently, the vendor selling sweet potatoes kept a watchful eye on Yi and Qiao Lingxiang as they bartered for daggers. A hint of embarrassment crossed his earnest face as he addressed Qiao Lingxiang, saying, "You see, I have a daughter who is currently studying at a high school in the outskirts. Hence, I have come to the city to sell sweet potatoes in order to earn energy vouchers for self-defense purposes." Upon hearing this, Qiao Lingxiang touched the dagger concealed within her sleeve. Resolute in her decision not to sell it, Yi had firmly stated it was not for sale, no matter the circumstances. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang turned and walked back toward Yi, just in time to notice a group of boys with brightly colored hair entering the trading post, laughing and making a ruckus. Among them, a few with dark hair immediately spotted the notably large Qiao Lingxiang and leaned towards Yuedian, whispering to him while gesturing toward her. Stealing a glance at Yi seated at the stall before falling silent, Qiao Lingxiang felt a sense of familiarity with the group of boys sporting dyed black hair. Upon reflection, she suddenly realized they were the same individuals who had been with Cheng Tian yesterday when their phones were snatched away. Among them, the leader, a boy exuding a distinctly alternative vibe, adorned with a tattoo on his chin, gazed at her with a face full of disdain and mockery, radiating malice as if ready to cause trouble. Chapter 88. He is Yi Yudian, chewing betel nut, sported strikingly yellow hair, tinged with white, and quickly diverted his gaze from Qiao Lingxiang. He found the sight of such an unattractive and rotund individual to be a blemish on his vision. His eyes then flickered towards Yi, who was seated beside him at the stall. Yi, keenly perceptive of Yudian's hostility, finally lifted his gaze from the screen of his phone. With one foot perched on the knee of his other leg, he remained seated, exuding an air of arrogance that suggested he was even more formidable than Yudian. Nearby, Lu Zhongqing, Zhao Long, Ajio, and Mi Rani, who had previously been engaged in light-hearted banter, now straightened their postures, standing tall as they regarded the newly arrived group led by Yudian. Their expressions were laden with a murderous intent, yet they remained silent. "He is Yi." A boy with a bruised face glanced at Yi and whispered softly while standing by Yudian. They had merely come to investigate the rumored large trading market that had opened in Xiangqing, seeking entertainment or potential extortion opportunities. Spending all day on Bar Street had grown rather tiresome. Upon entering the door, one immediately spots Qiao Lingxiang and Yi, a rather unfortunate encounter. Cheng Tian has been hospitalized, and it turns out that the group of athletes he once led has now flocked to Yudian. Consequently, Yudian has inherited the animosity between Cheng Tian, Yi, and Qiao Lingxiang. Having recently gathered a cadre of followers, it would be remiss not to avenge their grievances. Otherwise, what purpose would Cheng Tian's former athletes serve in following him? The atmosphere of provocation gradually intensifies as Yudian, accompanied by approximately 20 individuals, faces off against Yi's group of 6, each side exchanging fierce glares. Eventually, Yudian's faction saunters into the trading hall, claiming an empty stall. Neither too close nor too far, while continuing to observe Yi and his companions. In a hurried manner, Qiao Lingxiang rushes over to stand beside Yi, lowering her voice to say, "Yi, go." Yi glances at Yudian, tilting his head slightly to listen to Qiao Lingxiang, while his gaze remains fixed on the unruly Yudian. The rest of the individuals in the trading hall seem to have also taken note of the palpable tension, prompting the nearby security personnel to approach. This is a significant project for Xiangqing, where the commanding officer of the management system has repeatedly emphasized to the head of security the importance of maintaining order in 5 critical establishments: a hospital, a school, a task center, a trading hall, and the city management system building. While chaos may reign elsewhere, it is imperative that these 5 units remain undisturbed. Everything else, homicides, brawls, can be set aside. The The focus must be on upholding order within these essential facilities. Qiao Lingxiang had no intention of speaking. She merely sensed that a confrontation was imminent, prompting her instinctively to draw closer to Xin Yi, preparing to fulfill her role as a protector. Upon noticing the arrival of security personnel, she realized that a brawl was unlikely to ensue, and thus she addressed Xin Yi. The owner of the sweet potato stall proposed to exchange 12 sweet potatoes for a dagger for his daughter, but alas, we have sold out of our daggers. Xin Yi, feeling a thin layer of cold sweat trickling down his back, scrutinized the group led by Yu Dian, calculating that they would likely refrain from violence at this moment. He reached into his empty backpack, drawing upon his dwindling energy reserves to fashion a dagger for Qiao Lingxiang, enabling her to barter for the sweet potatoes. A sensation akin to being gnawed upon by ants gradually enveloped his entire body. Yet his expression remained impassive as he continued to fixate on Yu Dian. Thus, this was the essence of energy depletion. How uncomfortable it was. Commander, a senior security officer, Ajio, well-versed in the ways of protocol, suddenly interjected, raising his hand to the gathered security personnel with a grin. I feel that my life and property are under threat. He pointed towards Yu Dian and his unruly group, asserting, they have been watching us like wolves eyeing their prey, clearly intent on robbing us. They have also taken over our stall. We are frightened. We are merely students, while they are members of society. We are terrified, Commander. Ajio took the lead in making accusations, igniting the fury of Yu Dian's group, who leapt up in outrage, pointing at Ajio and cursing, you filthy mutt. Are you seeking death? Your mother must be ashamed. In the security checkpoint, a figure resembling a leader hurried over, followed by a considerable number of security personnel. A significant portion of them was stalled at the area where the troublemakers from Yu Dian were, while a small group stood by Xin Yi's side. They perceived the individuals from Yu Dian as more unstable and hazardous based on their appearance. The head of the security team, who seemed somewhat familiar to Ajio, pondered for a moment before politely inquiring, you say they are occupying your stalls. Do you have any permits? Certainly, Ajio replied, gesturing towards Qiao Lingxiang. She promptly retrieved a stack of stall permits from her backpack, locating the ones corresponding to the stalls occupied by the 20 ruffians from Yu Dian, and presented them to the security personnel. After reviewing the permits, the security captain instructed a colleague, ask those ruffians if they possess any permits. The colleague approached the group from Yu Dian, who had come merely for leisure and clearly lacked any such documentation. They defiantly retorted, no, we don't have any permits. What permits? Without permits, you cannot occupy someone else's stall, the security officer responded sternly, observing the disheveled individuals from Yu Dian, marked by their dyed yellow hair and an air of disorder. It was evident to the officer that such individuals typically lacked legitimate means of income and resorted to petty thuggery. They epitomized the most unpredictable factors undermining urban stability, as well as the foremost disruptors and challengers of societal norms. Consequently, the security personnel inherently directed greater scrutiny and hostility towards this group from Yu Dian. The group, led by Yu Dian, erupted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, why can't we sit here? There's no one around, and these stalls are vacant. What nonsense is this? Are the security personnel biased? The security officers brandished their electric batons, enforcing the strict orders from above to maintain order within the trading hall. Their duty was to neutralize any disturbances caused by those wishing to disrupt the peace. Since Xin Yi and his companions possessed legitimate stall permits, the security was obliged to prioritize their safety and property. Conversely, those without permits had no right to occupy someone else's space. Furious, Yu Dian glared with his slanted eyes. Rising from his stall to confront Xin Yi, he spat on the ground, shifting toward the exit. Chapter 89. The chaotic prices in the trading hall. Dealing with a petty thug like Yu Dian at the hands of security was quite troublesome. No officer would treat them kindly. They would face verbal abuse at best and physical reprimands at worst, strikes that left no visible marks. Furthermore, they would be interrogated about their backgrounds, and should any connection to their higher-ups surface, it would lead to significant complications. Therefore, Yu Dian could only glare at Xin Yi while leading his group away. Xin Yi, however, was no pushover. He raised his thumb in a mocking gesture towards Yu Dian, then slowly turned it downward, his handsome face lifting as he met Yu Dian's gaze, a smirk gracing his lips, pure derision. When it came to arrogance, Xin Yi was second to none. No one could claim the top spot. Yu Dian's expression darkened with malice, and as soon as they departed, the previously tense atmosphere of the trading hall gradually began to ease. Upon realizing that there was no further cause for concern, Qiao Lingxiang ventured to the stall selling sweet potatoes. With a knife that could slice through iron, she exchanged it for 12 roasted sweet potatoes, which she shared with Xin Yi and the others, each receiving 2. As the afternoon progressed, news of the lockdown at Xiangqing Hospital and Xiangqing High School spread widely, spawning a flurry of rumors that instilled a sense of unease among the residents of Xiangqing. Coupled with the effective promotions of the trading hall, many individuals from the outskirts of Xiangqing, who had previously set up stalls in the city, began to arrive in droves at the trading hall. Consequently, those who once relied on street vending for their livelihood were now hesitant to do so within the city limits. The urban management system had concentrated its security efforts, particularly around schools, hospitals, the management building, task centers, and the vicinity of the trading hall. Thus, the emergence of the trading hall provided a solution to the challenging living conditions faced by street vendors. By afternoon, in addition to the sellers of roasted sweet potatoes, vendors peddling potatoes and various agricultural products joined the scene. There was no fixed pricing. Vendors exchanged their goods amongst themselves in a chaotic barter system. The few who utilized energy vouchers to purchase items were primarily those perusing the trading hall, engaging in a cacophony of haggling. As a result, what could be purchased for 5 energy vouchers in the morning had escalated to a price of 10 by afternoon. The security personnel were tasked solely with ensuring that no disturbances occurred within the trading hall, while the rest remained beyond their jurisdiction and attention. As evening descended, the number of visitors to the stalls increased significantly. Behind Qiao Lingxiang's stall, there was a vendor who had brought family heirlooms of gold, silver, and jade to sell. A delicate gold necklace, as slender as a child's finger, was priced at a staggering 1,000 pounds of rice vouchers, yet no one showed interest in purchasing it. An hour later, the malnourished vendor, with a face drawn tight from hunger, silently altered the price on the sign from 1,000 to 100 pounds of rice vouchers. Life had indeed become arduous for him. Otherwise, he would not resort to selling his family's possessions. These precious metals and gems had lost their value in the current circumstances. All the knives being sold were crafted by Xin Yi, and the energy vouchers were entrusted to Qiao Lingxiang for safekeeping. There were no obligations imposed upon one another. No one insisted that they must contribute in specific ways, nor was there a requirement for Qiao Lingxiang to manage the accounts or for everyone to equally share the profits. It was simply understood that Qiao Lingxiang would take care of their sustenance, a task she relished. Thus, it naturally fell upon Lu Zhangqing and the others to attract customers. While Qiao Lingxiang managed the energy vouchers and organized meals for the group of young men. Seated at her desk in her room, Qiao Lingxiang busily calculated the accounts, murmuring to herself, oblivious to any movements behind her. Consequently, she gradually became accustomed to the constant presence of Xin Yi, her gaze perpetually drawn to him. Save for the hours of slumber. For reasons unknown, Qiao Lingxiang sensed that Xin Yi was particularly reticent that day, his temperament notably irritable. In the past, when he and Lu Zhangqing would engage in playful banter, even if Lu Zhangqing provoked his ire, Xin Yi would solely focus on his own indignation, plotting how he might next ensnare Lu Zhangqing in his schemes. However, it was evident today that Xin Yi had no desire to engage with Lu Zhangqing at all. At times, when Lu Zhangqing initiated contact, Xin Yi either told him to leave or simply ignored him altogether. Furthermore, he had ceased playing games, maintaining a posture of sitting with his head bowed, gazing at his own feet. What was amiss? Consequently, Qiao Lingxiang paused her count of energy vouchers and took the initiative to sit beside Xin Yi, watching him with concern as she inquired, "Xin Yi, what is troubling you?" Enduring the excruciating pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his bones, Xin Yi slowly lifted his head to meet Qiao Lingxiang's gaze, responding with a soft, before stating, "I am hungry. I shall prepare something for you." Under normal circumstances, Li Min would not cook for Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang, as the school provided 3 meals a day. After the school was sealed off, Xin Yi and his group, including Lu Zhangqing, would naturally find sustenance outside while operating their stalls. Lin Tianyi and Li Min had never worried about their grandson, lacking even the inclination to do so. Yet today, for reasons unknown, Xin Yi suddenly declared his hunger. At this hour, it was customary for grandmother Lin, who steadfastly adhered to her nightly bedtime of 9 p.m., to be undisturbed. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang had no choice but to roll up her sleeves and take it upon herself to cook. As Qiao Lingxiang busied herself in the kitchen, Xin Yi languidly made his way to the dining room, sitting barefoot at the table, propping his head on his arms, his demeanor reflecting utter lethargy. There was no need for him to voice his impatience. Upon witnessing his evident hunger, Qiao Lingxiang instinctively quickened her pace. As she set a bowl of noodles before Yi, Qiao Lingxiang took her seat opposite him and inquired, "What has suddenly made you so famished? Did the sweet potatoes not suffice?" The vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes had enjoyed a thriving business at the trading post. During lunchtime, Qiao Lingxiang had exchanged a dagger for 12 roasted sweet potatoes. However, by the evening, when she returned to the stall, the price had escalated to 3 sweet potatoes for a single energy voucher. The cost of food seemed to fluctuate with each passing hour. Nevertheless, the vendor was honest in his dealings, offering substantial sweet potatoes. Given Qiao Lingxiang's considerable stature, 2 roasted sweet potatoes had already filled her to the brim. Yet, Yi remained unsatisfied, ravenously devouring the noodles before him. He was acutely aware of the pain that accompanied the depletion of his physical energy. If he continued in such a state of hunger, would he need to consume incessantly in order to harness his abilities in the future? After consuming half the bowl, Yi finally found the inclination to ask Qiao Lingxiang, "Lingxiang, have you ever experienced the sensation of having exhausted your energy after saving numerous lives? Is it a reality?" Qiao Lingxiang sat across from Yi, her head tilted thoughtfully, the soft, slightly curled ends of her short hair resting gently on her shoulders, resembling a delightful cartoon character. She shook her head, stating that while saving lives may lead to physical tolls, her substantial base meant she had yet to experience the sensation he described. In fact, she felt increasingly comfortable as her weight diminished, finding fat to be quite unfriendly. "Yi, is it possible that you feel unwell today due to the numerous surgeries you performed?" Having long been attuned to the subtleties of human emotion, Qiao Lingxiang sensed Yi's evident discontent today. His appetite had noticeably increased, and he inquired whether his body felt overdrawn after exerting energy. The term overdrawn suggested significant discomfort for a human body. Yet, Qiao Lingxiang only observed a slight irritability in Yi's demeanor. He did not exhibit any signs of pain. He hastily grasped his bowl and chopsticks, leaning back as he exclaimed, "Don't fuss. I merely wish to experiment with ways to swiftly replenish expended energy. Relying solely on food is insufficient. Once I discover a method, you can take the shortcut I uncover." Yi was uncertain whether Qiao Lingxiang's abilities could not only heal and restore energy, but also revive his own powers. If that were the case, he should refrain from recklessly depleting her energy. Due to these 2 instances, Qiao Lingxiang indulged in excessive eating and drinking for several days. Yet her weight remained around 210 pounds. The slow increase in weight coupled with the rapid consumption posed a dilemma. Thus, Yi contemplated exploring ways to swiftly replenish her unique energy. If food proved ineffective, what alternatives existed? He resolved to traverse every possible avenue, seeking a viable solution that Qiao Lingxiang could follow thereafter. After a moment, she regarded Yi, finding him somewhat naive, much as Lu Zhongqing had described. When Yi chose to care for someone, he did so with utmost sincerity, seemingly without a thought for self-preservation. Qiao Lingxiang gazed at him, slowly blinking, before retrieving her phone and addressing Yi, who was watching her intently. "How about we search online for some advice? I believe this cannot be an isolated case." "Yi, consider this. Initially, I thought I was the only exceptional individual among billions, possessing unique abilities. Yet, you have them too, and so does Brother Xiaolong. The probability is substantial. Surely, we are not the only 3 with such extraordinary capabilities." As she spoke, she accessed the internet and entered the query, "How to replenish special energy." The search engine suggested, "Drink blue energy." Qiao Lingxiang turned her phone towards Yi, showing him, and added, "Moreover, the charging, and also, what about exercises like running that generate thermal energy and friction heat?" She spoke earnestly, rising to open the refrigerator. Peering into the frosty compartment, she found only some bottled water and vacuum-sealed vegetables, along with some vacuum-packed tofu. There were no functional beverages in sight. She then pointed to a nearby electrical outlet and asked Yi, "Shall we charge it?" Upon uttering this, she found herself amused, her eyes sparkling as she waved her hand and said, "I think that's rather implausible, Yi. We wouldn't want to risk electrocution. Instead, let us retire early tonight and rise early tomorrow to jog a few kilometers. Perhaps, Yi, you simply lack exercise." Yi rubbed his overindulged stomach, reclining against the chair's back, gazing at Qiao Lingxiang, then at the electrical outlet for a considerable time, hesitating before finally saying, "Let us give charging a try. If I do get electrocuted, you must save me." Upon hearing this, Qiao Lingxiang felt a wave of incredulity wash over her, as if a dark line were forming on her forehead. She had merely spoken in jest, yet Sin Yi genuinely contemplated charging himself. Annoyed at her own misguided suggestion, she quickly waved her hands, declaring, "That's not feasible. It won't work. It will cause a short circuit. Bullets cannot harm me. So why should I fear a mere short circuit?" Sin Yi, resolute in his actions, was driven to desperation by the excruciating pain of countless ants gnawing at him. He rose and made his way to the storage room, where he unearthed a toolbox. He then dashed to Qiao Lingxiang's room and commenced the dismantling of the socket panel on the wall. Seeing his determination, Qiao Lingxiang anxiously trailed behind him, torn between calling Grandpa and Grandma Lin and attempting to reason with Sin Yi. Yet, in this chaotic world, reason seemed an elusive concept. The intricacies of supernatural abilities and the peculiar energies coursing through her, Sin Yi and Zhao Long had long since outstripped her understanding of the ordinary. Chapter 91. Let Zhao Long try it too. Close the door. Electricity will flow soon. Let us not alarm my grandparents. Sun Yi had already seated himself on the floor, removing the socket panel from the wall and extracting 3 wires with pliers. As he admonished Qiao Lingxiang, he rose, fetched a glass of water from the kitchen, closed the bedroom door, and secured it with a lock. Turning to the visibly anxious Qiao Lingxiang, he reassured her, "Do not fear, just stand back." Qiao Lingxiang retreated a couple of steps, her heart racing as she gazed at Sin Yi, questioning, "Brother Sin, what if something goes wrong and I cannot save you? If you sense anything amiss, simply cut off the power," he replied with an air of certainty. He began pouring water onto his hands, and before Qiao Lingxiang could utter another word, he seized the exposed wire with his wet hand. Zzz, 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 accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. Sin Yi's body convulsed as if seized by an epileptic fit. The room was brightly illuminated, the lights of the entire building radiating brilliance. Observing his near catatonic state, Qiao Lingxiang, in a state of urgent panic, seized a wooden chair from the edge of the desk and hurled it at Sin Yi, breaking the connection between his trembling form and the exposed wires on the wall. The lights in the room returned to normal, averting any short circuit. Yet the prostrate Sin Yi flickered with electric sparks, his body resembling a charged battery, still pulsing with exposed current. Sin Yi? Qiao Lingxiang gazed at him in bewilderment, desperate to assist him, but the dazzling sparks enveloping him left her uncertain of how to proceed. Could she touch someone crackling with electricity? It's all right. I'm perfectly fine." As Sin Yi lay on the floor, he quickly urged Qiao Lingxiang to stay back. He found himself in a peculiar predicament. His supernatural energy was not fully charged, and the pain gnawing at him felt akin to ants feasting upon his flesh. Yet, he distinctly sensed an additional sensation of tingling, an electric energy that, while not belonging to him, he could manipulate. Lying on the carpet, Sin Yi endeavored to gently draw the surrounding current into his body, akin to a genuine battery, storing the scarce energy within himself, ready to unleash it when needed. Kneeling beside him, Qiao Lingxiang observed that he was indeed unscathed, and gradually, her heart began to ease. She then noticed the electric sparks that had been crackling around him, seemingly possessing a will of their own. As they flowed one by one towards Sin Yi's neck, burrowing into his skin, only to vanish completely. Qiao Lingxiang joyfully remarked, "It appears to be working, Sin Yi. You must be feeling much better now, right?" Sin Yi supported himself to rise, sitting on the carpet as he gazed at Qiao Lingxiang. He tilted his head in contemplation, his brow furrowing in thought. Noting the look of confusion on Qiao Lingxiang's face, Sin Yi lifted his hand, opening his palm before her. A small orb of purple electric sparks materialized in his palm, and with a pop, it erupted in front of Qiao Lingxiang. Qiao Lingxiang widened her eyes in exaggerated astonishment, inquiring, "How did you do that? Sin Yi, can everyone absorb electric energy?" Sin Yi clenched his electrifying hand into a fist, standing up and replying to Qiao Lingxiang, "It's getting late. You should go to bed. Perhaps after a good night's sleep, I will feel much better." He rubbed his abdomen, which felt bloated. Yet he remained weak and unable to muster any strength. The electric energy within him was merely that, electric energy, and bore no particular relation to his extraordinary powers. A stomach filled to capacity had no special connection to his supernatural energy either. Consequently, he could not, like Qiao Lingxiang, replenish his extraordinary energy through food. It seemed that individuals like him, Qiao Lingxiang and Zhao Long, who possessed extraordinary abilities, were unable to replicate the shortcuts others took to recharge their powers. Xin Yi appeared somewhat perplexed. Noticing Qiao Lingxiang's worried expression, she momentarily regretted bringing up the topic and thus decided to urge Qiao Lingxiang to retire for the night. She righted the wooden chair that had fallen to the ground and gathered the scattered energy stones, idly toying with them in her hand. After extinguishing the light and settling into bed, Qiao Lingxiang continued to gaze at the energy stone in her palm, pondering how she might swiftly restore her energy. She mused that apart from emitting a soft glow at night, the energy stone bore no distinction from an ordinary rock, leading her to question why it was referred to as an energy stone. She retrieved her phone to investigate online, discovering a plethora of answers. The concept of energy stones first emerged as a form of cosmetic deception, luring clients with claims of containing certain magnetic fields, shrouded in mystique. Yet, to the average person, they were merely dark stones, priced several times higher than other beauty products. Energy stones do indeed contain energy, but it can only be harnessed through specialized energy devices, rendering them unusable for personal purposes. Should one encounter traces of energy stones, it is imperative to notify the task center promptly. For individuals, these stones are merely ordinary rocks, as they must be surrendered for collective use. The energy within energy stones can be utilized for electricity generation, akin to coal and natural gas, representing merely a newly discovered form of energy, and currently, the only relatively abundant energy mine in the world. As she delved deeper, an overwhelming consensus emerged, asserting that energy stones were of no personal utility, merely a novel mineral. Qiao Lingxiang, reclining on her bed, stifled a yawn and squeezed the energy stone in her hands several times, yet felt nothing remarkable. However, she couldn't help but admire the beauty of the light emitted by the stone, in the absence of illumination. It radiated a peculiar glow that could illuminate a small area of darkness with just one stone. Suddenly inspired, Qiao Lingxiang threw off her covers and retrieved her backpack from the cabinet, scattering the energy stones across the floor. The entire room was adorned with these glowing stones, each casting its light, transforming the darkened space into a realm of enchanting colors. In Chapter 92, perhaps the method was flawed. Qiao Lingxiang inexplicably thought of solar-powered charging. Wasn't it the case that solar panels, when laid out under sunlight, could recharge? If she were to slumber beneath the glow of these energy stones, would she awaken with a sense of restored abilities the following day? Contemplating Xin Yi's words about the state of energy depletion, she inadvertently drifted into sleep under the illumination of the stones. Upon awakening the next morning, she furrowed her brow, realizing she felt nothing at all. The energy stones on the floor, now basking in daylight, had reverted to their ordinary rock appearances. Qiao Lingxiang rose and picked up one of the stones, squeezing it with force and even taking a bite. Irritated, he exclaimed, "You are utterly useless. Aside from being handed over to the task center, what purpose do you serve?" They merely linger in silence, awaiting serendipitous discovery by individuals. For instance, those endowed with unique abilities often grapple with the challenge of energy depletion. They must embark on a continual journey of trial and error, ultimately seeking the path best suited to them, the most correct one. When Qiao Lingxiang emerged from her bedroom, Xin Yi was already seated in the living room. Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin had gone to the rooftop for their morning exercises, while Xin Yi lounged on the sofa, clad in a jacket and jeans, one long leg bent and the other resting upon the coffee table, which was cluttered with an array of daggers. In haste, Qiao Lingxiang approached and stood behind Xin Yi. Her voice tinged with urgency as she inquired, "Xin Yi, are you feeling any better?" Xin Yi raised his head, leaning against the back of the sofa, and nonchalantly responded with a subdued mm. His expression was inscrutable, revealing a reluctance to engage in conversation, which rendered him both defiant and somewhat unapproachable. Qiao Lingxiang took a seat beside him, observing him for a moment, contemplating reaching out to touch his hand to transfer some energy, yet hesitating for fear he might withdraw. After a while, she heard Xin Yi lift his eyelids and say, "Let us go. It's time for breakfast," and to set up the stall. With that, he stood and walked into Qiao Lingxiang's bedroom, retrieving her survival backpack and beginning to stow the daggers from the coffee table into it. Noticing this, Qiao Lingxiang hurried to assist him, asking, "Xin Yi, does eating help you at all? Shall I prepare some more food for you?" The effect, however, was minimal. Xin Yi concealed a dagger, his demeanor seemingly unchanged, yet no one could fathom the agony his body was currently enduring. He was uncertain whether there existed, apart from himself, Zhao Long and Qiao Lingxiang, a fourth individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. All he knew was that relying on food and recharging himself to prevent energy depletion proved futile. Nevertheless, consuming food was beneficial for Qiao Lingxiang. If she were to eat a bit more and rescue fewer individuals, it would indeed be advantageous for her. Yet, it was evident that after overindulging the previous evening and a night of rest, the torment akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his bones had barely subsided by morning. The young man was bewildered, grappling with the solution to his energy crisis. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to endure the physical suffering, enabling him to continue exploring various avenues of inquiry. In the dining room, Qiao Lingxiang retrieved a bag of frozen dumplings from the refrigerator and casually remarked to Cini, who lay sprawled on the table. Last night, I pondered whether I could absorb the energy from the energy stone, yet no matter how I manipulated that stone, it proved ineffective. She entered the kitchen to prepare the frozen dumplings. Nowadays, Cini's household relied on such convenient semi-prepared meals for their 3 daily repasts, which meant that if Lin Tianyi and Li Min rose early, they would prepare their own breakfast. The morning meal for Cin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang was crafted by the young man himself. At the dining table, Cin Yi, engrossed in his mobile game, absent-mindedly responded, "Then hand me the energy stone, and I shall give it a try." Qiao Lingxiang hurriedly turned around and handed a piece of energy stone, which she had tucked away in her pocket, to Cin Yi. He casually squeezed it, and the stone flickered momentarily before dimming again. Qiao Lingxiang eagerly inquired, "Do you feel anything?" "No," he replied. "Then why not take a bite and give it a try?" With great anticipation, Qiao Lingxiang held the spatula, her gaze fixed on Cin Yi. Obediently, Cin Yi took a bite of the energy stone, nearly breaking his teeth. Yet he was unable to bite off even half of it. He returned the stone to Qiao Lingxiang with a resigned expression, stating, "If this thing were usable by a person, it wouldn't need to be submitted to the task center. Surely, many would be collecting it on the black market, and the management system would have no need to retrieve it. It would have been snatched away long ago." Undeterred, Qiao Lingxiang suggested, "Perhaps we are approaching it incorrectly. What if we try grinding this energy stone into powder and ingesting it?" Cini pondered for a moment, finally diverting his gaze from the phone screen, and nodded in agreement. "All right, let Zhao Long crush it. I'll mix it with water to drink." No matter how absurd the method, they resolved to explore every possibility. Thus, after finishing their breakfast, Qiao Lingxiang followed Cin Yi with a worried expression as he decided to run to the trading house that day. After all, hadn't Qiao Lingxiang discovered online that exercise could generate warmth in the body? Although Cin Yi remained skeptical about its effectiveness, he thought it harmless to give it a try. Upon reaching the basement, Cin Yi pointed to 2 electric bicycles hidden in the shadows and said, "You ride the bike while I run. Just don't follow me around aimlessly. I shall accompany you, for you endure such hardship while I ride my bicycle, and it weighs heavily on my conscience." Qiao Lingxiang wished to run alongside Cin Yi to the trading hall, believing that with their current physical conditions being fairly equal, she could keep pace with him. Little did she know, Cin Yi waved her off, saying, "It's all right, you can ride ahead. If I falter on the way, you will have a vehicle to assist me." Thus, she had no choice but to acquiesce, riding her electric bicycle in his wake, observing his silhouette, which revealed a latent fury. The 2 of them exited the underground garage, one in front of the other. She understood that Cin Yi's agitation was not directed at her, but rather a manifestation of his suppressed anguish, which seemed to extend toward everyone. It was evident that Cin Yi was already in extreme discomfort and yet continued to push himself to the brink. The depth of his suffering was beyond her comprehension. One cannot truly claim to understand such pain unless they have experienced it firsthand. Otherwise, it is merely idle chatter. In the morning streets of Xiangqing, scarcely anyone walked upon the pavement. Cin Yi gritted his teeth, enduring excruciating pain as if a swarm of ants were gnawing at his bones. While he depleted his own strength, he ran silently toward the trading hall, embodying a stubborn resolve, persistently seeking a way out. As they reached the midway point, Cin Yi, drenched in sweat and struggling to catch his breath, turned to glance back at Qiao Lingxiang, who was hastily bringing her electric scooter to a stop. Bending over, he rested one hand on his knee while gesturing with the other. Qiao Lingxiang quickly retrieved her phone, inquiring, "What about generating friction for warmth?" Imagining how to assist Cin Yi in this regard, she instinctively thought of the communal bathhouse and the act of scrubbing backs. However, realizing that was not an option, she suggested, "Let's find Zheng Qing and the others. They can help you." Cin Yi, his body glistening with perspiration, contemplated that this seemed to be the only course of action. He hopped onto the back seat of Qiao Lingxiang's electric scooter, and with their backpacks in tow, they made their way to the trading post. By this time, Lu Zhengqing, a Jew, Zhao Long, and Mirani had already congregated in the parking lot, having waited there for quite some time. Outside the trading post, the number of vehicles in the parking area had significantly increased compared to the previous day, predominantly comprising agricultural vehicles. The establishment of the trading post, coupled with stringent security measures, had afforded many from the outskirts the opportunity to venture into the city to set up stalls. Furthermore, it provided substantial reassurance regarding the safety of their lives and property. With an abundance of agricultural products available, many local residents had risen early to come and purchase or barter for food. Observing the steady flow of patrons into the trading post, city dwellers began to retrieve valuable possessions from their homes, items that were once deemed precious before the apocalypse, such as gold, silver, jade, and rare antiques. Consequently, today witnessed a considerable increase in the number of individuals applying for stalls compared to yesterday. When Sun Yi and Qiao Lingxiang arrived outside the trading hall to meet with Lu Zhengqing, Zhao, Zhaolong, and Mirani, they noticed that their companions had brought along numerous relatives and friends. These acquaintances, similarly laden with their possessions, sought to engage in selling at this venue. Lu Zhengqing observed Sun Yi and Qiao Lingxiang with a smile and approached to discuss the matter with Sun Yi. However, Sun Yi, maintaining a stern expression, turned away and entered the trading hall, making his way to the red stall number 01. His demeanor suggested that he was not in the mood for conversation. Thus, Lu Zhengqing turned his attention to Qiao Lingxiang, inquiring, "Has Sun Ge taken offense?" "No, he is not concerned with you all. He has other matters to attend to." "Zhengqing Ge, what is it?" Noticing the crowd of individuals laden with various packages behind Lu Zhengqing, Qiao Lingxiang surmised he had something significant to discuss. Lu Zhengqing nodded and took Qiao Lingxiang's wrist, leading her aside. In a lowered voice, he remarked, "They are not using our stall for free. They contribute a certain amount of energy vouchers each month." Lu Zhengqing raised a finger, signifying that their relatives and friends would provide 1 energy voucher per month as stall rent. Such a sum? The earnest Qiao Lingxiang widened her eyes in astonishment at Lu Zhengqing's raised finger. With 30 stalls at their disposal, this would yield an income of 30 energy vouchers for the month. Yet, these stalls were not merely acquired through casual application, were they? "Now, I must sublet, which feels rather embarrassing as I collect stall fees from others." Lu Zhengqing gazed at Qiao Lingxiang as if she were a naive child and softly remarked, "I inquired earlier, and it turns out that the stall permits at the trading hall now require a fee to be processed. It is no longer feasible to obtain one without cost. We have truly stumbled upon a treasure." I did not want to make any definitive statements, merely suggesting that for the time being, we have 1 energy voucher. But should circumstances change, the price will inevitably rise. Individuals like Lu Zhengqing, who hail from wealthy families in Xiangqing with countless properties and businesses, have lived lives of ease and indulgence, adept at the nuances of renting and leasing. Naturally, he possesses an innate acumen for the trading hall, having discerned its promising prospects within just a day. Should Xiangqing become somewhat more chaotic, the business opportunities in this location could flourish even further. Hence, he contemplated subletting the 30 golden stalls he possessed, as he and his companions would not require all of them. Given that Lu Zhengqing could so readily make such decisions regarding his relatives and friends, it was clear that Qiao Lingxiang would not relinquish the energy voucher she had obtained. She promptly agreed, and Lu Zhengqing turned to systematically register and allocate the stalls, determining which family would occupy which space. They were to sign a lease agreement and pay the stall fees for the first month. Among these relatives, some expressed dissatisfaction regarding the necessity of signing contracts and paying stall fees in advance. However, Lu Zhengqing remarked that these stalls do not belong to the Lu family, but rather to a young girl named Qiao Lingxiang. He merely carries a basket. Lu Zhengqing's words were extravagant, and he managed to charm people into a daze. In a short while, 29 energy vouchers were acquired, and the 29 stalls in the trading hall were filled to the brim with various items. A glance revealed a path flanked by dazzling treasures, pearls, agate, gold, silver, jade artifacts, exquisite wooden carvings, splendid garments, and fine porcelain, all available in abundance. This was a tremendous stimulus for human desire to purchase. Standing at the entrance of the trading hall, Qiao Lingxiang couldn't help but feel an unexpected urge to buy, sensing that the energy vouchers in her pocket were restless, yearning to explore those resplendent stalls. There was a magnificent gold bracelet that was simply stunning. It is often said that one should consume what they wish to become. If Sun Yining, impervious to blades, could conjure metallic weapons, Would consuming gold and silver serve to replenish his extraordinary energy? Qiao Lingxiang suddenly felt her imagination soar. Chapter 94. Every family has its own difficult scriptures from a distance, gazing at the pile of dazzling treasures. Qiao Lingxiang was uncertain whether her thoughts were genuine or merely a self-justification for her desire to purchase the splendid gold bracelet. At that moment, a relative of Lu Zhenqing's noticed Qiao Lingxiang's unwavering gaze upon their grand gold bracelet and approached her with a beaming smile, shaking the bracelet as he said, "Little chubby, it's 800 rice vouchers. Take it if you wish." "I have no intention of purchasing 800 caddies of rice coupons." Qiao Lingxiang immediately demurred, shaking her head. "Surely, you're not lacking in such a paltry amount of rice coupons?" The relative of Lu Zhenqing's family cast a scrutinizing gaze upon Qiao Lingxiang, marveling at how someone could maintain such a corpulent figure amidst the apocalypse, deducing that her family must possess considerable wealth and thus would not be wanting for rice coupons. At that moment, Lu Zhenqing, noticing her lingering near the entrance of the trading house, approached with a saccharine smile directed towards his relative, yet his tone dripped with sarcasm. "Aunt, coercion in business is hardly acceptable. Where is the integrity of those who engage in commerce amongst themselves?" As he spoke, he gently placed a hand on Qiao Lingxiang's shoulder, guiding her away. Turning his back, Lu Zhenqing's amiable facade vanished instantaneously, replaced by a hushed directive to Qiao Lingxiang. "Pay them no mind. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek out your Zhenqinggich." Qiao Lingxiang nodded in agreement, lowering her voice to confide in Lu Zhenqing. "Their prices are exorbitant. I suspect it will prove challenging to sell 800 caddies of rice coupons. Let them attempt to sell them. Regardless, we collect the rental fees for the energy coupons. Next month, I shall escalate the price to 5 energy coupons per stall." Lu Zhenqing retorted. A chilling glint flickered within Lu Zhenqing's peach blossom eyes, betraying a distinct aversion towards his kin, particularly his aunt. Qiao Lingxiang observed Lu Zhenqing in silence, refraining from probing into the matter. Every family harbors its own tribulations, and there was no need to delve into the affairs of others. Zhao Long procured a plastic bag and deposited the energy stone, which resembled an ordinary rock, within. Gripping the stone through the plastic, he casually crushed it into fragments with his hand. Qiao Lingxiang clutched the opening of the plastic bag, gazing at the shattered fragments of energy stones within, and inquired of Zhao Long, "Brother Zhao, has your strength been increasing of late? When you crush these energy stones, do you feel anything different?" "What kind of feeling?" Zhao Long responded, as he manipulated the remnants of the energy stone between his fingers, grinding them into a fine powder. Afterward, he rubbed the back of his neck and remarked, "Speaking of energy stones, I sleep with them every night, and I find my neck aches. There's nothing particularly remarkable about it. Xiang, perhaps you could assist me in alleviating this discomfort." He bent forward, candidly presenting the back of his neck to Qiao Lingxiang. It was noticeably red, a testament to the fact that he truly had been resting his head upon stone. Qiao, who had been listening to their conversation, looked at Zhao Long in bewilderment and asked, "Why would you choose to sleep with a stone?" Zhao Long chuckled sheepishly and replied, "Well, it's quite a large piece." He lowered his voice, glancing around anxiously to ensure no one overheard him, before continuing in a hushed tone, "I worry that the stone might emit light at night, which could be quite distracting in the living room where many visitors come and go. So, I decided to place it in my bedroom, but that felt rather odd. So I disguised it as a pillow, considering it does resemble one." Upon hearing Zhao Long's explanation, Qiao was impressed and gave him a thumbs up, while Qiao Lingxiang nodded in agreement, finding Zhao Long's reasoning particularly insightful. Upon observing their stalls, it became evident that Cindy had not crafted many blades today. Out of the 30 stalls, 29 had already been rented out. Consequently, Qiao, Zhao Long, and Mi Ran found themselves seated within the crimson number 01 stall, assisting Cindy in selling knives. Meanwhile, Lu Zhenqing ambled about the bustling street that traversed the marketplace, resembling a wealthy landowner, hands clasped behind his back. Surveying the various stalls, the entrance was teeming with people, and occasionally, someone would approach Cin Yi to inquire about the pricing of the knives on display. With a sulky expression, Cin Yi bluntly declared the price to be 20 energy vouchers per blade. Qiao and the others, in a jovial mood, fluctuated the price based on their whims, sometimes quoting 30 vouchers, at other times 40. As a result, despite the passage of considerable time, not a single knife had been sold. Qiao Lingxiang remained silent, believing that given Cin Yi's current state of discomfort and the toll of energy depletion he endured to produce these blades, a higher price was warranted. In her eyes, even at 40 energy vouchers per blade, it would still be a bargain. She quietly wandered through the marketplace, casually seeking out a stall owner to exchange a single energy voucher for several pounds of rice vouchers. Subsequently, she utilized 1 pound of rice vouchers to purchase a rather large gold bracelet from a less frequented stall. Although Lu Zhengqing, Zhao Long, and Ajio's relatives had rented a total of 29 stalls, each dedicated to the sale of gold, silver, and jewels, their kin, occupying the prime gold stall, had priced their offerings exorbitantly, with the least expensive item, a hefty gold chain, commanding a price of 100 pounds of rice vouchers. Although there are no fools willing to expend 100 pounds of rice vouchers to acquire their gold and jade artifacts, they occupy prime positions at the market and are in no rush to sell. However, when they do choose to sell, they profit far more than those at obscure stalls. Just as the cold noodles were placed before Xin Yi and the others, a group of boys with multicolored hair swaggered into the trading hall. At the forefront was the tattooed youth from Vietnam, Yuedian. Sitting behind a pile of knives, Xin Yi slowly lifted his sullen face, his eyes gleaming with a tempestuous golden hue. The yellow-haired Yuedian remained silent, merely spitting on the ground, 1 foot planted on Xin Yi's stall, hands buried in his pockets. Shaking his leg as he inquired, "Boss, how much for a knife?" He exuded an air of provocation. Chapter 95. Swallow it back, 10,000 energy vouchers for 1 knife. At this moment, no one genuinely wished to buy knives, nor did anyone truly desire to sell them. Thus, the prices were arbitrarily established. Observing Ajio's demeanor, Yuedian smirked ominously, cleared his throat, and prepared to spit again. Xin Yi, suppressing his anger, coldly remarked. Yuedian provocatively gazed at Xin Yi, then spat directly onto the stall, a large mouthful of yellow phlegm. Afterward, with his hands still in his pockets, he swaggered away with his companions. Qiao Lingxiang was exceedingly furious upon witnessing this. She retrieved a tissue from her backpack to clean the knife that had been sullied. However, Xin Yi stood up behind her, pulled her aside, and took hold of the knife's handle, along with its sheath, slowly exiting the stall to follow Yuedian and his entourage. He remained silent. Yet everyone knew he had reached his breaking point. Qiao Lingxiang hurriedly tapped Mirani and whispered to him. Mirani set down his bowl of cold noodles and sprang up, dashing toward the exit of the trading hall. Meanwhile, a few individuals from the group of ruffians led by Yuedian had been keeping a watchful eye on the security checks since their entry into the trading hall. They approached, obstructing Yu Dian's path amidst the bustling crowd. "Is it not permissible to browse around?" Yu Jian retorted, sporting a provocatively arrogant demeanor, tilting his chin defiantly at the security personnel blocking his way. The uniformed security guard addressed him sternly. "Do not cause trouble here. If you wish to stir up conflict, take it elsewhere. We all have our livelihoods to uphold. If you refuse to give us face, there will come a time when we won't extend you the same courtesy." The meaning behind these words was abundantly clear. For reasons unknown, Yu Dian felt a chill run down his spine. Reflecting on Cheng Tian's assessment of Xin Yi, who appeared formidable yet had been bested by Cheng Tian on multiple occasions, he brushed aside the unsettling sensation. Turning to Xin Yi, who trailed behind him, Yu Dian sneered and instructed his lackeys, "Let's go, brothers. It seems we are unwelcome in this trading hall, despite our intent to patronize their business." Xin Yi stood motionless, his gaze lowered, exuding no sense of vulnerability. The throngs of people flowed around him like a river, while Yu Dian's gang wore expressions of provocation, their faces twisted in mockery as they regarded the somber Xin Yi, some even hurling obscenities in his direction. Lu Zhengqing, a Jew, and Zhao Long hastened over, followed by the chubby Qiao Lingxiang. Mirani kept watch over their stall. Zheng refrained from summoning him. This was an inexorable vortex, the destinies of and the others irrevocably intertwined. However, Mirani remained oblivious. Whether death or injury awaited, or some spectral event would unfold, there was no need to involve such an outsider as Mirani. When the contingent of Vietnamese hoodlums receded from the trading hall like a minor surge, turned, brandishing his sullied blade, and followed them at a measured distance. Accompanied by a Jew and Zhao Long, trailed behind, with discreetly bringing up the rear. She understood her role, to avoid injury if possible, and to preserve her own flesh. Thus, the two groups retreated from the bustling trading hall. The apprehensive security personnel breathed a collective sigh of relief, resuming their patrols and relaying the potential incident to their superiors via radio. The authorities, overwhelmed with responsibilities, instructed the security to maintain order within the trading hall, permitting the youth's squabbles as long as they did not result in fatalities. Resources were stretched thin, The security forces of Xiang City were already working tirelessly in shifts, or else order would have long since collapsed in this era. For the sake of the greater good, these juvenile altercations could only be overlooked. As long as the situation did not escalate and challenge the established order and rules, it could be temporarily tolerated. Upon arriving at the parking lot, a group of individuals, led by Yu Dian, had just settled when a subordinate approached, whispering, "Dian Go. That fellow Cini is still tailing us." Due to the recent electric shock, Cini writhed on the ground like a fish, thrashing about aimlessly. Yu Dian's subordinates were taken aback. As soon as they stepped into the parking area, they witnessed Cini, consumed by a frenzied state, charging directly into their midst without uttering a word. Before anyone could react, Cini had already knocked Yu Dian to the ground, incapacitating him with a single blow. He then turned Yu Dian over with a kick, wielding a knife, and forcefully shoved the grimy sheath into Yu Dian's mouth. Cini's eyes blazed with fury. The more he exhausted his physical energy, the more discomfort he felt, which only heightened his aggression. At such a volatile moment, it took merely one person to provoke him, igniting his wrath. Coincidentally, Yu Dian emerged at this critical juncture. It was then that Yu Dian's subordinates finally reacted, rushing to confront Cini. Lu Jingqing, a Jiao, and Zhao Long swiftly plunged into the fray, sparking a chaotic melee. Meanwhile, Qiao Lingxiang, lingering at the back, distanced herself from the turmoil, seeking refuge behind a large pillar. Her expression etched with concern as she observed Cini. Her apprehension was not rooted in fear of them being caught by security for fighting, but rather in her worry for Cini's current condition, anxious that he might suffer at the hands of Yu Dian. However, she still greatly overestimated Yu Dian. How such a person managed to become a minor leader in the bar street was beyond comprehension. His body, as thin as a reed, meant that even without any extraordinary ability to be invulnerable, he could not defeat Cini. In Chapter 96, evil arises from the edge of cowardice. Let us also discuss the group brought by Yu Dian. While one might argue that sheer numbers were on their side, with around 20 petty thugs present, the moment the chaos erupted, 5 or 6 were swiftly taken down by Zhao Long. The strength of Zhao Long was almost exaggerated. With each punch thrown, he resembled a titan of power. A single blow from him could incapacitate anyone, regardless of how many rushed towards him. His fists, when striking a thug, would shatter bones. When landing on a face, teeth would scatter, and a kick could send a man flying several meters away. Naturally, individuals like Lu Zhongqing and Jiao, seasoned fighters, could handle multiple thugs at once, yet none matched Zhao Long's ferocity. His strength had reached a level where a single punch could crack concrete. Perhaps it was the clarity of an observer, for while Zhao Long and his companions relished the fight, Qiao Lingxiang, hiding behind a pillar, felt a twinge of concern as she glanced nervously around. Zhao Long's power was so extraordinary, so conspicuous, that it transcended the realm of normalcy. Just as she pondered this, a thug was sent flying by Zhao Long and landed right beside the pillar where Qiao Lingxiang had taken refuge. The thug, battered and bruised, lifted his head only to catch sight of Qiao Lingxiang hiding behind the pillar. She lowered her head and offered a subtle smile to the lackey. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Qiao Lingxiang raised one foot and delivered a swift kick to the lackey's face. Adhering to the principle of striking first, a lesson imparted by Cini, Qiao Lingxiang was clad in the athletic shoes that Li Min had procured for her, featuring particularly thick soles with remarkable bounce. The kick left a prominent shoe print on the lackey's face. He struggled to rise, but Qiao Lingxiang swiftly followed up with several more kicks. The lackey had already been battered by Lu Zhongqing, Zhao Long, and Jiao in turns, leaving him in a state of mere survival. Now, under the onslaught of Qiao Lingxiang's punches and kicks, he seethed with anger. Damn it, he thought. Having been beaten to such a state by Cini and her companions was one thing, but to be attacked by a mere overweight girl was utterly humiliating. Summoning every ounce of strength, he forced himself to stand and hurled a few punches at Qiao Lingxiang, whom he deemed an easy target. Feeling the sting of the blows, Qiao Lingxiang's fury ignited. She swiftly drew a small dagger that Cini had crafted for her from her sleeve and began to stab wildly at the lackey. Whether or not she struck her target remained unclear to her. She simply focused on thrusting with all her might. It seemed she must have hit him, for the lackey collapsed to the ground, clutching his bloodied hand and howling in pain. In a fervor, Qiao Lingxiang approached him and delivered a few more kicks. Her mindset mirroring that of the lackeys, she thought, if she couldn't defeat the large group of adversaries, there was no way she would be bested by a defenseless, cornered fool. At that moment, The remaining lackeys had nearly been subdued, with Xin Yi standing over Yu Jian, her foot pressing down on his chest as she relentlessly jabbed at his mouth with her knife. He brought it out once more, fiercely kicking Yu Jian several times. Wielding the hilt of a knife before Yu Jian's eyes, his voice dripping with malice, commanding, "Lick it clean." Yu Jian clutched his stomach, sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise. His lips bruised, inner fury ablaze. He cursed, "Xin Yi, I'll." Before he could finish his sentence, Xin Yi delivered another kick directly to his chest, swinging the knife wrapped in its sheath, striking Yu Jian repeatedly, growling, "Your grandfather is in a foul mood today. Will you lick or not?" Yu Jian, beaten and weeping on the ground, recalled how Qing Tian had deceived him, claiming Xin Yi was weak, merely appearing formidable, insisting that he could make Xin Yi cry every time. But now, was Xin Yi truly weak? Faced with such a frenzied onslaught, Yu Jian lacked even the strength to retaliate. Each blow from Xin Yi felt as if his bones were being cleaved apart. Yet remarkably, Xin Yi had the skill to avoid his vital areas, forcing Yu Jian to fully experience the agony. Thus, Yu Jian had no choice but to grasp Xin Yi's knife, licking the sheath clean, resembling a stray dog. Filled with humiliation and tears, once a figure of arrogance, he now found himself utterly humiliated. How revolting! As time passed, every small thug had been dispatched by Lu Jingqing, a Jew, and Zhao Long, leaving a scene of wailing victims scattered across the ground. Amidst this cacophony, Lu Jingqing and a Jew searched each person's pockets thoroughly. He discovered over 200 energy vouchers, more than 1,000 pounds of rice coupons, and additionally, over 500 tons of water vouchers, along with several mobile phones and various possessions. Subsequently, the two approached Qiao Lingxiang, who was relishing the thrill of tormenting others from behind a pillar, and presented her with these items, requesting her to tend to their minor injuries. In the arena, Zhao Long was as vigorous as ever, seemingly insatiable, methodically delivering kicks to each adversary, ensuring that anyone capable of moving was met with a few additional punches before he felt satisfied. Meanwhile, as Yu Jian wept bitterly, he licked clean Xin Yi's scabbard. With one hand gripping the hilt, Xin Yi flicked the now spotless scabbard backward, causing it to be flung away and land on the ground at a distance. The disgusting residue had been licked clean, yet he still found it repulsive and thus discarded it. Upon seeing the glistening blade, Yu Jian, bruised and battered, burst into tears, lamenting that Xin Yi was truly being excessively cruel. How could he demand that he lick a scabbard he no longer wanted? Was that not utterly deranged? Xin Yi, however, approached with an air of menace, stepping on Yu Dian's back as he walked towards Qiao Lingxiang, coldly remarking, "Next time you see your grandfather, keep your distance." A person with a volatile temperament often acts with reckless abandon. He maintained a stern expression, seizing Qiao Lingxiang's wrist and dragging her from her hiding place behind the pillar. Then casting a disdainful glance at Lu Jingqing and a Jiao, inquiring, "You two are still alive. What are you being so dramatic about? A mere scratch on the hand. And you all rushed to seek Lingxiang's assistance. In the past, I have never seen you engage in a brawl that necessitated a hospital visit. Yet now you behave as if you were delicate as a lady." Lu Jingqing and a Jew quickly stood upright, and Lu Jingqing sighed, saying, "Alas, I declare I will not seek treatment. It is merely a hand ache, yet Jiao insists on dragging me here." A Jew pointed to his own nose, turning to Lu Jingqing. "Me? When did I insist on bringing you here? Let us speak with integrity. It was that enchantress who pulled him along. Unless one is on the brink of death, do not trouble her. No amount of food would suffice for your extravagant indulgences." Chapter 97. The power struggles of the team Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang have departed, and so has Zhao Long. Only Lu Jingqing remains, shrugging his shoulders, seemingly unscathed and even somewhat invigorated. He draped his arm over a Jew's shoulder, patting him earnestly, and said, "Did you hear that, Jiao? Only seek Shaoxiang when you are truly in dire straits. You simply do not heed your father's words. In this realm of power struggles, you must strive to survive." The hierarchy of power within the team. Qiao Lingxiang ranks first, Xin Yi second, Lu Jingqing third, a Jew fourth, and Zhao Long perhaps occupies the periphery of the team's power dynamics. Honestly, it is nothing short of a miracle that he has maintained a friendship with Lu Jingqing for 3 years without succumbing to the temptation to eliminate that enchantress. The trading hall was bustling with activity as word spread of the abundant goods being sold, drawing crowds from all corners of the city eager to acquire agricultural products. Mirani had just sold a peerless blade for 30 energy credits, and, Upon seeing Xin Yi stride in with Qiao Lingxiang, he hastily rose to his feet. He respectfully handed the energy credits to Qiao Lingxiang, subtly gesturing towards Xin Yi as if to inquire, "Did Brother Xin prevail? Is it safe to approach and admire the tiger's fur?" Qiao Lingxiang, occupied with holding the energy credits in one hand and offering Xin Yi a cold noodle dish with the other, quickly shook her head, signaling, "No. He's still in a volatile state. Silence, please." Qiao Lingxiang settled beside Xin Yi as he immersed himself in a mobile game. She retrieved a textbook from her bag and began to study, awaiting the arrival of customers. After a while, the vendor behind Qiao Lingxiang, who had been selling gold and silver jewelry, departed, and a new individual arrived to display their wares. Such was the nature of the trading hall. Vacant stalls were up for grabs on a first-come, first-served basis. However, those with permanent stall permits held precedence, and anyone else occupying their space would have to relocate, regardless of what they were selling. These are not just ordinary power banks. They also feature solar panels. Qiao Lingxiang promptly set aside her book and turned to stand before the vendor's stall, inquiring, "Sir, are these solar-powered charging banks?" "Indeed," the vendor replied. "Would you like to purchase one? They are priced at 10 energy credits apiece." The vendor, with a bold demeanor, expressed concern over the pricing of his goods. He addressed Qiao Lingxiang, saying, "I have just begun my business here at the trading post, little chubby one. If you genuinely wish to purchase, propose a sincere price. And if I can, I shall oblige your request." "Who does he think he is?" The irascible Xin Yi rose and positioned himself behind Qiao Lingxiang. Having scarcely glimpsed the wares displayed before him, all he caught was the vendor's insolent term for Qiao Lingxiang, "Little chubby one." "Xin Yi, remain seated and do not rise," Qiao Lingxiang softly implored, sensing his inclination to interject. "Please refrain from speaking. I have serious matters to attend to." Thus unfolded a scene that astonished Mirani. As the typically confrontational Xin Yi obediently sat in silence, his unsettling gaze fixed upon the vendor of solar-powered chargers. Noticing Xin Yi's newfound tranquility, Qiao Lingxiang hastily turned to Mirani, stating, "She does not negotiate. Summon Lu Zhengqing to handle the bargaining." At this juncture, Qiao Lingxiang had already engaged in casual conversation with the vendor of solar chargers. "Boss," she inquired, "many grassroots manufacturers of solar products have gone under. How is it that you still possess these items for sale? The depletion of energy resources poses a significant dilemma. In barren lands, the extraction of any energy seems impossible, and the minerals, oil fields, and gas reserves that serve various purposes are rapidly diminishing. The passage of time has surpassed even the wildest imaginations of experts, as if some unseen force at the core of the earth is voraciously absorbing energy, leaving behind a mere residue of useless stones and sand. Thus, the only remaining sources of energy are wind, solar, and tidal power, along with several new energy sources currently under investigation, including the recently discovered energy stones. However, the abrupt onset of energy depletion has severely disrupted the course of human development. Many cities are not averse to constructing additional wind farms, solar power stations, or nuclear plants. Rather, it is the disruption of the upstream supply chain and the escalating downstream demand that has thrown everything into disarray. To rectify this situation, a colossal engine of change is required. Many believe that with a little time and by maintaining composure, humanity will navigate through this turmoil. Yet, there are those who have entirely lost their patience, seeing no signs of improvement on the horizon. Qiao Lingxiang likely belongs to the latter group. She contemplates that if the kind of zombies described by Wei Xingping truly emerge, perhaps, as he states, the situation cannot possibly improve. The vendor selling solar-powered chargers sighed and remarked, "Previously, our stock in the factory warehouse was plentiful, but now the sales chain has been severed. The upstream parts suppliers are unable to deliver, and the chargers cannot be sold. Our employer has failed to pay our wages, and before fleeing, he distributed the remaining stock in the factory for us to sell ourselves." As he spoke, the vendor began to lament to Qiao Lingxiang, explaining that their factory's solar power banks were not without a market. Prior to the apocalypse, their performance surpassed that of many other solar power bank manufacturers. They could even charge under lamplight, and at a remarkably rapid pace. In the current state of affairs, the supply chain is in disarray, with no component supply from upstream, and a struggling economy downstream. Sometimes, when rumors of alternative energy sources surface, people create disturbances, insisting that energy must exist. However, they never consider the myriad of trivial and troublesome issues that must be resolved to meet everyone's needs with solar power, wind power, and the like. The central management system prioritizes certain infrastructural functions, thus communication towers still have power, as long as the terminals have electricity. Playing on mobile phones and accessing the internet is still possible. However, no merchants are willing to act as sales agents. Such a large factory can collapse rapidly. Unable to pay wages, the boss cleared out the inventory the next day, using the slow-moving goods to settle with the workers. The vendor selling solar power banks was incredibly loquacious on the subject, prompting Qiao Lingxiang to nod repeatedly. However, she had no other solution and merely chatted with the vendor. Soon, Lu Zhengqing arrived. Without revealing that he knew Qiao Lingxiang, he stood next to the vendor and examined the power banks on the stall, inquired about the price, and then said, "Sir, 10 energy coupons is too expensive. If I buy several, can you give me a sincere price?" Qiao Lingxiang promptly nodded and addressed the vendor. "Please offer me a discount as well. I intend to purchase several." The beleaguered vendor glanced at Lu Zhengqing and then back at Qiao Lingxiang. Having arrived late, he was unaware that the two were accomplices. Observing their desire to acquire solar power banks while expressing concerns about the pricing, he wondered if the rates were indeed exorbitant. He straightforwardly replied, "Name your price. If I find it reasonable, I shall sell. If not, I shall refrain from the transaction, even if the sale does not go through. Integrity remains, does it not?" Lu Zhengqing smiled at the vendor, seizing 10 solar power banks as he proposed. "How about this? 5 energy vouchers each for 1. I shall take 10. Upon witnessing Lu Zhengqing's actions, Qiao Lingxiang mirrored him and also selected 10 solar power banks, asserting, "If that is your price, I too shall purchase 10. The vendor hesitated as he surveyed the multitude of solar power banks on his stall. To speak frankly, he still had an abundance. The factory manager had distributed tens of thousands of these power banks to the workers, urging them to sell them for their wages. While these items were indeed useful, his own household was struggling to make ends meet. Selling just 20 solar power banks would yield 100 energy vouchers, and a single energy voucher could be exchanged for several pounds of rice vouchers. Unable to resist the allure of the energy vouchers, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "Very well, I shall grant you this price, but please keep it confidential." "Agreed. We shall not disclose it," they replied. "I'll procure one for my parents as well, and including myself, plus my extended family, 10 in total. That would amount to 50 energy vouchers, correct?" Without allowing the vendor a moment to respond, Mirani seized 10 solar chargers and departed. It was at this juncture that the vendor realized the children were in cahoots. A suspicion arose that his solar chargers were perhaps underpriced. A small syndicate had just acquired 30 of his solar chargers. Could this truly be considered a slump in business? Lu Zhengqing, in a leisurely manner, picked up 10 chargers and addressed the vendor with a smile. "Not to be impertinent, uncle, but you really ought to find a distributor to sell these. There's little risk for you here. But should you attract the attention of the wrong sort outside the trading center, things could take a turn for the worse. Away with you, you're my bane. You fleeced me dry. Be gone with you." Feeling as though he had stumbled into a pitfall, the vendor waved Lu Zhengqing away. He had sold his chargers at a loss, experiencing the sensation of having been outsmarted despite a lifetime of experience. However, as Qiao Lingxiang had already tendered the energy vouchers, he could not retract the transaction and merely wished to disengage from further discourse with these young rascals. Meanwhile, Sun Yi, having been placated by Qiao Lingxiang, was seated on a stool, engrossed in his mobile phone. Lu Zhengqing and Mirani presented Qiao Lingxiang with the 20 solar chargers they held. Qiao Lingxiang, in turn, produced a few more, encouraging them to take them for their own use, ensuring that even in the event of a power outage at home, they would need not worry. For as long as there was light, their phones would remain charged. Lu Zhengqing and Mirani each took 3, one for themselves and one apiece for their parents. Once again, Mirani heard that Qiao Lingxiang intended to bestow energy vouchers. Qiao Lingxiang graciously waved her hand, saying, "No need. Everyone has worked so hard for so long. Keep the energy vouchers for yourselves." Mirani then glanced toward Lu Zhengqing, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Initially, he was allied with Zhengge, but ever since Qiao Lingxiang and Sun Yi visited the Cold Snake Tower, it became evident to Mirani that Qiao Lingxiang, Sun Yi, Lu Zhengqing, Zhao Long, and Ajio formed a tighter-knit clique, one far more cohesive than their previous group. He found himself distinctly excluded from this small circle. Nevertheless, Mirani continued to accompany Sun Yi and the others, indulging in their shared meals and libations. Qiao Lingxiang never complained, and in this society, having someone to provide for one's meals was indeed a rare blessing. He felt too embarrassed to suggest that the energy vouchers he earned from his stall could be shared with him. After all, with 3 solar power banks in hand, he had acquired the equivalent value of 15 energy vouchers. This item, once deemed insignificant before the apocalypse, now ensured a reliable power source for his phone, which was nothing short of remarkable. Mirani believed his contributions did not warrant such a substantial number of energy vouchers. Take it, he thought. Qiao Lingxiang was not a stingy person. Lu Zhengqing, without lifting his eyelids, quietly stood behind Sun Yi, engrossed in the game, showing little concern for Mirani's acquisition of 3 solar power banks. Consequently, Mirani's discomfort eased slightly. As the day drew to a close, Sun Yi's knife, priced excessively high, had sold but a single piece, one that Mirani had previously sold. After that, their business saw no further patrons. Chapter 99. The cold-blooded monster Mirani received the knife tossed to him, gazing at Sun Yi in astonishment. "Singu?" he inquired. "The world is harsh. Carry it for self-defense," Sun Yi replied, distributing a knife each to Lu Zhengqing, a Jiao, and Zhao Long. Dismissing any further chatter, he instructed Qiao Lingxiang to accompany him as they proceeded to their residential complex. Upon entering the secured stairwell, she encountered Qiao Lingxiang. Having been preoccupied with the matter of Qiao Yuelon being confined at Xiangqing High School for several days, she was entirely unaware of where Qiao Lingxiang had been resting. The moment she laid eyes on her youngest daughter, without uttering a word, she rushed forward, seizing Qiao Lingxiang's arm and declared, "Come, we must rescue your sister." He forcefully separated Ho Monrong's grip on Qiao Lingxiang, shielding her behind him, his lips pressed tightly together, and his brows furrowed in impatience as he silently scrutinized the haggard visage of Ho Monrong. After their previous uproar, Cindy had anticipated that Ho Monrong would have calmed down. However, he was taken aback to see her emerge once more amidst her hectic schedule. Qiao Lingxiang frowned as well, fearing that Ho Monrong would once again raise a commotion. Yet, she was met with Ho Monrong, who, in a state of helplessness, covered her face and wept. "Qiao Lingxiang, have a conscience, will you? I raised you all these years, and now you treat me this way. Your sister is currently trapped in school, and she is frightened. Many families have gone to seek an explanation from the system administrator. Yet I am the only one in our household who cares about your sister. How can you remain so calm and composed while she is confined within those walls? She has been outside the school for several days now, sitting in silence with other parents. Although the security system has provided them with water and food out of humanitarian concern, they are desperate to have their children released from the school. A mere handful of sit-in protesters is insufficient. Only a larger crowd can pressure the management system to act." Before the dimly lit staircase of the old mansion, Sun Yi stepped forward, illuminated by a sliver of light from the safety corridor, ready to speak to Ho Monrong. However, Qiao Lingxiang tugged at his sleeve, halting him. Drawing a deep breath, Qiao Lingxiang emerged from behind Sun Yi, bravely confronting Ho Monrong. She said, "When you gave Qiao Yuelon the energy voucher, did you not hope for her to stay well in school? She seems to be doing just fine there, without any worries for food or clothing. I fail to see a significant issue. How can you say such a thing?" Ho Monrong lifted her weary, sorrowful face from her hands, gazing incredulously at Qiao Lingxiang. How could this young girl utter such cold-hearted words? Shocked, she asked, "Isn't she your sister? Are you not the least bit concerned about her being trapped in that school? What if she were to be infected by that individual who escaped from Xiangqing Hospital? What would happen to your sister? You are so cold-blooded. How did I end up being born to such a heartless creature?" This remark elicited a chuckle from Qiao Lingxiang, her laughter reverberating in the chilly night, causing her ample figure to tremble. With a tilt of her head, she inquired, "Indeed, why is that? I too am curious as to why you would bring forth such a cold-hearted monster as I." Suddenly, her expression turned serious, and in a sharp tone, she exclaimed, "You should have terminated me while I was still in your womb. Was it my desire to be born? Did I wish to come into this world? Who else do you see besides Qiao Yuelon?" Behind Qiao Lingxiang, Sun Yi reached out and enveloped her in an embrace. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at him, he exerted every effort to extract the last remnants of warmth from within himself to hold the frigid Qiao Lingxiang. At long last, she managed to quell the tumult of negative emotions within her and turned to Home Minyong, stating, "Qiao Yuelon's phone is still reachable. As of now, there have been no reports of any horrific incidents. If she were truly infected, she should not expose herself to others. It is imperative for her to cooperate and remain at Xiangqing High School, as that is what Qiao Yuelon ought to prioritize at this moment. I advise you all to settle down. The future will bring its own chaos. You speak so lightly of it. as if the reasoning is so grand. Ho Minyong felt a tumult in her heart, struggling to comprehend how her little daughter had transformed into someone so different. Look at her, openly embracing Cini in front of their parents. How could Cini possibly hold on to Qiao Lingxiang, given her considerable size? A certain insidious malice, one that even Ho Monrong could not control, gradually surfaced in the heart of this weary mother. Without a moment's hesitation, she scornfully remarked to her daughter, "You can only associate with such ruffians, rebelling against your parents. Aside from squandering our resources, what truly useful endeavors can you, Qiao Lingxiang, possibly undertake? When the day comes that you and this scoundrel find yourselves trapped, will you possess the spirit of sacrifice and remain motionless in your predicament? At that time, do not bother to call me or your sister. No one will care for you, nor will anyone come to your rescue. I will indeed remain here. Should I become infected, I shall not flee." Qiao Lingxiang replied earnestly, standing tall with a newfound courage she had never possessed before. Brimming with valor, she continued, "I have always been a person despised by others. If such a dire moment arrives, running about would reveal an utter lack of self-awareness. If death is the conclusion, then so be it. As you said, no one will care, nor will anyone come to save me. I harbor no expectations for this world. Thus I would have no regrets in death. If life is an option, who genuinely desires to perish? Even a mere existence, however miserable, surpasses a noble demise. Does it not? Yet, there are times when I find living quite burdensome, particularly when confronted with you and Xiao Yuan. I often feel as though not a single soul in this world cherishes me. From childhood to present, these two individuals, who ought to have been the closest to me, have shaped my worldview in this manner. They have consistently demonstrated to Qiao Lingxiang that she is unlikable, that her personality is undesirable, that her appearance is unattractive, and that everything she does is erroneous. It seems as though the entire world detests her, and that every single person harbors disdain for her. Consequently, Qiao Lingxiang truly feels that her wretched existence is devoid of anything worth cherishing. She has no desire to persevere for anyone or to live well for another. The only exceptions are the proud young man behind her and those who surround Sun Yi, Lu Jingqing, Ajiu, and Zhao Long, who serve as the sole rays of sunshine in her otherwise bleak existence. Qiao Lingxiang's life is shrouded in darkness. However, if she were indeed afflicted by a formidable and contagious virus, should she not cooperate and remain steadfast for the sake of those who have brought light into her life? Chapter 100. Childish nonsense. As the cool night breeze tousled Ho Monrong's already disheveled hair, she stood there in a daze, gazing at her young daughter. An inexplicable sense of anxiety washed over her, as if she were confronting a stranger, someone she had never truly known, Qiao Lingxiang. For a fleeting moment, she felt a disconcerting fear that she had irrevocably lost the obedient little girl, the one who, regardless of the harsh words or disdain, would timidly stand in the corner and call her mom. It was then that Ho Monrong realized she had not heard Qiao Lingxiang call her mom in what felt like an eternity. Ho Man could no longer restrain herself and took a step towards Qiao Lingxiang, raising her hand with a somewhat sorrowful expression. What could transform an honest and dull child into such a rebellious and unruly figure? However, Qiao Lingxiang merely tilted her head and said to Cini, who was holding her from behind. Cini then released Qiao Lingxiang and followed closely behind her as they both entered the corridor. At that moment, Ho Man's phone rang. It was a call from the parents who were currently engaged in a standoff with the security personnel. They had gathered a number of relatives and friends, those idle acquaintances who, upon hearing that the security's attitude was rather accommodating, came to provide water and food to those sitting in protest. Consequently, Ho Man's words carried significant weight among the parents. The small Western-style building had returned to tranquility within a year. A substantial number of residents had departed from the upscale community. Thus, the corridor, which housed merely 8 households, was empty and silent. Only the sound of footsteps echoed as Qiao Lingxiang and Sun Yi ascended the stairs, one following the other. At present, Qiao Lingxiang weighed approximately 205 pounds, and climbing the stairs no longer left her breathless as before, making it a relatively easy endeavor. Upon reaching the second floor, Qiao Lingxiang suddenly heard Sun Yi behind her say, "If you find yourself trapped somewhere, I will come to rescue you. Therefore, life holds promise. Do not hastily declare an indifference towards existence. Don't save me. I've heard it's an infectious disease. I would want you to catch it too." Standing at the stairwell bend, his gaze directed upwards towards Qiao Lingxiang's receding figure, Cini contemplated for a moment before declaring, "Once I've ensured the well-being of Grandpa and Grandma, I'll come in to be with you. My physical constitution is robust. I won't succumb to infection. It wasn't out of trepidation for contagious diseases that he hesitated, but rather the intricate complications they posed. Rescuing Qiao Lingxiang, only to inadvertently spread the contagion, potentially endangering his grandparents, was a predicament he wished to avoid. In such a dire scenario, Qiao Lingxiang would be beyond salvation, and Xin Yi would be unable to intervene. Thus, he resolved to remain by Qiao Lingxiang's side, accepting the infinitesimal risk. Frowning, Xin Yi continued, I shall henceforth dedicate myself to acts of benevolence, Lingxiang. There's only a minuscule chance, 1 in a million, that you'll be afflicted, and I, too, shall remain unscathed. Indeed, I've committed no transgressions, she affirmed. We've both led virtuous lives. Xin Yi, you are an exceptional person, as are Zhengqing, a Jew, and Xiaolong. Your goodness will be rewarded. Should you ever find yourselves confined, I shall join you. I possess considerable abilities and will endeavor to extricate you from any predicament. In a display of empathy, Qiao Lingxiang willingly ventured into a realm teeming with contagion for the sake of Xin Yi and his companions, unburdened by worldly attachments, indifferent to her fate. However, Ho Monrong's proposition for her to stage a sit-in for Qiao Yuelon was met with reluctance. On what grounds, she questioned, when even Ho Monrong herself had acknowledged. If Qiao Lingxiang were imprisoned somewhere, she should never call them, for they hold no concern for her and would not come to her rescue. Conversely, why would Qiao Yuelon's entrapment concern Qiao Lingxiang? She too would be indifferent to Qiao Yuelon's plight and would not offer her assistance. Xin Yi stood still, gazing upwards at Qiao Lingxiang as she continued her ascent up the staircase, with him trailing closely behind her, the two of them progressing together towards the 7th floor. Oh, indeed. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Qiao Lingxiang seemed to recall something and paused, turning to face Xin Yi, who stood on the steps below her. Noticing the look of confusion etched on his face, she removed the large gold bracelet that had been concealed beneath her sweater and handed it to Xin Yi, saying, Here, take this and see if you can use its form to compensate for the essence. How can one use form to compensate for form? Xin Yi asked, bewildered as he accepted the gold bracelet, noticing its substantial weight and impressive presence. Qiao Lingxiang, uncertain, suggested, perhaps you should bite it. Following her instruction, Xin Yi obediently took a bite, leaving a tooth imprint on the bracelet. However, it proved fruitless, as the object in his hand remained inert. Standing on the staircase, Qiao Lingxiang, disheartened, remarked, Never mind, this is of no use, and we have wasted a rice coupon. It is quite beautiful, Xin Yi replied, unable to bear the sight of Qiao Lingxiang's disappointment. He smiled and donned the large gold bracelet on his own wrist. He also displayed it to Qiao Lingxiang, saying, Look, it serves as a beautiful accessory. Thank you, Lingxiang, I shall wear it. He was indifferent to the fact that a boy wearing a large gold bracelet might appear odd. It was simply adorned on his wrist. Qiao Lingxiang chuckled at the sight and replied, Take it off. Wearing a shiny gold bracelet looks rather peculiar. I want to remove it. A gift remains mine. Come quickly, Xiangxiang, Xin Yi. The Xiangqing management system has released data regarding the zombie virus. Chapter 101. A major incident is imminent currently. There are hardly any television stations operating. Most of the time, when people turn on their televisions, they are met with mere static. In addition, local stations occasionally display a blue screen, continuously broadcasting important announcements. For instance, the Xiangqing local station has been airing several notices today, stating that due to the discovery of an unknown virus, Xiangqing High School and Xiangqing Hospital have been sealed off. These are merely fragments of the scant research data available. The Xiangqing management system has also appealed to the public for understanding and patience, assuring them that as long as they remain calm, life will gradually improve. It can be said that these announcements have provided a considerable degree of transparency regarding the situation. As soon as Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang entered, they hurriedly changed their shoes and gathered in the living room to watch television. Lin Tianyi, seated on the sofa, remarked, Where have you two been? Do not venture outside tomorrow. We shall organize our belongings at home. The day after tomorrow, we will leave the city. Realizing that there was progress regarding the land acquisition in Song Yuan's village, Xin Yi responded affirmatively. Noticing the puzzled expression on Qiao Lingxiang's face, he said to her, I'll tell you about it later. Qiao Lingxiang, not sensing any urgency, finished watching television and then observed Li Min knitting. Li Min had been appearing quite anxious lately, but she hadn't forgotten her knitting. Seeing Qiao Lingxiang watching her intently, Li Min felt as if she had found a successor and began teaching Qiao Lingxiang how to knit. She then spoke about the Xiang City management system releasing the data on the zombie virus, saying with concern, "I wonder if those troublemakers still have televisions at home. I'm praying every day that there won't be chaos, absolutely no chaos." Qiao Lingxiang, by Li Min's side, comforted her. "It's okay. We need to trust the management system. Didn't they say they've contained it? Don't panic. A lot of unrest is caused by people losing their composure." Then, seeing Lin Tianyi rise from the sofa, he said to Xin Yi, Come to the study. Grandpa has something to say to you." It was as Xin Yi and Lin Tianyi entered the study, the grandfather and grandson discussing how to move to Xiang City, taking advantage of the uproar caused by the management system's release of the zombie virus data. Cheng Tian finally located the central storage point for medical waste. Seizing an opportunity, he knocked out several cleaning specialists at Xiang City Hospital, tied them up, and stuffed them into a corner. He concealed himself within a medical waste bin, filled with discarded needles, and was unknowingly taken away by a specialized waste disposal team. Such medical refuse is designated for a specialized processing center, particularly during this sensitive period marked by the emergence of the zombie virus, necessitating extreme caution in handling medical waste. It is common knowledge that medical refuse is hazardous. Thus, it stands to reason that no one would engage in such a reckless act as willingly jumping into a medical waste bin. Consequently, the driver of the waste disposal truck could never have anticipated that a person was clandestinely hidden within his vehicle. As they traversed the streets of Xiang City, the driver's phone suddenly rang. The waste management officer in the passenger seat answered, only to be met with the frantic voice from the hospital's security. "We have discovered several unconscious cleaning staff, and someone may have hidden in your vehicle." "What? Someone is hiding in our truck?" The medical waste officer was taken aback, incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. The driver promptly pulled over to the side of the road, and both he and his colleague disembarked, opening the sealed compartment marked with a yellow warning symbol, preparing to investigate. However, as soon as the compartment door swung open, Cheng Tian delivered a swift kick, sending both of them tumbling to the ground. Cheng Tian had been pricked by discarded needles countless times, with remnants of medication and blood still clinging to him. He leaped from the vehicle, feeling a chill coursing through his body. Yet, bolstered by his robust physique, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon the driver and the waste disposal officer who had come to inspect him, rendering them dazed and disoriented. Once he deemed them incapacitated, Cheng Tian swiftly turned and fled, making his way towards the thicket by the roadside. "Quickly notify security." The driver, struck multiple times on the temples, hastily retrieved his walkie-talkie to report Cheng Tian's escape from the medical waste truck at Xiangqing Hospital. "An incident has occurred. This is serious." The following morning, Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang were at home, assisting Li Min in packing their belongings. It was only the night before that Qiao Lingxiang learned that the Lin family intended to relocate to the countryside. They had entrusted Lu Zhengqing's father to purchase land in Song Yuan's village, planning to settle there under the guise of mining energy stones. When Xin Yi informed her, he did not pose the question of whether she wished to join them in the countryside or express his respect for her decision while hoping she would accompany them. Instead, he bluntly stated to Qiao Lingxiang, "Pack your things. We leave the day after tomorrow." In Xin Yi's straightforward mindset, he seemed entirely oblivious to the implications of their departure from Xiangqing, nor did he consider whether Qiao Lingxiang should remain or if she would willingly accompany them. To him, she was akin to a younger sister, a member of his family, and thus it was only natural for her to leave with him. Indeed, Qiao Yiling harbored no objections. Her destination held little consequence, for as long as she remained in the company of Xin Yi and his comrades, even a descent into the netherworld would be met with her assent. Furthermore, their journey was not to the infernal regions, but rather a sojourn to the countryside, a prospect that resonated with Qiao Yiling's predilections. She pivoted and settled upon the carpet, poised to gather the scattered energy stones and stow them within her athletic rucksack. Knock, knock, knock. The ajar doorway resonated with a gentle percussion. Qiao Yiling, kneeling upon the carpet, lifted her gaze to behold Xin Yi, clad in a deep azure windbreaker, sleeves rolled to his elbows, his wrist adorned with the gilded bracelet she had procured for him. Xin Yi, cradling his mobile device, stood at the threshold and inquired, "Have you completed your preparations? I shall commence transferring the luggage to the vehicle. Pray, tarry a moment. I have yet to collect the energy stones." Qiao Yiling hastened to gather the energy stones strewn across the carpet, depositing them, one by one, into her athletic rucksack. Anxious lest Xin Yi be kept waiting, her movements betrayed a hint of disarray. Observing her state, Xin Yi proactively entered the chamber, stooping to assist her in the task of collecting the energy stones, and queried, "Pray, how did these stones come to be dispersed throughout the entire room?" During their aquatic expedition, when they gathered energy stones from the pool, they deliberately sought out those of duck egg size or even smaller. The notion of someone, like Qiao Lingxiang, surfacing with a pillow-sized energy stone was beyond the realm of possibility for ordinary individuals. The remaining smaller energy stones were entrusted to Qiao Lingxiang for safekeeping. However, their purpose remained enigmatic, and thus they were neither surrendered nor inquired about. When the lights are extinguished, a captivating beauty emerges, with luminous stones scattered upon the ground, as if one were resting in an enchanting realm. Thus, Qiao Lingxiang adorned the entire room with these small energy stones. Xin Yi lowered his gaze to the stone in his hand, then glanced at the half-tidied room by Qiao Lingxiang. Just as he was about to speak, his expression abruptly shifted. "What is the matter?" Qiao Lingxiang, noticing Xin Yi's dazed demeanor, hurried to his side. Suddenly, she observed the energy stone in Xin Yi's grasp radiating a brilliant light in the daylight. This luminescence did not emanate outwardly. Rather, it seemed to emanate from the very core of the energy stone, piercing through the thick stone wall and infiltrating the large golden bracelet adorning Xin Yi's wrist. The bracelet began to dissolve, not in a transition from solid to liquid, but rather, it slowly disintegrated into minute particles. Each minuscule particle shimmered with a dark golden hue, exuding a subdued glow. This golden powder, sufficiently fine, appeared to sense the depletion of energy within Xin Yi's body. In response to his yearning, it began to permeate the flesh of his wrist. His veins glowed with a golden radiance beneath the skin, not overwhelmingly bright, yet undeniably beautiful. Initially, only the veins on his wrist glimmered with golden light. Then, as the golden hue coursed through his blood, it began to envelop his entire palm, spreading forth, and the golden light continued to creep along the arteries and veins, gradually traversing up to his wrist. Xin Yi looked down at the hand clutching the energy stone, rolling up the sleeves of his windbreaker. On his wrist, the delicate bracelet composed of fine powder had faded and dispersed considerably, as numerous microscopic particles had permeated into Xin Yi's flesh. Within his skin, 2 golden lines had ascended to his elbows, from which countless slender golden threads radiated. "Xin Yi, what is this?" Qiao Lingxiang marveled at the phenomenon, glancing at Xin Yi's face, which bore no trace of anguish. Instead, the irritability stemming from energy depletion had gradually dissipated from his countenance over the past few days. In his hand, he held an energy stone the size of a duck egg, which was visibly melting at a remarkable pace alongside the vanishing gold bracelet. It was as though this energy stone were made of ice, with all the melted water flowing into Xin Yi's golden bracelet, subsequently being absorbed into his very being. In a mere span of seconds, golden veins crawled up Xin Yi's neck, resembling silken threads, extending to his face and imparting a subtle golden hue to his bronze skin. Qiao Lingxiang had no doubt that, at this moment, Xin Yi's body was crisscrossed with these golden veins. "Lingxiang, my energy has found a shortcut for replenishment." Xin Yi, adorned with golden veins beneath his skin and golden pupils in his eyes, gazed intently at Qiao Lingxiang. He stood before Qiao Lingxiang like a deity, his hand outstretched towards her, fingers adorned with golden shadows unfurling one by one, revealing a small, perfectly round stone nestled within his palm, reminiscent of a marble. The grand golden bracelet that once adorned his wrist had vanished without a trace. Initially, as Xin Yi opened his palm, the marble-sized stone emitted a faint glow. But as the magnificent bracelet disappeared, the light gradually receded into obscurity, eventually extinguishing. The energy stone, it seemed, had ultimately become nothing more than a diminutive, smooth pebble. Qiao Lingxiang picked up the marble-sized energy stone from Xin Yi's hand and placed it by the window, recalling the luminous aura she had witnessed moments earlier. "What lies within?" she inquired. "Energy, which can assist metals, a means to invigorate my body," Xin Yi replied, tilting his head thoughtfully before continuing. "It is a form of auxiliary energy." He then turned to retrieve an iron ornament from the room, placing it in Qiao Lingxiang's other hand. "You should give it a try. Metal is the energy you need, and the energy stone serves as an auxiliary, enhancing the metal in your grasp, transforming it into energy you can absorb. This way, you will no longer need to exert effort consuming food to accumulate energy." Upon hearing this, Qiao Lingxiang attempted to mimic Xin Yi, grasping the small, marble-like energy stone in one hand while holding the large iron ornament in the other. However, she felt nothing at all. Upon witnessing the situation, Xin Yi bent down to retrieve a larger energy stone, placing it back in her hand while taking away the smaller one she had been grasping. He speculated, could it be that the energy stone I previously absorbed holds no value for you? Try this larger one. It still brims with energy. Through the trials of energy depletion over the past 2 days, Xin Yi had unwittingly acquired a newfound ability, the perception of energy within both energy stones and metals. This sensation was enigmatic, granting him the choice to either absorb the energy from the metal or refrain from doing so, as if it were an entity entirely within his control. Thus, he assumed that Qiao Lingxiang should possess a similar capacity. In reality, however, Qiao Lingxiang lacked such an ability. She attempted to tightly grip the larger energy stone and the iron ornament, even clashing the two against each other. Yet, the substantial energy stone felt no different to her than an ordinary rock, devoid of any brilliance. As for the iron ornament, it remained resolutely mundane. Chapter 103. Xiangqing is sealed. Feeling disheartened, Qiao Lingxiang returned the energy stone and iron ornament to Xin Yi, remarking, "It seems our abilities differ, and thus our methods of energy absorption vary as well. I suppose I must rely on food to obtain energy, while you can draw from the energy within metals to maintain your comfort." Upon hearing her words, Xin Yi pondered for a moment before swiftly absorbing the energy stone and iron ornament into his own body, subsequently exiting Qiao Lingxiang's bedroom. Given this, indulge in high-calorie food. Consume it without restraint. Qiao Lingxiang gazed down at the large box of chocolates in her hands, and even before tasting them, her mouth began to water. It had been many years since she had last savored chocolate. The sole reason for her abstinence was the constant remarks from those around her, who deemed her figure as plump. Whenever they witnessed her indulging in sweets, particularly high-calorie delights like chocolate, their eyes would reflect judgment, as if to say, "No wonder you are so overweight." Under the weight of such scrutiny, the mere act of savoring a piece of chocolate or candy filled Qiao Lingxiang with a profound sense of guilt. In a moment of defiance, she opened the chocolate box, unwrapped a piece, and popped it into her mouth, all the while glancing at Xin Yi. With a mouthful, she exclaimed, "This is absolutely delectable." Xin Yi, who initially resisted the urge to smile, found himself unable to suppress a grin upon witnessing the sheer delight that a simple chocolate brought her. Intrigued, he retrieved a piece of chocolate for himself, unwrapped the foil, and was eager to discover what earthly delight could bring such joy to Qiao Lingxiang. Upon tasting it, however, he was met with a bittersweet flavor that made him grimace. It seemed that he truly did not comprehend the tastes that appealed to women. Standing in the living room, he called out, "Aie, we have a situation. Xiangqing has been sealed off." Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang emerged from their bedroom, and Li Min hurriedly rose from the sofa, inquiring, "What has happened?" "There is a person named Cheng Tian who has fled from the Xiangqing hospital, and his whereabouts remain unknown. Currently, the entire city is in search of him, and the management system has imposed a lockdown." Lin Tianyi expressed his frustration, stating that among the 4 families, only Lu Leqing had ventured out of Xiangqing ahead of time to acquire land in Sonyuan's village, while the others had remained. Therefore, the question of whether to rescue him is moot. The priority now is simply to survive. Li Min, with a look of concern, scolded, "How could Cheng Tian be so irresponsible? He's causing so much trouble." As she vented her frustration, she aimlessly paced the living room before finally switching on the television. The local Xiangqing channel was broadcasting Cheng Tian's photo, urging the residents to provide any leads. The announcement informed the citizens that until Cheng Tian is found, no one could enter or leave Xiangqing. Following this, another notification urged the citizens not to panic, advising them to secure their doors and windows and to refrain from unnecessary outings, except for work and school. Naturally, the public was alarmed by such drastic measures. First, the Xiangqing hospital was sealed off, then Xiangqing Middle School, and soon the entire city was under lockdown. Is the virus discovered in Xiangqing hospital truly that formidable? Wasn't it said to be under control? What is the purpose of security checks if individuals continue to escape from the hospital repeatedly? Ultimately, it is indeed absurd that this Cheng Tian remains unaccounted for. Li Min urgently addressed Lin Tianyi, urging him to make a phone call to inquire about the specifics of the situation. What precisely is this virus? Can it truly be contained? Can we still place our trust in the management system of this city? Before Lin Tianyi could reach out to any acquaintances for information, his phone rang. It was Wei Xingping, a Jew's father. "Come with me to the warehouse to grab some food. Starting today, we cannot venture outside." After speaking, Lin Tianyi turned back to the visibly anxious Li Min. Wei Xingping elaborated, stating that the virus capable of inducing severe psychological disturbances has been medically classified as the continuously mutating virus, commonly referred to as the zombie virus. Cheng Tian had escaped in a medical waste vehicle, which contained a bag of refuse taken from the observation room of a second-generation infected individual. Although Wei Xingping could not clearly delineate the distinctions between the first and second generations, the personnel at Xiangqing Hospital emphasized its significance, asserting that it was of greater importance than that of the first-generation infected. The term continuously mutating virus may sound perplexing, yet referring to it as the zombie virus or the apocalyptic virus would likely resonate more clearly with the public. Those afflicted by the continuously mutating virus often exhibit uncontrollable aggression, biting anyone they encounter, resembling the behavior of zombies. The concept of zombies, a staple in science fiction cinema, is not foreign to modern society, even if these so-called zombies still possess a heartbeat, breath, and body temperature. Despite the fervent emphasis from the physicians at Xiangqing Hospital that this is a distinct phenomenon, a fundamental misunderstanding persists. Misinterpreting this concept could yield dire consequences. Yet, the populace has taken to labeling this ever-mutating virus as the zombie virus, a term echoed even by the nurses within the hospital. The term zombie virus certainly evokes a sense of dread far more potent than that of the so-called ever-mutating virus, does it not? Fear has thus spread, carried by this ominous moniker, infiltrating the hearts of all who have heard of or discovered the so-called zombie virus. Ultimately, even the announcement from the city's management system aired on television referred to the ever-mutating virus as the zombie virus. Wei Xingping, the chief commander of the security inspection system, possessed more information than his peers. Therefore, when the management system mandated a lockdown, he contemplated notifying the members of 4 families in advance. He pondered whether he could seize this critical moment to facilitate the early departure of the children from these families. However, all district commanders of the security inspection system, including him, were summoned to the city management system headquarters, where they had their phones confiscated. Only after an announcement from the chief commander of the city management system were they permitted to issue directives using the landlines within the headquarters. Thus, Wei Xingping found himself unable to send messages to the 4 families to alert them to evacuate the city in advance. After the city was completely sealed off, and the garrisons on Xiang City's perimeter had moved outside, drawing close to the city, the urban management system finally returned the mobile phones to security inspection commanders like Wei Xingping, granting them freedom of movement. Chapter 104. The greatest taboo is to frighten oneself. The first thing Wei Xingping did upon exiting the urban management system building was to notify the 4 families, now united by shared interests, urging everyone within those families to remain calm. Escape was no longer an option. However, the current situation was not dire. The greatest pitfall would be to succumb to self-induced panic. With manpower, firearms, supplies, and an ample supply of energy credits, the 4 families, if they maintained composure, could endure until the day they could leave the city. Wei Xingping explained that the situation had initially been contained. The first zombie mutated while being resuscitated in the ICU, biting 3 individuals. 2 of those individuals were unharmed. 1 succumbed to excessive blood loss. The 2 survivors were thriving, and Xiang City Hospital would be unsealed as soon as the observation period concluded. Lin Tianyi, visibly vexed, pressed his fingers to his temple in frustration, exclaiming, "Who would have anticipated the emergence of a Cheng Tian?" The medical vehicle he was in contained medical waste from the first zombie. After a pause, Lin Tianyi took a sip of water and resumed speaking. "However, we genuinely need not be excessively anxious." Wei Xingping also mentioned that there is concrete research indicating that this zombie virus does not propagate through water or air or anything of the like. The sole means of transmission is through close physical contact with zombies, a vertical infection, meaning that as long as one avoids being touched on and open wound by a zombie, one should be safe. Wei Xingping couldn't elucidate the precise, more specialized medical explanation, but it's roughly that zombies' bodies are saturated with the virus. If they come into contact with human skin, and if said skin has an abrasion, the virus can infiltrate the body through the wound. Consequently, the bitten individual may potentially transform into a zombie. But isn't it said that there's only a 1 in 10 million chance of infection? As long as Cheng Tian is fortunate enough to avoid infection from that medical waste, even if infected, he only has a 1 in 10 million chance of turning into a zombie. So, let's not frighten ourselves unnecessarily. Let's not panic. Of course, at present, no one knows whether these zombies with a heartbeat, breath, and warmth will eventually revert to normal. Indeed, everyone is still researching it. As long as humanity doesn't succumb to panic, everything can be managed. However, Qiao Lingxiang, standing behind Sun Yi, interjected, "Why is the medical designation of this virus constantly mutating virus?" She seized upon a rather peculiar point, finding it particularly perplexing. If it's a zombie virus with only a 1 in 10 million chance of infection. Indeed, there is no cause for alarm, provided we locate Cheng Tian and ascertain the trajectory of his activities. However, does the medical nomenclature ceaselessly mutating virus imply that this virus is subject to perpetual alteration? Could this potentially augment the probability of transmission into zombies? Lin Tianyi demurred, professing ignorance, and elucidated. Wei Xingping conveyed that this designation was furnished by the central authorities, as extant research data remains scant, and studies pertaining to this entity are limited. Consequently, until further information is disseminated within the management system, it is advisable for everyone to remain docilely within Xiang City and refrain from aimless peregrinations. Upon receiving repeated assurances of safety from Lin Tianyi, Qiao Lingxiang assuaged her anxieties and, in turn, comforted the apprehensive Li Min at her side. It is of no consequence. Since Uncle Wei has articulated such, let us not succumb to self-induced trepidation. This virus is not airborne. Notwithstanding this, vigilance remains paramount. You should both remain secure within the confines of your abode. I shall procure sustenance alone. With these words, Sun Yi seized the repository keys and ambled towards the entrance hall. Observing Lin Tianyi's intent to accompany him, Sun Yi hastily interjected, "It is of no consequence, grandfather. The city is presently under lockdown, and the extent of the external chaos remains indeterminate. You and grandmother should remain ensconced within the domicile, should any untoward event transpire. My celerity surpasses yours." Lin Tianyi, filled with concern, continued to follow Sun Yi closely as they made their way toward the entrance. He spoke, "Previously, I, along with your Uncle Wei and several families, decided to purchase land in Songyuan village. We all agreed to collaborate. And just now your Uncle Wei mentioned that he has firearms. You should retrieve a few, and also bring some food for Lu Zhengqing's family. Lu Leking has gone to Songyuan village to buy land, and it's just him and his mother at home. Although they are affluent in Xiangqing, during such a critical moment, none of their relatives can be relied upon." Pausing momentarily, the silver-haired Lin Tianyi instructed Sun Yi, who nodded in agreement, having already put on his shoes at the entrance. Just then, Qiao Lingxiang emerged from behind Lin Tianyi and began to put on her shoes as well. She said, "Sun Yi, I'll accompany you. If something happens, I can help." Lin Tianyi pulled Qiao Lingxiang aside, cautioning her, "As a young lady, it's best not to venture out into the chaos. The outside world is no place for games." Li Min, also worried, came to hold her back, saying, "Indeed, with the city sealed off and Cheng Tian running rampant, who knows what chaos has unfolded in Xiangqing. Xiangxiang, please stay home with your grandparents." Sun Yi, contemplating for a moment, replied, "It's all right. Lingxiang can come with me. She can be of assistance. Lingxiang, go fetch the knives." She then retrieved 2 daggers, handing one to Lin Tianyi and the other to Li Min. Seeing the 2 young ones so readily produce weapons, Lin Tianyi felt somewhat out of touch with the times. Where did these children acquire so many knives? Having received further instructions from Sun Yi, Qiao Lingxiang, who was carrying her survival backpack, nodded in agreement, adding her piece. As the 2 youngsters spoke, they had already stepped out of the apartment, closing the door firmly in the presence of Lin Tianyi and Li Min gazing at the now empty entrance hall. Li Min turned to her husband, her face etched with concern, and inquired if anything untoward might occur. Lin Tianyi, also staring at the closed door, sighed and shook his head, remarking that the future ultimately belonged to these children. He questioned how much longer they could live, as the world was changing drastically every day, leaving them with no choice but to let the young ones take their chances. Despite their worries, what else could they do? At his advanced age, he was neither swift nor agile, unable to win a fight, and plagued by frail health. Now, he could only place his trust in his children, allowing them to venture forth and take a gamble. Qiao Lingxiang and Sun Yi hurried downstairs, with Sun Yi diligently observing the residents on each floor as they proceeded. Qiao Lingxiang, however, spoke from behind Sun Yi, assuring him that no one was going to the basement and that there was no need to worry. Sun Yi questioned how she knew this. Qiao Lingxiang was about to explain that she had resided in the basement for several days when she spotted Hou Monrong, accompanied by Qiao Yuelan, whose appearance from Xiang City Middle School remained a mystery, entering the building through the emergency staircase. Qiao Yuelan, clad in a pristine school uniform, Her hair flowing smoothly and gleaming, presented a striking figure in the frigid winter. The knee-length pleated skirt revealed her slender, fair legs, complemented by knee-high socks and polished black shoes. Ho Monrong carried her backpack. It was curious. Hadn't Xiangqing High School been shut down? The two women noticed Qiao Lingxiang and Xin, prompting Ho Monrong's expression to darken as she snapped. What are you doing? Why are you always with that little brat? Qiao Lingxiang merely cast a glance at Ho Monrong and Xiao Yuelon, ignoring their mother-daughter duo, and followed Xin down the stairs, exiting the corridor. Initially, they intended to head directly to the basement, but with Ho Monrong and Xiao Yuelon watching, it seemed inappropriate to retrieve food from there. As Qiao Lingxiang and Xin Yi's figures disappeared from the secure corridor, Ho Monrong, infuriated, lifted her chin defiantly. She clenched her teeth, refraining from chasing after them to berate Qiao Lingxiang and Xin Yi as she had done on previous occasions. Now that her eldest daughter had finally escaped from Xiangqing High School, she was determined to prioritize her eldest daughter's affairs. Stepping forward from behind Ho Monrong was the strikingly beautiful Qiao Yuelon, the epitome of a school belle. Furrowing her delicate brows, she sweetly inquired, Mom, why has the dinosaur become increasingly rude? Ignore her. You must focus on your studies and strive to make your parents proud. Your mother's future relies solely on you. As for your sister, it's as though she were never born, Ho Monrong retorted, before turning and ascending the stairs. The disappointment her younger daughter brought her was matched by the hope her elder daughter instilled. The embarrassment caused by the younger daughter was counterbalanced by the pride she felt for the elder. It has always been this way, ever since Qiao Yuelon and Qiao Lingxiang were young. Thus, how could Ho Monrong not show a bit more favoritism towards her eldest daughter? Any parent would likely behave in such a manner. These words of Ho Monrong were overheard by Qiao Lingxiang and Xin, who were standing just outside the stairway. Since they were on their way to the basement to fetch food, they had not ventured far. The tall, slender boy tilted his head to glance at the plump girl leaning against the wall. Her features were tranquil as she gazed down at the few rays of sunlight spilling outside the elevator entrance. The elevator, shrouded in the winter's chill, felt damp and frigid. Xin opened his mouth, intending to speak a few words to Qiao Lingxiang, but she suddenly interjected, saying, They've left, let us descend. With that, Qiao Lingxiang seemed to disregard Ho Monrong's earlier remarks entirely, turning back to enter the hallway. She lingered at the door, casting a glance towards the spiral handrail, where Qiao Yuelon and Ho Monrong had ascended to the third floor. Qiao Lingxiang quietly beckoned Xin, and the two made their way to the basement. 205 pounds. I've gained 6 pounds since my time in Songyuan's village. Xin, not particularly adept at arithmetic, pondered briefly before realizing something was amiss. He approached her, frowning as he asked, How can you weigh only 205 pounds? She consumed ample food daily, and at night, she would sneak snacks with Xin, consistently gaining over 2 pounds each day. Aside from treating a Jiao and Lu Zhengqing a few times recently, she had scarcely attended to anyone else. So, was it really only a 6-pound gain in these few days? Each day, Qiao Lingxiang discreetly infused a measure of vitality into Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin, uncertain of its efficacy. The span of human life is finite, and both elders had aged considerably. Qiao Lingxiang was acutely aware that she could not alter their fates nor extend the lives of Lin Tianyi and Li Min. However, she could enhance their physical vitality, for the potential prolongation of their lives depended on their own resilience, and her efforts were merely to replenish their vitality. Thus, she clandestinely administered small doses of energy to Lin Tianyi and Li Min during moments of physical contact, careful not to draw attention to her actions. As a result of her diligent efforts over several days, her own weight had reached 205 pounds. Xin listened intently, observing Qiao Lingxiang, his heart a tumult of emotions. Truth be told, he had forgotten that his grandparents were aging and their health was deteriorating. His carefree nature had shielded him from contemplating such matters, from considering that one day they might depart from his life. Yet, Qiao Lingxiang had thought of these things on his behalf, stepping in to care for his grandparents without him needing to ask. In that moment, Xin felt a profound sense of gratitude intertwined with a sense of injustice. It seemed utterly unfair how fate had favored Qiao Lingxiang. He remained silent, grappling with his feelings, while Qiao Lingxiang, unfazed, turned to descend into the basement, casually remarking, Xin, you go fetch the items, I will tidy up my belongings. As she spoke, she made her way to the garage of her home, opened the garage door, and with the aid of the emergency lights inside, gathered her clothes stored in the warehouse into a backpack. Your clothes, why are they here? And the blankets. The voice of Xin Yi suddenly echoed at the entrance of Qiao Lingxiang's garage, laden with disbelief, anger, and heartache. Chapter 106. I am sorry there had been instances of overdue tuition fees in the past, yet the school had never expelled impoverished students for such reasons. If this matter were to be exposed by the media, the institution would not only face societal condemnation, but the principal might also find themselves dismissed. Qiao Lingxiang straightened her posture, sitting in the garage, aligning herself with the flickering emergency lights, and smiled softly as she continued. In our family, there are 2 children. One has already received much, while the parents continue to provide, and the other, who has received little, faces constant deprivation. Thus, it is only natural to develop such a sense of imbalance. Qiao Lingxiang did not possess the grace and kindness of Qiao Yuelon. She lacked the capacity to persuade herself to be more accommodating toward her sister, nor could she suppress the narrow-minded resentment that brewed within her. But what was the point of dwelling on such emotional matters? Therefore, she reined in her feelings and stated, "So since that night, I have been sleeping here. On that day, you were struck by Cheng Tian, and your sister came to me, asking me to leave your affairs be." At the garage door, Sun Yi interrupted her words, his head bowed, his expression one of considerable distress, his clenched fists trembling with tension. This is a tactic employed by Qiao Yuelon. She likely fears incurring too many debts of gratitude. She believes that if I simply endure, all troubles will dissipate, and she will owe you nothing, while Cheng Tian and Qiu Chun will cease their harassment of me. Standing silently at the garage door, Sun Yi paused momentarily before continuing, after she packs her belongings. I must tell you, I knocked on your door for quite a while, yet no one answered. I was unaware of your residence here, Lingxiang. I sincerely apologize. I have been in Shangqing for nearly a year, and I have been fully aware of your situation, yet I failed to act in your defense. I am truly sorry. From the outset of indifference to the later intervention by Qiao Yuelon, he had always maintained the role of a mere observer regarding Qiao Lingxiang's plight. Indeed, he had always disapproved of the attitudes of those at Shangqing High School towards her, yet he had remained passive. Now, he was consumed with regret. If only he had extended a helping hand sooner. If only he had stood up for her the moment he witnessed others mocking Qiao Lingxiang upon his arrival from the north to the south. She would have suffered less for a year. Sun Yi had only interacted with Ho Manrong a handful of times, yet today he distinctly heard her words. The disparity in her attitude towards her 2 daughters was stark. One was seen as the family's hope, while the other was viewed as a source of shame. A differential treatment that Sun Yi found utterly intolerable. He merely stood beside Qiao Lingxiang, observing everything from the perspective of a bystander, his frustration nearly reaching its peak. This was nothing compared to the burden that Qiao Lingxiang had endured for 16 long years. In the garage, Qiao Lingxiang silently pushed the suitcase out, standing next to Sun Yi. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Sun Yi, please do not be angry. People only express anger or joy because they care. However, when one ceases to care, such emotions no longer affect me. At this moment, I find myself quite content, happier than I have ever been." This was what truly benefited Qiao Lingxiang, what was truly fair. Yet, Sun Yi found himself at a loss, unsure of how to bring her even more joy. His capabilities felt woefully inadequate, and he was uncertain about what actions could truly benefit her and render things fairer. Despite having given her everything he could muster, he still felt it insufficient. The young man, ripe with confusion, could only press his lips together in silence, leading her to their family's storage room. He placed her packed belongings into the storeroom, filled with supplies, and packed a rucksack filled with food, which he would carry himself. After locking the storage door, they mounted their electric bike, preparing to seek out Lu Zhengqing. In Qiao Lingxiang's athletic backpack lay half a pack of energy stones and a bag full of knives. The latter intended for Lu Zhengqing, a Jew, and Zhao Long, while the energy stones were meant for Sun Yi. Surely it was resolved, as Shangqing had been sealed off, and now Qingtian had also closed. Was it not rather superfluous to seal Shangqing Middle School as well? As Sun Yi rode his bicycle, waiting for Qiao Lingxiang, the two engaged in conversation as they exited the community gate. Chapter 107. Master Zhao, the Sage of Simplicity. Qiao Lingxiang's keen eyes swiftly spotted Bogo loitering outside their neighborhood. Upon noticing Qiao Lingxiang and Sun Yi gliding past on their electric bike, Bogo scoffed, muttering, "That fat fool, ugly and troublesome." Naturally, this remark went unheard by Qiao Lingxiang and Sun Yi. While conversing, they passed by Shangqing Middle School. where they observed that the security checks which had previously congested the entrance had been dismantled, leaving behind an empty street with only a few meandering pedestrians. Some stood outside the shops, frowning, while others huddled by the roadside, smoking and drinking, creating an atmosphere ripe for mischief. Initially engaged in their ride and conversation, both Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang fell into an unspoken silence, swiftly navigating through the entire street to the next, only to find the ambience unchanged. They soon learned that the lockdown was instigated by yet another escape from Xiangqing Hospital, prompting most residents to heed the management system's call to remain indoors. Those who ventured outside at such a time were likely intent on causing trouble, or perhaps indifferent to the potential chaos. Fortunately, in this current state, the populace maintained a degree of restraint, allowing Xin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang to reach the vicinity of Ajio's home without incident. En route, Xin Yi telephoned Lu Zhengqing, informing him of his intention to deliver some sustenance. Lu Zhengqing requested that the delivery be made at his shopfront, rather than his residence, as his home was currently teeming with relatives. He feared that any provisions brought there would be swiftly devoured, leaving nothing behind. Fortuitously, Lu Zhengqing's shopfront was situated in close proximity to Aju's residence. Aju and Zhao Long resided within the Xiang City Security System compound, which was adjacent to the city management building. Upon Xin Yi and Xiao Yixiang's arrival near Aju's home, they observed that the city management building was besieged by a multitude of irate Xiang City residents. A building administrator, positioned on the second floor, attempted to placate the crowd through a megaphone. He implored them to remain composed, assuring them that Xiang City would not remain under permanent lockdown. He stated that the city would be reopened once Qing Tian was apprehended and his movements were thoroughly investigated. Furthermore, he conveyed that research indicated that the newly discovered virus would elicit an immediate reaction upon entering the human body. He reassured the public that if no symptoms manifested within 72 hours, they were in the clear. He urged them not to succumb to panic, to refrain from causing disturbances, and to unite in overcoming the present difficulties. He downplayed the severity of the situation, emphasizing that the primary concern was preventing the residents of Xiang City from descending into chaos. However, the assembled crowd remained unconvinced by the administrator's pronouncements. The cacophony of their discontent drowned out the administrator's amplified voice. A year of increasingly dilapidated living conditions had eroded their patience, leaving them on the precipice of unrest. An individual vociferously proclaimed, "We do not believe you. Your security checks are worthless. The security checks are useless. Release us and provide sustenance." The chief security commander, Wei Xingping, must commit seppuku. Gong Jingyem must step down. We demand a new general commander for the management system. We aspire to survive, to continue existing. Is there something amiss with this Qing Tian fellow? Aju, assisting Qiao Yixiang with her vehicle, lamented to Xin Yi and Qiao Yixiang, noting that Qing Tian departed via a medical waste vehicle, potentially endangering everyone. In retrospect, perhaps it would have been better not to disclose the discovery of the zombie virus. We could have simply described it as a novel infectious disease, akin to a new strain of influenza. This would have been preferable to the panic induced by the term zombie virus. However, such an approach would have invited accusations of opacity from the city management. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Aju, in a huff, escorted Xin Yi and Qiao Yixiang to Lu Zhengqing's electric vehicle shop in Xiangqing. Currently, establishments capable of providing energy coupons still have electricity. Thus, Xin Yi and Qiao Yixiang were able to charge their electric bicycles at Lu Zhengqing's storefront. Lu Zhengqing and Zhao Long were inside, engrossed in a card game behind closed doors. Xiang. What delectable treats have you brought for Zhengqing? Xin Yi promptly removed his backpack and tossed it to Lu Zhengqing, then proceeded to assist Qiao Yixiang with her backpack, stating. As he spoke, Xin Yi extracted the knives from Qiao Yixiang's backpack and placed them on the table. Zhao Long unzipped the backpack belonging to Xin Yi, revealing it to be filled with numerous bags of self-heating meals, a substantial supply that could easily sustain the Lu Zhengqing household for nearly half a month. Both Ajio and Zhao Long resided within the security compound, which now boasted a communal canteen, alleviating concerns over daily sustenance. Nevertheless, they each secured a couple of self-heating meals as a precaution against any unforeseen circumstances that might lead to a food shortage. Lu Zhengqing, holding a bag of self-heating meals in his hand, chuckled while seated on a chair. Over the past year, I've come to understand the fickleness of human relationships. Just imagine if my relatives were to see that we still have these provisions. They would undoubtedly delve into the origins of our supply, leaving no stone unturned. Facing him, Qiao Long chuckled softly and replied, "Relatives are all quite similar. When pushed to the brink, if one does not offer, the only option left is to seize it. Survival is paramount. Possessing the ability to take what one needs is what truly matters, regardless of the morality involved." Wise words, Xiao. Lu Jingqing commended, giving Qiao Long a thumbs up. Truth be told, their relatives had practically made it evident that they intended to strip their household bare. Yet in these trying times, who could condemn them? If the roles were reversed and one were cornered, facing hunger with dependents relying on them, they too might resort to pilfering from wealthier relatives. Thus, in such a world, questions of right and wrong become moot. Survival is the sole concern, a struggle merely to exist. Chapter 108. Brothers in the Electric Bike Shop. Rows of brand new bicycles lay untouched, gathering dust. At a square table, Lu Jingqing shook his head helplessly. A scoff escaped his lips, and he turned to Qiao Lingxiang with a smile, saying, "Fortunately, I found them some work the other day, allowing them to set up stalls at the trading post to liquidate some of their assets. Once we can leave the city, my father plans to select a few robust young relatives to assist in mining energy stones. He intends to confine them in the mountains, providing them with ample food and drink, ensuring they never return to society, thus preventing any leaks of information. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such favors were merely assistance, but now, they could become a significant burden." She chose not to dwell on it, focusing instead on making the most of today. Then, a Jew emerged from a corner of the shop, dragging a bag behind him. He emptied its contents onto the table, revealing a collection of handguns intended for security checks. A Jew remarked, "Each family should keep a few for self-defense. My father insists that this batch of firearms should remain and used within the city, despite the current turmoil. If someone were to investigate, it would be all too easy to trace these weapons back to the security arsenal. My father, now a high-ranking commander, must maintain his position amidst the chaos, for it will prove invaluable in the future, and thus he cannot afford to lose it." Sin Yi nodded in agreement, taking 3 guns, each fully loaded. He did not intend to keep one for himself. Instead, he handed one each to his grandparents and Qiao Lingxiang. Lu Jingqing possessed 2 energy stones, one for himself and one for his mother. Qiao Long and a Jew had already stockpiled several firearms at home, rendering such items unnecessary for them. The remaining ammunition was divided between Lu Jingqing and Sin Yi. Observing the half-filled backpack of Qiao Lingxiang, which contained a stash of energy stones, Sin Yi produced another stone and tossed it to Qiao Long seated at the table. Qiao Long was engaged in a card game when he caught the stone midair, glancing at Sun Yi with curiosity. "Singu, what is this about? Try it out. Grip the energy stone tightly and place your palm on the table. See if you can absorb the energy within," Sin Yi encouraged, his gaze filled with anticipation. The table was made of iron, and it was evident that Qiao Long's newfound strength was indicative of some peculiar ability, akin to that of Sin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang. However, while Sin Yi could absorb auxiliary energy from the energy stones and metallic energy from the iron, Qiao Lingxiang could not. Thus, Sin Yi was eager to discern whether all endowed individuals with abilities were incapable of absorbing auxiliary and metallic energy, save for himself, or if, apart from Qiao Lingxiang, others with abilities could indeed absorb such energies. Qiao Long resolutely squeezed the energy stone, effortlessly shattering the egg-sized gem into several fragments, pressing his palm against the iron table, leaving a profound imprint. Oblivious to the concept of energy absorption that Sin Yi had mentioned, Qiao Long merely followed the instruction to grip and press tightly, resulting in the stone fracturing into 7 or 8 pieces with minimal effort. Forget it. Perhaps when you exhaust your energy, you might stumble upon that elusive sensation. It is a subtle and profound yearning, likely only grasped when one's body confronts dire straits, a kind of transcendence, perhaps. Qiao Long appeared utterly bewildered, pondering what feeling could this be? Why was Tsingu speaking so cryptically? Yet, Qiao Lingxiang rummaged through her backpack and retrieved the packet of energy stone powder that Qiao Long had previously crushed. She suggested, "Why not try various methods? Qiao Long, you should ingest this." Sin Yi, standing beside her, nodded fervently and pointed towards the electrical socket at Lu Jingqing's home, encouraging Qiao Long, "All right, let us experiment. Go wet your hands and test the electricity." Seated on the chair, Qiao Long, a Jiu, and Lu Jingqing exchanged exaggerated glances at Qiao Lingxiang and Sin Yi, particularly Qiao Long, who was being urged to touch the electric socket with wet hands. Dropped the cards he had been holding in a clatter. Why did he feel that Sin Yi and Qiao Lingxiang were two nefarious beings? Don't worry if you get electrocuted. Lingxiang will save you. Have a bit of adventurous spirit, my friend, Sin Yi said, raising his chin earnestly at Zhao Long. Meanwhile, Qiao Lingxiang had already opened the energy stone bag slightly, poised to pour its contents into Zhao Long's mouth. Instantly, Zhao Long leapt up and fled, shouting, "These are two aliens disguised as Tsingu and Xiangxiang, trying to harm me. Stop him." Sin Yi pointed at Zhao Long, prompting Jiao and Lu Zhenqing to rise swiftly and pursue the fleeing figure of Zhao Long. However, as the group engaged in playful banter within the electric bicycle shop, they were suddenly startled by a loud bang emanating from the rolling shutter door of Lu Zhenqing's home, as if someone were forcefully striking it with a heavy object. Inside the shop, the group exchanged glances, only to be met with another resounding thud against the shutter lock. Lu Zhenqing halted his playful tussle with Zhao Long, furrowing his brow as he shouted, "What is going on?" The outside fell eerily silent in an instant. Sin Yi's handsome face grew serious as he turned to Lu Zhenqing and said, "I'll step outside to investigate. You all stay here." As he spoke, he made his way towards the back door of the shop. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao Lingxiang followed closely behind him. Lu Zhenqing attempted to pull her back, voicing his concern about the uncertain situation outside and advising her, a young lady, not to venture out. Yet, he could not restrain her. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from beyond the rolling shutter. It was from the neighboring fashion store, indicating that its display window had been broken. Unable to contain himself, Lu Zhenqing grabbed a knife and, following Qiao Lingxiang, exited through the back door to discern what was transpiring outside. Strictly speaking, nearly half of the shops along this street belonged to the Lu family. They operated a modest electric bicycle store, which experienced neither significant success nor failure. Nonetheless, Lu Leking could at least claim to have a livelihood. The remaining shops were rented out, and coincidentally, the adjacent fashion store was also part of Lu Zhenqing's family holdings. In the wake of the apocalypse, it had been quite some time since Lu Zhenqing's family had opened their doors for business. The electric bicycles in the shop had gathered dust, and the adjacent clothing store was in a similar state, its once exquisite garments now languishing in the display windows. Also covered in dust, Lu Zhenqing's father, Lu Leking, reflecting on the current economic downturn and the inability to rent out the storefronts nearby, chose to lock up the premises, securing the merchandise within, with the hope that one day, when circumstances improved, he could reopen. Little did he anticipate that the shop would face vandalism. As Lu Zhenqing, Sin Yi, and Qiao Lingxiang exited through the back door of the store, they stumbled upon a group of young individuals, all slender and bearing the appearance of having suffered from malnutrition since childhood, attempting to pry open the back door of the establishment. Upon noticing them, Sin Yi raised her voice and inquired, "Hey, is there no law anymore?" The group of gaunt youths, their hair dyed in a myriad of colors, upon seeing Sin Yi, Qiao Lingxiang, and Lu Zhenqing emerge from the alley's security door, brandished folding knives. The leader among them addressed Sin Yi, saying, "Don't waste your breath. This is none of your concern." Before Sin Yi could respond, Lu Zhenqing stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Sin Yi. He unsheathed a watermelon knife from its scabbard and, with a charming smile in his peach blossom eyes, remarked, "I'm afraid, gentlemen, if you intend to cause trouble, you would do well to seek another street. Many of the establishments on this street belong to my family, and should you attempt to pry open doors here, it regrettably becomes my concern." Sin Yi clenched his fists and twisted his neck, the tendons and bones cracking audibly. With a swift motion, he drew a steel blade, approximately a foot in length, from the small of his back. Upon witnessing this, Qiao Lingxiang swiftly extracted a small dagger from her sleeve and retreated into the iron gate. The group of ruffians attempting to pry open the door had taken advantage of the absence of security checks on the streets, as chaos erupted in front of the management building on the neighboring street. With Xiang City in lockdown and the populace in a state of anxiety, they likely aimed to pilfer some supplies from the rear entrance of the city's most bustling commercial street. Upon seeing someone emerge to thwart their efforts, the ruffians immediately revealed their menacing demeanor. One of them pointed at Sin Yi, brandishing a folding knife in a threatening manner, prodding it towards him. However, intimidated by the long blade in Sin Yi's grasp, they were merely testing the waters. Sin Yi had no intention of playing games with them. He swung his steel knife decisively, severing half of the hand of the thug wielding the folding knife. The group of small-time delinquents gasped in disbelief. Is this for real? The thug who had lost part of his hand clutched his bleeding wound, shrieking in agony. One of his companions shouted, "Don't provoke him. He Hastily. I heard he nearly killed someone from Yuetian last time. Let us go." After uttering this, the speaker turned and fled. The others, having heard of Qin infamous reputation but never having encountered him in person, were struck by the ferocity he displayed. Faced with such ruthless aggression, they dared not linger any longer. Amidst the group, one individual, confronting Qin, brandished a gleaming knife, unstained by even a trace of blood, and declared with bravado, "You all better wait for me." With that, the band of ruffians promptly turned and fled down the desolate alley. Qin positioned the steel blade across the nape of her neck, gripping the hilt with one hand while casually clutching the razor-sharp tip with the other. Defiantly surveying the empty street as she stood her ground, a sardonic sneer escaping her lips. They ran away. How dull. Turning around, she noticed Qiao Lingxiang emerging from the rear entrance of Lu Zhengqing's residence, crouched low to the ground, meticulously examining a severed hand lying on the pavement. Do not inquire as to her motives. She simply felt compelled to ascertain the weight of the dismembered appendage, lamenting its loss. Lu Zhengqing, observing Qiao Lingxiang's peculiar behavior, gently admonished her, "It's discarded, filthy, my dear." Her actions bore an unsettling resemblance to inspecting game for consumption. At his reminder, Qiao Lingxiang jolted from her whimsical reverie, delicately pinching the severed fingers and casting the hand aside with a flick of her wrist. Meanwhile, the cacophony of looting and destruction continued unabated in the most bustling commercial district of Shanqing. The ruffians wreaking havoc in the main street were not affiliated with those who had just fled the alley. Nevertheless, whether they were connected or not, there was no security to intervene, as all available personnel had been diverted to the management system building and all transit routes entering and exiting Shanqing, as well as the trading halls. As for the hospital, it was exceedingly crowded, relying solely on the self-discipline of the individuals present. Darkness loomed, threatening to incite chaos. Qin, accompanied by Lu Zhengqing, swiftly navigated to the main thoroughfare of the commercial street, where they witnessed several individuals vandalizing and looting storefronts. Much like Lu Zhengqing's residence, numerous establishments along this commercial street had ceased operations since the previous year, their shutters drawn, leaving one to wonder whether any sustenance lay within. In other words, only by breaking in could one ascertain the contents. Lu Zhengqing, wielding a knife in his hand, felt a surge of rage clouding his thoughts. He glanced at Qin and exclaimed, "Enough with the pretenses. Can you truly distance yourself from me?" Qin shot a sidelong glance at Lu Zhengqing, then struck at a man attempting to force open a shutter lock with the back of her knife. The man, seeking to capitalize on the chaos, yelped in fright as she struck his fingers, scurrying away in terror. "Take care of yourself, darling," Lu Zhengqing instructed before charging into a nearby jewelry store that had been breached, unleashing a flurry of blows upon two men rummaging through the place. The two men, thrown out of the store by Lu Zhengqing's onslaught, tumbled away in disarray. At this moment, Jiao and Zhao Long could no longer restrain themselves and emerged from Lu Zhengqing's establishment, armed with sheath knives to assist in repelling the looters from the street. The group of young men exhibited remarkable bravery, effortlessly taking on multiple assailants. Zhao Long, finding himself unaccustomed to wielding a knife, relinquished it to the retreating Qiao Lingxiang and instead seized an assailant by the collar, hurling him to the ground. The individuals wreaking havoc on the main street differ significantly from the ruffians prying at back doors. The latter were already engaged in subversive activities long before the apocalypse, and their actions could hardly be deemed excessive. In contrast, those vandalizing the storefronts appear rather unremarkable, dressed in plain attire, perhaps driven to desperation by the harshness of life. Qin, along with a few others, aimed merely to drive people away without taking lives, while Zhao Long exercised restraint, ensuring no one was fatally harmed, merely instilling fear. In the sprawling commercial street, Qin, Lu Zhengqing, Zhao Long, and Jiao resembled hawks herding chickens, pursuing the marauders. Qin seized one of them, forcefully bringing him down onto the wide, litter-strewn street. With one foot planted on the man's back and a steel knife in hand, he pressed the blade's spine against the assailant's neck and inquired, "Where do you hail from? Are you part of a gang?" Before the pinned man could respond, a tranquilizer dart whizzed through the air towards Qin. Without raising his gaze, he instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the projectile that grazed his shoulder. Concealed behind a sign, Qiao Lingxiang witnessed a well-equipped security team armed with tranquilizer guns swiftly advancing from the street's entrance into the commercial area. A sense of dread washed over her as she spotted the leader, clad in a helmet and goggles, pointing his weapon at Sin Yi, commanding loudly, "Drop your weapon. Are you blind?" Sin Yi finally realized that the object he had narrowly evaded moments ago was a bullet. Anger surged within him as he glared at the stationed guards across from him. He was merely striving to perform a virtuous act by maintaining order in the commercial district. Yet they had the audacity to aim a tranquilizer gun at him. "Put down your weapons. Release the hostages." The guards, however, paid no heed to his pleas. They were ordered to enter the city to assist with security checks and uphold order in Xiang City. From the city gates to this point, they had already expelled countless individuals engaged in vandalism and arson. This was the first instance they encountered someone bold enough to wield a knife against a hostage upon their arrival. At this moment, the station troops had fully infiltrated the commercial street, with numerous firearms trained on Lu Zhengqing, Jiao, and Zhao Long, while several tranquilizer and rubber bullet guns were also aimed directly at Sin Yi. It was evident that Sin Yi and his companions posed a far greater threat than the group of men scrambling on the ground. Proud and unyielding, Sin Yi remained still, defiantly facing the array of guns. The blade of the knife rested upon the neck of the man at his feet. He tilted his head slightly, his tongue brushing against his cheek, his jaw clenched in indignation as he coldly regarded the stationed guard before him, a sneer gracing his lips. He held no fear of the bullets, whether they were tranquilizers, rubber bullets, or live ammunition. What infuriated him was the audacity of these guards to deem him a villain and aim their weapons at him. Truth be told, he longed for a confrontation, otherwise he would be the one wronged. Meanwhile, Qiao Lingxiang, who had been hiding behind a billboard, hurriedly emerged. She understood Sin Yi's deep-seated feelings toward the law enforcement profession, akin to the embarrassment of confessing to a crush only to be misunderstood and humiliated in return. There was no way Sin Yi could find solace amidst such turmoil. As Qiao Lingxiang rushed towards Sin Yi, she cried out, "Do not fire. We are all good people." She sprinted forward and grasped Sin Yi's arm, which held the knife. The station guards had already spotted Qiao Lingxiang, who was hiding behind a billboard. A chubby girl, resembling a white bun, she appeared to be an ordinary civilian, posing no threat. Consequently, the guards stepped back, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated with her arrival. With a firm grip on Sin Yi's arm, Qiao Lingxiang explained to the guards who were aiming their guns at him, "These individuals have come to this street to wreak havoc. We merely wish to drive them away. They have not harmed anyone. Look, he is merely resting the back of his knife against this person's neck." She tugged at Sin Yi's arm, urging, "Step back. Do not be angry." With determined effort, she pulled Sin Yi backward a few paces. The man lying on the ground, who had initially been under Sin Yi's foot, suddenly clutched his head and cried out, "Help! I am a law-abiding citizen. I was simply walking along the street when these ruffians attacked me without provocation. Please, save me. I fear I shall be beaten to death." Sin Yi, who had already begun to relent, glared at the man on the ground, brandishing the knife at him, and exclaimed in fury, "I regret not striking you down." He attempted to advance, but was held back by Qiao Lingxiang. In such a moment, what was there to say that could ease the tension of their shared emotions? Engaging in a standoff with heavily armed guards offers no advantage to Sin Yi. Observing the surrounding guards, who seemed fearful that Sin Yi might incite trouble, they keep their weapons trained on him. Nearby, Lu Zhengqing, with a gun aimed at him, crouches against the wall and shouts, "I own about 20 storefronts here. This group has come to vandalize and loot, and I, along with my brothers, am merely defending our property. What is wrong with that? You guards, are you not prohibited from entering the city without orders from the city management's chief commander? I now question the legitimacy of your actions. If you dare to assault us, we will lodge a complaint." What a spectacle! Behind a squad of guards, a figure who appears to be their leader pushes through the well-equipped ranks, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. He approaches Sin Yi, unarmed, standing defiantly before him with an air of arrogance, and inquires, "How old are you?" "None of your business," Sin Yi retorts, lifting his chin in a similarly defiant manner. With a scoff, he adds, "The guards in Xiangqing pale in comparison to those from our northern regions. In truth, the difference is negligible, as the selection of guards adheres to stringent standards, with physical fitness being the paramount criterion. Thus, the guards from the southern regions appear quite comparable in physique to their northern counterparts. Moreover, the central guard system deliberately intermixes the commanders, resulting in many southern city guards being led by northern commanders, while the northern guards are commanded by those from the south. Sin Yi harbors a genuine affection for the guards, yet the guards do not reciprocate, driving him to the brink of madness. Upon hearing this, The commanding officer merely clicked his tongue, displaying no anger, and boldly inquired of Xin Yi, "You're quite young, yet possess considerable strength. Pray tell, what is your name? Why should I reveal it to you? With your lack of discernment between right and wrong, you hardly deserve to know the name of someone like me." Xin Yi, held in the embrace of Qiao Lingxiang, felt the veins in his neck throb with fury as he glared at the commanding officer. Had it not been for his father's position within the same ranks, he would have relished the opportunity to teach this band of morally ambiguous soldiers a lesson they would not soon forget. Despite facing numerous weapons and the tension in the air, he stood defiantly, a sight that amused the officer. The officer, garbed in specialized combat attire, let his gaze drop to Qiao Lingxiang's face. Upon noticing this, Xin Yi instinctively wrapped his arms around Qiao Lingxiang's head, shielding her visage with his own. His teeth clenched in silence as he regarded the commanding officer. He then pulled Qiao Lingxiang behind him for protection. No longer shouting, he radiated an aura of danger. His focus locked onto the officer before him. Observing Xin Yi's stance, the commanding officer, Yi Yiming, chuckled. The once fierce little tiger now seemed to hold back his ferocity for the sake of a plump girl. It was not a suppression of spirit, but rather a strategic retreat, poised to strike when the moment was right. A versatile talent indeed. "Let us move," Yi Yiming declared abruptly, raising his head, and with a single command, all soldiers around them lowered their weapons. "Hey, young one," he began, "let me share something with you. When safeguarding something precious, it is imperative that you conceal its significance, otherwise." He gestured toward Qiao Lingxiang, who stood behind Xin Yi, and grinned. "In any case, I shall remember her." Having spoken, he disregarded the animosity reflected in Xin Yi's eyes, beckoned his security team, and proceeded to the adjacent street to restore order. Meanwhile, the group of men who had wreaked havoc in this commercial district had long since vanished without a trace. A vibrant commotion ebbed away from the expansive boulevard, prompting Zhao Long to stretch his neck and approach, bewildered. What does this person mean? Why is he fixated on Xiangxiang? Lu Jingqing joined him, surveying the desolate end of the street, and frowned. What he implies is that from this moment forth, he has identified Xin Ji's vulnerability. Who on earth is this individual? It is worth noting that while the security personnel may be well-intentioned, the very nature of their profession imbues them with a noble mission. However, there are always a few bad apples that tarnish the reputation of the force. Xin Yi, with a serious demeanor, turned to Qiao Lingxiang and instructed, "We are yet to ascertain how chaotic things may become in Xiangqing. Henceforth, refrain from venturing outside. Should you encounter that individual again, simply make your way to where I am." Qiao Lingxiang nodded eagerly, and everyone set about tidying the storefronts that had been vandalized. Xin Yi promptly retrieved several iron sheets and secured the shattered windows and roll-up doors of the affected shops, sealing them tightly. Having relocated the impossibly heavy bronze statues from the commercial district to the rear of the establishments on Back Street, Zhao Long effectively barricaded the back entrances of Lu Zhengqing's 20-odd storefronts. Given the diminutive size of these back doors, typically just a small portal, a single statue sufficed to obstruct each one completely. Any would-be miscreants attempting to breach the premises would first have to displace the obstructing statue. The arduous task of moving such a weighty object, coupled with the uncertain prospect of valuable spoils within, deterred many petty thieves from pursuing their illicit endeavors. With these preparations concluded, the group dispersed as afternoon approached its twilight. Thanks to the prompt and decisive intervention of the administrative system, which requisitioned personnel from the garrison, the citywide lockdown managed to avert a large-scale riot. However, as night descended, Xiang City became rife with rumors, many so outlandish that even the most imaginative writers of online fiction would struggle to conceive them. Tales spread like wildfire, claiming that Xiang City Hospital had been transformed into a zombie haven, teeming with the undead. Others asserted that all cities beyond Xiang City had been rigged with explosives, poised to bombard Xiang City should it spiral out of control, obliterating both zombies and survivors alike in a bid to eradicate the source of the undead scourge. Fueled by such preposterous fabrications, the crowd congregated before the system management building swelled, effectively occupying half the street as they clamored for egress from the city. Every community has its particularly zealous individuals, and in the case of Qiao Lingxiang and Xin Yi's neighborhood, the residents, who previously lived in the upper echelons of Xiangqing yet were not particularly elite, often found themselves privy to information that was more plentiful than accurate. As night descended, some residents began to knock on doors, urging each household to join them in protesting at the Xiangqing Management System building. That evening, Qiao Lingxiang, Sun Yi, Li Min, and Lin Tianyi sat in the living room while the sound of banging on the security door reverberated through the air. It was the neighbors, standing outside Sun Yi's home, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Open the door. Someone from your household needs to join us in protest. Xiangqing is about to be bombed. We must leave the city. Hurry, come with us." Sun Yi rose, his fists clenched tightly. He approached the entrance, leaning against the peephole to peer outside. In the dimly lit corridor, it appeared that a considerable number of people had gathered, with some ascending to the 8th floor to call on Home Monroe. Li Min, seated on the sofa, nervously grasped Qiao Lingxiang's hand, feeling the warmth of her grasp alleviating her usual headaches. Yet, in that moment, Li Min remained blissfully unaware of any underlying abnormalities. Her face was etched with concern as she turned to Lin Tianyi and asked, "Is it really true that another city would bomb Xiangqing?" "Rumors," Lin Tianyi exclaimed, pacing back and forth in the living room, his demeanor increasingly agitated. What on earth do these people intend to do? Before the apocalypse, Xiangqing boasted a population of 8 million, although many have retreated to the countryside since the cataclysm. It is estimated that around 5 million still inhabit the city. What kind of devastation could truly be unleashed? Should Xiangqing be annihilated, the entire southern region would descend into chaos. Those who propagate such rumors are indeed deserving of condemnation. The destruction of Xiangqing, along with the ensuing complications, would be far more challenging than merely exterminating a few zombies. Outside the Lin family residence, homeowners continued to pound on the door, while Sun Yi stood defiantly at the threshold, shouting, "Bang away, bang away. If destruction is imminent, so be it. What purpose does protest serve? Heed the directives of the management. Are you even human? It is precisely your kind that drags Xiangqing down, threatening the very existence of us all. I have no desire to engage with you foolish impediments. Do you wish for a fight? If so, I shall open the door. If not, then be gone." Sun Yi brandished a foot-long watermelon knife, flinging open the security door and brandishing the weapon at those outside, exuding an air of menace. "If you wish to leave, then go. You are all utterly daft. We shall abide by the information disseminated by the urban management system. Out, out, out." The residents of the community, unaccustomed to such theatrics, cowered away from Sun Yi's blade, many hastily descending the stairs while muttering curses. Sun Yi was nothing short of an ill-mannered brute, a mere hindrance to the community's survival. Chapter 112. The unenlightened fool. Sun Yi has never cared about how others perceive him. The labels affixed to him, such as the debauched young scion, the idle wastrel, and the rogue, have long since lost their sting. Among the myriad of derogatory tags, he concedes to them all, save for one. He refuses to acknowledge himself as a scoundrel. In such tumultuous times, it seems he desires an even more notorious reputation, believing that a more fearsome persona would deter others from intruding upon his domain. With a knife in hand, he surged outside, brandishing it wildly at the homeowners. Coincidentally, he was summoned downstairs, and the commotion caught the attention of Home Monroe and Qiao Yuelon, who had ventured out of the safety of the stairwell. The situation outside was undoubtedly chaotic, and she had no desire to engage in a quarrel with the mother and daughter duo at Sun Yi's doorstep. The two women, likewise, were reluctant to participate in protests at the system's building, for amidst the rampant rumors, most individuals retained a semblance of rationality, choosing not to follow the crowd blindly. Upon entering, Qiao Yuelon, trembling with fear, inquired, "Mother, why is this Sun Yi so menacing? He lives right below us. Surely he wouldn't do anything to us, would he?" Home Monroe's gaunt visage darkened, and she retorted fiercely, "If he dares to lay a finger on you, I shall see to it that he pays dearly." Qiao Yuelon is the sole hope of the Qiao family. Their very survival and standing in this apocalyptic world hinge upon her brilliance. Home Monroe would never allow Sun Yi to take advantage of her daughter, especially since she does not perceive Sun Yi as a rogue akin to Bogo. Listening once more, Qiao Yuelon voiced her concerns. "You're unaware, mother, but initially, when they mentioned Sun Yi was pursuing me, it was my fault for not clarifying matters. He consistently aided Dinosaur in altercations, likely because of Sun Yi's benevolence towards Dinosaur, hence Dinosaur's attachment to him." Although Qiao Yuelon later sought to elucidate things to Sun Yi, his reaction was one of mortified indignation, which suited her perfectly, as she desired no involvement with him. Naturally, she also wished to shield her younger sister, Qiao Lingxiang, from any entanglement with Sun Yi. Home Monroe, hearing of Xin Yi's alleged pursuit of Qiao Yuelon for the first time, regarded her daughter and remarked, "When did this transpire? How did I fail to notice that scoundrel harboring such intentions towards you?" Indeed, Ho Monrong had been oblivious. Xin Yi, that scoundrel, appeared to be an uninitiated simpleton, likely still apathetic towards matters of the heart. Qiao Yuelon felt her pride wounded, sensing her mother's disbelief. She retorted with a hint of pique. Qiao Lingxiang was just seen emerging from Xin Yi's residence. What could possibly befall your sister? Who could harm her? With her ample physique, she's far safer than you. Ho Monrong stated. She was, of course, aware that Qiao Lingxiang was currently in Xin Yi's company. The sole aspect of this younger daughter's association with such a deplorable individual that didn't concern Ho Monrong was the possibility of Xin Yi taking advantage of Qiao Lingxiang's body. Consequently, Ho Monrong felt rather at ease regarding Qiao Lingxiang, whom the entire Qiao family had already written off. With a delicate furrow creasing her elegant brow, Qiao Yuelon betrayed genuine concern mingled with a fear of embarrassment. She retrieved her mobile phone, glancing at Ho Monrong, and upon seeing no objection from her mother, prepared to call Qiao Lingxiang. She felt that regardless, since Qiao Lingxiang had become her sister, a fate Qiao Yuelon couldn't alter. She shouldn't do anything to disgrace the entire family, no matter how much Qiao Lingxiang vexed their parents and sister. Qiao Yuelon could envision that Xin family's disdain, tempered by neighborly courtesy that prevented them from outright dismissing Qiao Lingxiang. Yet, Qiao Lingxiang's taciturn nature and lack of social acumen likely rendered her oblivious to subtle insults and veiled criticisms. However, just as Qiao Yuelon was about to dial Qiao Lingxiang's number, her own phone rang. It was her form teacher. Qiao Yuelon hastily answered, and after a brief exchange, she hung up, her face radiant with delight. "Mother," she exclaimed to Ho Monrong, "our form teacher said the school will dispatch a vehicle to transport the top 10 students in the grade to the school. There will be stationed defense forces specifically safeguarding the area. The administration believes that, irrespective of the difficulties, we, as top students, cannot have our education compromised. Time is of the essence, and we must strive to learn for Xiang City's sake." Upon hearing this, Ho Monrong was initially jubilant, but then she said with worry, "But hasn't your school just been unsealed? Has it been completely disinfected now? It is of no concern. They have already located Qiao Chun, who is not infected with the zombie virus. Otherwise, the school would not have been reopened. Furthermore, the station troops have assumed some responsibilities for security checks, and a team will be stationed at the school to protect us exceptional students, which is undoubtedly safer than outside." Upon hearing Qiao Yuelon's words, Ho Monrong felt a surge of joy. She turned and entered Qiao Yuelon's room, helping her pack her belongings, bustling about with tender care, just like all mothers in the world. Leaning against the door, Qiao Yuelon watched her mother laboring tirelessly for her, and tears welled up in her eyes, as a sense of melancholy filled her heart. Chapter 113. I am not like a dinosaur. The only concern weighing on my mind now is you, dear mother. What will you do when I am gone? Sitting on the bed, Qiao Yuelon observed her mother moving about, packing clothes for her school journey, and said, "You must take care." Ho Monrong felt a pang of reluctance. She paused her packing, seated herself beside Qiao Yuelon, took her hand, and said, "Your sister has not lived up to expectations. This family will rely on you to hold it together. For now, do not think of anything else. Focus on your studies. Our family's difficulties will pass. They will surely pass." She still had work, though she was uncertain if her workplace would allow her to continue under the current circumstances. Even if she could not work, as long as her eldest daughter could diligently strive and eventually secure a position within the Xiangqing management system, then the hardships endured by Ho Monrong would be but a small price to pay. As a mother, as long as her children thrived, what did it matter if she had to endure some suffering? As for Qiao Lingxiang, this child has disappointed her greatly. Ho Monrong can no longer manage her, allowing her to be led astray by Xin Yi, that scoundrel. Upon hearing her mother's words, Qiao Yuelon grasped Ho Monrong's hand affectionately, pouting as she said, "Mama, rest assured, I will not let you down. I am not like the dinosaurs. I am your most beloved treasure, aren't I?" Witnessing her eldest daughter's endearing demeanor, Ho Monrong could not help but smile. She reached out to tenderly caress her daughter's hair, exclaiming, "Indeed, our Lon Lon is the most precious princess to her mother. Her only pride in this life lies in having given birth to Qiao Yuelon, a dazzling gem that Ho Monrong cherishes dearly." As the world grows increasingly chaotic, many are fixated on those who radiate brilliance. Protecting this precious gem has become Ho Monrong's foremost concern. Meanwhile, in Xiangqing, nearly half of the security personnel have been deployed to the system management building to maintain order there. Rumors can incite madness, and a throng of people has gathered before the management building. Without a significant number of security officers to uphold order, a riot is likely to ensue. Many areas in Xiangqing are devoid of security, and due to shortages of supplies and energy, numerous individuals are becoming restless, ready to take action. In the shadows, Bo Gu, who has long been captivated by Qiao Lingxiang's beauty, lingers outside her residential complex, his intentions unwavering. As long as chaos reigns in Xiangqing, he will bide his time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The scarcity of resources and energy can compel anyone to take desperate measures. The urban management system of Xiangqing, upon deciding to implement a lockdown, had already profoundly recognized this dilemma. Reluctantly, the external defense system began to mobilize, assuming the duties of security checks and securing all transportation hubs that could lead out of Xiangqing. As midnight approached, a light rain began to fall, the icy droplets piercing through to the spine. Meanwhile, Cheng Tian, the individual who had escaped from the Xiangqing hospital, remained elusive. At 10 p.m., the light rain escalated into a heavy downpour, forcing the commander of the urban management system to emerge, incited by the ire of the citizens of Xiangqing. He addressed the local broadcast station, first offering a sincere apology to the people of Xiangqing, reiterating that there were no nearby cities launching artillery to bombard Xiangqing. While the presence of zombies was indeed factual, the entirety of the Xiangqing hospital was not overrun by them. He clarified that the zombie virus could not be transmitted through the air, and those who came into contact with the virus but did not transform into zombies within 72 hours would remain unaffected. The crux of the matter lay in collective effort. Everyone needed to cooperate, stay indoors, and allow security personnel to focus on locating Cheng Tian. However, Commander Gong Jingye's address failed to resonate with the citizens of Xiangqing. Although most of them complied and remained at home on that rainy night, their hearts were heavy with anxiety. The unsettling factors, long suppressed by a year of apocalyptic living, had already taken root within their souls. The posts online surged rapidly, all discussing the discovery of a zombie virus at Xiangqing Hospital and the overwhelming presence of zombies within its walls. Rumors spread like wildfire across the south, north, west, and east. The central region was compelled to intervene, erasing all comments regarding Xiangqing from the internet within a mere 10 minutes. However, the local network in Xiangqing was beyond their control, especially in the various community groups, where an incessant stream of rumors continued to circulate, as if to amplify the chaos in Xiangqing. That night, many residents of Xiangqing, including Qiao Lingxiang, Sun Yi, Lin Tianyi, and Li Min, were unlikely to enjoy a restful slumber. After watching the televised address from the commander of the Xiangqing management system, Sun Yi urged the elderly couple to retire for the night. Armed with a knife, he seated himself in the living room and reassured them, "There is nothing to fear. Should the sky fall, I shall be here to uphold it. You both should rest well and rejuvenate your spirits. I will stand guard tonight. No one dares to disturb us." Qiao Lingxiang assisted Li Min in rising from the sofa and grasped Lin Tianyi's frail hand, quietly channeling her energy into him. She gently remarked, "Grandfather Lin, Grandmother Lin, your foremost concern now is to take care of your health. Brother Sun is formidable. He will ensure our safety. You should sleep. And perhaps upon waking, everything will have improved." Yet, no one harbored the belief that circumstances would indeed take a turn for the better, as tracing Cheng Tian's whereabouts posed a considerable challenge. In the inland city of Xiangqing, after enduring a prolonged period of energy scarcity and material shortages lasting a year, numerous infrastructures have deteriorated, including the street cameras. This unfortunate situation has profoundly contributed to the ongoing inability to trace Cheng Tian's whereabouts. Chapter 114, Striving for Growth. The manufacturers of these cameras have faced dire circumstances. The upstream supply of components has vanished, and the downstream market of buyers has evaporated, leading to the closure of several camera supply companies 6 months ago. Although the management system of Xiangqing is aware of the damaged roadside cameras, they have yet to procure a sufficient quantity to replace them. Such devices are prone to malfunction from time to time. The route Cheng Tian took to escape is rife with blind spots from numerous inoperative cameras, leaving no one the wiser about his final destination. Such matters are beyond analysis, for a deeper examination would only weigh heavily on each individual's heart. Now, all they can do is hope that Cheng Tian has not been infected with that dreadful zombie virus. If he remains unharmed, it would indeed be a blessing for Xiangqing. Lin Tianyi gently patted Qiao Lingxiang's hand, ultimately refraining from burdening the children with these disheartening thoughts. He supported his elderly companion, displaying a somewhat spirited demeanor unlike his usual self, and said, "Let us retire for the night. There is little we can do to assist, and we mustn't add to the children's burdens. You should also rest early, and let Ai keep watch." All right. Outside, the torrential rain incessantly drummed against the window panes. Xin Yi rose, retrieving several boxes of chocolate from the kitchen, placing them into Qiao Lingxiang's hands. Clutching the chocolates, she hurriedly remarked, "Let us save some for later. We do not know what may unfold in the future. We should leave some for Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin." Xin Yi sat beside Qiao Lingxiang, noticing her stillness, and took the initiative to unwrap a chocolate, placing a piece into her mouth. He inquired, "I saw you providing them with energy just now. You care so much for them. If they were aware of your kindness, they would gladly offer you not just a few pieces of chocolate, but even all the supplies hoarded in their warehouses." With a piece of chocolate occupying her mouth, Qiao Lingxiang was unable to respond. Observing Xin Yi unwrapping a second piece, she hurriedly covered her mouth and shifted to the side, savoring the chocolate while mumbling, "Chocolate shouldn't be eaten like this. It should be savored slowly, allowing it to melt in your mouth to truly appreciate its flavor. Is there really that much to consider?" Xin Yi, hearing her words, promptly placed the chocolate he held into Qiao Lingxiang's hands and remarked, "Finish it, then brush your teeth and sleep. No need to worry, I will keep you company." As Qiao Lingxiang enjoyed the rich sweetness of the melting chocolate, she settled onto the sofa and took out her phone, noticing several text messages from Lu Zhengqing. The messages carried a playful tone, yet subtly conveyed concern. "Lu Zhengqing, Xiangxiang, is there much commotion in your neighborhood tonight? Lu Zhengqing, be sure to listen to your brother Xin Yi. Don't toss around the blankets while sleeping tonight. Qiao Lingxiang, thank you, Zhengqing. A group just came to take us to the management building for a protest, but brother Xin Yi sent them away. How are things on your end?" Seated on the sofa, Qiao Lingxiang turned her head to ask Xin Yi about the well-being of Lu Zhengqing and his family. Her world was rather limited, her vision narrow, and her capacity for compassion quite constrained. The only individual she truly cared for and pondered over were Lu Zhengqing, Xin Yi, Zhao Long, a Jew, as well as Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin. Thus, with Zhao Long and a Jew residing in the security compound, no matter how chaotic Xiangqing became, it was unlikely that disorder would reach them. The sole source of concern for Qiao Lingxiang was Lu Zhengqing, given the current state of their neighborhood. What could be the condition of Lu Zhengqing's home? Xin Yi sat on the sofa, producing a cloth to polish the knife in his hand. With a serious expression, he remarked, "Just now, that rascal sent me a message in a rather irreverent tone. They reside in a villa community, which is sparsely populated, and most residents are reluctant to venture out in such torrential rain, making it somewhat preferable to our neighborhood." He refrained from elaborating on the irreverent tone of Lu Zhengqing's message, for Qiao Lingxiang was already well aware of his character. Xin Yi remained focused on the knife he was handling, a blade of his own design tailored to his preferences, 1.5 feet long, straight and sharp, a double-edged sword resembling a blade but lacking a point, featuring only a curved tip. In a world such as this, reasoning proved futile. One had to rely on weapons to truly convey one's message, for only then would others genuinely heed it. Hearing Xin Yi mention that the environment in Lu Zhengqing's vicinity was more stable than here, Qiao Lingxiang felt a sense of relief. She remained in the living room with Xin Yi, engaging in conversation until, unknowingly, they both dozed off against the armrest of the sofa. When Qiao Lingxiang fell silent, Xin Yi rose to extinguish the lights in the living room and retrieved a blanket from Qiao Lingxiang's room to drape over her. In the darkness of the night, he maintained a vigilant state, seated on the sofa, occasionally closing his eyes, yet awakening at the slightest rustle from outside. During this tense night, Xin Yi was growing at an astonishing pace, evolving into a responsible man, eager to support this family and ensure its stability. As dawn broke the next day, the crowd gathered at the management system building showed no signs of diminishing. Many street-side shops had been surreptitiously vandalized during the stormy night. Doors that could be broken into had been compromised. Those intent on causing chaos wished to brazenly loot and burn, yet a mobile task force was patrolling Xiangqing, suppressing the unrest. Consequently, aside from the various online provocations, the turmoil in Xiangqing remained largely contained. Apart from the vandalized storefronts, there were no reports of casualties. On this very morning, a deputy commander surnamed Wen emerged to address the public. Effective immediately, within the next 48 hours. Xiangxin would provide 3 meals a day near the trading hall, though not everyone would be eligible to receive them. Firstly, the residents of Xiangxin must present their identification documents along with a bachelor's degree or higher in a scientific discipline at the trading hall to register their valid residential address and a reachable phone number. Only then may they queue for their names to be called to receive their daily meals. However, waiting in line does not guarantee that one will be served. Moreover, possessing certificates of outstanding achievements in scientific fields significantly increases the likelihood of being called. In Chapter 115, titled When Hong Tu, the deputy commander of the management system, surnamed One, delivered a speech brimming with prejudice and arrogance towards liberal arts students. He imposed numerous restrictions on science students. Even those holding a bachelor's degree or higher may find themselves merely languishing in line for a day if they lack additional accomplishments. Furthermore, an exceptional talent in the sciences is permitted only 3 meals per day, and this privilege lasts no more than 2 days. Certificates of merit in scientific fields include, but are not limited to, participation in mathematical olympiads, competitions in physics and chemistry, and recognition in medicine and high technology. His remarks sent shockwaves throughout Xiangxin, leaving not only the locals astonished, but also the city's management system in a state of disbelief. Commander Gong Jingye of the Xiangxin management system, accompanied by Chief Security Officer Wei Xingping, stormed into Wen Hongtu's office, furious as he pointed an accusatory finger at Wen's nose, unleashing a torrent of invective. 5 million people, those who can produce a science diploma, will be entitled to 3 meals a day. Are you instigating social discord? Or do you intend to sever the lifeline of Xiangxin? Wen Hongtu, what precisely is your intention? Why did you issue such a proclamation without my consent? With so many individuals within the management system, do you hold anyone in regard? Xiangxin is not solely under your dominion. In this dismal and deteriorating world, where countless irreconcilable conflicts abound, what exactly is Wen Hongtu attempting to accomplish? Is one trouble not sufficient for Xiangxin, that he seeks to compound it? The tall, slender Wen Hongtu, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, maintained an immaculate appearance even in these increasingly bleak times. Upon hearing the commander's rebuke, Wen rose, bracing himself against the desk. Casting a glance at Wei Xingping behind the commander, he scoffed coldly. What further approval from the esteemed commander is required? Shall we convene another lengthy meeting? We have merely 72 hours in total. Are you unaware of the situation in Xiangxin last night? He pointed at Wei Xingping, addressing Commander Gong Jingye. Shall I inform you of the number of violent brawls that transpired last night in Xiangxin? The chief security officer behind you is undoubtedly more aware of the situation than either of us. Commander Gong, you sit in a high position, parachuted from the central government to our Xiang city. How could you possibly comprehend the suffering of the people here? If the food shortage for these exceptional science talents is not resolved, even deploying all the garrison troops from outside the city will be futile. The people of Xiang City have always been simple, kind, reasonable, and civilized. If they hadn't been driven to the brink of mental collapse by a year-long energy and material shortage, how could they have resorted to such widespread looting and vandalism? Now, with a 48-hour lockdown, who knows how much longer it will last if Chengtian is found to be infected with the zombie virus? So many brilliant science minds have perished during this year-long apocalypse, possessing such intellect, yet struggling to survive. Is this acceptable? Wen Hongtu has always valued the cultivation of exceptional science talents. He would lament the loss of even one. Shouldn't he prioritize safeguarding the exceptional talents in Xiang City amidst such turmoil? Only by preserving these sparks of ingenuity can we lead Xiang City out of its darkest hour. Therefore, his decision serves both to identify a group of geniuses for Xiang City and to ensure their survival with food. What could be wrong with that? Wen Hongtu's words infuriated Gong Jingye to the point of nausea. He roared, "Your approach is what will truly doom Xiang City. With such scarce resources, you are only concerned with immediate gains and your so-called talents. Consider the chaos outside. How many people will resent your so-called geniuses once this order is issued? What about those with liberal arts educations? Have they done something to offend you? Your incitement of public discord is quite perilous. Do you not fear that while your genius secures sustenance, a dagger may find its way into your back? The notion of public stabbings suggests that the security checks are utterly inept." Wen Hongtu regarded Wei Xingping with a frigid gaze, disdain evident in his voice. Wei Xingping's expression remained icy, rendered speechless by Wen Hongtu's accusations. The former chief of security had resigned under the weight of such pressure. Otherwise, the authority of that position would not have fallen into Wei Xingping's hands. Then, Commander-in-Chief Gong Jingye bellowed at Wen Hongtu. Are you truly unafraid, Deputy Commander? By creating such societal conflicts, do you not fear that the security system will buckle under the strain and collapse before your very eyes? To which Wen Hongtu retorted sarcastically, that would be splendid. Let the garrison enter the city directly. Those who disturb the peace shall face immediate consequences. Our security measures are hardly formidable. Wen Hongtu's words dripped with irony. With the garrison already in the city, what was there to fear about casualties? He sought to select the truly exceptional, reserving survival resources for those who could genuinely contribute. What was the issue with that? This statement nearly drove Gong Jingye to the brink of a heart attack as he pointed furiously at Wen Hongtu, exclaiming, the garrison is not to be used for the slaughter of civilians. Based on their actions last night, it seemed they were only a step away from such atrocities. A chilling smile graced Wen Hongtu's face as he questioned, who issued the order for the garrison to enter the city? It certainly was not him. The deputy commander of the management system. Since the garrison was already in the city, it would be better for everyone to abandon all restraint and pursue their own agendas. Wen Hongtu craves talent, while Gong Jingye desires tranquility and stability for the city, free from unrest. Excellent. Let them both proceed according to their own capabilities. As for the social contradictions Gong Jingye mentioned, what is there to fear with the garrison stationed within the city? Suppress them, let the blood flow. After all, those who perish are but the mediocre masses. In this, who still adheres to such notions? Faced with this attitude, Gong Jingye paced back and forth in Wen Hongtu's office, pointing a finger at him, sputtering inarticulately. After a moment, the chief commander of the management system, Gong Jingye, inhaled deeply and adopted a more placid demeanor. He spoke softly to Wen Hongtu, Vice Commander, my dear sir, who among the populace cannot produce a certificate or two of merit? Although primarily in the sciences, these competitions and tournaments are abundant. If you distribute food in this manner, the entire wealth of Xiang City will be depleted. What will happen after 48 hours? Have you not considered this? Do the security systems not require sustenance? Do the manufacturing plants within Xiang City, which are struggling to remain operational, not require sustenance? Do the trading houses not require sustenance? Does the mission center not require sustenance? Do the schools and hospitals not require sustenance? Do the city administrators not require sustenance? Where will this food come from? It is all being depleted from the city's warehouses.